Chapter 1. This is not her first time coming in last place. The chilling sound of a mechanical beep reverberated heavily within the confines of the hospital room. The nurse cautiously glanced towards the tall figure shrouded in darkness beside her. Miss Wen has left. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed on the pallid woman lying on the bed, his rigid shoulders sagging slightly, as if some vital energy had been abruptly siphoned away. Leave. Before the nurse could utter a word, his icy demeanor softened just enough she was well aware that he despised his own expression of stoic indifference. Leave. The nurse hurriedly exited, and Fu Zheng slowly settled beside the hospital bed, his bony fingers gripping the now chilling hand with increasing fervor, until it was entirely cold, devoid of any trace of life. He lowered his head, gently kissing the pale back of her hand, then pressed his entire face against it, tears trailing down his cheeks. In a voice hoarse with suppressed emotion, he murmured, "Wen Li, look at me." In Kyoto, a gentle drizzle had persisted for 3 days, ushering away the final remnants of summer's heat. In the villa district, the Wen family home stood. Coming in last place in the exams, I have no face to attend a meeting. You should go instead. The middle-aged man, Wen Rong, clutched the report card with its dismal result, his anger palpable as he glared at the young girl seated on the sofa. Wen Wan reached out to gently pat the visibly weary Wen Li, offering a soothing tone. "Dad, my sister simply didn't perform well this time. She will definitely rank first next time. Don't scold her, she's not feeling well." Du Ying from the other side softly patted Wen Li's back, chiding, "Why are you being so harsh? It's not a big deal, don't frighten the child." Wen Rong maintained, "It's your indulgence that has led her to this state. How will she manage the company in the future?" Wen Wan replied thoughtfully, "Dad, I will assist my sister." Throughout their exchange, Wen Li remained silent, her brows furrowed, her woozy mind gradually clearing. She gently lifted her hands, pristine and unblemished. In her first year of university, her left hand had sustained burns, leaving behind scars. Familiar dialogues, a familiar environment, she was momentarily aware of her age. 18, entering her senior year of high school. Wen Rong had placed great emphasis on her studies, yet his fury was often ignited by her consistently poor performance. But none of that mattered anymore. She was no longer a vegetable. At that moment, a housekeeper rushed in to announce, "Sir, young Master Fu has arrived." Instantly, Wen Rong's anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of obsequiousness as he leaned closer to Wen Li, whispering, "Be sure to appease your uncle." The Fu family was currently in a position of great power. Had it not been for Wen Li's mother's close relationship with Fu Zheng's sister, they would never have been able to forge such ties. When they were younger, their relationship was somewhat better, however. Since entering junior high, Wen Li had grown to dislike Fu Zheng, often avoiding him whenever he visited. Just days prior, she had openly expressed her disdain for him in his presence. He had probably thought she would never visit the Wen household again, yet here he was. In the past, upon hearing of Fu Zheng's arrival, Wen Li would have swiftly fled upstairs, repulsed by his rigid demeanor. Like an antiquated relic, Wen Wan, unaware of when she had sat beside her, leaned in and softly advised, "Sister, if you dislike him, you can go upstairs." However, Wen Li paid her no mind, her gaze fixed on the man entering the room, his tall frame clad in a dark suit, somber yet undeniably handsome. Her eyes almost instantaneously filled with tears. During those 3 years of being unresponsive, the one thing she had longed to do most was sit up and embrace him. In those 3 years, her so-called sister, stepmother, and biological father had shown her no concern, save for Fu Zheng, who had cared for her day and night. Though she could not open her eyes, she could always sense his pain. Noticing her lack of movement, Wen Wan gently prompted, "You should go upstairs, it'll shield you." In the next instant, Wen Li stood, but instead of retreating upstairs, she ran towards the man, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Feeling his warmth, she could hardly suppress her sobs. Fu Zheng. It had been several years since they had shared such an intimate moment, and the man froze, his hands hovering awkwardly in midair. His cold gaze met the soft figure in his embrace, momentarily softening, only to revert to its usual chill. His voice, as frosty as ever, cut through the air like a blade. "What's wrong?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Wen Rong, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Though Wenrong was of the same generation, he was significantly older. Fu Zheng was the late-born son of the Fu family. Even so, there was an undeniable tension, and he quickly explained, in this month's exam, she came in last. I admonished her a bit. The girl in his arms gradually succumbed to tears, her body trembling as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Fu Zheng's hand lifted, only to be quickly tucked behind his back. He stated in a low voice, "This is not her first time coming in last. Why scold her?" When Rong fell silent, unable to counter, Wenwan quickly stepped forward, softly comforting Wenli, "Sister, don't cry. I'll handle the parent-teacher meeting for you. It's all right if your grades are poor. We can just have mom spend some money to send you abroad for studies." The words fell on deaf ears, and instead, Wenli clung tighter to Fu Zheng, burying her face into his chest. This was no dream. She had truly returned to her 18-year-old self. Fu Zheng's breath hitched, glancing down at her, instinctively taking a step back. But Wenli followed suit, resembling a human pendant, tightening her grip around him. His Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he turned his gaze elsewhere. "Sister, let go," Wenwan urged, tugging at Wenli's wrist in an attempt to pry her away. Not budging an inch, Wenli's hands remained locked, her mind singularly focused on one thought. Embrace him. Fu Zheng felt the warmth of her reddened arms, his gaze flickering momentarily. Silently, he raised his hand to brush against Wenwan's, who met his ice-cold stare, her face paling as she instinctively recoiled. Unaware, Wenli gradually calmed, soothed by the familiar scent enveloping her. After a few minutes, her tear-streaked face lifted to meet the handsome man's gaze. "Will you help me attend the parent-teacher meeting?" Fu Zheng responded with a curt his voice slightly hoarse. "Let go." Wenli obediently withdrew her hands, and Fu Zheng subtly exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught her standing beside him like a frightened rabbit. In that fleeting moment of dependence, his chest felt as though it had been struck heavily. His eyes flickered, and he tugged at his somewhat stiff tie. "Do you want to come home with me?" Wenli, still glistening with tears, nodded. Fu Zheng's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. "Let's go. I'll go grab my backpack." Wenli was unaware of the reason behind her previous live's car accident that day. She had just arrived when an unmarked car collided with her. After she dodged the first time, the unmarked vehicle struck again, knocking her to the ground. Had Fu Zheng not arrived in time, perhaps she would have never had the chance to awaken from her vegetative state. That day, when Nguyen had invited her out, yet after the incident, her so-called good sister hadn't cared for her even once. She was determined to uncover the truth behind that day. Now, she needed to catch up on her studies. As she ascended the stairs, when Nguyen followed closely, observing her sister, who had recently expressed disdain for Fu Zheng, now seemingly transformed. She appeared reliant on Fu Zheng, yet she seemed to resist her. "Sister, Dad was only verbally harsh. He wouldn't hit you. Don't go to the Fu family. He'll stay home and play with you. Aren't you eager to watch a movie? He'll accompany you." Wenli focused solely on packing her bag, only glancing at Wenwan once she was finished, searching her gentle face for any hint of discontent, but finding none. Indeed, if it were truly her, she must have mastered the art of disguise to perfection. "I don't want to go." "Good sister, don't be angry with Dad. Let's ignore him." Wenwan grasped her hand, shaking it gently, hoping to alleviate her anger. Wenli had once cherished this half-sister, who treated her with kindness, indulging her at every turn. For over 20 years, she found it difficult to explain why her family had never once visited her during those 3 years of being unresponsive. In retrospect, it seemed awry they had always been reluctant to let her associate with the Fu family. She lowered her head, concealing the wariness in her eyes. "They'll hide for a while." Seeing her unwavering stance, when Wan spoke with a slightly intimidating tone, "Fu Zheng can be quite harsh. He has hit people before. Don't you remember? I'm scared he'll hurt you." Wenli continued packing her bag, pausing momentarily at those words. If Fu Zheng would strike her, she would willingly endure it. In her previous life, she had uttered many hurtful words to him. He was, after all, the one who should have given up on her. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she looked up at Wenwan, her voice firm. "I don't want to stay home right now." At this moment, she simply wished to be closer to Fu Zheng, just as he had been by her side throughout those 3 years. Wenwan sighed, conceding, "Then I'll accompany you. I'm afraid you'll be bullied, and I can stand in front of you." Uncle doesn't like anyone getting close to him. Wenli had long been aware that Fu Zheng preferred to keep women at bay, with her being the only exception. Now reflecting on it, her previous life had not ended in vain. Blind to the signs, Wenwan, recalling Fu Zheng's demeanor, hesitated but ultimately relented. Wenli descended the stairs, her backpack slung over her shoulder, while Fu Zheng remained in the same spot, waiting for her. His impeccably tailored suit accentuated his naturally superior physique. His expression was aloof, his gaze fixated on her. He stood there, as did the members of the Wen family. The two exited the Wen residence, with Fu Zheng taking a few steps before abruptly halting and turning his head to look at her. "When Rong hit you?" Wenli shook her head. "No." Fu Zheng merely responded with a soft hum, as his large hand deftly reached out to take her backpack, indicating for her to remove it. In elementary school, he often helped her carry her bag. One might say that Wenli was raised solely by him. He then swung the bag over his shoulder, the combination of his suit and the pastel pink backpack appearing somewhat incongruous. "Walk ahead." No sooner had he spoken than he caught sight of her reddened eyes, a visage on the verge of tears. Fu Zheng paused, retrieving a tissue from his pocket and handing it to her. "It's not your first time coming in last. Is it really that distressing?" Before Wenli could respond, he added, "Next time, write a bit more for your essay, and you won't come in last." Wenli was rendered speechless. She took the tissue, bowed her head to wipe her tears, and murmured, "Could you please refrain from mentioning my last place?" Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a simple, "Then don't cry." The Fu residence was just next door. A mere few minutes' walk brought them there. Logically, given the Fu family's substantial wealth, they should have moved long ago, yet they remained. Due to her mother's connections, the Fu family had always treated her well. Upon seeing her, Fu Yu's face lit up with joy as she inquired, "What happened to Shaoli? Have you been crying? Did he bully you?" Fu Zheng placed the backpack on the sofa, his voice steady. "She didn't perform well and was scolded by Wenrong. Don't worry, do better next time. I have to head to the office today and can't look after her. Shaoli, if you want anything, just ask your uncle to buy it. He has the means." Fu Yu hurriedly slipped on her heels and dashed out. The living room was left with just the two of them. Fu Zheng retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, and set on the table before sitting down on the sofa. Wenli rummaged through her backpack for her books, but found no pen. She glanced at Fu Zheng, embarrassed, and said, "I don't have a pen." Fu Zheng looked at her for a few seconds before rising to go upstairs. Moments later, he returned with an expensive fountain pen and handed it to her. "If you have questions, just ask me." Although Wenli had entered university in her past life, it was through her family's financial means, and she hadn't truly studied anything thereafter. She glanced at the math exam, then pulled out the English paper, quickly switching to the Chinese test, which she found somewhat manageable. Fu Zheng's gaze followed her movements, lingering for a long while before retracting. After some time, his phone rang, and he stood up to answer at a distance. "Not going in busy." "Yes, she's doing her homework." Once he hung up, he turned to see Wenli biting the fountain pen's nib, looking as if she were struggling to write. "Don't bite the pen." Wenli immediately released it, and, after a moment, looked up at him. "Could you help me find a tutor? I seem to be struggling." Fu Zheng strode over, standing beside her as he examined the test paper. Reading comprehension, connect it with the context. Noticing her gaze fixed on him, he decided to crouch beside her. "Look here." He was about to point to a specific sentence in the text. In that instant, Wenli turned her head to him, clearly indicating she was paying attention. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed, a fleeting expression of unidentifiable emotion crossing his face. He cleared his throat softly, his tone mildly detached. "Focus on the paper. My face doesn't hold the answers." Wenli's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she averted her eyes. The usually composed Fu Zheng, after half an hour of tutoring, had shed his suit jacket, even loosening 2 buttons, yet his demeanor remained patient. 3 hours later, Wenli finally completed her homework for the week. After sitting for a few minutes, she stood up to pack her backpack. Fu Zheng glanced at her, sitting up straight. "Are you heading back?" Wenli instinctively shook her head, her ponytail swaying. She raised her hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "He'll cook for you." The astute man regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Wanli smiled at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling like clear jewels. I can make fried rice. Winning a man's heart begins with the stomach. At that moment, the elderly Mr. Fu, dressed in traditional attire, entered from outside. Upon seeing Wanli, he immediately spoke with affection. Ah, Shally is here? Just in time, Grandpa has something for you to help with. Help your uncle choose a suitable aunt, he said, handing her a stack of photographs. Wanli suddenly recalled that during her recovery from the car accident, Fu Zheng seemed to be on the verge of engagement. Indeed, aside from those 3 years when she was a vegetable, Fu Zheng had never exhibited any romantic inclination towards her. He had never truly considered being with her. Chapter 2. The little girl had sneaked away, and I needed to find her. Fu Shijin reminded. There is nothing to worry about now. You may leave. The man who harbors no interest in women is typically succinct in his words. Ruan Yuan raised her head upon hearing his voice. Her petite nose was reddened, and her eyelashes were damp. Her small face, though washed by tears, remained pristine. That moment, her beautiful eyes glistened with scattered tears. Timidly gazing at the man, Fu Shijin was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the innocent and woeful face, and inexplicably his heart felt as though it had been struck hard. Wan Yuan was oblivious to the change in the man's expression. She detected the impatience in his tone and hurriedly said, "Thank you. I'll leave now." However, as she straightened up to depart, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and her body grew weak, collapsing. Startled, Wan Yuan thought she was about to crash onto the concrete floor, but was instead caught by the man, who wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Wan Yuan let out a soft whimper. This unexpected turn of events only intensified her discomfort. She felt hot and inexplicably craved something. Instinctively, she leaned against the man's chest, seeking to cool her flushed face. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she whispered, "I feel so unwell. Please, help me." It was the first time a woman had so boldly made such a request of him. Fu Shijin's gaze darkened, and the suppressed heat within him flared back to life. He pinched Wan Yuan's chin and asked, "Are you of age?" Wan Yuan barely comprehended the man's words. All she could hear was the deafening sound of her own heartbeat. She nodded erratically, her small face once again resting against his chest. Her little hands audaciously ignited a spark at his waist. Those standing nearby gasped. Suddenly, Fu Shijin lifted her and strode towards the waiting Maybach. "Do not move," the bodyguards observed as the car door closed, instinctively retreating to a distance. The quiet night in the outskirts was particularly serene. Soon, soft sobs emanated from the direction of the Maybach. The others took a puff of their cigarettes, pretending not to hear. Chan Zhang remarked, "The old lady truly has a keen sense. She must have predicted that today was an auspicious day, hence administering the drug to the young master. Just moments ago, he was still putting on a brave front, only to have his facade shattered." Jean Wan added, "When fate comes knocking, it cannot be resisted. Besides, that girl is quite attractive. She seems to be about the same age as my sister." Roughly 20. Chun, having barely completed his education before plunging into society, often misused words. So, the young master is indeed indulging in tender grass. Returning to youthful vigor to Fu Zian, who had remained silent due to certain reasons. He bore his mother's surname, suddenly spoke with a sinister tone. "If you're not afraid of me relaying every word I've heard to my uncle, feel free to continue." The Fu family status was unrivaled in the capital, and even throughout the entirety of Huagua, there was no second family to compare. His uncle, merely 26 years old, was already the youngest power holder in the history of the Fu family, with nobody in the business world daring to oppose him. Not even the renowned figures in politics who would show him respect. He was the quintessential prince of the capital, a figure he had always idolized. How could he possibly be likened to an old cucumber? Time elapsed, and soon the group had dozed off on the curb. The Maybach finally coming to a halt, Fu Zian hurriedly jogged over and opened the car door. Fu Shijin appeared to be reviewing documents inside the vehicle. Lazily reclining in the back seat, his white shirt slightly unbuttoned, revealing the muscular contours of his chest. Meanwhile, Wan Yuan donned his suit jacket, seated on his lap, her clothes strewn about the floor, her head lolling against Fu Shijin's shoulder. Having fainted from exhaustion, Fu Shijin held her waist with one arm and cast a faint glance at Fu Zian. "Drive to the nearest 5-star hotel. Understood. Uncle, Fu Zian responded, sitting down in the driver's seat. Lowering the partition, his movements resembling a robot reinitializing. In the bathroom of the presidential suite, steam enveloped the air, and the sound of water flowed gently. Wan Yuan stood before the frosted glass. Fu Shijin's fingers intertwined with hers, locking their hands together. The man spoke in a husky tone. "What is my name?" Wan Yuan shook her head in confusion, unable to utter a single word. Fu Shijin. The man leaned closer to her ear, persistently reminding her, "Remember, do not forget." He was her first man, and would be the only man thereafter. There was no rush, as time was on their side. He then lifted the limp Wan Yuan, whose fingers could barely move, and exited the bathroom. The next day, piercing sunlight broke through the clouds like a golden waterfall, cascading through the window, illuminating the luxurious bed. Wan Yuan's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. She beheld an unfamiliar room, and the man beside her had vanished. She felt as though she had been crushed underfoot. Even swallowing felt fiery. Everything signified the tempest she had experienced the night before. A single tear silently rolled down the corner of Wan Yuan's eye, disappearing into her hair. She had lost her most precious possession. Yet the memories of the previous night remained vivid. It was her own initiative. And the man had saved her from being taken away and humiliated by an older man. She could not blame him. Moreover, that man possessed an exquisite physique, a top-tier handsome face she had never encountered before. She had not come off worse. Wan Yuan was adept at self-therapy. With this thought, her sorrow diminished. Holding back tears, she painfully slipped out of bed, picked up her crumpled clothes from the floor, and quietly left the room like a limping rabbit. When Fu Shijin returned, holding a briefcase, and opened the door once more, he was greeted by an empty room. Clad in a clean suit delivered by a secretary that morning, he resembled a gentleman exuding an aura of restraint. Fastening the top button of his shirt, though it could not conceal the faint red mark on his pale neck, the Fu Shijin approached the bed, reaching out to touch the covers, which had, as expected, grown cold. A flicker of anger rising in his eyes, he had merely stepped out to fetch her a piece of clothing, and that audacious little rabbit had run off behind his back. "Little girl, do not let me find you," he muttered to Olive without a word. "Is it that you find me insufficiently diligent?" A month and a half later, at the first affiliated hospital of Jing University, Wan Yuan sat on a bench outside the consultation room, caught in a half-dream, when she felt a gentle hand pushing her shoulder. Wan Yuan slowly opened her eyes to see a small nurse standing before her in uniform. She had dreamt of that day again, when the man had kissed her lips fervently, claiming her in a frenzy while insisting on telling her his name. Yet, she had been in a daze, and by the next day, she could not recall it, though she vaguely remembered it was a pleasant name. The crux of the matter was that, thanks to him, her normally punctual menstrual cycle had failed to arrive this month. Furthermore, 3 days prior, while having breakfast, she had suddenly experienced dry heaves. Chapter 3. Miss Wan, you are expecting triplets. Miss Wan, are you all right? Seeing her silence, the small nurse asked with concern. Wan Yuan shook her head. Miss Wan, your examination results are out. You can see the doctor now. Wan Yuan accepted a stack of reports, thanked the nurse, and entered the consultation room. She politely handed the examination report to the doctor with both hands, then seated herself, gripping the strap of her canvas bag tightly. Miss Wan, you are pregnant. The female doctor pointed to the 3 tiny embryos on the ultrasound report, stating, moreover, there are 3 gestational sacs in your uterus. You are expecting triplets. Wan Yuan stared at the 3 small shadows on the screen. Her mind exploded with a deafening silence. Prior to this, she had held on to a sliver of hope, secretly wishing that her recent discomfort was merely due to the stress of studying too hard and being overly tense. However, the doctor's words instantly extinguished her last flicker of optimism. Noticing her reaction, the female doctor glanced at the patient information. Noting her unmarried status and age of 20, she immediately understood. Would you like me to help you schedule an abortion? Wan Yuan, feeling flustered, bit her lip and asked softly, Doctor, how much does an abortion cost? About 3,000, and you will need someone to accompany you. The doctor replied, and I understand. Doctor, Wan Yuan nodded. The doctor observed Wan Yuan's pale canvas bag and jeans, fearing she might seek a cheap clinic, and kindly cautioned, Young lady, you must not seek out cheaper clinics for an abortion. Their hygiene standards are often inadequate, which can easily lead to uterine infections. And many practitioners lack medical qualifications, posing significant safety risks. Additionally, you are already 6 weeks along. If you decide against it, you should undergo the procedure as soon as possible, if it extends beyond 3 months. You will need to opt for labor induction, which can cause considerable harm to your body. Won Yuan paused interactions with the report. She had indeed entertained the thought of seeking a cheaper clinic just moments ago. But now she dared not. Doctor, I will remember your words. Thank you. The air conditioning in the hospital was set rather low. Won Yuan, with her hands and feet icy cold, carried a bag as she walked through the outpatient hall. A young man, engrossed in a phone call, approached her without noticing the bag in her hand, accidentally knocking it to the ground as he passed by. I'm sorry, he said, immediately bending down to retrieve it and handing it back to Won Yuan. With her head bowed, she accepted the bag, listlessly shook her head, and walked away without glancing at the man. Fu Zian watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of familiarity with the girl, though he could not recall where he had seen her before. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he finally relaxed as he exited the elevator on the 2nd floor, but a sudden realization struck him. Was she not the girl his uncle was searching for? After Won Yuan had sneaked away that day, Fu Shijin had summoned the hotel manager to check the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the cameras in the hotel lobby had malfunctioned that day, leaving them without any leads. Remembering this, Fu Zian hurriedly pursued her, but by the time he reached the hospital entrance, Won Yuan had vanished from sight. Initially, he had intended to visit the girl he had been pursuing, but now he redirected his steps toward the director's office on the top floor. The director personally called the surveillance room, and shortly thereafter, they traced Won Yuan's whereabouts. Mr. Fu, the young lady you're looking for has gone to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Would you like me to help you check her detailed medical records? No, thank you, Director Li, Fu Zian replied after expressing his gratitude. He rushed to the obstetrics and gynecology department. The female doctor who had attended to Won Yuan was still there. After he explained the situation, the doctor's gaze turned reproachful. If you don't want a child, you must take proper precautions. You may be carefree, but in the end, it is the girl who suffers. Fu Zian was utterly bewildered. Huh? Oh? His reaction confirmed to the doctor that he was indeed a reckless and irresponsible man. Given your fine attire and exceptional demeanor, how could you not even provide your girlfriend with 3,000 yuan for an abortion? Truly, the wealthier one is, the more miserly they become. All right, you should return and discuss this. I have patients to attend to, so please do not waste public time. Fu Zian, in a state of confusion, was unceremoniously dismissed, inexplicably taking the blame for his uncle's actions. But that was of little consequence. Counting the days, it was certain that these 3 children belonged to his uncle, while the whole family believed his uncle was destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. Fretting over his marriage prospects, he had unexpectedly taken a decisive step. He already had a wife and children. Thus, he promptly took out his phone to share this joyous news with his great-grandmother. In the upscale, private room of the club, the atmosphere was rendered particularly harmonious by the presence of a powerful young heir. A young lady promoting beverages entered, placed the drinks down, and exited, stealing a glance at the man seated in the central booth, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Jiu Zhe watched her leave, a smile of amusement crossing his face. It was a classic case of unrequited affection. In this world, no woman could approach him. Shijin, Gu Zhe chuckled, getting you to agree to meet is like pulling teeth. One might think you were at home tending to children. Fu Shijin lounged in the booth. His legs crossed, the dim lighting cast shadows across his face, highlighting his features with sculptural precision. Every line strikingly perfect. He ignored Gu Zhe's jest, raised a glass of red wine to his lips, and savored it, his thin lips appearing even more alluring against the backdrop of the wine. Fu Shijin had never been fond of drinking. Jiu Zhe, having known him since childhood, had never witnessed him like this. Was he drinking to drown his sorrows? Driven by curiosity, he rose and plopped down beside Fu Shijin. Shijin, what is the point of drinking alone? Why not invite a couple of pretty girls to pour for you? Fu Shijin merely replied with a disinterested, not interested, before pouring himself another glass. Jiu Zhe was now certain that something was amiss. However, Fu Shijin remained tight-lipped, and no amount of prodding would elicit a response. It was driving him to distraction. Suddenly, Fu Shijin glanced at him and quietly asked, "Let me pose a question. If a woman were to suddenly disappear without a word, what might be the reason?" His expression remained indifferent throughout. Yet Guze could no longer maintain his composure. That Fu Shijin was actually bringing up a woman. He slapped his face to regain his voice. "Shijin, you haven't been seduced by a woman, have you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Shijin's expression darkened. "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll have Uncle Goose send you to Siberia to dig potatoes." The Ji Yuze quickly backtracked. He had no intention of going to such a desolate place. "I was just trying to express my happiness for you. I got carried away." "Brother, are you interested in some young lady?" Fu Shijin, with his right hand adorned with prayer beads resting casually on his crossed legs, absent-mindedly tapped twice. No woman had ever captured his attention. Except for that one little girl, Jiuze immediately understood. This was an unspoken admission. He wondered which woman had the audacity to share his bed. Previously, he had assumed Fu Shijin must prefer men, too shy to admit it. Otherwise, when he had once drugged Fu Shijin to assist Grandma Fu, he would have rather endured a cold bath than allow a pretty girl to remain in the room. Guze suddenly perked up, thinking he had a revelation. Is it possible that the little girl was scared off by your skills? Two inexperienced souls clashing. How good could the experience be? Fu Shijin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Darkly retorting, "Guze, are you seeking death? What? He can't perform. Then there's not a capable man in existence." Just as Guze was about to respond, his secretary, Gao Qin, entered and handed Fu Shijin his phone. "Mr. Fu," the old lady called. "She was worried you wouldn't answer, so she asked me to relay the message." Fu Shijin felt a twinge of exasperation. The old lady's relentless matchmaking calls were becoming increasingly insistent. As soon as he picked up, the old lady rushed in. "Shijin, you have a child." Fu Shijin was at a loss. "Grandma, please stop joking, and no matter what excuse you come up with, I will not go on a blind date." "No," the old lady exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "I found the mother of the child for you. Hurry back and get married." Fu Shijin's parents had passed away during his childhood, and it was his grandmother who had raised him and his siblings. Earning his utmost respect, he patiently explained, "Grandma, that woman deceived you for money. That I know you wish to hold your great-grandson, but you cannot make me a scapegoat." He had only ever been involved with one woman, and he hadn't even managed to locate her. The old lady would have no chance of doing so either. With a huff, the old lady produced her trump card. "I sent you a WeChat message. Look at it." Just then, the notification sound of WeChat chimed, and the old lady sent over a photo. Fu Shijin picked up his phone and swiped open WeChat. Wang Yuan's personal information unexpectedly appeared before him. Astonishingly, the old lady had indeed found her. Sitting on the couch, the old lady adjusted the shawl on her cheapao. "You little rascal, still denying it. Got a slap in the face, didn't you?" Chapter 4. The pitiful child unloved by father or mother. Upon exiting the hospital, Wang Yuan headed back to school. There were no direct buses to her school from the hospital, necessitating a transfer after 2 stops, so she chose to walk to the station with direct service to the school to save on bus fare. June in Beijing had already ushered in summer, the sun blazing, rendering even the shade of the trees unrefreshing. Yet upon returning to her dormitory, Wang Yuan found herself drenched in cold, clammy sweat, her clothes clinging to her. She poured herself a cup of hot water, feeling slightly better afterward. It was Sunday, and the other residents of the dorm had all returned home, leaving the corridor eerily silent. Wang Yuan sat on her bed, gently caressing her abdomen. She could hardly believe that she was harboring 3 little lives within her, each connected to her by blood. Although they were still too small to be felt, they were undeniably residing within her. An unprecedented sensation surged through her heart, a bond so profound that it was difficult to sever. However, the pressures of reality compelled her to consider relinquishing them. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the suppressed emotion she had carried throughout her journey could no longer be contained. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. With her academic commitments, the part-time jobs she could find were always those with flexible hours, barely sufficient to sustain herself. How could she possibly support 3 helpless infants? Moreover, the child's biological father is unknown, and once born, the child will undoubtedly endure the harshness of human sentiment, subjected to the scrutiny and judgment of others. With a father's indifference and a mother's neglect, the parents seem solely intent on extracting from her, siphoning her vitality to support her elder brother and younger siblings. She has already endured considerable suffering. Thus, she cannot bring a child into this world to share in her misery. Having made her resolution, Wan Yuan proceeded to the bathroom to bathe, taking the opportunity to soothe her swollen eyes with cold water. Having been troubled all night and running around the hospital in the morning, Wan Yuan emerged from the bathroom and lay down on her bed, soon succumbing to sleep. When she awoke again, it was already evening, and her roommates had returned. The dormitory was illuminated, filled with a rich aroma of meat. As Wan Yuan sat up, she felt a wave of nausea surge within her, unable to suppress a dry heave while clutching her chest. Yuan, what's wrong with you? Fu Luo appeared before her, concern etched on her face. Wan Yuan noticed the other two roommates, one engrossed in her phone, the other donning headphones while binge-watching a series. It's nothing, Luo, Wan Yuan replied softly, averting her gaze. I spent a bit too much time outside this afternoon. Perhaps I overheated. I'll be fine after drinking some water. Fu Luo remained unconvinced. Why not go to the infirmary to get checked? If it's heat stroke, it could be serious. I assure you, I'm fine. Wan Yuan swiftly changed the subject. Luo, did you bring me some treats? It smells wonderful. Fu Luo, aware of Wan Yuan's difficult family circumstances and her parents' preference for sons, often brought her delicious food upon returning home. Despite Wan Yuan's acceptance into the prestigious Hua University, her parents insisted she forego her education to earn money for her elder brother's and younger siblings' dowries and tuition fees. Eventually, it was the village head who intervened, chastising Wan Yuan's parents, leading to a reluctant compromise from Qin Xiumei. However, she required Wan Yuan to sign an IOU, agreeing to repay double once she began working, which was the only tuition assistance Wan Yuan ever received. Since then, her parents had not contributed a single penny for her living expenses. She had to balance school with part-time work, living frugally and enduring hardship. Fu noticed this and always brought Wan Yuan treats upon her return out on the small dining table in the dormitory. Several meal boxes were laid out. Yuan, I brought sweet and sour ribs and cumin beef from home. Fu Luo enthusiastically introduced, hoping Wan Yuan would eat a bit more. Yet, as Wan Yuan gazed at the food before her, it felt excessively greasy, and she struggled to suppress the rising bile. Qin Ro, perched on the upper bunk while messaging on WeChat, glanced at Wan Yuan, sizing her up before remarking sarcastically, "It doesn't look like heat stroke to me, Wan Yuan. You aren't pregnant, are you?" Wan Yuan's breath caught in her throat, her body tensing involuntarily. If Qin Ro discovered her pregnancy, she would become the center of attention at school, and everyone would know of her unwed pregnancy. Just the thought of that scenario made it hard for Wan Yuan to breathe. Fu Luo, oblivious to her distress, shot a glare at Qin Ro. "Qin Ro, your mouth is only good for eating or spewing vile words. I isn't it." Unfazed, Qin Ro retorted, "Is that so? Someone knows full well what's in her heart. She pretends to be innocent and harmless, but really, she's just fishing for men." Qin Ro harbored the most malice towards Wan Yuan, believing her affluent background placed her above others, thus seeking validation by targeting Wan Yuan, who came from a financially struggling family. She often brought milk tea and desserts for their classmates, leading the charge to isolate Wan Yuan. Some envious girls, unable to tolerate Wan Yuan receiving love letters from the student council president or jealous of her beauty and academic prowess, joined Qin Ro in mocking her. Wan Yuan had done nothing wrong, yet she faced unwarranted exclusion and slander. Alone, she felt powerless against the multitude of voices. Moreover, those who fabricated stories about her treated it as mere entertainment, indifferent to the truth, lacking empathy for others' feelings. Wan Yuan's slender back trembled slightly as she spoke. "Qin Ro, you shouldn't make baseless accusations. Slander carries legal consequences." Qin Ro scoffed. "How pitiful and stubborn. So poor yet still clinging to your dignity. Being someone's mistress would be better than slaving away at that dead-end job of yours." Qin Ro Fu Lilua glared at her, raising her voice. "Did Yuan steal your rice, or did your family drown in the pond?" Why are you always targeting her? Can't you live without being snide? Fu Lila, Qin Ro replied dismissively. I'm not even talking about you. Why do you feel the need to defend her? You transferred here in your sophomore year and have been at odds with me ever since. Are you her mother? Fu Lua snorted derisively. I simply find you unpleasant that you're vain and bully the weak while being envious of Yuan's beauty and academic success. Attempting to rally the entire class against her, Qin Ro raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority. Who cared if she was poor? For 4 years of university, she owned merely one winter coat, which had become worn from constant use. The first time she laid eyes on Wang Yuan, she felt an innate disdain. Wang Yuan's shabby suitcase, faded jeans, and misshapen t-shirt screamed rural origins. Why was she even in university when she could be working to earn money? The most absurd part was sharing a dorm with someone who was a complete outsider, which lowered her own status in Qin Ro's eyes. Although Wang Yuan was impoverished, she possessed strong self-sufficiency, always keeping her belongings clean and tidy, not to mention the oblivious admirers who declared their affection for her. Furthermore, despite her grueling work schedule, she consistently earned national scholarships, which only fueled Qin Ro's disdain. Chapter 5. The father of the child arrives. A mocking smile appeared on Fu Luo's face. Every penny Yuan earns is through her own hard work, unlike you, who behaves like a parasite, living off your parents and flaunting their wealth. What right do you have to mock her? This remark was akin to a slap in Qin Ro's face. She hurled her phone from the upper bunk to the ground in a fit of rage. Fu Luo, do you want to die? At that moment, Yin Lu, who had been silent, set down her tablet and spoke up. Ro, don't be angry. Your father is a senior executive at the Fu Corporation. You have every reason to boast. Qin Ro would often take her to bars and clubs, sweet-talking her into compliance. Only then did Qin Ro's expression soften. I can't be bothered to argue with you peasants who will only ever work. Although Wang Yuan was somewhat introverted and socially anxious due to her upbringing, it didn't mean she lacked a voice. There are only different roles in this world, not distinctions of high and low. Is this how the Fu Corporation raises its daughters? The boss would surely be disappointed to have such an employee. Qin Ro, irritated by Wang Yuan's philosophical stance, descended from her bunk and raised her hand to strike her. Yet, before she could act, Fu Luo retaliated with a face full of cream from a cake made by her family's maid. Ha! Qin Ro shrieked, her face and hair smeared with cream. Fu Luo, just you wait. What's all this noise? The dorm supervisor suddenly appeared at the door and I could hear you all the way up the stairs. Aunt Li, Fu Luo quickly explained, we're celebrating Qin Ro's birthday. The supervisor said nothing more, turning to Wang Yuan and stating, Wang Yuan, your cousin is here to see you. He.S. waiting downstairs. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, due to Qin Xiaomei's domineering nature. Her family had long ceased contact with relatives, and besides, she had only one cousin who was currently studying abroad, just as she was about to inquire if there had been a mistake. The supervisor continued, your cousin asked me to tell you that your sister-in-law was diagnosed with triplets at the first affiliated hospital this morning. She is experiencing morning sickness and wishes to eat your cooking. Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't know who it was clear they had come seeking her. If they found her, everyone would soon learn of her pregnancy. Aunt Li, I'll head down right away, Wang Yuan hurriedly replied. Wan Hai was often consumed by gambling, having repeatedly come to the school demanding money from Wang Yuan. When she refused, he would cause a scene at the entrance, prompting the counselor to have multiple discussions with Wang Yuan. Upon hearing that a relative of Wang Yuan had arrived, Fu Luo grew cautious. Yuan, do you want me to go down with you? Wang Yuan dared not let her accompany her. No need. Luo, then if you need anything, just call for me, and I'll come down immediately. Wang Yuan felt warmth in her heart, nodding with a smile. Okay. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Yuan spotted Fu Zian waiting at the dormitory entrance. Memories surged like a tidal wave. He was one of the individuals from that day. Fu Zian craned his neck to look inside. Upon seeing Wang Yuan descend, he swiftly entered, grasping her arm and pulling her outside. Miss Yuan, we're in a dire situation. Come with me quickly. Wang Yuan, dazed, felt as if her brain had short-circuited, allowing him to lead her a few steps before she finally reacted. Wrenching her arm away. What do you mean, a dire situation? The lives of triplets are at stake. If I don't go to the hospital today, they'll all end up down the drain. Fu Zian still feels a lingering fear when he thinks back to that moment. He almost lost his cousin and cousin Dash and Dashlaw and T that moment. It was mealtime, and students returning for purchasing food noticed the two of them engaged in a tugging match. Their gazes filled with curiosity. Wan Yuan, fearing misunderstanding from onlookers, anxiously said, "Please let go of me. Everyone is watching. I apologize." Fu Zian immediately released his grip, saying, "Miss Wan, rest assured, I am not a villain. I merely wish for my uncle to meet you." At this point, without Fu Zian needing to elaborate, Wan Yuan understood who the uncle he mentioned was. She was in distress over the 3,000 yuan needed for an abortion, and now the person involved had come to her. With a simple all right, Wan Yuan followed Fu Zian to the southwestern gate of the school. This gate was somewhat secluded, rarely used by anyone. In front of the school gate, a customized black Maybach was parked along the tree-lined path. As they approached the vehicle, Fu Zian extended his hand to open the rear door for Wan Yuan. When she lifted her gaze, she met the man's calm black eyes, despite the sweltering heat of the day. He was dressed in formal attire, a black suit over a white shirt. Though the outfit was ostensibly formal, for some unknown reason, 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, subtly revealing the contours of his collarbone and muscles. Suddenly, Wan Yuan recalled the events of that day, faintly remembering how she had left marks on the man's chest. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she instinctively wanted to flee. Yet, she knew she couldn't outrun a car. And being financially strained, she still needed those 3,000 yuan. Fu Shijin observed Wan Yuan, who stood motionless by the car, and softly urged, "Wan Yuan, get in. We need to talk." Taking a deep breath, Wan Yuan stepped into the car, careful not to sit too close to Fu Shijin, leaving enough space for Fu Zian to occupy between them. The sudden change in temperature made her shiver slightly. Fu Shijin diverted his gaze. Addressing Fu Zian in front of him increased the temperature a bit. Given the hot weather, Fu Zian suspected his uncle might have misspoken. "Uncle, did you mean to say something else?" "Less talk," Fu Zian replied with an O. Adjusting the temperature and lowering the partition. Since entering the car, Wan Yuan felt as if a small rabbit was thumping in her chest, her heart racing incessantly. Gathering her courage, she finally looked at the man and spoke, though her voice involuntarily softened. "Could you lend me 3,000 yuan?" This was her first time asking someone for money, and it felt somewhat awkward. To her surprise, the man turned his head at her words, his steady gaze fixed on her face, firmly rejecting. No. Wan Yuan was taken aback. Did he truly refuse to lend her even the 3,000 yuan for the abortion? Anxiety washed over her. The doctor had warned that delaying the procedure would adversely affect her health. Her well-being was paramount. If her health declined, how could she work to support herself? "The child is also yours. Could we consider a loan? I promise to repay you as soon as I earn enough money from work." Chapter 6. I will take responsibility before arriving. Fu Shijin had thoroughly reviewed Wan Yuan's background. Since entering university, she had been working diligently to support herself, relying solely on part-time jobs for her daily expenses. The reason she encountered him was that her parents were compelling her to marry an older man to contribute to her brother's bride price. Upon reading this, he felt not only anger, but also a profound pity for such a delicate young woman. How had she managed to navigate life alone all these years? With this thought, Fu Shijin's gaze softened towards Wan Yuan like the warm sun of spring. "Who said I want you to have an abortion?" "What do you mean?" Fu Shijin slightly turned to allow Wan Yuan a clearer view of his expression, but he stated earnestly, "I will take responsibility for the child. We shall marry." Wan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a decision from Fu Shijin. Yet, his expression bore no trace of insincerity. He was genuine. However, they barely knew each other. She did not have any feelings for him. How could they possibly marry? "Sir, I don't even know your name. You are no different from a stranger to me. Marriage is not a trivial matter. How can we wed?" Fu Shijin frowned slightly, taken aback by the woman's apparent lack of awareness. He had been thinking of her for over a month, and she had seemingly forgotten him. That day, he had repeatedly reminded her of his name. Fearing she might forget it, Fu Shijin's presence exuded an undeniable aura. Even when he attempted to temper it, Wan Yuan still felt a twinge of fear in his company. She hardly noticed as he unconsciously moved closer. The warmth of his presence brushed against her delicate neck. And he continued, "I told you my name. Did you not think to seek me out even if you decided to terminate our child?" Ruan Yuan flinched at his sudden advance, turning her head to meet his profoundly expressive eyes. Feeling like a small rabbit being cornered, she implored, "Could you please keep your distance?" His closeness was palpable, and she could feel his warmth. The memory of that night flooded back, no matter how she pleaded. He had not let go, as if he intended to consume her whole. Fu Shijin's gaze remained locked on Ruan Yuan's porcelain-like face, their proximity so close she could discern the fine hairs on her cheeks. "Answer me. Why have you not sought me out?" Was it truly as Gu Zhe suggested, that his lack of skill had frightened her away? For the first time, this exceptional man found himself questioning his own abilities. With the cold, hard card toward her back, Ruan Yuan felt trapped, as if Fu Shijin had enclosed her in his embrace. Overwhelmed by his closeness, she dared not breathe. Yet, the man before her seemed intent on not letting her evade his inquiry. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she muttered, "You're too overwhelming. I was so stunned that I didn't catch your name." Immediately, she wished she could retract her words. What had she just said? Upon hearing her confession, Fu Shijin straightened, attempting to distance himself. Not wishing to attract attention when exiting the vehicle, Fu Shijin, he declared, adding, "Remember this. Do not forget." As he spoke, the black Maybach glided through the vibrant city night. Finally halting at the entrance of a private hospital, Ruan Yuan gazed at the brightly lit, luxurious outpatient building and timidly asked, "Are you here to take me for the abortion procedure?" After a pause, genuinely concerned for Fu Shijin, she suggested, "But this place is too expensive. We should go to a public hospital instead. Your money isn't easily earned. Let us save where we can." Ruan Yuan, accustomed to frugality, wished to help Fu Shijin conserve some funds. Fu Shijin did not refute her, stepping out of the car and walking around to her side, opening the door and casually resting his hand atop the vehicle. His eyes brimmed with warmth as he softly instructed, "Get out. Be obedient." His tone carried a sense of affection. Ruan Yuan had never experienced such gentle words before. No one had ever spoken to her in this manner. Her mother only ever scolded her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Ruan Yuan fidgeted with her hands before stepping out of the car. The cool night breeze caressed her fair cheeks, a strand of hair dancing in the air. Fu Shijin shed his suit jacket and approached Ruan Yuan, draping it over her shoulders. The hospital's temperature would be a bit chilly, and he noticed she seemed cold. Fu Shijin's perceptiveness was exceptional. He could discern everything when he set his mind to it. "Let us go inside first." Ruan Yuan nodded, and the two of them walked toward the outpatient entrance, one after the other, a tea this moment. Ruan Yuan realized just how tall he was. She had to tilt her head to look up at him. Yet he maintained a comfortable distance, allowing her to keep pace effortlessly. The scent of his cologne lingered in the air, a refreshing pine fragrance that felt anything but cold, radiating warmth akin to his attire. Ruan Yuan followed Fu Shijin into a luxurious office, where an experienced obstetrician awaited them. After reviewing Ruan Yuan's examination report, the doctor advised, "Miss Ruan, you are somewhat anemic. You must enhance your nutritional intake. Otherwise, there are no significant issues." Then, addressing Fu Shijin, he added, "Mr. Fu, although Miss Ruan has taken contraceptive pills, there is currently no evidence suggesting that these pills affect the fetus. The pregnant women I have treated have all given birth to healthy babies." "Thank you," Fu Shijin replied. Once the doctor departed, Ruan Yuan finally sensed something amiss. That, "Mr. Fu, you did not bring me here for the surgery." Fu Shijin remained non-committal. Feeling defeated, Ruan Yuan remarked, "If you desire a child, there are surely countless women eager to bear one for you." Fu Shijin replied slowly, "Because it is not you who will bear it." In Ruan Yuan's eyes, a fleeting moment of astonishment flickered. Yet, she would not indulge in the delusion that she held any special significance in Fu Shijin's life. The events of that day were merely a coincidence. There was no need for him to feel responsible that if their union was solely for the sake of the child, such a marriage would be too abrupt. How long could a loveless marriage truly endure? No one could say if, upon reflection, you feel we are not suited for one another, it is the child who would ultimately suffer. Chapter 7. I will be a gentle lover. Although Ruan Yuan was young, She possessed a remarkable level of rationality and would not overlook the realities of their situation in a fit of passion, but a glimmer of surprise crossed Fu Shijin's eyes as he sat beside her, his gaze resting on her delicate face. After a moment of scrutiny, he finally spoke. My name is Fu Shijin, currently serving as the president of the Fu Corporation. That I'm 26 years old, have no vices. And throughout my past life, I have never dated nor engaged in any form of physical intimacy. Thus, you are my first woman, and my proposal for marriage is not a mere whim, nor is it solely for the child. The reason is simple. You hold a special place in my heart. She was the first woman to penetrate the walls of his heart, the one who made him comprehend the meaning of affection. Ruan Yuan's dark, expressive eyes regarded the man before her, as ripples suddenly disturbed the previously placid surface of a lake. That Fu Shijin returned her gaze, patiently awaiting her response. Ruan Yuan, captivated by his enchanting visage, found herself looking down, her long lashes fluttering, unable to quell the turmoil within her. The atmosphere in the room grew still. Fu Shijin recognized that he might have been a tad abrupt. The young lady likely needed time to process his words, so he refrained from pressuring her for an answer. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a ringtone shattered the silence. Fu Shijin glanced at his phone and saw it was the project manager calling to report on work matters. How lacking in awareness that he thought, forget about next month's bonus, that I need to take this call, he announced, rising and moving towards the door. Pausing, he added, I hope that when I return, you will accept my proposal. The door swung open and then closed behind him. Ruan Yuan's heart, which had been racing, finally began to calm. Why was she so anxious? Her palms were clammy with sweat. The suit draped over her shoulders felt like a furnace. She removed the jacket just as the door swung open once more. Ruan Yuan expected it to be Fu Shijin returning, but instead, an elderly woman with graying hair and a middle-aged man appeared. The elderly lady, clad in a black qipao, appeared to be in her 80s. Although the years had etched their mark upon her face, they could not diminish her dignified grace. Upon entering, her eyes brightened at the sight of Ruan Yuan, a smile blooming on her face. Were it not for the need to maintain decorum in front of her juniors, she might have leapt with joy. This child was truly delightful. The elderly lady felt an instant connection and was smitten. Zhang Shu, my granddaughter-in-law, is truly charming, and no wonder that rascal has yet to find a girlfriend. He simply hadn't encountered the right person. The butler, Zhang Shu, stood nearby, assessing Ruan Yuan, and indeed, as the elderly lady had said, this young mistress was well suited to the young master, a striking image of a big bad wolf and a little rabbit. Indeed, I have long advised you not to rush, he said. Ruan Yuan, somewhat bewildered, listened to them converse, hesitantly interjecting, Grandmother, have you mistaken me for someone else? The elderly lady settled beside her and replied, I have not erred, dear. The young man on the phone outside is none other than my troublesome eldest grandson. Such a claim left no doubt as to her relationship. Ruan Yuan politely greeted, Hello, Grandmother. The elderly lady beamed, Good, I heard from him that this child wishes to terminate the pregnancy. How could that be? That rascal has found such an endearing granddaughter-in-law. I am quite fond of you. Under any circumstance, I would oppose such a notion, especially since you are carrying my 3 great-grandchildren that I must do everything in my power to unite them. Dear, tell me, did Shijin do something wrong to upset you, prompting you to consider this? The elderly lady proclaimed with great conviction, If that is the case, we can go for a fatherless child. The Fu family has always been open-minded. We would never allow a daughter-in-law to suffer. Just say the word, and I shall have that rascal expelled from Huagua, ensuring that he never sets foot inside again. You can stay here with me. And out of sight, out of mind. Ruan Yuan, a kind-hearted soul, sought to clarify the misunderstanding, gently explaining, Grandmother, it has nothing to do with Mr. Fu. It is my reason. She then conveyed her thoughts candidly to the elderly lady. After hearing her, the elderly lady sighed, her expression a mixture of words left unspoken. Ruan, may I ask you for a favor? Of course, as long as it is within my power, I will do my utmost. The elderly lady, determined to protect her granddaughter-in-law, declared, Last year, I had someone cast a fortune for Shijin, and the omens were dire. The diviner claimed that if Shijin were to remain childless this year, he would incur divine retribution. However, That child has suffered injuries in the past that have compromised his very essence. The doctor has stated that it would be nearly impossible for him to have children in this lifetime. Zhang Shu felt a chill run down his spine, astonished by the elderly lady's fierce determination, even cursing her own grandson. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to support her stance. Madam, the doctor has advised you to avoid stress due to your high blood pressure. High blood pressure pales in comparison to having a granddaughter-in-law. Never mind. We are at the hospital. Help is readily available. Ruan Yuan, a bit speechless, interjected, Grandmother, that is mere superstition, my dear. I understand that you young people have been raised with a materialistic worldview, but I have lived long enough to encounter countless inexplicable events. Please, Ruan, just consider it as saving him thought. It seems that Shurjin may only have these 3 children in this lifetime, and whether he can stand again is uncertain. Just then, Fu Shurjin pushed the door open and entered. And Zhang Shu cast him a sympathetic glance. Young master, may you seek your own fortune. Upon seeing him, the elderly lady quickly said, Shurjin, you must tell Ruan whether or not you are infertile. Fu Shurjin remained calm at the mention of infertility, sensing that the elderly lady had likely spun a web of stories about him. Grandmother, please do not frighten Ruan if you say I cannot stand. She will be even less inclined to marry me. The elderly lady was taken aback that her grandson would undermine her efforts, playfully swatting him on the back of the neck. You rascal. I am merely worried. Ruan is such a wonderful girl. If you fail to marry her, it would be a great loss for our Fu family. The young lady, holding Fu Shurjin's suit, observed the familial exchange with envy. Although Fu grandmother was reprimanding her grandson, there was no trace of blame in her demeanor. This made her reminisce about her grandfather. Ever since his passing, no one had cared for her in such a way. Such moments of familial affection felt like a distant memory. Fu Shurjin suddenly settled next to her, gazing in her eyes and saying, Yuan, let us marry that I will provide you and our child with a warm home. And rest assured, I will not exploit our marital bond to impose my will upon you. You will remain free to pursue your desires. Once again, Fu Shurjin understood the emotions reflected in Ruan Yuan's eyes. He was aware of the hardships she had endured and that she yearned for a true home. Chapter 8. Hello, my Mrs. Fu. The elderly lady added, Ruan, rest assured, I will always stand by your side. If Shurjin misbehaves, I shall have the bodyguards teach him a lesson. Ruan Yuan, having borne a heavy heart throughout the day, felt a weight lifted by the elderly lady's words, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. In truth, she was reluctant to terminate the pregnancy. If they could provide a nurturing environment for the children, she would willingly bring them into the world. Considering the Fu family's circumstances, her children would not suffer. Ruan Yuan made a resolute decision, looking up at Fu Shurjin, saying, I can agree to have the child, but on one condition. Fu Shurjin nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. I do not wish to drop out of school. Graduating from university and securing stable employment has always been my dream. Fu Shurjin regarded the young lady, noting her feigned calmness despite her evident fear of him. He softened his tone. Very well. I will ensure you receive your diploma. If you wish to work, I will consider your preferences and assist you in finding suitable employment. Ruan Yuan acquiesced. The elderly lady's face lit up with joy. With the wedding now settled, she, as the grandmother, would create opportunities for the young couple to deepen their bond. Ruan, it is quite late, and the school dormitories must be closing. Shurjin has a property nearby. Why not stay there tonight? Noticing Ruan Yuan's hesitation, Fu Shurjin immediately reassured her. Ruan, you need not worry. I will not do anything. How easily she blushes. It is best to take things slowly and not scare her away again. As they exited the clinic, Fu Shurjin led Ruan Yuan towards the parking lot. The elderly lady, seeing Fu Zian also preparing to follow, quickly called out to him, Zian, where do you think you are going? Great-grandmother, I am going to drive my little uncle. The elderly lady waved her hand. Your uncle is quite capable and can manage on his own. Come back with your great-grandmother. Aunt Chen has prepared ginseng chicken soup for you. Only then did Fu Dangbao reluctantly follow the elderly lady. Fu Shurjin resided in a luxurious apartment near a private hospital, rarely spending time there except for late nights due to work engagements. After a mere 5 minutes of driving, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the apartment. The two took the elevator to the 28th floor, and upon the doors opening, Fu Shijin guided Ruan Yuan into the apartment. This expansive flat, spanning over 200 square meters, was situated in the most bustling area of the capital city. The rooms were adorned predominantly in cool tones, with even the crystal chandelier overhead exuding a cold white light, mirroring Fu Shijin's own aloof demeanor. Ruan Yuan still felt somewhat dazed, as though she were in a dream. Just a moment ago, she had been troubled over the costs of an abortion. Now, she stood in one of the most expensive apartments in the capital. Unable to afford even a single brick of it, Fu Shijin emerged from the cloakroom, holding a brand new set of men's pajamas, and with a hint of apology, he said, "I have never worn this sleepwear, but it may be a bit large. Yuan, I apologize for making do with this." Ruan Yuan, feeling somewhat shy, accepted the pajamas. It's all right. She had often worn her elder brother's old clothes since childhood, and over time had grown indifferent to what she wore. Moreover, the fabric of the pajamas was soft and smooth, which she genuinely appreciated. Just then, a clear rumble echoed in the quiet space. Ruan Yuan's face flushed instantly. She had only eaten a small bread on her way back from the hospital at noon and hadn't consumed anything since Fu Shijin glanced down at her lowered head, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yuan, why don't you take a shower first? I'll prepare something for you to eat. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. She could easily discern that Fu Shijin came from an affluent background. A young master who had been pampered since childhood. Shouldn't he be someone who never lifted a finger? She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Fu, do you really cook?" "Of course," Fu Shijin replied, gently tapping her little head with his finger. "You will discover that I possess many more skills in due time. Now, tell me, do you have any food aversions?" Ruan Yuan shook her head. "None." "Then go wash up," he instructed, after watching Ruan Yuan enter the bathroom. He turned to the kitchen. This place was cleaned daily, and fresh ingredients were regularly supplied. Fu Shijin had studied abroad since his teenage years, and his grandmother had only sent a housekeeper with him to cultivate his self-sufficiency. Thus he was quite adept at managing on his own, that he contemplated that Ruan Yuan was too thin and needed to replenish her nutrition, but overly greasy food might induce nausea during pregnancy. Hence, he decided to prepare shrimp and egg noodles. The golden brown fried eggs, complemented by vibrant green vegetables and the freshness of seafood, were simply mouth-watering. When Ruan Yuan emerged from the bathroom, the enticing aroma wafted through the living room. The men's pajamas were a bit oversized on her, but rolling up the cuffs didn't hinder her movement. However, in the next moment, a tall figure approached, lifting her effortlessly from her waist. Ruan Yuan gasped. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Fu Shijin's neck, her voice barely above a whisper, "Mr. Fu, what are you doing?" Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, observing Ruan Yuan's flushed face, and softly replied, Yuan, we are married now. You must get used to my closeness." His eyes drifted to the oversized slippers on her feet, and he felt a twinge of guilt. It was all his fault for being so hasty, having brought her over without proper preparation. He set Ruan Yuan gently down in the dining room, where the warm yellow glow of the lights enveloped her. Ruan Yuan looked at Fu Shijin, her ears burning red, and quietly corrected him, "We haven't registered yet. That doesn't make us a couple." "Who says it doesn't?" Fu Shijin replied, sitting opposite her. "Tomorrow we will be, but my household registration is still at home." Although she had fled from Boss Wong, Qin Shumei had not given up, still seeking a man who could afford the bride price. "That's not an issue. My secretary is already handling it. The marriage certificate will be delivered tomorrow." "Who needs a household registration to get married?" Fu Shijin's eyes brimmed with warmth as he spoke softly. "So, tomorrow you will be my Mrs. Fu." Chapter 9. Yuan, from now on, I will be your support. Ruan Yuan met his gaze, as if lost in a dream. She had never anticipated marrying a stranger. It was Fu Shijin's utterance of Mrs. Fu and the fervent look in his eyes that quickened her heartbeat. Thankfully, Fu Shijin refrained from further remarks, instead passing her chopsticks. "All right, let's eat first. Otherwise, your stomach will be uncomfortable." "Okay." Having barely eaten all day, she found a fragrant food before her truly tempting. Ruan Yuan picked up a mouthful of noodles. and her eyes widened in surprise. The noodles were delicious and not at all greasy. She never expected Fu Shijin to possess such culinary skills. Before her, Fu Shijin had a bowl of noodles as well. But he merely sipped water, not touching his meal at all. Rather than eating, it seemed he was observing her. The petite girl could fit quite a bit in her small mouth, her cheeks puffing up adorably, transforming her delicate face into a charming oval. Wang Yuan had consumed half of her noodles when she discreetly glanced up, only to find Fu Shijin's bowl untouched. Hesitating, she asked, "Mr. Fu, your noodles are delicious. Why aren't you eating?" Fu Shijin suppressed his somewhat unrestrained gaze, adopting a more reserved demeanor. Yuan, tomorrow we will be legal spouses. If you continue to call me Mr. Fu, others might think we are merely in a contractual relationship. His remark made Wang Yuan realize that it felt somewhat inappropriate. What should she call him then? Shijin was difficult for her to utter, given their unfamiliarity. Fu Shijin, not wishing to put the shy girl in a bind, offered a considerate suggestion. You can call me Shijin in public, and privately, you may call me Fu Shijin. Calling Fu Shijin is much easier than just Shijin. Wang Yuan readily agreed. After finishing their meal, Fu Shijin led Wang Yuan to the bedroom. The deep gray bedspread resembled the vast night sky, silent and restrained, exuding a stark masculine aura. Since her grandfather's passing, Wang Yuan had become nearly invisible. No one in her family cared for her feelings. Once, when she had a high fever and felt she was nearing death, she pleaded with Qin Xiumei to take her to the hospital, only to be met with scorn, accused of making a fuss, and seeking excuses to avoid work. This gradually shaped her timid nature, making her fearful of burdening others that I can sleep on the sofa. She offered. Fu Shijin stood at the door, observing her demeanor of not wanting to cause trouble. His eyes filled with tenderness. His long fingers curled slightly, but he ultimately smiled and gently patted Wang Yuan's head. Yuan, this is your home. You will sleep here tonight. I will take the guest room. With his affectionate gesture, Wang Yuan felt her ears heat up at his unintentional touch. Moreover, you need not conceal your emotions from anyone, nor should you feel constrained by the title of Mrs. Food. Don't allow others' opinions to make you feel wronged. You can pursue whatever you desire, for I am your support. Wang Yuan stared at Fu Shijin, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit moist. It must be the wind blowing in from outside. She had always faced everything alone, never having anyone say such words to her before. It was warm and reassuring. The height difference between them visually enveloped Wang Yuan in Fu Shijin's protective embrace. Come now, it's not good for a pregnant woman to stay up late. Hurry and sleep. Fu Shijin's so-called guest room was actually a study, where a resting sofa by the window could barely accommodate him. Although the apartment was spacious, it had only one bedroom, with the remaining rooms converted for other functions. Despite his long limbs feeling cramped on the sofa, he didn't mind at all. After all, he had chosen this willingly. Fu Shijin curled up slightly, resting one hand behind his head, turning to gaze at the vibrant city lights above. Little star, are you doing well? I have encountered someone I admire. Please take care of yourself on that side as well done on the other side. Wang Yuan listened to Fu Shijin's words, yearning to fall asleep for the sake of the baby. However, lying in bed, she tossed and turned for what felt like an eternity, yet sleep eluded her. Embracing the soft blanket, her thoughts wandered that Fu Shijin would surely become a wonderful father, wouldn't he? What if one day he regretted his decision made today? If the two were to part ways, would she be able to leave him the child with peace of mind? The phone beside her pillow abruptly rang in the stillness of the room. Wang Yuan picked up the phone to see it was a call from Qin Xiumei. Without a moment's hesitation, she hung up. After the incident with Boss Wang, she hadn't returned home, and she had ignored Qin Xiumei's calls. Qin Xiumei was not one to easily let things go. Thus she came to the school gate to confront her. Fu Lily, upon seeing this, informed her that Wang Yuan had not even gone to her part-time job. Hiding from her at school for 2 days, disappointed, Qin Xiumei returned home. Meanwhile, Qin Xiumei hung up the phone, exasperated, cursing, "How dare she hang up on me again? Truly an ungrateful ingrate, willing to deliver herself to a wild man rather than help her brother earn some bride price. Such a disgrace." Ruan Jiangwo frowned. "Don't speak so harshly. It sounds terrible. Yuan has contributed significantly to the family." Qin Xiumei retorted, Isn't she the one who despised that boss Wong for being old? Now she's being set up with the son of a mahjong parlor owner, over 30 years old and only 1 meter 70 tall, albeit a bit dull. Perfectly complimentary to that spoiled girl. He must be interested in her to improve his genes. If she continues to be picky, I swear I'll make her regret it. This time, speak kindly to Yuan, that don't keep calling her dull. She is simply honest and straightforward, which is a virtue. Yuan has always been obedient since childhood, and marrying someone like him is the best choice to avoid being bullied. Besides, he is an only child. So there won't be any in-laws fighting over family assets. Once she meets him, I'm sure she'll agree. As dawn sunlight streamed through the curtain seams, it illuminated the room. The alarm clock by the pillow rang, and a pair of fair arms emerged from the blanket, fumbling to find the phone and silencing the alarm. Yuan, bleary-eyed, sat up in bed, only to hear a soft knock at the door. Yuan, are you awake? Fu Shijin sat in the living room, perusing the financial morning report. After waiting a moment for the alarm to sound, he came to call her. I'm up, she replied. Chapter 10. The money a husband earns is meant for his wife to spend. Fu Shijin stood at the door, saying, there are new toiletries in the bathroom cabinet. Once you're done, please come out for breakfast. Okay. Yuan walked to the bathroom, following Fu Shijin's hint to find the toiletries, which were all high-end brands she didn't recognize. She couldn't help but lament the class disparity between them. After washing up, Yuan casually tied her hair into a bun and approached the bedroom door. As she opened it, she was met with the tall figure of a man. Before she could react, she was suddenly swept off her feet by Fu Shijin, who had picked her up effortlessly. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, You. Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her flushed face, reminding her, if you don't want to fall, hold on to my neck. Yuan quickly complied, wrapping her arms around him. Why does he pick her up so suddenly? What kind of hobby is this? The man walked over to the sofa and set Yuan down, then knelt beside her, grasping her delicate ankle with his long fingers. Yuan sat on the sofa, astonished by Fu Shijin's actions, unsure of what he intended to do or what to say, simply allowing him to proceed. She watched as he removed her ill-fitting slippers and replaced them with a pair of pink bunny-shaped slippers he had picked up from the side. They fit perfectly, snug against her feet. After finishing, Fu Shijin stood up, hands tucked into his trousers pockets, softly saying, Don't feel embarrassed. It was my oversight yesterday for not preparing a suitable pair of slippers for you. Yuan nestled in the cozy slippers. Couldn't help but curl her toes in delight. Thank you. She had only known Fu Shijin for a day. He was gentle and considerate. Yet, Yuan was self-aware enough to realize that his actions stemmed not from affection for her, but rather from concern for the child she carried. Having been scolded by Qin Xiaomei since childhood for being unambitious, honest, and timid, she felt utterly ordinary. She and Fu Shijin belonged to entirely different worlds. Surely his kindness was motivated by the baby in her womb. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Fu Shijin glanced toward the entrance, then walked to the dining table, retrieving a cup of perfectly warmed strawberry milk. After handing it to Yuan, he finally went to answer the door. Standing outside was the head of the high-end store, who greeted Fu Shijin respectfully before being ushered inside. Yuan watched as the staff filed in, pushing a mobile clothing rack into the living room, momentarily forgetting about the milk in her hand. Was Fu Shijin planning to buy clothes this early in the morning? Yuan, Fu Shijin beckoned her over. Come and choose some clothes you like. Knowing Yuan's low-key personality, he had instructed the staff to bring more casual styles. Though they were expensive, they appeared quite ordinary to the untrained eye. Yuan bit her lip, replying, I have clothes. There is no need to spend. She was accustomed to frugality and did not want to exploit her situation of carrying Fu Shijin's child to frivolously spend his money. Fu Shijin approached her, his dry, large hand enveloping her small one, guiding her to the clothing rack. Yuan, everything happened too quickly yesterday, and I didn't prepare anything. You have to give me a chance to make it up to you. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a smile, Don't worry. Your husband is quite adept at making money. You needn't hold back on spending. Just listen to me. With his sudden closeness and affectionate tone, Yuan felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. The little rabbit in her heart began to hop joyfully. Thump, thump, thump. Its enthusiasm was palpable. The store manager couldn't help but cast an envious glance. After all, her boyfriend was a typical ironclad man, oblivious to tenderness and consideration. It was truly infuriating how some people were so fortunate. She took down a piece of clothing, recommending to Ruan Yuan, Madame Fu. This outfit complements your complexion beautifully, as if it was tailor-made for you. Fu Shijin agreed with the store manager's keen eye. Both the style and color harmonized perfectly with Ruan Yuan. He took the garment and handed it to her, stating, "If you hesitate any longer, you'll be late for class." The diligent student, Ruan Yuan, suddenly remembered she had a morning lecture, and under Fu Shijin's unwavering gaze, she chose a few pieces of clothing herself. Breakfast was still prepared by Fu Shijin himself. Shrimp dumplings, boiled eggs, and millet porridge, delicious without a doubt. However, she wondered what time the busy CO had risen to prepare all this. The morning rush hour brought heavy traffic. Yet Fu Shijin deliberately chose a route with less congestion, making for a smooth drive. Ruan Yuan sat in the passenger seat and turned to him, saying, "Fu Shijin, thank you for making breakfast for me." "You've worked hard." Fu Shijin felt it was no trouble at all, casually replying, "It's nothing. I used to cook for myself when I was studying abroad." Ruan Yuan thought to herself, is he really so down to earth? Yet, she didn't dare voice her thoughts. Fu Shijin's driving skills were remarkable, and soon they arrived at the southwest gate of Jingda University. Once the car was parked, he turned to Ruan Yuan, saying, "Yuan Yuan, at noon I will have my assistant bring you lunch, and after your afternoon class, I will come to pick you up. We'll go home together." Home. Ruan Yuan savored the word quietly in her heart. Having grown up without love, she found it to be warm and reassuring. But could she truly possess it? She glanced at Fu Shijin, saying nothing. "All right, for the sake of the baby, I will eat nutritious food." Fu Shijin disagreed somewhat. "Yuan Yuan, you're not only a mother, but also an independent individual. So please do not neglect your own feelings. I want you to supplement your nutrition, because I'm worried that being too thin is unhealthy for you." In the confined space, insulated from the outside noise, the air conditioning seemed to malfunction, and Ruan Yuan dared not look up at him, feeling a bit overheated. She bit her lip and nodded, "I understand." Although Fu Shijin was merely expressing concern, she couldn't fathom why her face felt inexplicably warm. Luckily, she found a good excuse for being late and quickly opened the door to hop out of the car. Resembling a rabbit that had fled in haste, Ruan Yuan returned to her dormitory to grab her belongings before heading to the lecture building. Halfway there, she received a call from Fu Lily. Although they shared the same dormitory, they were in different departments. Ruan Yuan was in architecture, while Fu Lily was in finance. "Yuan Yuan, are you back at school? Tell me honestly, did your parents ask your cousin to trick you into going out and set you up with an older man?" Fu Lily sounded like a protective mother hen, worried that Ruan Yuan's gentle nature might lead her to be taken advantage of. Ruan Yuan thought that since she had decided to get married and Fu Lily was her best friend, she shouldn't hide it from her. "Lily, I'm getting married." Fu Liao believed she had truly guessed correctly, her voice rising with excitement. "Yuan Yuan, you really let me guess right. Your parents sold you to an old man for the sake of your brother? How could you be so foolish as to agree? Here's the deal. I have money. You can use it for your brother's wedding, so your family won't pester you every day." Liao said earnestly, "Let me speak frankly with you." Chapter 11. You actually married Fu Shijin. The two, unable to clarify matters over the phone, arranged to meet at the basketball court at this hour. Most students were either attending classes or sleeping in their dorms, leaving the expansive court eerily deserted. Perfect for their whispered conversation. As soon as they sat down, Fu Liao took Ruan Yuan's hand and exclaimed, "Yuan Yuan, you just said that your family didn't arrange your marriage to... Oh, who is this man that emerged from nowhere? You don't even have a boyfriend, and now, suddenly you're getting married?" Ruan Yuan looked at Fu Liao, unsure how to respond. She suspected that upon hearing the name, Fu Liao must think she was hallucinating due to a fever. In truth, Ruan Yuan herself could hardly believe it was real. "Liao, have you heard of Fu Shijin?" A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Liao's eyes, uncertain as to why Ruan Yuan had suddenly brought him up. "Yuan Yuan, please don't keep me in suspense. Is your fiancé really Fu Shijin? That man is fit only to remain a lifelong bachelor." Ruan Yuan, being such a soft-hearted girl, how could she possibly fall into his clutches? Ruan Yuan met her gaze and nodded. Yes. The smile on Fu Liao's lips froze abruptly. Is it really that Fu Shijin from the Fu group? Ruan Yuan's sense of reaction was somewhat peculiar. Liao, why do you seem a bit off today? Could it be that you have a secret crush on Fu Shijin? Fu Liao's eyes widened in shock, releasing a sound akin to a groundhog squeak. Yuan, are you out of your mind? How could you marry that old man? I made a bet with him. If Fu Shijin remains unmarried for life, all his family fortune will belong to me. Ruan Yuan was equally taken aback. What? Fu Liao pouted. Yuan, how did you suddenly become my sister-in-law? What on earth is happening in this world? Why am I the last to find out? Ruan Yuan's astonishment matched Fu Liao's, unable to suppress her curiosity. Fu Liao urged, quickly tell me how you two met. Thus, Ruan Yuan recounted the entire story to Fu Liao. The expression on Fu Liao's face transformed from righteous indignation to concern, ultimately blossoming into a flurry of pink bubbles as she reveled in the juicy gossip. Her first question was, my brother, being so reserved, is he fierce or gentle when it comes to sports? Fu Liao had always believed her brother was incapable. Little did she know, he was quite the opposite. Having produced 3 lives in one go, Ruan Yuan felt warmth rise in her head. Yuan, don't be shy. Tell me everything. Liao, please don't say anything reckless that, if you do, I won't talk to you anymore. Just then, a cleaning lady entered, holding her cleaning tools. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan's flushed face, she kindly remarked, Dear student, are you feeling unwell? I have some herbal medicine here. Would you like a bit? Thank you, Auntie, Ruan Yuan replied. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I'm not unwell. I'm just a bit hot. The aunt nodded and returned to her duties. With others present, Fu Liao reluctantly let the matter drop. Yuan, I didn't mean to hide my identity from you. It's just that throughout my life, I've never had a true friend. Everyone I befriended only did so because their parents sought to connect with the Fu family through me. The Fu family's daughter, they all flattered and fawned over me. But I genuinely desire a true friend. Standing in Fu Liao's shoes, Ruan Yuan understood her feelings, especially since Ruan Yuan was inherently empathetic. Liao, I understand and won't hold it against you. Even after leaving the basketball court, Fu Liao still felt as if she were in a novel, filled with extraordinary twists. Yuan, I can't believe I'm going to be an aunt soon. Ruan Yuan gazed down at her flat stomach, sharing Fu Liao's sentiments, equally astonished that she was soon to become a mother. Liao, please don't tell anyone about my pregnancy just yet. I won't, Fu Liao assured her. You won't be staying in the dorm tonight, will you? My brother must have informed the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't let you come to class. That I'm sorry, Liao. I can't join you for dinner. That is all right, sister-in-law. I'll be heading home too. The sudden shift in roles left Ruan Yuan feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon returning to the classroom, Ruan Yuan just managed to avoid being late. As Professor Jiang entered behind her, dressed in a crisp white shirt with sleeves rolled up neatly, he exuded an air of refined elegance. Standing at the podium, he observed Ruan Yuan as she quietly entered, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, signaling her to take her seat without uttering a word. Ruan Yuan exhaled softly as she made her way back to her seat, narrowly avoiding tardiness. Professor Jiang, after completing his PhD at Jing University, chose to remain as a lecturer. Due to his exceptional expertise, he was promoted to associate professor within just 2 years. The year Ruan Yuan enrolled was coincidentally Jiang Wei's final year as a doctoral student. Having arrived at Jing University for the first time, she, being somewhat directionally challenged and socially anxious, struggled to find her dormitory while dragging her suitcase. Fortunately, she encountered the kind-hearted Jiang Wei along the way, preventing her from wandering until dark. Later, after learning about her family situation, Jiang Wei even assisted her in finding a suitable part-time job that matched her schedule. Thus, Ruan Yuan was very grateful for the help provided by this teacher. Morning classes concluded swiftly, and at noon, Fu Shijin's assistant delivered lunch to Ruan Yuan. The exquisite lunchbox was filled to the brim with a variety of dishes, 4 courses, and a soup, offering a well-rounded, nutritious meal. Naturally, Ruan Yuan shared the meal with Fu Liao. They sat in the dormitory, as Qin Ro and Yin Lu typically didn't return for lunch, perfectly aligning with Fu Liao as preference. After savoring a sip of delicious chicken soup, she sighed. Fu Shijin is truly heartless. If it weren't for your connection, Yuan, I doubt I'd ever get a taste of his soup. Yuan thought she was being a bit exaggerated. While Fu Shijin appeared cold and aloof, he was genuinely considerate, attentive, and possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. Liao, your brother is an excellent cook. How could he deny you a taste of his soup? Yuan remarked. Nibbling on a piece of asparagus, Fu Liao seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Yuan, he didn't actually cook for you, did he? Yes, Yuan replied, her dark eyes blinking with surprise. Fu Shijin made dinner for me and breakfast today. It was comparable to that of a restaurant, Fu Liao exclaimed in awe. The stoic ice mountain of a man has thawed. Fu Shijin had studied abroad, and, for personal reasons, had also served in the special forces. Fu Liao had always known her brother was highly self-sufficient, yet she had never seen him in the kitchen or cooking for anyone. Thus, this was as rare as a comet colliding with Earth. Chapter 12. Just right, 250 each after lunch. Fu Liao had matters to attend to and stepped out. Yuan had no classes in the afternoon, so she planned to visit her part-time job to inform her boss that she could no longer continue working there. After all, she was pregnant, and for safety's sake, she couldn't lift heavy objects. Yuan arrived at the convenience store on campus, and, feeling somewhat apologetic, told her boss about her resignation. The boss, being very kind, often gifted Yuan some nearing expiration pastries for dinner. Upon hearing her sudden decision, he said nothing but helped her settle her wages. Things went smoothly, and after saying goodbye to her boss, Yuan prepared to return to the dormitory and wait for Fu Shijin to pick her up after work. However, as she exited, she unexpectedly ran into Qin Ro and Yin Lu. Qin Ro, who participated in the dance club, had found it too hot to continue rehearsing and had come by water, only to discover Yuan was there as well. They happened to need some props moved from the storage room to the rehearsal studio, so they decided to enlist Yuan's help. Qin Ro, with an air of entitlement, stated, Yuan, the instructor asked you to go to the storage room and move the props to the dance studio. Yuan, having worked hard in the countryside, was no stranger to labor, possessing plenty of strength. She usually cleaned the dormitory herself, as she was bored of work. If she didn't do it, who would? Yuan frowned, recognizing Qin Ro was using the instructor as leverage. Moreover, even if the instructor had said so, she couldn't possibly move things while pregnant. I'm busy. You can do it yourself. Qin Ro was taken aback by Yuan's blunt refusal and immediately raised her voice. Yuan, do you dare disregard the instructor's words? The incident where Fu Liao had smashed a cake in her face was now being counted against Yuan as well. Yuan calmly met her gaze. Does the instructor even manage these matters? I believe it was you who said so. Qin Ro quickly pulled out her phone, threatening, just you wait. She swiftly dialed the instructor's number and began to complain. That little brat dares to oppose me, you'll see. Yin Lu chimed in from the side. Yuan, it's just a small favor. Why make such a big deal out of it? Yuan, unwilling to engage with them, turned to leave, but was swiftly obstructed by Qin Ro, who blocked her path with a determined stride. Standing before her, Qin Ro wore a smug expression, her gaze seemingly perched atop her head. The counselor has summoned you to answer a phone call, she declared, her tone dripping with provocation. Concerned for the child and not wishing to escalate the situation, Yuan reluctantly retrieved her phone. The counselor, a man in his 30s, immediately began to vociferously chastise Yuan. You have long been a recipient of government scholarships. How can you exhibit such a lack of awareness? Students should assist one another. Yet you create a fuss over moving a few items. Maintaining her composure, Yuan replied, Counselor, I am currently unwell and unable to assist with moving. Yuan, do not make excuses for your laziness. The counselor retorted. Just then, he appeared, breathless, at the door. Your discomfort is not for you to determine. I require a medical certificate to substantiate your claim. Present it to me that I do not have one. You cannot provide a medical certificate, so you must assist with moving now. Qin Ro, ever eager to incite further conflict, chimed in, Counselor, Yuan always resorts to clever tricks to evade work. Her words were utterly ludicrous. Though she appeared polished on the outside, her personal hygiene was abysmal, with takeout containers and waste strewn everywhere. Without Yuan's presence, their dormitory would surely devolve into a refuse heap. The counselor treated Qin Ro with a kindness that was starkly absent in his demeanor towards Ruan Yuan. Qin, you are an exemplary student. I trust your words, that he then pointed at Ruan Yuan, declaring, Ruan Yuan, I insist you accompany me to the school infirmary. It would be best if you can prove your illness. Otherwise, I shall petition the school to revoke your scholarships. Jing University will not tolerate students who lie through their teeth. He presumed Ruan Yuan to be an easy target, expecting her to relent under intimidation, thus allowing him to bolster his image before Qin Rou. His surprise. Ruan Yuan boldly responded, Counselor, you lack the authority to revoke my scholarships. Your threats will not compel me to assist with moving. Humiliated, the counselor's anger flared, exacerbated by Qin Rou's continued instigation. Counselor, Ruan Yuan has no regard for the educators who impart knowledge. Enraged, the counselor vowed, I will ensure she receives a disciplinary action today, observing their collusion. Ruan Yuan decisively took out her phone and sent a message that, in the past, faced with such a situation, she would have felt cornered, a chill spreading through her, despite knowing she was in the right. The targeted intimidation might have compelled her to concede. However, Ruan Yuan was not one to be rigid or inflexible. Given her current backing, why should she allow herself to be bullied? The counselor, shedding his facade of civility, stormed over, reaching out to seize Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan, you will accompany me to the Academic Affairs Office. Prepare to face a public reprimand tomorrow. Yet before his hand could grasp her, it was caught in a vice-like grip and forcefully twisted back. The sudden shift in dynamics left everyone, except Ruan Yuan, in shock. Sweat beaded on the counselor's forehead as he gazed at the imposing figure before him, his voice trembling. Who are you? Release me at once. Chun regarded him coldly. I see you are tired of living. With an expressionless hand, he applied pressure, and a distinct crack echoed through the air as the counselor's arm fell limply to his side. Yin Lu, witnessing the counselor's anguished cry, was stricken with fear, relieved she had not joined in the bullying of Ruan Yuan. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly slipped out through the convenience store's back door. Chun and another bodyguard thrust the counselor and Qin Ro towards Ruan Yuan. Clutching his injured arm, the counselor, pale and in pain, grimaced, Ruan Yuan, you wretched girl, you dare to bring an outsider to harm me. I will see you expelled from the school and sent to the police station, ensuring you carry a criminal record that will haunt you for a lifetime. That Chun delivered a merciless slap. Silence. Seeing the counselor struck, Qin Ro shrieked, Ruan Yuan, you had a wild man assault him. You must compensate for his medical expenses. While she usually feigned innocence, she was nothing but a cunning vixen, having summoned a thug to aid her. The counselor added, Indeed, do not think this will end here. You must reimburse my medical costs. Ruan Yuan approached them, her icy gaze sweeping over Qin Ro and the counselor before settling on Qin Ro. Very well. She produced 500 yuan from her pocket and slapped it on a Qin Ro. Here's 500. You two can divide it, equating to 250 each. Chapter 13. Mr. Fu personally buys milk tea for his beloved after work. Qin Ro's face flushed with rage. Ruan Yuan, you insult me. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. This wretched girl dared to demean her. How could this be? Held by the bodyguards, she was unable to retaliate against Ruan Yuan. Furious, Ruan Yuan's cold gaze fixed on her. How does it feel to be insulted? You have always bullied others. Today, let us see how you fare. Qin Ro, under Ruan Yuan's steady gaze, felt a twinge of guilt but retorted defiantly. Ruan Yuan, I will not let you off easily. Mark my words. Chun approached with a swift slap. Commanding, apologize, his strength was undeniable, delivering a blow devoid of gentleness. Qin Ro's face immediately bore the imprint of 5 fingers, her left side swelling grotesquely, the pain radiating throughout. You dare strike me. I will call the police. Another slap followed, causing her other cheek to swell. Chun, growing impatient with her obstinacy, gripped the nape of her neck, lifting her off the ground until only her toes grazed the floor. Speak again, and I shall cut out your tongue. Clutching her throbbing face, Qin Ro, overwhelmed with fear at Chen's menacing presence, collapsed to her knees. That I'm sorry. Ruan Yuan, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Ruan Yuan instructed Chun to release them as Qin Ro and the counselor turned to flee. Ah-chun called after them. He glanced at the money on the ground, retrieved it, exchanged 100 for 250s, and tossed each of them 250 to the token of Miss Ruan's goodwill. Do not hesitate to accept it. They dared not protest, obediently accepting the money before departing. Ruan Yuan exhaled deeply as she watched them retreat. This was her first experience wielding such power, merely leveraging Fu Shijin's influence. Yet if she continued to endure, she would only embolden Qin Ro and her ilk, given that Fu Shijin had provided her with this confidence. Why should she allow them to bully her? She resolved not to endure any longer. Fu Corporation's towering office building loomed over the bustling streets of the capital, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Its austere lines pierced the clouds, and the glass facade reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sun, bearing witness to the city's vibrancy and splendor. The executive office on the top floor. Fu Shijin stood by the window. Having concluded his conversation with Ah-chun and setting down his phone, he was aware of Ruan Yuan's desire to pursue her education, which is why he had refrained from insisting she remain at home under the pretext of her pregnancy. Having occupied a position of power for an extended period, he had grown accustomed to an air of authority and arrogance. However, with newfound affection for someone, he endeavored to change, striving to view matters from her perspective. After being saved by Fu Shijin during confrontation, Ah-chun had pledged unwavering loyalty, accompanying him to protect Ruan Yuan, which brought Fu Shijin great ease. He had worried that Ruan Yuan's gentle nature might lead to her being bullied. Yet he had not anticipated that the seemingly timid girl possessed an inner resilience. This realization offered him considerable comfort. "Mr. Fu," his secretary announced. Knocking at the door, Fu Shijin replied, "Come in," and proceeded to take a seat at his desk. Gao Qin, clad in a well-fitted black suit and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, presented himself as a model of a corporate elite. Since joining Fu Corporation, he had remained close to Fu Shijin, primarily due to his steady temperament and reliable work ethic. "Mr. Fu, we may be encountering difficulties with the biopharmaceutical project we are collaborating on with overseas partners," Gao Qin stated, approaching the desk and handing a document to Fu Shijin. This project had been in preparation for an extended period, initially considered a sure success, but unexpectedly faced obstruction. Leaning back in his office chair, Fu Shijin casually perused the document, his expression unchanged. Gao Qin hesitated before continuing. "Mr. Fu, just as we were about to sign the contract with the partner company, Song Jingxian offered them a deal at 30% below market value, causing DK Pharmaceuticals to hesitate. At such a critical juncture. Intruding so abruptly is undeniably lacking in propriety, regardless of the setting. Nonetheless, it has become rather commonplace for Song Jingxian to create trouble for Fu Shijin. Given his temperament, it would indeed be unusual if he were to cease his antics on any given day." Fu Shijin, however, remains unfazed, his gaze fixed on the documents before him, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop as he casually remarks that the figure Song Jingxian dares to propose would likely leave him in ruin. Yet he himself harbors no fear. After all, the Song family is a venerable entity within the biopharmaceutical industry, consistently at the forefront, while Fu's company merely represents a nascent project, thus bearing no significant loss. Rising from his seat, Fu Shijin ambles toward the coat rack, declaring, "Let him have it." With an air of nonchalance, he retrieves his suit jacket and strides toward the exit. By the way, place a call to Jingda and urge them to expel any educators lacking in moral integrity from their faculty, while also investigating their personal conduct in the shared office space outside. The junior assistants are busy packing up as the workday comes to a close. "Inin, can pregnant women drink milk tea?" Two young assistants in their 20s engage in light-hearted conversation while stowing their belongings. Of course, they're now additive-free milk teas specifically tailored for expectant mothers. My sister drinks it regularly, and now that she has given birth to her second child, the baby is thriving. Just as In finishes speaking, Fu Shijin emerges from his office, his suit jacket draped over his arm, abruptly halting in his tracks. In, fearing she has been caught for shutting down her computer a minute early, hesitantly stammers, "Mr. Fu, I wasn't." To her surprise, Fu Shijin gazes at her and inquires, "Is what you just said true?" Momentarily taken aback, In replies, "Huh." Fu Shijin, known for his preference for efficiency, rephrases his question. Where is that milk tea shop you mentioned? Understanding his question now, Ineen promptly provides an address. With a chime, the elevator doors slide open, and Fu Shijin steps inside. The two young women exchange glances as the figure of the president disappears. What could Mr. Fu possibly want with milk tea? Ineen wonders aloud. Perhaps he heard you mention it and has a craving, Jia speculates. They both envision the image of the typically aloof man holding a cup of milk tea, shuddering involuntarily at the thought. Soon after, the Company S private chat group buzzes with messages. What? Mr. Fu actually goes out for milk tea. That's terrifying. With Mr. Fu around in the summer, we could forego air conditioning. Would he freeze the milk tea instead? If that's the case, it wouldn't be drinking milk tea anymore, but rather devouring it frozen. Fu Shijin instructs his driver to take a detour to the milk tea shop mentioned by the assistant. After acquiring a freshly made cup, he heads to Jingda to pick up Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan, adorned with a white canvas bag, emerges from the school gates and strides toward the waiting black sedan. Clad in a knee-length black dress that highlights her fair, slender legs, she wears a loose white blouse tucked into her skirt, accentuating her delicate waist, which could easily be encompassed by a single hand. Yet the soft sensation of her form lingers in memory. Chapter 14. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall be the first to intervene. Fu Shijin occupies the back seat, raising his hand to lower the car window. Ruan Yuan immediately spots the elegant man within and flashes him a smile. The driver opens the door for her, and after expressing her gratitude, she settles into the car. The June weather is sweltering, and even a brief walk induces a sheen of sweat. Beads of perspiration glisten on Ruan Yuan's fair forehead, while fine strands of hair cling to her cheeks, lending her visage an even more delicate appearance. Shall we lower the air conditioning temperature? Yes, please, she replies. Fu Shijin instructs the driver and then retrieves a pristine white handkerchief from the pocket near his heart, turning slightly toward Ruan Yuan to gently dab the perspiration from her brow. Ruan Yuan instinctively flinches, but Fu Shijin gently admonishes, "Be still, don't move." If enchanted, she complies, allowing him to wipe away her sweat. Stealing a glance at the driver, she notes that he remains focused on the road ahead, and she breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the driver is anything but calm. In his effort to respect his employer, he dares not glance even at the rearview mirror, his neck nearly stiffening from strain. Ruan Yuan watches as Fu Shijin elegantly folds the damp handkerchief before returning it to the opulent pocket of his suit jacket. Hesitating, she offers, "I'll wash it and return it to you." Fu Shijin smiles and reassures her. It's not dirty, he genuinely believes this. Not seeking to enhance his favorability in her eyes, observing his tender demeanor, Ruan Yuan finds herself momentarily at a loss for words, pursing her lips as she feigns interest in the scenery outside. The sycamore trees lining the roadside are lush, their golden leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The summer daylight lingers long, with pedestrians filling the streets as they return home from work. Yet the sun has yet to dip into the stillness of dusk. A hand, long and graceful, appears before her, and Ruan Yuan looks down to see Fu Shijin offering her a cup of milk tea. Yuan, I picked this up on my way home from work." He aims to alleviate any pressure on her by fabricating a casual excuse. Ruan Yuan meets his gaze, her voice soft and uncertain. "But I'm still pregnant." She recalls reading online that milk tea contains additives that could be detrimental during pregnancy. Fu Shijin swiftly dispels her concerns. This is additive-free milk tea, and it contains brown sugar, which girls typically enjoyed. He had noticed Gao Qin ordering this very type of milk tea for his girlfriend online and deduced that Yuan would likely appreciate it as well. "Thank you," Ruan Yuan replies. Accepting the cup, Fu Shijin has thoughtfully inserted the straw for her. As her rosy lips envelop the straw, she takes a sip, experiencing a warmth in her heart that mirrors that of the milk tea in her hands. Generally, Ruan Yuan abstains from indulgences like milk tea and snacks to save money, and she finds it hard to articulate whether she truly enjoys them. Yet, knowing this was specifically purchased for her by Fu Shijin imbues it with a unique significance. An hour later, the Cullinan glides into a secluded courtyard. The expansive estate, predominantly featuring traditional Chinese architecture, is brightly illuminated as the black car passes through the gates. After a brief drive, it halts before the main building where the matriarch resides. The opulence of Ziyuan once again showcases the Fu family's influence. As Ruan Yuan steps from the vehicle, she spots the matriarch accompanied by servants, clearly having come out to welcome her granddaughter-in-law as soon as they arrived at the gate. Fu Lilu, supporting her grandmother, waves to Ruan Yuan with a smile. Yuan Yuan, why are you so late? You've only just arrived. However, she is met with a sharp glance from Fu Shijin. Such lack of decorum. Refer to her as sister-in-law. Fu Lilu, fearless in public, exhibits a more subdued demeanor in Fu Shijin's presence, retracting her neck and muttering sister dash and dash law in the living room. The matriarch pulls Ruan Yuan's hand and exclaims, Yuan Yuan, I never imagined you and Xiao Lilu would be roommates. Had I known, I would have insisted she bring you over sooner, avoiding this roundabout journey. Fu Lilu, ever the smooth talker, adds, it's not too late now. Grandma, medical books state that 26 is a man's golden age, with peak stamina and capability, as evidenced by triplets. Ruan Yuan quips, your other aspects are rather hard to interpret otherwise. Fu Shijin had already learned of Ruan Yuan's connection to Fu Lilu during their car ride. He casts a glance at Ruan Yuan before addressing Fu Lilu. Yuan Yuan is rather shy. If you continue to speak so freely before her, I have a project in Africa that could greatly benefit from your oversight. Fu Lilu firmly declines. I refuse to go to Africa. The matriarch chuckles, comforting her. Xiao Lilu, as long as you act like a lady, your brother won't send you off. Thus, Fu Lilu concedes to Fu Shijin's authority. Sealing her lips, Ruan Yuan observes the playful banter among the family, a genuine smile gracing her tranquil face. The matriarch affectionately pats her head, saying, Yuan Yuan, from now on, we are family. You and Xiao Lilu are both my beloved granddaughters. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall be the first to take action. Having lacked familial affection since her grandfather's passing, Ruan Yuan seldom experiences such interactions with elders, as her parents never spoke to her in this manner. An unexpected pang of bittersweet emotion wells within her. It dawns on her what it feels like to be valued by an elder. The matriarch, perceptive and astute, recognizes the melancholy in Ruan Yuan's expression and deftly shifts the conversation toward her grandson. Yuan Yuan, let me tell you, regardless of how successful a man may be in his career, he should never wield his authority at home or adopt a domineering attitude toward his wife. A couple must exist in equality, mutually respecting and supporting one another throughout life. Thus, dear child, should Shijin ever exhibit any semblance of arrogance, please inform me, and I shall set him straight with familial discipline. Ruan Yuan candidly responds, Grandma, Shijin treats me very well. He is genuinely kind and always considers my perspective. I never feel embarrassed around him. The matriarch glances at her grandson, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. Then I can rest easy. The dinner prepared by the matriarch was exceedingly lavish, a table brimming with dishes, most of which adhered to the dietary guidelines suitable for expectant mothers, without compromising on healthiness. The meal managed to strike a balance in nutrition. After Aunt Chun served a bowl of chicken soup to Ruan Yuan, she was about to serve Fu Shijin when the matriarch interjected. Aunt Chun, let's spare him. It's better that he doesn't get too worked up this evening, with nowhere to vent his frustrations. Reminded by the matriarch, Aunt Chun felt it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. She glanced at the young master and quietly took the chicken soup away, lest he cheat and sneak a sip. Ruan Yuan, holding a white porcelain spoon, pretended to be busy, diligently sipping her soup with her head bowed. Suddenly, her hand resting on her lap was enveloped by a pair of warm, dry hands. Chapter 15. A black card for my wife. She lifted her bright eyes to meet those twinkling with mirth. Yuan Yuan, you are too thin. You ought to eat more. The little hand held in the larger one retracted slightly, and she replied softly, Don't feel embarrassed. This is your home. Eat whatever you like. Understood? The warmth from Fu Shijin's hand seemed to penetrate Ruan Yuan's skin, reaching the very depths of her heart. The tension that gripped her gradually eased under his silent reassurance. I understand. Fu Shijin nodded. And throughout the meal, he discreetly observed which dishes Ruan Yuan habitually chose, mentally noting them one by one. Although Ruan Yuan promised to eat heartily, her appetite was modest, and she soon set down her chopsticks after a few bites. Fu Shijin made no demands, concerned that overeating might lead to discomfort. After the meal, a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire arrived for a visit. Dr. Li, the family's trusted Chinese medicine practitioner, was highly regarded by the matriarch for his medical expertise. Ruan Yuan had endured considerable hardships since childhood, leaving her rather frail, which tugged at the matriarch's heartstrings. Hence, she specifically summoned D.R.L.I. to help Ruan Yuan regain her health. Yuan, this esteemed M.R.L.I. possesses remarkable medical skills. Allow him to examine you. Ruan Yuan nodded as she took a seat at the pulse diagnosis table. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Li earnestly began his examination, but a short while later, he withdrew his hand and said, "Rest assured, matriarch, the young lady is in good health. Though she has a slight anemia, I will prescribe a few dietary remedies that should rectify this after a spell." The matriarch felt relieved and instructed Uncle Zhang to present Dr. Li with a generous fee for his services. Fu Shijin, who had remained silent until then, now spoke up. Yuan tends to feel cold. Is there any remedy for this? Ruan Yuan looked at him in surprise. Not knowing how he was aware of her sensitivity to cold. D.R.L.I. replied, "Third young master, that is easily remedied. Feeling cold generally indicates a deficiency in warmth within the body. Soaking your feet in warm water every night and consuming more warming foods will help improve the situation." Fu Shijin's gaze rested on Ruan Yuan as he nodded in agreement. That evening, they stayed at Ziyuan and did not return to Fu Shijin's villa. Fu Lilu naturally pulled Ruan Yuan into her room first, where they exchanged whispers for a while. As Ruan Yuan sat below for the consultation, she feared D.R.L.I. might prescribe her nourishing herbal remedies upon seeing her, so she hid in her room. Scrolling through her phone, bored, she stumbled upon news on the Jingda forum, unexpectedly finding out that Chun Wei had been expelled from Jingda. Chun Wei was the counselor who had caused trouble for Ruan Yuan. The school issued an announcement this evening stating that Chun Wei has been dismissed from his position, citing his abuse of power to coerce and entice female students. Fu Lilu, unaware of the events that transpired in the afternoon, assumed this was merely a case of Chun Wei's inappropriate conduct being exposed. Yet Ruan Yuan was acutely aware that this was all orchestrated by Fu Shijin. Yuan, someone like Chun Wei is a disgrace to the teaching profession and should have been expelled long ago. The person who uncovered this is truly a benefactor to society. Fu Lilu continued to vehemently condemn the wrongdoer. However, Ruan Yuan's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In the study, Fu Shijin had just signed his name on a document when he heard a polite knock at the door. "Come in." The door was cautiously pushed open, revealing a fluffy little head peeking through the narrow gap. Ruan Yuan looked at the man seated behind the desk and softly asked, "May I come in?" Fu Shijin, feeling an inexplicable lightness at the sight of the little girl, found his earlier fatigue dissipating in an instant. Of course, he stood up and walked over, personally guiding Ruan Yuan to sit in his chair. Leaning against the desk's edge, he regarded her with a questioning gaze. Yuan, is there something you need?" Seated in the chair, Ruan Yuan placed her hands neatly on her lap, resembling a diligent student attentively listening in class. Still unaccustomed to meeting a man's gaze, she let her eyes fall to his impeccably tailored trousers. "Thank you for this afternoon, Shijin." She had always thought it difficult to address him as Shijin. However, given his kindness, calling him Fu Shijin felt overly formal. Fu Shijin, perceptive and astute, discerned the young girl's internal struggle. Yet he chose not to display overt interest, lest Ruan Yuan revert to calling him Fu Shijin instead of the intimate Shijin she had just managed to utter. His eyes deepened as he slowly replied, Yuan, there is no need for gratitude between us as husband and wife. Expressing thanks may create distance. Moreover, as your husband, it is my fundamental duty to protect you. If my beloved suffers any grievances, it is only natural for me to seek retribution on your behalf. Especially in the case of someone like Chun Wei, who lacks moral integrity, he should have been expelled from the teaching community long ago. Ruan Yuan felt a tempest of emotions surge within her at Fu Shijin's comforting words. Her dark eyes shimmered with myriad thoughts. This is what it felt like to be valued. Regardless of the injustices she faced outside, she received no semblance of support or consolation from her family, often being blamed instead. Why is it that others do not bully anyone but you? It must be something about you. She met his gaze, her eyes resolute. All right, I will no longer say thank you. Fu Shijin smiled and nodded, then leaned slightly towards her. From Ruan Yuan's perspective, It appeared as though he was about to kiss her. She nervously shut her eyes, forgetting even to breathe, but in the next moment, she heard the sound of a drawer being opened and closed. Yuan Yuan, open your eyes. Sensing something was amiss, Yuan Yuan slowly opened her eyes to find the man smiling at her with a teasing glint. What were you thinking? Yuan Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She would never admit to misunderstanding his intentions. Stammering, she offered an excuse. I think some dust got in my eye. It's quite uncomfortable. I was merely blinking. Fu Shijin pretended to survey the surroundings. Noting that the windows and doors were tightly closed, he elongated his tone. I remember this room being well sealed. Not even a breeze can come through. Where would the dust come from? Yuan Yuan puffed out her cheeks defiantly. There's dust. Fu Shijin observed the little girl, who despite her apprehension towards him, was making an effort to appear calm and composed, eliciting a quiet chuckle from him. Understanding when to withdraw, he extended the red booklet before Yuan Yuan. I just want to fetch our marriage certificate. Yuan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the marriage certificate and a black bank card resting in front of her. What is this? Fu Shijin took her hand, placing both the marriage certificate and the black card into her palm. From now on, you shall keep our marriage certificate, and as for this black card, it is merely a supplementary card, yet it carries all the privileges of the primary card. You need not consult me when using it. Feel free to spend according to your own desires. Chapter 16. Yuan Yuan. I fell for you at first sight. This black card is a globally limited edition that in Huagua. Aside from the Fu family, only the Song family possesses such a card. Although the Song family's business remains within the country, they relocated abroad over a decade ago, leaving the Fu family as the sole holder of this card in Huagua, even as a supplementary card. The privileges and services it offers should not be underestimated. Yuan Yuan lowered her gaze to the items in her hand. She could accept the marriage certificate, but even without having seen a black card before, she understood its considerable value. Shijin, I can accept the marriage certificate, but I cannot take this black card. I occasionally take on illustration work online, and as long as my elder brother doesn't come asking for money, my daily expenses are sufficient. Though Yuan Yuan had never formally studied art, she possessed a natural talent for drawing since childhood, effortlessly producing commendable sketches. Fu Shijin grasped her hand, gently closing it around the three items. Sweetheart, what nonsense are you saying? Now that we are married, how can you still talk about working hard to support yourself? With a husband like me, you need not worry about finances. Spend as you please. But you must cease any side jobs. You may only spend my money. Yuan Yuan gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced, Please don't be so kind to me. I fear that once the child is born, I want to leave you. Fu Shijin was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he realized that he had not provided her with sufficient security, leaving her heart perpetually tinged with trepidation and unease. He slowly inched closer to Yuan Yuan and murmured, Then I shall not leave. I will remain by your side for a lifetime. His lips, slightly cool, pressed gently against Yuan Yuan's, tender and lingering, sweeping across her heart like the budding willows of spring. The positions shifted unexpectedly, and before she knew it, Yuan Yuan found herself seated on Fu Shijin's lap. The young girl's almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners tinged with a delicate shade of crimson. As her petite nose crinkled slightly, her words stumbling out, Why are you like this? Fu Shijin feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Yuan Yuan, like a little rabbit cruelly tormented by a big bad wolf, stiffened in his embrace, afraid to move, her cheeks flushed as she accused, Why did you stick out your tongue? Fu Shijin's deep-set eyes gazed at Yuan Yuan's bashful demeanor, akin to a wolf entranced by its prey. It was merely a moment of uncontrollable passion. Yuan Yuan's mind was in a whirl. What was he saying? Was he feverish, perhaps delirious? Fu Shijin raised his hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear and said, Yuan Yuan, perhaps you find it hard to believe, but the moment I first laid eyes on you, it felt as though I had known you for eternity. Yuan Yuan stared at him, dazed, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Shijin articulated each word deliberately. Yuan Yuan, I married you because I love you, not merely because of the child you carry. Thus, I implore you to abandon any thoughts of leaving me. I wish for you to safeguard our marriage certificates until we grow old together. What? Fu Shijin loved her. Was he confessing his feelings? Ruan Yuan felt as if she were trapped in a dream. How could someone as extraordinary as Fu Shijin possibly have feelings for someone so ordinary and insignificant as herself? She was neither beautiful nor particularly clever, and she suffered from shyness and social anxiety. I am not worthy. You are perfect. Why would you like someone like me? Seeing Ruan Yuan in such a state, Fu Shijin felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, the pain rendering him somewhat breathless. He spoke softly, almost tenderly. Who says Yuan Yuan is not good? They are merely blinded by their prejudices. You are truly wonderful, the kind of wonderful that deserves my affection, for I can see the brilliance within you. Ruan Yuan shook her head. You don't truly understand me. Throughout her life, no one had ever liked her. Despite her innocence, she had been scorned and blamed. If they spent more time together, would Fu Shijin also discover that she was not as admirable as he believed? Would he come to despise her as well? Fu Shijin understood that her lack of confidence stemmed from her upbringing. Her parents, neglectful and quick to scold, had failed to defend her when she was bullied, leading those around her to regard her with disdain. That was the nature of conformity. Yuan Yuan, do you truly lack confidence in someone who manages a publicly listed company? I trust my judgment. We can take our time to understand one another. There is no rush. That I will demonstrate to you that I can be a good partner, and you are someone worthy of my love. That Fu Shijin did not expect Ruan Yuan to accept his feelings immediately. Nor did he naively believe that a few words could erase the scars of her past. He would patiently guide her out of the shadows that haunted her. As Ruan Yuan lay on a large bed adorned with pink sheets, the image of the man's gentle demeanor lingered in her mind. Her small hand unconsciously rested on her flat abdomen. Babies, you are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful father. The following morning, as Ruan Yuan opened her eyes, she realized it was nearly noon. Since she had no classes that day, she hadn't set an alarm, and after a sleepless night, she had overslept. Oversleeping on her first night at the old residence made her feel a bit guilty. After finishing her morning routine, as she descended the stairs, she was spotted by the elderly lady seated on the living room sofa. Yuan Yuan, you're awake. Ruan Yuan approached the elderly lady, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, Grandma, I'm sorry for sleeping in. The elderly lady instructed Aunt Chun to prepare breakfast for Ruan Yuan and then pulled her to sit beside her. With a loving tone, she said, Silly child, this is your grandmother's home, not the military. You can sleep as long as you wished in her childhood home. During summer and winter breaks, she had been awakened at dawn by Qin Xiaomei to do chores, and any slight oversleeping would earn her a scolding. This was the first time an elder had spoken to her in such a manner. Grandma, you are so kind to me. The elderly lady chuckled and replied, Yuan Yuan, I treat you just like my own granddaughter, just as I do with Xiao Luo, that if I don't treat you well, who else should I? Breakfast had been kept warm in the kitchen, and as they spoke, Aunt Chun set the table. The typical Chinese breakfast, rich in nutrition and easy to digest, was laid out before her. Ruan Yuan delicately held a porcelain spoon with her fair fingers, sipping her porridge in small mouthfuls. The elderly lady, fearing that Ruan Yuan might feel awkward with her presence, excused herself to the flower room in the backyard to admire the blooms. Ruan Yuan, regardless of her surroundings, displayed impeccable manners, sitting upright at the table and only eating what was in front of her, her quiet demeanor endearing. Aunt Chun was puzzled. Such a well-behaved child, how could her parents not cherish her? If she were her daughter, she would spoil her to the heavens. Aunt Chun, have you eaten? Would you like some? Ruan Yuan noticed Aunt Chun's busyness and politely inquired. Aunt Chun, encouraged by Ruan Yuan's initiative to converse, replied, Young mistress, I've already eaten. Ruan Yuan nodded and continued to eat. Young mistress, this morning, when I went to prepare ginseng tea for the elderly lady, I was startled when I passed through the living room. What happened, Aunt Chun? You wouldn't believe it, young mistress. This morning, the young master was sitting in the living room, blocking Miss Luo from returning from her morning exercise. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in confusion. Why would he block Luo? Aunt Chun couldn't help but chuckle. When Miss Luo returned from her exercise, the first thing she did was rush to your room to call for you, only to be ruthlessly sent back to school by the young master. Ruan Yuan immediately understood Aunt Chun's implication that Fu Shijin had deliberately waited in the living room to prevent Luo from waking her up. Her heart skipped a beat. Wan Yuan spent the entire day at the old residence, and after dinner, Fu Shijin took her back to Inghum Manor. He had to prepare for a business trip abroad the next day and needed to return. When they arrived, Aunt Zhang had nearly finished tidying up. The manor was nestled quietly on a hillside, surrounded by few inhabitants, resembling a serene sanctuary amidst the chaos of life. The five-story European-style main building resembled an elegant castle. Encircled by ginkgo trees, with a vast lawn stretching like a carpet to the imposing entrance, it was far quieter here compared to the old residence, with only butler Zhou and his wife, Aunt Zhang, and a few bodyguards present. As soon as Wan Yuan entered the living room, she spotted a short-haired girl in a black t-shirt, exuding confidence, playing with an Alaskan Malamute. She glanced at Fu Shijin, who shrugged innocently, saying that Jianran, Jian Sui's sister, and also one of the bodyguards here. Don't worry, Yuan, aside from Aunt Zhang and Jianran, it's all men here, even that Alaskan is male. Not that she said anything, Wan Yuan replied. Jianran was one of the few girls who did not fear Fu Shijin, as she and her brother had been adopted by Fu Chun, the male lead's father, since childhood. Understanding Fu Shijin well, they knew he appeared cold and distant, but was principled in his dealings. Fu Shijin called Jianran over. Jianran, you'll be responsible for the safety of the young mistress from now on. Jianran looked at the soft and delicate young mistress, having already heard that she was expecting triplets, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch her belly. Yes, oh soft. Young mistress, you're amazing, having 3 babies at once. Wan Yuan's lips twitched. Thank you. Just then, she heard a soft chuckle beside her. Wan Yuan turned her head to look at the tall man. What are you laughing at? Fu Shijin's lips curled slightly as he replied. Nothing. Wan Yuan frowned, unconvinced. Suddenly, she felt a tickling sensation on her calf and looked down to see the Alaskan Malamute pressing its large head against her leg, sniffing at her. The sensation was somewhat ticklish, prompting her to instinctively retract her leg. Fu Shijin assumed she was afraid of dogs and immediately bent down to pull the Alaskan away. Zhao Eliang, you've startled Yuan. Jianran hurriedly pulled the large dog back to her side. Young master, Zhao Eliang isn't usually so rude. He probably just likes the young mistress too much. Zhao Eliang seemed to understand, whining softly, its face full of grievance. Wan Yuan bent down to pat its head in comfort. Shijin, it didn't scare me. I just felt a bit ticklish, so I moved back. She turned to Fu Shijin, curious, but why does a male dog have such a cute name? Fu Shijin's gaze flickered slightly. A hint of emotion barely perceptible. It was named by Li Luo when she was little. Children, you know how they are. He pointed his own head, remarking that his thoughts were rather juvenile. The little moon was quite fond of Wan Yuan, affectionately rubbing her hand with its large head. It adores you. Yes, I feel the same, she replied, beneath the warm yellow light of the second-floor corridor. Wan Yuan found herself cornered between the man and the wall. Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, striving to overlook the height difference between them. As their eyes met, I have a business trip tomorrow. Will you miss me? The young girl was far too bashful. If he merely defended without advancing, it seemed he would never hear Wan Yuan whisper, I like you even after the child was born. Wan Yuan cast her eyes downward, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, fluttering like a delicate fan, directly striking Fu Shijin's heart. Fu Shijin chuckled at her. Is this question more challenging than your college entrance exam math problems? Little Wan Yuan's head was steaming with embarrassment. Why did he persist in asking? Suddenly, she had a clever idea and looked up at him. What were you laughing about downstairs? Tell me, and I will answer your question. She sought to divert the topic. A mischievous glint appeared in Fu Shijin's eyes as he leaned closer to Wan Yuan. Oh, you truly wish to know? Don't regret it. Wan Yuan had an instinctual sense of foreboding and wished to cover his mouth. But it was too late. Fu Shijin enunciated each word. The triplets owe much to my efforts. Without my night of toil, there wouldn't be 3 little ones that if we are to speak of prowess, it should be attributed to me. Wan Yuan's eyes widened in shock, doubting her hearing. How had he transformed overnight? Where had the restrained, courteous, and refined Fu Shijin gone? After much hesitation, she finally managed to utter, "You big pervert." With that, she pushed past him and ran into her room without looking back. Receiving this peculiar title, Fu Shijin remained unperturbed. He crossed his arms, watching Ruan Yuan slam the door, as if the doorknob had scalded her. In high spirits, he remarked, "Well then, let us see when I shall lead this little rabbit into my den. One large and three small, an assured profit." Ruan Yuan leaned against her door, her heart racing. She listened intently to the sounds outside until the footsteps gradually faded, allowing her to exhale. She had audaciously called him a big pervert. She feared he might storm in, transforming into a fierce lion and treating her as a delightful snack. The decorations in her room were perfectly suited for a young lady, with a soft pink bedspread and a thick white woolen carpet on the floor, while a small sofa by the window was adorned with charming dolls. Aunt Zhang had informed her that all of this had been personally arranged by Fu Shijin. After finishing his morning work, he had hurried back to set everything up, even skipping lunch. Not to mention, the walk-in closet was filled with women's clothing, accessories, and bags, as if the delivery person had nearly trampled the Manor-esque threshold. Her delicate little feet sank into the woolen carpet, which felt soft and warm. Ruan Yuan's heart swelled with warmth, and she hesitated, contemplating sending a message to Fu Shijin. After much deliberation, her fair fingers tapped on the screen before erasing it again. A simple thank you felt more like an essay for her college entrance exam. Chapter 18. The young master has a stomach ailment. Ruan Yuan pouted, feeling somewhat deflated. Suddenly, her phone chimed. She glanced down in surprise to find a message from Fu Shijin on WeChat. Rushing to open it, she was taken aback to see that his avatar had transformed into a cartoon rabbit, complete with a pink bow, munching on a carrot larger than itself. How childish, Ruan Yuan murmured under her breath. She then scrutinized the text. Yuan Yuan, wishing you sweet dreams. Good night. As if a switch had been flipped, Ruan Yuan replied with ease. Thank you, Fu Shijin. I love the room's decor. Good night. Dawn broke early on that summer day. With the first light just beginning to envelop the waking city, Fu Shijin was already dressed and ready to depart. Their rooms were separated by a mere wall. The tall man, clad in a navy blue suit, paused outside Ruan Yuan's door. He glanced at the watch on his left wrist, noting the hands pointed precisely at 5 in the morning. The room was quiet. Evidently, his little love was soundly asleep. Though he longed to catch a glimpse of her, he could not bear to disturb Ruan Yuan, so he stood for a moment before walking away. Aunt Zhang spotted Fu Shijin descending the stairs and inquired, "Young master, are you leaving now?" Fu Shijin nodded and instructed her, "Aunt Zhang, Ruan Yuan is prone to fatigue during her pregnancy. Please do not wake her. Keep the breakfast warm and serve it to her when she awakens." Aunt Zhang had watched the young master grow up. Aside from the old lady and the young miss, she had never seen him care for anyone so deeply. It was clear that he genuinely cherished this young mistress. She sighed inwardly, wishing that if the lady were still alive, she would be overjoyed to see her son settled. "Rest assured, young master, I will take good care of the young mistress. It's no trouble at all," Aunt Zhang assured him. After Fu Shijin left, Ruan Yuan awoke to the sun fully revealing itself outside. That a beam of light streamed through the curtain gap. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, her sleep had increased recently. And after lying in bed a while longer, she finally got up to freshen up. The vanity was laden with skincare products, all bearing foreign names, none of which she recognized. She selected the most ordinary jar and applied some cream before stepping out. Even without any embellishment, Ruan Yuan naturally exuded a beauty reminiscent of distant mountains. Aunt Zhang greeted her with a smile. "Young mistress, you're awake. Breakfast is ready." Ruan Yuan returned the polite smile, saying, "Yes, thank you, Aunt Zhang." Just as she settled at the dining table, Aunt Zhang swiftly laid out the breakfast. "The young master specifically asked me to keep breakfast warm this morning," he reminded me several times. As if he thought I had amnesia, she added with a chuckle. Ruan Yuan couldn't help but laugh at Aunt Zhang's playful remarks. After a moment's thought, Ruan Yuan inquired, "Aunt Zhang, did Shijin eat breakfast before leaving?" Aunt Zhang presumed the young master had indeed eaten, so she answered on his behalf, "He had breakfast before leaving. Young mistress, you can be assured." Ruan Yuan nodded and began to eat. Aunt Zhang noticed the young mistress took her time, and her affable nature complimented Ruan Yuan's calm demeanor. In the past, when the young master served in the special forces, his meals were often irregular due to outdoor missions, which later led to his stomach issues. Although he had improved significantly over the past 2 years, he was a workaholic who often forgot to eat when engrossed in his tasks, much to the old lady's dismay. Now, it seemed he finally had someone to look after him. Aunt Zhang smiled at Ruan Yuan. It's clear that the young master values you greatly. He will willingly heed your words. Ruan Yuan felt a flicker of surprise at this revelation. It was astonishing that such a distinguished young master would forsake a life of privilege to become a soldier in a perilous field, and to think he had a stomach ailment despite his robust appearance. She was relieved he had eaten before leaving. Otherwise, would he not feel unwell flying on an empty stomach? Her thoughts began to drift. Due to Fu Shijin's preference for tranquility, Aunt Zhang typically handled the cooking at the manor, with other servants coming in daily for cleaning and various tasks. Once Ruan Yuan finished her meal, Aunt Zhang began to clear the table, asking, "Young mistress, is it all right to have dumplings for lunch?" Ruan Yuan nodded. "That sounds good, Aunt Zhang." She was never picky about food. Aunt Zhang worked swiftly, preparing the dough and filling for the dumplings. Ruan Yuan was quite adept at making dumplings, as her family often prepared them for her brother Ruan Lei, naturally leaving her to roll out the wrappers. "Aunt Zhang, let me help you with the dumplings," she offered. "You don't need to, young mistress. You should rest. I'll have the dumplings ready shortly," Aunt Zhang replied. Ruan Yuan smiled. "Aunt Zhang, I'm only pregnant, and the doctor advised me to stay active." Aunt Zhang, not one to be shy, agreed, bringing the ingredients to the dining table, allowing Ruan Yuan to wrap while she rolled out the dough. Ruan Yuan expertly crafted each dumpling, plump with filling. A squeeze of her hands resulted in little treasures resembling ingots. "Young mistress, your hands are truly skillful. You could open a dumpling restaurant," Aunt Zhang exclaimed. "If I were to open one, I would certainly invite you to help," Ruan Yuan replied. "And no problem at all." The two quickly wrapped up the dumplings, and Aunt Zhang took them to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuan sat in the living room. Holding her phone, it was already past 11, and she wondered what Fu Shijin might be doing at that moment. She hesitated, fearing that if he were busy, her sudden message might disturb him. However, Aunt Zhang had mentioned his stomach issues. What if he forgot to eat? After much deliberation, she decided to send Fu Shijin a message. "Shijin, I'm having dumplings for lunch. Make sure you eat on time." 2.5 minutes later, Fu Shijin's reply came through. Yuan, don't worry. I'm already eating." Then there was another photograph that in the bright and spacious office. Sunlight flooded the room. On the desk before Fu Shijin lay a sumptuous work meal. Ruan Yuan gazed at the well-balanced and nutritious meal, comprising both meat and vegetables. An involuntary smile crept on her lips, one that even she herself had not noticed. "Shijin, you should eat. I won't disturb you any longer. Finish your lunch and rest well before returning to your studies. Do not overexert yourself." All right." Meanwhile, Fu Shijin set down his phone and regarded the several subordinates standing before him. "All right, let's pause our discussion here. You may go for lunch, and we shall reconvene in the afternoon." The atmosphere, once taut with tension, was abruptly alleviated by a message from Ruan Yuan, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the anxious crowd. Thank heavens. Gao Qin exited the office, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. The building's efficient cooling system rendered ineffective by his frantic pace to shorten his mealtime, that a liberal arts student. He had been inadvertently transformed into an athlete. Chapter 19. "I will strive to like you that evening." As Ruan Yuan was about to ascend the stairs to rest, she spotted Uncle Zhou entering the living room, cradling a bouquet of roses. "Uncle Zhou, is this for Aunt Zhang? Your relationship is truly delightful." Uncle Zhou was indeed admirable. Occasionally conjuring small romantic gestures over surprise, he walked directly up to Ruan Yuan, unable to contain his laughter as he remarked, "Young madam, we old married folks do not indulge in such things." Ruan Yuan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "So, this is for whom?" Uncle Zhou extended the bouquet towards her. "This is from the young master to you." Ruan Yuan's gaze fell upon the exquisite bouquet for a fleeting moment before she accepted the roses, cradling them close. The fiery blooms were dazzlingly red, their beauty beyond compare, each flower blooming to its fullest, reminiscent of Fu Shijin's feelings for Ruan Yuan. Nestled within was a card, and on the blue and white card, a red butterfly fluttered, its wings beating vigorously as if to soar into the sea of crimson flowers. Ruan Yuan gently opened the card, lowering her gaze to the bold, powerful script. Yuan Yuan, I apologize for not being by your side today. May this bouquet represent my sentiments. Yuan Yuan recognized the handwriting immediately as Fu Shijin's. Knowing full well that the floral shop owner could not have produced such skilled lettering without years of practice. Clearly, Fu Shijin had prepared this before his business trip that morning. Upon seeing the card, Aunt Zhang quickly fetched a vase that perfectly complemented the beautiful roses for Yuan Yuan. With a beaming smile, she remarked, the old matriarch was always concerned that the young master was somewhat dull in matters of affection. Who would have thought he could woo a girl so well? Even I am moved. It seems that when one meets someone they like, they become instinctively adept that, of course, she could see that it was presently a one-sided affection from the young master. As the young madam had yet to reciprocate those feelings, Yuan Yuan felt a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, as if a small stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread throughout her heart. In her bedroom, a vase adorned with vintage floral engravings was filled to the brim with roses. Yuan Yuan knelt on her soft bed, gazing at the flowers, quietly admiring them, when suddenly the notification sound of a message jolted her back to reality. The screen of her phone lit up with Fu Shijin's profile picture. She picked up her phone, opened the message, and her eyes lingered over the carefully crafted words. Yuan Yuan, after our first separation since reuniting, I miss you dearly. Faced with Fu Shijin's straightforwardness, Yuan Yuan found herself at a loss for how to respond. However, not replying felt impolite. Biting her lip, she hesitated, typing and deleting her response repeatedly, her phone feeling as if it might crumble under her grip. Uncle, you are too direct. I am not accustomed to this. Lacking any romantic experience, Yuan Yuan blushed at the slightest proximity and felt dazed, unsure of what she had just said. In the presidential suite, Fu Shijin, clad in a white bathrobe, lounged on the sofa. Upon glancing at the words uncle on his phone, he couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Uncle, has that little woman lost her mind? How dare she call me that? He did not consider himself old. Yuan Yuan, if you continue to address me like that, you shall soon discover just how formidable I truly am. Yuan Yuan, sensing a premonition, instinctively believed his notion of formidable was likely related to the bedroom. Hastily, she attempted to rectify the situation, her delicate fingers swiftly tapping at the screen. That was a slip of the tongue. I tend to misspeak when I'm nervous. She then sent a picture, an adorable expression of a small moon she had captured that morning. Please forgive me. After sending the message, Yuan Yuan noticed that Fu Shijin did not reply immediately, just as she began to feel a twinge of anxiety, worried that he might be upset over being called uncle. His message finally came through. Yuan Yuan, do not resist my approach. I am merely pursuing the girl I like. Upon reading those words, Yuan Yuan felt an inexplicable swell of emotion, a sensation she could not quite articulate. Thank you, Shijin. I truly adore the roses. After a brief pause, she sent another message that I will strive to like you. This time, Fu Shijin's response arrived promptly. There is no need for you to make any effort. Yuan Yuan, you simply need to remain where you are, doing nothing at all that I will endeavor to make you fall for me. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. Yuan Yuan maintained a simple routine, alternating between school and resting at home. Since the incident a few days prior, Qinro had not returned to class, much to Yuan Yuan's relief. Before long, Saturday arrived, and Fu Shijin informed her that he would complete his final tasks the following day and return by Monday. After enjoying lunch at home, Yuan Yuan took a brief nap and then headed to the art studio to paint. Knowing Yuan Yuan's passion for art, Fu Shijin had arranged for a studio to be set up for her. The room was spacious and bright, with golden sunlight pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the afternoon. Seated at the solid wood easel by the window, Yuan Yuan held a sketching pencil, effortlessly creating perfect lines with just a few strokes. Although she had never formally studied art, she possessed an innate talent for depicting various scenes, a skill whose origin she could only speculate. During this time, Aunt Zhang brought her a bowl of bird's nest porridge, specifically mentioning that it was a request from the young master. Just as Yuan Yuan took a sip, her phone buzzed with a message. Initially thinking it was from Fu Shijin, she was surprised to find it was from her mother. Qin Xiaomei had learned to be clever this time, fearing Yuan Yuan might hang up, so she opted to send a text instead. Yuan Yuan, Return home tomorrow. Otherwise, I will dispose of your grandfather's belongings. Ruan Yuan read the message, her body trembling with anger. She knew Qin Xiaomei was capable of such threats. After sending the message, Qin Xiaomei waited for Ruan Yuan to call. And sure enough, it wasn't long before her phone rang. If you dare touch my grandfather's belongings, I will not let this go. If I do not see you tomorrow, I will throw everything out immediately. I speak only the truth. Without waiting for Ruan Yuan's response, Qin Xiaomei hung up the phone. The next day, a black Maybach glided through the city streets, heading towards a sparsely populated rural road. 2 hours later, the car came to a stop in front of a modest bungalow. Jian Ran unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Young madam, do not be afraid. I possess skills and will protect you." Ruan Yuan was kind-hearted but not naive. She would never venture alone into a potentially dangerous situation, so she had called Jian Ran to accompany her. In the yard, Ruan Hai had been waiting. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan emerge from the luxurious vehicle, he hurried back to the living room. "Mom, that wretched girl has returned, still riding in a large car. It certainly looks expensive. Ruan Yuan hasn't truly become involved with a wealthy man. Has she?" The matchmaker was seated in the inner room, and Qin Hai pinched Ruan Hai's arm. "Keep your voice down." Just then, a middle-aged woman emerged from the inner room, her expression displeased as she had clearly overheard their whispers. "What is going on here? Were we not told that the girl was clean and had never been in a relationship? It sounds to me like her private life is rather messy." Chapter 20. You have crossed the line. Qin Xiaomei, forced to smile. "Do not pay attention to my son's nonsense. Our Ruan Yuan is honest and obedient. She is always focused on her studies and never engaged in any inappropriate behavior. She is as pure as can be." The woman shot her a glance, laying down the law. "Our Dabao will not accept a second-hand woman if we find out she is not as you claim. The agreed-upon deposit will be null and void." Upon hearing that the deposit was at stake, Ruan Hai quickly interjected, "That is not the case. I must have seen it wrong. On that particular day." Qin Xiaomei overheard Boss Wang mention that Ruan Yuan had been taken away by a man, and truthfully, she felt quite uncertain about it. Yet experience often prevails. She began to devise a plan in her heart to marry off Ruan Yuan. Anticipating that once the rice was cooked, the stubborn girl might conceive overnight, leaving the other party with no option but to swallow their pride. Just as she was contemplating this, Ruan Yuan and Jian Ran walked in. The modest living room instantly felt cramped with so many people standing there. Upon spotting Ruan Yuan, Qin Xiaomei noticed a girl following closely behind her and with no one else in sight. Her anxious heart finally settled. She had thought as much. That stubborn girl, as pitiful demeanor. What blind wealthy man would take a liking to her? It was merely a matter of finding an accomplice to flaunt before her. As soon as she approached, her first words were, Yuan, why are you dressed like this? You look like you've thrown on a sack. Can't you learn to wear a dress like others?" Ruan Yuan was clad in a white shirt paired with somewhat loose jeans. While the style was ordinary, its price would leave Qin Xiaomei utterly flabbergasted. Ruan Yuan disregarded Qin Xiaomei's nitpicking, observing the unfamiliar woman in the foyer, along with two men emerging from the inner room. In an instant, she grasped the situation. She realized that Qin Xiaomei, undeterred, had scouted yet another suitor for her, aiming to marry her off for a bride price. "Mom, could you please just be quiet for once?" Qin Xiaomei's expression darkened as she pulled her into a corner. "I'm telling you, this family is quite well off. They have only one son. Once you marry him, all the property will be yours. You need to perform well. Don't think that just because you've found an ally, you can cause trouble for me." Ruan Yuan looked at her incredulously. Noticing Ruan Yuan's silence, Qin Xiaomei warned, "Did you hear me? This prospective match, as I mentioned, is not very old, has a round face, and lacks a keen gaze, dressed in a white suit that only serves to accentuate his short stature. His gaze has been fixated on you since you entered, inspecting you up and down without any pretense. As if appraising a commodity, he tugged at his mother's sleeve, saying, "Mom, I like this one." The parents of the young man exchanged glances, reaching a tacit agreement. Their son had been unsatisfied with several girls before. It was either he deemed them unattractive or they found his educational background lacking. Finding a girl like Ruan Yuan, who was both beautiful and a graduate of a prestigious university, was indeed a rare opportunity. The woman promptly spoke up, Your Yuan Yuan is stunning. My son is quite taken with her. If you have no objections, let us set the wedding date for tomorrow, and the bride price will be just as substantial." Upon hearing this, Qin Shumei's face lit up with a broad smile. "Mother-in-law, we have no objections, as long as the bride price is adequate. You may set the date as you please," the father of the groom assured. "Rest assured, we like this girl. Once the two children obtain their marriage license, I will immediately transfer 500,000 to you." Wan Hai's smile stretched from ear to ear as he eagerly flattered, "Boss Zhang, my sister is well-behaved and sensible. Once married, she will not give you any trouble. She can do anything you ask and will take good care of Dabao." A glimmer of sarcasm flickered in Ruan Yuan's eyes. None of them had bothered to consult her opinion, proceeding to unilaterally decide her marriage before her very eyes. Thus, she broke their serene discussion. The person in question do not agree. Even if you have made arrangements, they lack legal validity. Qin Shumei was momentarily taken aback. Feeling as though Ruan Yuan had transformed into someone entirely different, she suppressed her discontent and patiently responded, "Yuan Yuan, can't you help your brother this once? Didn't you hear? That is 500,000. A sum you may never see again in your life. This stubborn girl works daily, yet barely earns a few coins. When I ask her to bring home some money, it's as if I'm asking for her life." Unlike the daughter next door, who graduated middle school and went south to work, supporting several younger siblings' education, and last year, she earned 20,000 in bride price, allowing her to hold her head high before others. If this stubborn girl could earn 500,000, she could finally stand tall. Ruan Yuan was not at all surprised by Qin Shumei's words, defiantly gazing at her. "Can't you let the gu earn his own money to marry a wife? Why, being your child, must you be so biased? As a child, I believed that if I obeyed, you would love me too. Yet no matter what I did, you only ever favored the gu and my younger brothers. Before you, I felt like an invisible person. Even when I fell ill, you pretended not to know that I too have feelings. Witnessing your scolding and berating brings me sadness." In her youth, she often pondered whether her existence was truly a mistake. Why did her parents not cherish her? She had done nothing wrong, that if they disliked her so much, why had they brought her into this world? Qin Shumei listened to Ruan Yuan's grievances, exhibiting not an ounce of guilt. "After raising you to this age, you still dare to complain? What have I done wrong that warrants you to publicly humiliate me? I'll tell you this. Today's marriage proposal is my decision. Your household registration is with me. Whether you want to marry or not, you will marry." This stubborn girl had evidently learned to challenge her. Ruan Yuan could hear Qin Shumei's piercing voice buzzing in her ears. Yet she had long since grown accustomed to it. She looked at Qin Shumei and stated emphatically, "I will no longer be at your mercy. If you want to marry, you may do so yourself." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Qin Shumei could hardly believe her ears. The usually submissive Ruan Yuan had suddenly become assertive. She attempted to slap Ruan Yuan, only to be intercepted by Jian Ran mid-swing. Jian Ran glared at Qin Shumei. Despite being a woman, her strength was astonishing, gripping Qin Shumei's arm until it turned purple. "You old hag, are your hands itching?" Ruan Hai, seeing it was a woman, dismissed her entirely. Shouting, "You stubborn girl, let go of my mom." Jian Ran stuck out her tongue, taunting, "Not a chance. I'll make you furious." Ruan Hai's face flushed with rage as he rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront her. "You insolent woman, today I'll break my rule of never hitting women. Don't come crying to me for mercy later." In Chapter 21, only the cowardly bully dares to act tough in private. Planning to give him a taste of his own medicine, Jian Ran scoffed, seizing the moment, and with a swift kick, sent the rushing Ruan Hai crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Ruan Hai, like a missile, collided intimately with the hard brick wall, subsequently curling up in a corner, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Upon witnessing her son being struck, Qin Shumei immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. "Ruan Yuan, you are ensuring the Ruan family's extinction, you unfilial daughter," Jian Ran replied with a cold laugh. "A spineless man like your son, who only sucks the life out of his sister, is better off without." Qin Shumei, upon hearing this, went into a furious frenzy, attacking Jian Ran with kicks and punches. There's no law left. You dare to come here and publicly assault me. I'll call the police." Then, she remembered that there were witnesses. Boss Zhang, you must testify for me. It was these two girls who attacked first. The father of the groom, who owned a mahjong parlor, had seen plenty of such shrewish behavior. The scene of a woman throwing a tantrum was a common occurrence in his establishment. Knowing that entangling with such a fiendish family would bring endless trouble, he decided, handle your own family matters. As the couple prepared to leave with their son, the boy still clung to Ruan Yuan, declaring, "Mom, I like her. I want to marry her." The woman patiently coaxed him to bow. "Mom will find someone even better for you. Come now." Fortunately, the commotion caused by the two girls allowed her to see Qin Xiaomei's true colors. Otherwise, she would have been no match for this madwoman. After much coaxing, they finally managed to pull their son away. Qin Xiaomei, disheveled and hoarse, shouted, "Help! My daughter is allowing the murderer to kill her mother." Her cries attracted the attention of nearby villagers, who gathered at the door, peering inside. What trouble is the Ruan family stirring up now? They had seen a car pull up earlier and wondered where such wealthy relatives had come from. Word had it they were seeking a match for their daughter. Just yesterday, Qin Xiaomei had boasted about the 500,000 bride price. No wonder she has gone mad. It seems the deal has fallen through that a crowd gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ruan Yuan paid them no mind, standing before Qin Xiaomei with a stoic expression. "Return to me my grandfather's belongings." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaomei flatly refused. "Absolutely not. That belongs to your father's side. When did it become your responsibility to safeguard it?" Ruan Yuan shot her an incredulous glance, then turned to head into the inner room, intending to retrieve it herself. Qin Xiaomei would never allow her to succeed. This stubborn girl was both obstinate and relentless if she were to take it. How would Qin Xiaomei maintain control over Ruan Yuan in the future? Unable to extricate herself from Jian Ran's grip, Qin Xiaomei barked at Ruan Hai, who was cornered. Hai, quickly stop her. Ruan Hai endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet, stumbling after Ruan Yuan in an attempt to stop her. Beneath the foot of Jian Ran lay a basketball, owner unknown, which she promptly kicked towards the hoop. With a resounding thud, it struck true. Ruan Hai was entirely focused on Ruan Yuan, oblivious to the commotion behind him. Caught off guard, he was suddenly attacked by Jian Ran, who kicked him squarely in the back. The force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. The surrounding villagers erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations to their surprise. This little girl turned out to be a fierce warrior. Those who had grievances with the Ruan family silently felt it was well-deserved. Jian Ran turned to Qin Xiaomei and proclaimed, "I advise you to hand over the keys swiftly, or I shall send your son to the hospital's orthopedic ward." "I mean what I say." Ruan Hai felt as though his ribs might fracture, the agony in his back harmonizing with the pain in front. A veritable assault from all sides, he turned to Qin Xiaomei, his face contorted with anguish, and urged, "Mother, please give it to them, or your son will be ruined. I have no idea where this wretched girl found her accomplices. She truly is a mother tiger." Despite her unwillingness, Qin Xiaomei understood the precariousness of the situation. They were no match for this girl. If the fighting continued, Ruan Hai would indeed end up in the hospital. She shouted towards the inner room, "It's in the cabinet in there." Ruan Yuan ceased rummaging through the drawers and approached an old wooden cabinet, its paint long chipped away, where she uncovered a white plastic box amidst a jumble of clothing. Qin Xiaomei glared at Ruan Yuan as she emerged with the box. "Ruan Yuan, do not think that just because you have grown a pair of wings, you can act without restraint. The way you have disrespected me today will lead me to unfurl a banner at Jing University, exposing you as an unfilial daughter who assaults her mother and brother." Ruan Yuan, having obtained what she sought, wished to sever all ties with the Ruan family. Ever since they forced her to marry a contractor and took a bride price from Ruan Hai, she had lost all hope in them, no longer regarding them as her parents. "Do as you wish," she replied. Yet, within a mere half hour, she was utterly exhausted. Jian Ran shrugged off Qin Xiaomei's grasp and warned, "If you dare to stir up trouble at Jing University again, I will ensure your son is thoroughly incapacitated. After all, I am well acquainted with your address." Qin Xiaomei, in despair, sank to the floor, pounding her thighs with her hands, her voice rising in a wail. "What is the world coming to? The child I painstakingly raised has turned into a white-eyed wolf, colluding with outsiders to bully his own mother. This is unbearable." Those outside, witnessing her spectacle, could not suppress their disdainful smirks. Given her usual sharp and harsh demeanor towards her children, it was no wonder they felt estranged from her. Now, she played the victim as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Others chimed in. Indeed, she has no self-awareness of her own faults. She attempted to sell her daughter, but failed, and now she acts as though she is the wrong party. Utterly shameless. The murmurs from outside surged into Qin Xiaomei's ears like a tide. She turned, glaring at them, and shouted, "What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs and get lost." Ruan Yuan regarded the farcical scene with indifference, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Jian ran. "Let us depart." With that, she strode out the door without a backward glance. On the way back, Ruan Yuan expressed her gratitude to Jian Ran. "Thank you for today. Had you not accompanied me, I surely would have been trapped by them." Jian Ran, gripping the steering wheel and focusing on the road ahead, waved her hand dismissively. "Madam, you are too kind. Protecting you is my duty. Besides, even if it were not for you, seeing your elder brother behaving like a cowardly bully would provoke my fists." Ruan Yuan chuckled at her words. Jian Ran was right. Wan Hai only dared to bluster in the confines of their home, particularly towards her. However, she resolved not to allow them to exploit her further. Having secured her grandfather's heirlooms, Qin Xiaomei could no longer threaten her. In a high-rise office building in Country M, a business negotiation had just concluded in the conference room. Fu Shijin sat in a chair, his tall frame slightly reclining against the backrest, his long fingers pinching the bridge of his nose, fatigue etched across his sharply defined features. Chapter 22. Ensnared in nightmare, Gao Qin had just seen the partners off when he returned to hear Fu Shijin instruct him. "Gao Qin, prepare for our return home." The Fu family placed great importance on this business collaboration. The previous night, Fu Shijin had deliberated with his subordinates on the proposal until the early hours. Resting only briefly in the lounge before rushing to meet the partners for discussions, hardly pausing for breath. "Sir, you did not rest well yesterday. Setting off immediately may be taxing on your health. It would be wiser to stick to the original plan and return tomorrow," Gao Qin suggested. Fu Shijin lifted his gaze to glance at him. "I am fine. You go prepare." Gao Qin understood that once Fu Shijin made a decision, it was difficult to sway him, especially since he was still worried about Miss Ruan. Earlier, during their lunch break, Fu Shijin had received a call from Jian Sui, who reported the day's events to him honestly. Although Miss Ruan had not suffered due to Jian Ran's presence, Fu Shijin remained unsettled, disregarding his own exhaustion and resolving to return home immediately after the meeting. Seeing Fu Shijin's determination, Gao Qin could only comply with his orders. In the stillness of the villa at midnight, time seemed to stand still, illuminated solely by the warm yellow light in the spacious living room, adding a touch of color to the surroundings. Uncle Zhou had long awaited in the living room. Upon hearing footsteps, he promptly rose to greet him. The tall man, burdened by fatigue, trudged into the villa. Uncle Zhou sighed inwardly. Ever since the young mistress entered their lives, the young master seemed transformed. Not only did he wear a smile more often, but he also had taken to surprising them. "Young master, would you care for a midnight snack before heading to bed?" Uncle Zhou inquired. Fu Shijin retracted his gaze from the staircase and replied, "I have eaten on the plane. Uncle Zhou, it is late. You should rest." Uncle Zhou did not wish to impose and nodded before taking his leave. Outside Ruan Yuan's room on the second floor, Fu Shijin hesitated for a moment at the doorknob, but ultimately pushed the door open gently. Having not seen Ruan Yuan for an entire week, his longing surged like a tidal wave, each passing moment in his heart painting her visage. Just a glimpse, and then he would depart. The room was draped in heavy blackout curtains, blocking even the moonlight from entering. Leaving it enveloped in darkness akin to thick ink, Fu Shijin, relying on the corridor's light, glanced over and discovered Ruan Yuan curled up under the covers, trembling slightly. His heart tightened suddenly, and he strode towards the bed. Ruan Yuan was lost in a long dream, traversing through vibrant mists back to her childhood. It was a year during the spring festival. The northern winter was frigid, and her family had yet to move to the outskirts of the capital, their roots still in a coastal city 2 hours away. Her grandfather had risen early to stoke the fire, warming the Kong while cooking beneath it. 7-year-old Ruan Yuan perched on a small stool nearby. watching her grandfather bustle about. This spring festival, Ruan Zhongwen had caught a chicken early in the morning, intending to stew it for his granddaughter as a special treat. Due to Qin Xiaomei's disdain for Ruan Yuan, the two of them lived in a nearby old house. Ruan Zhongwen deftly plucked the chicken feathers and asked, Yuan, do you want to eat chicken? Ruan Yuan licked her lips, clutching the pink cotton jacket her aunt had given her, nodding vigorously. Ruan Zhongwen looked at his granddaughter's crooked pigtails with a hint of helplessness. As an old man, he was ill-suited for such feminine tasks. He teased Ruan Yuan. Yuan is quite the little glutton. Not want to be called a glutton, Ruan Yuan pouted and retorted, Grandpa, I'm not a little glutton. Ruan Zhongwen sighed. All right, Grandpa was just teasing you WY noon. Ruan Zhongwen had stewed a pot of chicken with mushrooms, filling the room with a tantalizing aroma as he placed the bowl close to his granddaughter, knowing she had suffered alongside him. His poor health prevented him from working, and their table usually featured little more than corn porridge and steamed buns. However, with a few hens, they could afford Ruan Yuan an egg each day. Ruan Yuan's bowl contained a chicken leg, yet she did not take a bite. Instead, she watched her grandfather avoid the chicken, opting for mushrooms, demonstrating her empathy despite her young age. Thus, she placed a chicken leg into her grandfather's bowl. Ruan Zhongwen, seeing this, immediately reached to return it to her, unwilling for her to eat less because of him. Yuan, Grandpa doesn't tea like chicken. You should eat it. Oh, his surprise. Little Ruan Yuan set down her chopsticks, her small face serious as she replied, If Grandpa doesn't eat, then neither will I. Ruan Yuan was amused by her own appearance and ultimately succumbed to Ruan Yuan's charm, devouring the chicken leg. The scene shifted, transporting us to the year when Ruan Yuan was 10 that Ruan Zhongwen had fallen ill and passed away, forcing Ruan Yuan to return home with Ruan Zhengwo. It was also the spring festival, and before dawn broke, the air was filled with the deafening sound of firecrackers. Ruan Yuan was roused from her slumber by Qin Xiaomei's call to attend to chores. All you do is sleep in. Today is New Year's, and there's a mountain of work outside. Do you wish to drive me to exhaustion? The growth spurts of childhood were evident, as Ruan Yuan donned trousers and a cotton coat that were noticeably too short. Sitting in the cold winter courtyard, she washed the vegetables needed for lunch, her small hands turning crimson in the frigid noon. Qin Xiaomei had prepared a stew with a chicken, and both Ruan Hai and Ruan Lei were served a chicken leg each, with several dishes laid out on the table. However, Ruan Yuan merely nibbled at her bowl of rice, finding it tasteless, and picked at some vegetables that her elder brother and younger brother disliked. Unable to bear it any longer, Ruan Zhengwo placed a piece of chicken on her plate, earning several glares from Qin Xiaomei. In their living room stood an old wooden cabinet, atop which lay some sunflower seeds and candies. Ruan Hai, while watching television, was unwrapping candy wrappers and stuffing them in his mouth, soon littering the floor with the packaging of White Rabbit milk candies. The television played a comedic skit, causing Ruan Hai to laugh so hard he nearly choked. In a moment of clumsiness, he dropped the freshly unwrapped candy onto the ground. Unconcerned since there were plenty more, he simply reached for another. Seeing him discard it, Ruan Yuan picked up the dusty candy, rinsed it underwater, and popped it in her mouth, finding it reminiscent of the candies her grandfather used to give her. It was not greed that motivated her. Rather, she missed her grandfather. Every year during the festival, he would bring her delightful treats that were otherwise unattainable. The sweet flavor of the candy melted in her mouth, yet her eyes began to glisten with tears. Ruan Hai, sensing that even if he didn't want it, no one else should touch it, shouted, Mom, that little thief is stealing my snacks. Qin Xiaomei rushed over and without a second thought, slapped Ruan Yuan. You little wretch, have you learned to steal now? Stunned by the slap, Ruan Yuan's ears rang as she tearfully explained, Mom, that was dropped by my brother. I didn't steal it. Chapter 23. If you feel wronged, just cry it out. Qin Xiaomei dragged her outside, pushing her into the courtyard. Even if it was discarded by Ruan Hai, you must not touch it. Observing Ruan Yuan shivering in the cold, she said harshly, You will stand here and reflect. You are not allowed back inside without my permission. Ruan Yuan gazed up at her, her small face streaked with tears, wanting to tug at her sleeve but hesitating. She pleaded, Mom, I promise I won't do it again. Qin Xiaomei scoffed again. Do you think there will be a next time? If you continue this way, you might as well leave this house and beg on the streets. rather than embarrass us here." With that, she turned and returned inside, leaving Ruan Yuan alone in the courtyard, crying in solitude and despair. Caught in a nightmare, Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes onto the white pillow, creating a dark stain. Fu Shijin softly called out her name. "Yuan Yuan, wake up." Ruan Yuan felt a gentle push, struggling to break free from the nightmare, and slowly opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Upon seeing Fu Shijin's worried face through her blurred vision, she abruptly sat up and plunged into his embrace. His body carried a faint scent of aftershave, reminiscent of gardenias, which was comforting, much like his broad chest that made Ruan Yuan feel secure. The man allowed her to cling to him, gently lifting his hand to stroke her fragile back, soothingly patting her. "Did you have a nightmare?" Ruan Yuan buried her face in his shoulder, her warm tears soaking his expensive coat. A habit ingrained in her since childhood dictated that even in sorrow, she dared not make a sound. "Yuan Yuan, if you feel wronged, let the tears flow. You need not restrain your emotions in front of me." The sight of her vulnerability made Fu Shijin's heart ache to the point of suffocation. After a while, her body gradually relaxed in his arms. Ruan Yuan shook her head, her voice muffled through the fabric. "I'm sorry for getting your suit dirtied." Fu Shijin chuckled softly. "Silly girl, why are you still worrying about my suit?" Perhaps it was his light-hearted demeanor that lifted Ruan Yuan's spirits. She managed to smile, retorting quietly, "But your suit is quite expensive. I couldn't afford it even if I worked for a year." Fu Shijin smirked. "Then I shall punish you by making you work off the debt. I happen to need a personal female secretary that I refuse. I still want to go to school. So eager to learn. No wonder you receive a national scholarship every year." In the cozy bedroom, only a bedside lamp cast a warm yellow glow, enveloping the two in a comforting aura. With Fu Shijin's reassurance, Ruan Yuan's heavy heart gradually found solace. She shifted slightly, slowly extricating herself from his embrace. Her fair face, cleansed by tears, remained unblemished, though her petite nose was tinged with red, and even the corners of her eyes bore a rosy hue. Fu Shijin raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears clinging to her eyes. Gazing deeply into Ruan Yuan's, his deep, rich voice resonated in her ears. "Yuan Yuan, from now on, I will protect you. No one shall harm you. I am your stronghold, your source of confidence in all your decisions." Ruan Yuan met his gaze in his eyes. She saw her frail reflection, prompting him to softly inquire, "Do you trust me?" A voice within her surged like a vine, quickly occupying her heart. Fu Shijin was the one who treated her best, the one she could trust. "I believe you." Fu Shijin's deep eyes sparkled like rippling water. "That is the best thing I've heard all day." "Yuan Yuan, can you tell me what dream you just had? What could have caused you to weep so sorrowfully even in slumber?" Given the events of the day, Fu Shijin had a rough idea. It must be related to the Ruan family. Clutching a cup of warm milk, which Fu Shijin had just heated for her, Ruan Yuan recounted, "I dreamed about my childhood." Upon hearing her story, a surge of anger welled up within Fu Shijin. It was precisely as he had surmised. He was adept at reading hearts and possessed a profound understanding of human nature. The moment he laid eyes on Ruan Yuan, he recognized her profound sense of insecurity, a result of the wounds inflicted by her original family. Tonight's dream was merely a glimpse into her past life, a reflection of the countless harsh scenarios she had endured. It was unfathomable to imagine how she had managed to grow up in such an environment. "Yuan Yuan, I will protect you. No one can harm you again." After finishing another cup of warm milk, the pallor draining from her small face finally returned to a healthy flush, no longer the sight that caused Fu Shijin immeasurable heartache. He took the empty cup from her hands, placing it aside, and gently assisted her in lying back down, carefully tucking her in. "Yuan Yuan, it's late. You should sleep now." Ruan Yuan nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Instead of leaving immediately, Fu Shijin remained by her side. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he intentionally left on a warm yellow wall lamp, knowing that darkness often led to restless thoughts. While warm light could soothe the soul, he waited until her breathing steadied and the worry on her small face was replaced by tranquility before finally leaving the room. The next day, after completing her morning routine, Ruan Yuan descended the stairs, the first sight greeting her being Fu Shijin sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the financial morning report. Clad in a white loungewear, his damp hair fell over his forehead, and his striking features appeared softened by the casual attire, lending him a hint of youthful gentleness. Upon hearing her footsteps, Fu Shijin lifted his gaze to the staircase, a smile spreading across his face. Yuan Yuan, you don't need to go to school today. Why not sleep in a little longer? Ruan Yuan stepped closer, merely an arm's length away, her nose inhaling the fresh fragrance of the shower gel. Fu Shijin maintained a habit of exercising. On sunny mornings, he would go for a run outdoors and then hit the gym in the villa for strength training. Even though his demanding work schedule consumed most of his time, he remained remarkably disciplined. From her vantage point, Ruan Yuan caught a glimpse of his well-defined chest muscles, causing her to bite her lip and awkwardly divert her gaze, pretending to observe the breakfast being enjoyed by Xiaoyu in the living room. I can't always sleep in. If I form a habit, it will be hard to break. As she spoke, she was suddenly pulled towards him by a firm grip on her wrist, caught off guard. She instinctively sought support, her small hand finding purchase on his chest. The Fu Shijin regarded the petite figure nestled in his embrace, his gaze trailing from her slightly flushed face down to his chest. Do you like it? Ruan Yuan licked her lips, feeling somewhat lightheaded, yet undeniably enjoying the sensation. Chapter 24. Ruan Yuan suddenly received a call from the police station. In a daze, she absent-mindedly tugged at her hair. The muscles in her palm rose and fell in rhythm with her heartbeat. Her mouth reacted faster than her mind. She rather liked it. What was she doing? Liking it was one thing, but expressing it was another. No, that wasn't it. With her cheeks flushed, Ruan Yuan attempted to clarify. I meant I admire your discipline in maintaining a daily fitness routine. I wish to learn from you and apply that spirit to my studies. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. His large hand that was wrapped around her back slid downward until it reached her waist, his slightly coarse palm enveloping her slender figure. Little girl, you're not being truthful. Are you? Ruan Yuan, like a docile kitten, sat in his embrace, her soft body too timid to move, and one could predict what the man might transform into in the next moment. It's true. I am not interested in your pectoral muscles at all. Realizing she had inadvertently confessed her feelings, Ruan Yuan suddenly lifted her head, only to meet his playful gaze. He was doing it on purpose. She gazed at him with her dark, expressive eyes. Are you trying to make me look foolish? Fu Shijin did not refute her. He readily admitted to his actions. Yuan Yuan, you are simply too adorable. I couldn't resist. I was wrong to that moment. Xiaoyu, who had been dining in the living room, noticed the two of them whispering and curiously trotted over to join in. Xiaoyu approached Ruan Yuan, striding like a gentleman, and affectionately nudged her with his large head. Woof, woof. It seemed to convey, Miss Yuan Yuan, I wish for you to hold me too. Although the name Xiaoyu was endearing and charming, it did not diminish the fact that he was a large dog. Ruan Yuan instantly felt 3 black lines appear on her forehead. Xiaoyu panted with his tongue lolling out, tilting his head with an expectant look. Ruan Yuan had no choice but to stand up, bending down to encircle his large head with her delicate fingers, gently petting his fur. Xiaoyu is such a good boy. Xiaoyu, content with the attention, squinted his eyes in delight, then dashed away to retrieve his food bowl, placing it at Ruan Yuan's feet. His bright eyes sparkled. Woof, woof. Ruan Yuan didn't quite understand his intent, thinking he wanted her to refill his bowl. However, Fu Shijin, having raised Xiaoyu for 16 years, could easily decipher his meaning. Fu Shijin cast a glance at him, coldly stating, Xiaoyu, keep it for yourself. Yuan Yuan doesn't want it. Aunt Zhang had been busy in the kitchen all this time and had figured out Ruan Yuan's taste, preparing osmanthus cake and shrimp dumplings, her favorites. After setting the breakfast table, she came to call the 2. Xiaoyu was quite the little charmer. Aunt Zhang had watched Xiaoyu grow up, having brought him home as a puppy. And as the saying goes, dogs resemble their owners. Xiaoyu had inherited his master's aloof demeanor, making it difficult for strangers to approach him. Ruan Yuan remarked, Xiaoyu is quite clingy. 2. Aunt Zhang chuckled. Madam, you have yet to witness Xiaoyu's attitude toward strangers. Whenever a gardener comes by, he barks at them for ages. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? He doesn't seem like it. Aunt Zhang continued. It seems you and Xiao Yu share a special bond. Perhaps one day, the master can take you to M.R.G.U.'s house to see Xiao Yu's puppies. They look remarkably alike. I barely noticed Xiao Yu was that old, Ruan Yuan remarked. I can't believe he already has puppies. Aunt Zhang explained. Madam, don't be deceived by his name, although it sounds diminutive. He is quite old, turning 16 this year. Large dogs typically live for 10 to 15 years, with some fortunate ones reaching around 20. Thus, Xiao Yu's age is akin to a human entering their senior years. Yet Xiao Yu remains full of vitality, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. Fu Shijin stood up, looking at the astonished Ruan Yuan. Let us eat breakfast first. If you're curious, feel free to ask me anything. Once seated at the dining table, Fu Shijin kindly pulled out a chair for Ruan Yuan. Aunt Zhang had already prepared a nourishing bowl of donkey hide gelatin porridge, having been advised by Fu Shijin to ensure Ruan Yuan consumed iron-rich foods due to her anemia. In their hometown, there's a remedy suggesting young girls consume donkey hide gelatin to replenish energy and blood, resulting in rosy cheeks and abundant vitality among the local girls. Ruan Yuan adored Aunt Zhang's gelatin porridge, which was soft and subtly sweet. Fu Shijin took a boiled egg from the plate, meticulously peeling it and placing it in front of Ruan Yuan. You can't just have porridge, that would lead to nutritional imbalance. Ruan Yuan was about to respond with an when her phone rang on the table. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. She picked it up and pressed the answer button, only to hear a formal male voice on the other end. Miss Ruan, this is the police station. Your mother has reported that you assaulted her and your brother, resulting in serious injuries. Instinctively, Ruan Yuan glanced at Fu Shijin. As they were seated close enough for him to hear the voice on the line, that he remained unfazed, his expression as relaxed as before. Don't be afraid, Yuan. I'll handle this. With that, he gently took the phone from her hand. Hello, I am Ruan Yuan's husband. My wife is pregnant and is currently in a fragile emotional state. If it's convenient, please discuss the matter with me. The person on the other end was not unreasonable, and Fu Shijin's composed demeanor prompted them to relay the details of the incident. Throughout the call, Fu Shijin's expression remained unchanged. Not even a furrow in his brow. His relaxed attitude gradually eased Ruan Yuan's taut nerves. Sitting at the table, Ruan Yuan lost her appetite, her gaze fixed on Fu Shijin as he hung up the phone. It's nothing. Fu Shijin crossed the table, taking her slightly cold hand in his warm, dry grasp. Yuan, do not dwell on this matter. I will send legal counsel over shortly to resolve it. Qin Shumei's account to the police was far from straightforward. She conveniently omitted her intent to sell her daughter and twisted the narrative, claiming Ruan Yuan was dissatisfied with her not providing a dowry for her son, leading her to bring home some unruly girl to cause a ruckus, injuring both her brother and mother in the process. Fu Shijin stood up to head to the study to make a call, but Ruan Yuan caught his hand. She looked up at him. Shijin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. She felt like a colossal burden, incessantly bringing trouble to others. Suddenly, the sensation on her head interrupted her self-reproach. Fu Shijin smiled as he ruffled her hair, speaking lightly. There's no such thing as causing trouble between husband and wife. Besides, this is a perfect opportunity to showcase your husband's capabilities. I was just lamenting the lack of a chance to demonstrate. Chapter 25. From this moment, Ruan Yuan severed her ties with the Ruan family. After Fu Shijin finished the call with legal counsel, he subsequently dialed Fu Lilu's number. Lilu, come over for a moment. Fu Lilu, unaware of the situation, thought her brother was acting strangely. Brother, I have class soon. Yuan has been reported to the police by her mother, and she is feeling quite down. I need you to come and keep her company. Upon hearing this, Fu Lilu immediately agreed. Within half an hour, the sound of a sports car screeching to a halt echoed in the courtyard. Dressed in athletic wear, Fu Lilu rushed into the living room, her eyes scanning Ruan Yuan top to bottom. Yuan, are you okay? Ruan Yuan, noticing the concern etched on Fu Lilu's face, felt a mix of emotions. They had only known each other for 2 years, yet she cared for her so deeply. In contrast, her relatives, with whom she had spent over a decade, had never shown her such affection, even going so far as to call the police on her. Rather than being her family, it felt more like she was living under someone else's roof. She smiled, saying, "Lulu, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." At that moment, Fu Shijin descended the stairs. Impeccably dressed and with a stern expression, he turned to Fu Lilu, advising her, "Keep Yuan Yuan company. If she seems bored, take her shopping for clothes. Yuan Yuan has my supplementary card. Feel free to buy anything you fancy." Although Yuan Yuan was married to him, Fu Shijin would not restrict her freedom. Besides, getting out to clear her mind was far better than sulking at home. Fu Lilu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, don't worry. I will keep my sister-in-law company well. You can leave with peace of mind." Yuan Yuan felt an inexplicable oddity in the sentence. Fu Shijin shot her a glance, disinterested in engaging in a battle of wits with her. After exchanging a few words with Yuan Yuan, he stepped outside. The black Cullinan rolled over the dusty road, instantly raising a cloud of yellow dust that left a striking trail behind. However, the occupants within the vehicle seemed oblivious to it all, until the sound of brakes echoed as the car came to a steady halt in front of a low bungalow. As the rear door swung open, the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of impeccably tailored black suit trousers, followed by a tall man emerging from the vehicle, his demeanor starkly incongruent with the surroundings. Chun glanced at Fu Shijin before striding forward to knock on the door. Almost immediately, an impatient voice erupted from within. "Damn it! Who is knocking at this hour? Looking to get yourself killed?" Yuan Hai, cursing under his breath, opened the door only to find a stranger standing outside. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was seized by the scruff of his neck and dragged inside. "Who are you, bursting into someone else's house in broad daylight?" "Let me go," Yuan Hai protested. Chun disregarded his feeble struggles, hauling him into the living room before finally stopping. Yuan Hai's cries successfully captured the attention of Yuan Jiangwo and his wife, who hurriedly emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing their son held captive with his hands restrained, Qin Xiumei's heart sank, fearing that a loan shark had come to collect on Yuan Hai's debts. She feigned calmness, asserting, "Let my son go at once, or I will call the police. Once this matter is resolved, I will naturally release him." A cold voice resonated from the entrance. Fu Shijin stood silhouetted against the light, his chiseled features obscured in shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable. Yuan Jiangwo, inherently timid, felt an unexplainable trepidation upon seeing Fu Shijin for the first time. His voice trembled. "Who on earth are you?" Qin Xiumei pushed him aside. Exasperated, "Look at you, so spineless. This is a society governed by law. Even the mafia must face consequences. Hand me the phone. I'm calling the police." Fu Shijin leisurely stepped inside, retrieving a mobile phone from Jian Sui's hands. "All right, I'll dial for you. When the police arrive, we can discuss your selling of your daughter." As Qin Xiumei listened to the operator's inquiries on the other end, guilt washed over her, prompting her to snatch the phone away. Fu Shijin deftly avoided her grasp and expressionlessly tossed the phone to Jian Sui. "Since you wish to retract your report, let us discuss Yuan Yuan's situation." The malice in Fu Shijin's gaze was unmistakable, causing Qin Xiumei to instinctively retreat a step. With the conversation having reached this juncture, it would be foolish for her to remain ignorant of their intentions. After Yuan Yuan had so brazenly confronted her the previous day, Qin Xiumei had spent a restless night, unable to swallow her humiliation. Driven by indignation, she had reported the incident to the police early that morning. Yet now, instead of law enforcement, she found herself confronted by those seeking to collect debts on Yuan Yuan's behalf. What is there to discuss? She is merely a money-sucking parasite that I provided for her, raised her, and it is only right that she contributes to the family's dowry. Fu Shijin's voice turned grave. A daughter is also part of the lineage. How can such antiquated notions of gender preference still exist in this day and age? Qin Xiumei scoffed dismissively, unconvinced of her wrongdoing. "I am her mother. I can do as I please. And who do you think you are? Does Yuan Yuan need your intervention?" She was certain that the wretched girl was anything but docile, although she appeared obedient. Yuan Yuan was always scheming, seeking to entice him, and it was no wonder she claimed to be broke. Perhaps she had squandered all her money on maintaining a toy boy. "I am Yuan Yuan's husband," Fu Shijin declared, towering over her. "Her affairs are my affairs, and thus I must intervene." "What?" Yuan Hai exclaimed. "That wretched girl is actually married? When did this happen?" Chun delivered a swift kick to his knee. Shut your mouth. If I hear you refer to her as that wretched girl again, I will break your bones. Qin Xiaomei waved her hand dismissively. Did I give my consent for her to marry? You think you can just marry without your parents' approval? This marriage is null and void. Fu Shijin regarded her with a piercing gaze, producing a bank card from his suit pocket. There are 2 million within this card. Qin Xiaomei's eyes gleamed with greed upon hearing the figure, her demeanor transforming into one of delight. Oh, Ruan Yuan truly is remarkable, securing such a generous husband. At that moment, the previously silent legal advisor stepped forward at Fu Shijin's silent cue. Fu Shijin's icy gaze swept over the contract in the advisor's hands, his voice slicing through the air like a sharpened blade. This 2 million is to sever Ruan Yuan's ties with the Ruan family. From now on, she will have no further dealings with you. The declaration struck like a stone cast into calm waters, sending ripples of shock through the Ruan family, who exchanged incredulous glances. The legal advisor extended the contract to Ruan Jiangwo, adopting a business-like tone. Please sign here. Qin Xiaomei immediately refused. There is no way we will sever ties with Ruan Yuan. Though she was unaware of his true identity, his affluent appearance spoke volumes. That wretched girl could not simply abandon them after climbing the social ladder. Chapter 26. Ruan Yuan. Have you fallen for Fu Shijin? Fu Shijin's voice turned cold. Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen dragged Ruan Hai to the table, pinning his right hand down and placing a glistening Swiss Army knife against his fingertip. Fu Shijin's gaze was steely as he spoke. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you refuse, I will have someone sever your son's finger. The longer you hesitate, the more fingers he will lose. The knife's edge pressed against Ruan Hai's skin, drawing beads of blood. A mere command from Fu Shijin, Chen would not hesitate to carry out the act. Mom, stop stalling, just agree. This hurts like hell. Ruan Hai, petrified by the scene before him, felt his legs weaken and began to sink to the floor. If you dare move, I will cut it off right now, Chen threatened. Ruan Hai immediately froze, maintaining a half-squatting position, casting a desperate glance at Ruan Jiangwo, his voice quivering. Mom 1T sign. Dad, you need to sign. Ruan Jiangwo, although spineless, could not bear to witness his son lose a finger. Ignoring the murderous glare from Qin Xiaomei, he reached for the contract from the legal advisor. I dare you to sign. Qin Xiaomei shoved Ruan Jiangwo aside. They're just trying to intimidate us. Fu Shijin observed them coldly and called out, Chen. The next moment, the room echoed with Ruan Hai's anguished screams. Ruan Jiangwo looked down at the severed finger on the table, paralyzed in disbelief as blood dripped onto the floor. Qin Xiaomei was equally stunned, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated so dramatically. She had thought Fu Shijin was merely trying to intimidate her and that a firm stance would lead to his capitulation. With future wealth and luxury awaiting her, as she emerged from her shock, she began to scream frantically, "Let my son go!" Fu Shijin feigned ignorance, stepping closer to Ruan Hai. Does it hurt? Ruan Hai, drenched in sweat from pain, could barely muster a response. Indeed, Fu Shijin observed with a chilling calmness. Your mother disagrees, and I cannot resort to violence against someone older than me. According to familial hierarchy, you must bear the brunt of it. If she continues to refuse, I will cut until she consents. Besides, you've caused Ruan Yuan no small amount of pain. This hand is of little use. There was no trace of anger in his tone, yet it sent shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Qin Xiaomei had undertaken all of this for her son, but now that her son's finger was gone, what was left to fight for? No more cutting. I agree. From now on, the Ruan family will have no further ties with Ruan Yuan. Fu Shijin glanced at the legal advisor. Ensure that they sign. Every signature and fingerprint must be accounted for. With no further courage to oppose, Qin Xiaomei signed without hesitation, even failing to comprehend the contents of the document, merely complying with directives. Once the legal advisor confirmed that all signatures were in order, he respectfully handed the contract to Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin glanced over it and tossed the bank card to them. I will not ever appear before Ruan Yuan again. If I catch wind of you, I will not hesitate to repeat today's events. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. Chen, Eyeing the crumpled figure of Ruan high on the floor, scoffed, "The master initially intended to negotiate amicably with you. Yet you insisted on provoking him. Hurry and take that severed finger to the hospital. Otherwise, I may find myself in need of more fingers to cut." A shiver coursed through Ruan Hai as the pain in his finger instilled a sense of dread towards Achun. Listening to his threats, he feared that in the next moment, Achun might whimsically decide to sever another finger for amusement. Upon hearing Fu Shijin's words, Fu Lilu indeed took Ruan Yuan to the mall. The two arrived at an international shopping center, meandering through the women's clothing section. After wandering for a good part of the day, Fu Lilu found herself laden with numerous bags and a bountiful haul. Under her insistence, Ruan Yuan purchased a dress. "Yuan Yuan, you are already married to my brother. Why be so frugal? His money is yours. It would be a pity not to spend it." Ruan Yuan, ever understanding, replied, "Shijin works hard for his earnings. He toils daily. Although I've only recently begun to spend time with him, I have noticed he often stays up late in his study. Besides, he has already bought me so many clothes that I hardly have the chance to wear them all." Fu Lilu exaggeratedly shook her head. "I never imagined that just a few days into your marriage, you would be so considerate of him." The two were seated in the food court on the 6th floor when Fu Lilu suddenly leaned in close to Ruan Yuan. Her expression shrouded in mystery. "Tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for my brother?" These two certainly had something going on. One called her early in the morning to accompany Ruan Yuan, while the other was frugal, saving money for the sake of the other. Ruan Yuan observed the hurried patrons of the restaurant, each momentary visitors leaving as quickly as they came, and for a fleeting instant, she felt dazed. Fu Lilu's inquiry left her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she said, "I'm not quite sure. I just enjoy being with him. He is always considerate of my feelings and views situations from my perspective. Being with him is quite comfortable. Initially, I felt a bit shy and awkward, but as the days have gone by, that feeling has gradually faded." Fu Lilu, too, was a novice in matters of romance, though pursued by many distinguished gentlemen. She yearned for a relationship that resonated with her heart, and none had left a mark upon her soul. "It seems you might be developing feelings. Otherwise you wouldn't enjoy being with him," Fu Lilu remarked. Ruan Yuan, somewhat bewildered, shook her head that "I can't quite articulate what this feeling is." Fu Lilu sighed, recognizing that those embroiled in their own emotions often remain oblivious, while outsiders may see clearly. Ruan Yuan might still have a long journey ahead to grasp the essence of her feelings. "Yuan Yuan, there's no rush. Take your time. After all, Fu Shijin is still young, even in 4 years. He will only be 30. He has plenty of time to wait for your epiphany." Ruan Yuan listened earnestly, expecting some profound insight, only to be caught off guard when the conversation veered towards stamina, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Lilu, must you always mention that?" As Fu Lilu leaned closer, poised to share her thoughts, her peripheral vision caught sight of a waiter approaching with 2 bowls of spicy sour noodles. She swallowed her words, and once the bowls were set on the table and assured no one was eavesdropping, she resumed her previous topic. "Yuan Yuan, I'm just a bit curious. My brother has always kept women at arm's length. Even his dog is male. I suppose only female mosquitoes can get close to him. What could such a reserved and enigmatic man be like in private? By the way, have you two shared any deeper exchanges lately?" Fu Lilu spoke in one breath, then took a hearty sip of sour plum juice, her anticipation palpable. After finishing, she burped and looked expectantly at Ruan Yuan. "Yuan Yuan, do tell." Chapter 27. "Shijin, are you jealous?" The forthrightness of her friend made Ruan Yuan feel like burrowing into the ground. "Not at all," she replied, feigning busyness as she buried her steaming head in the bowl of noodles, eager to slurp them up. "You should eat, otherwise it will get cold." Fu Lilu nodded. "That is quite normal. Grandma mentioned just the other day that one must be particularly cautious in the first 3 months at the time." I thought Fu Shijin looked a bit constipated. Now it all makes sense. Just as he was starting to enjoy himself, someone whisked away his plate and bowl. Who could maintain a pleasant demeanor under such circumstances? Nonetheless, she felt Fu Shijin deserved it. After all, he had hit the nail on the head. Ruan Yuan sensed that if she continued this conversation, she might as well roast a sweet potato on her head. Fortunately, at that moment, Fu Lilu's phone rang, interrupting her desire to delve deeper. "Jinghao, what made you suddenly think to call me?" A youthful male voice came through the receiver. After the other party finished speaking, Fu Lilu's eyes widened in surprise. "UVE returned? When did this happen?" After hearing the response, she huffed, "So you came back to track down a suspect. I thought you were coming back specifically for me." Song Jinghao on the other end of the line proposed treating Fu Lilu to coffee, which led her to forgive him. After their meal, Ruan Yuan and Fu Lilu stepped out of the mall. From a distance, they spotted a young man dressed in a black hoodie and wearing matching, oversized sunglasses. Song Jinghao leaned against the door of a black SUV, his tall figure quite eye-catching. Upon noticing the two, he immediately stood up and walked toward them. As he approached, Ruan Yuan realized he had a vibrant, sunlit face, complete with two adorable dimples when he smiled, which seemed somewhat incongruous with his cool outfit. Song Jinghao removed his sunglasses, his gaze landing on Ruan Yuan. Momentarily taken aback, he then turned to Fu Lilu and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Fu Lilu hurriedly introduced, "Jinghao, this is my good friend and sister-in-law." Upon hearing sister-in-law, Song Jinghao's face registered disbelief, as if he had just heard something utterly absurd that Fu Shijin is actually married. Ruan Yuan interjected, "Why does everyone react this way? It's as if Fu Shijin is some prehistoric dinosaur who cannot marry. Of course he can," Fu Lilu asserted. "Yuan Yuan is an extraordinary girl. My brother has struck gold and should hasten to marry her." Song Jinghao immediately took Ruan Yuan's hand, shaking it as if they were diplomats meeting for the first time. "Congratulations, my dear lady. You have made a remarkable contribution to humanity by taming that old fox," he laughed. His tone was casual, and his demeanor was unusually familiar, as if he had known Ruan Yuan for ages. Ruan Yuan, who already struggled with social anxiety, found herself feeling somewhat awkward around the unpredictably candid Song Jinghao. With a faint smile, she replied, "I haven't done anything special. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities that, oh no." Her nervous habit of speaking too much had resurfaced. Perhaps one becomes foolish after pregnancy. That Fu Lilu playfully smacked Song Jinghao's arm. "You startled Yuan Yuan. Tone it down a bit." Song Jinghao readily apologized. "My apologies, Miss Yuan Yuan. I felt an instant rapport with you and may have gotten carried away. Please don't take offense." Originally, Song Jinghao had invited Ruan Yuan to join them for coffee, but Ruan Yuan didn't want to intrude on their reunion. Thus, she expressed that she was feeling a bit tired and wished to return home to rest when she mentioned taking a taxi. Song Jinghao and Fu Lilu insisted on escorting her home. Not wanting to worry them, Ruan Yuan acquiesced. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The summer evening heat lingered, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Fu Shijin stood at the entrance with Little Moon, having just spoken with Ruan Yuan on the phone, aware of her return. Dressed in a camel-colored loungewear, he had not styled his hair meticulously as he would for formal occasions. Instead, a few stray strands fell casually over his forehead, exuding a relaxed, languid aura, reminiscent of an ordinary husband waiting for his wife to come home. Little Moon, upon seeing Ruan Yuan, rushed forward but was reminded by Fu Shijin to slow down, transitioning to a hurried little trot until it reached her, tilting its furry head and greeting, "Woof, woof, woof." Ruan Yuan laughed, petting its head as she led it inside. The man in the car watched in astonishment as Little Moon affectionately circled around Ruan Yuan. "ISNT, that Little Moon? When did it become so clingy?" Fu Lilu glanced over and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "That is a traitor of a dog. It used to follow Fu Shijin everywhere, and now it only has eyes for Yuan Yuan." Song Jinghao appeared to be lost in thought, observing the interaction between Ruan Yuan and Little Moon. A smile unconsciously gracing his face, Fu Shijin shifted his gaze away from the SUV, looking at Ruan Yuan as she approached, naturally taking the tote bag from her hands. "Yuan Yuan, are you tired?" Ruan Yuan's dark eyes sparkled, the morning's melancholy nowhere to be found. "Not at all. Song Jinghao is a person of wit and humor. He regaled us with tales of his experiences abroad while in the car. Even the most mundane incidents he recounted were brought to life with vivid detail, as if one were transported to those very moments." As a result, Ruan Yuan's spirits were undeniably lifted. Upon learning that Ruan Yuan's improved mood was due to Song Jinghao, Fu Shijin seized the opportunity presented by Aunt Zhang's dinner of dumplings. allowing him ample room for expression. Thus, the young master doused his dumplings in vinegar. Wan Yuan, with her fair complexion puffed up as she savored the dumplings, typically approached her meals with utmost seriousness. However, on this day, Fu Shijin's bowl of vinegar was particularly eye-catching, drawing her attention irresistibly. She watched as Fu Shijin naturally consumed such a sour condiment, her mouth involuntarily beginning to salivate, with a hint of hesitation. She inquired, "Shijin, do you really enjoy vinegar that much?" Fu Shijin, always graceful and polite, would never speak with food in his mouth, that he swallowed his morsel, met Wan Yuan's gaze, and with a slight smile replied, "Indeed, I do." This penchant, however, only developed after our marriage. Yet he refrained from voicing this detail, fearing it might startle Wan Yuan. Oblivious to his insinuation, she nodded vacantly that I see. My grandmother mentioned a few days ago that consuming more vinegar is good for softening blood vessels. Fu Shijin had little interest in the subject of vascular health. His eyes fell upon Wan Yuan's bowl, which contained only a shallow pool of vinegar, indicating her distaste for sour flavors. He gently asked, Yuan, do you not enjoy sour foods anymore?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Yuan replied. Fu Shijin's smile widened, though he intentionally restrained it, leaving Wan Yuan only able to perceive his usual composed elegance. Then, Yuan, do you like spicy food? The memory of the sour and spicy noodles she had for lunch resurfaced, and she couldn't help but reminisce fondly, recalling how she had asked the chef to add extra chili oil. Chapter 28. President Fu's desire for his daughter's affection is almost overflowing from the screen. Wan Yuan's voice was soft and delicate. "It seems I do enjoy spicy food." Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow, pleased, for this meant he could have 3 daughters as charming as Yuan. However, to his disappointment, 2 months later, Wan Yuan suddenly developed a newfound fondness for sour flavors. But that is a tale for another time. Wan Yuan was perplexed by Fu Shijin's curious interest in her palate, and his tendency to leave statements half-finished added an air of mystery. After their meal, Fu Shijin, concerned that Wan Yuan might suffer from indigestion, took her for a stroll in the backyard. The gentle evening breeze finally offered a touch of coolness to the sweltering weather. The backyard was spacious, and it would take some time to traverse its entirety. Fu Shijin attentively draped a jacket over Wan Yuan's shoulders as the wind tousled the strands of her hair, causing them to dance softly. She breathed in lightly, catching a faint floral fragrance. "Shijin, are there flowers here?" Fu Shijin, hearing her words, gazed past her into the distance. "Yes. Would you like to take a look?" Wan Yuan nodded. They ambled leisurely, engaging in casual conversation. Soon, a fully transparent greenhouse came into view. As this location was distant from the main building, Wan Yuan had yet to visit it. Bathed in the soft moonlight, she could barely discern the interior through the glass. However, what truly captured her attention was the loquat tree standing proudly beside the greenhouse. Yuan, the fragrance you detected earlier actually emanates from these 2 trees. Fu Shijin explained, his gaze fixed on the loquat tree. It was the season for the tree to blossom and bear fruit, with branches laden with golden orbs. "Would you like to eat some loquats?" Fu Shijin turned his head, smiling as he asked. Although Wan Yuan was indeed tempted to try them, the dark night and Fu Shijin's lack of tools for harvesting gave her pause. And she shook her head. Fu Shijin, perceiving his beloved's thoughts, playfully ruffled her petite nose. "Little trickster, you want to eat them, don't you?" Wan Yuan felt slightly embarrassed at being caught, wondering if Fu Shijin had X-ray vision that allowed him to see through her thoughts. In a soft voice, she replied, "It's too late, and I'm not really that hungry." Yet, deep down, she craved them. Fu Shijin's eyes sparkled with sincerity. "Eating alone is rather dull, so I wish to invite you to join me." Wan Yuan looked at the tall tree, feeling a twinge of concern for Fu Shijin's safety. "But you have no tools. How will you pick them?" Fu Shijin chuckled lightly. Yuan, have you forgotten what I used to do? I have executed missions in tropical rainforests. Obtaining them is not a challenge for me." With that, he adjusted her slipping jacket before striding confidently towards the loquat tree. Suddenly, Wan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her dark orbs shining even brighter under the moonlight. Filled with incredulity, Fu Shijin executed a graceful leap, and within moments he was scaling the trunk with his bare hands, moving with remarkable agility. His every motion was impressively bold. He reached out, his long, muscular arms brushing against the branches, plucking the ripe fruit with ease. The vivid, glistening loquats stood in stark contrast to his pale fingers. Ruan Yuan dared not make a sound. Fearing that any noise might distract Fu Shijin and lead to mishap, she stood still, watching intently. Before long, the ground around the tree was strewn with fruits, and as soon as Fu Shijin descended, Ruan Yuan dashed over. Inspecting the fallen bounty and then glancing at him, in her mind, Fu Shijin had always been composed, self-assured, and dignified, his upbringing steeped in elite education, often engaging in calligraphy and painting to cultivate his character. She had never imagined he would climb a tree. What would his employees think if they knew? Would their jaws drop in astonishment? Yet her first question was, "Shijin, are you all right?" She then took his hand, scrutinizing it closely in the light, and upon seeing no cuts or bruises, she felt a wave of relief. Although Fu Shijin wished to spare his wife worry, he felt a conflicting joy at discovering how much she cared about him. His angular features softened with genuine warmth. "That I'm fine, Yuan Yuan. Come, let us enjoy the loquats." The greenhouse had running water, and Fu Shijin gathered several loquats, washing them carefully before presenting them to Ruan Yuan. At that moment, Ruan Yuan was seated in a rocking chair within the greenhouse. Fu Shijin, concerned she might feel cold, had thoughtfully placed his jacket on the chair for her comfort, surrounded by a vibrant array of blooming flowers. She felt as if she were enveloped by nature's splendor. "Yuan Yuan, this one is for you." Fu Shijin handed her a large, round loquat, its juiciness evident. Ruan Yuan took a bite, and indeed, the fruit was perfectly ripe, sweet with a hint of tartness, a delightful balance of flavors. It delicious. "Delicious," she replied, her words slightly muffled by the fruit in her mouth. Fu Shijin, seated on a small stool nearby, found his long legs somewhat cramped. He teased her, "Is it truly that delectable? Yuan Yuan, you're starting to compose poetry. So what kind of verses does the great poet Ruan wish to write?" Ruan Yuan, a mere 20-year-old girl, still possessed the innocent heart of a child. Especially in the presence of someone who unconditionally embraced her and genuinely cared for her, her true nature began to emerge. With her cheeks full, she swallowed before speaking, mindful of Fu Shijin's tendency to tease. "I want to compose a poem about how Fu Shijin is a big bad guy who bullies me." Fu Shijin showed no sign of anger, instead nodding in approval. "The premise of this poem is quite commendable. Yuan Yuan write it quickly. I shall hang it in my office for daily admiration." "Unreasonable." Ruan Yuan feigned annoyance that I cannot win an argument against you. However, when she looked up, she met Fu Shijin's smiling gaze. Ruan Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She realized that no matter when she looked up, she would always find Fu Shijin's eyes upon her, as if he had been watching her all along. Regardless of the distance or the passage of time, she used to fear others' impatience, often hastening her speech. Yet now she understood that someone who truly loves you is always a patient listener, never rushing or leaving midway. Suppressing a surge of unidentifiable emotions, Ruan Yuan lowered her gaze to the loquat in her hand. "Shijin, how is it that there are loquat trees in the estate?" Such trees are typically found in plantations, while those ginkgo trees outside are more common in villas. Fu Shijin took a loquat from her hand, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the fruit, traveling back to a distant past. His voice was low. "When I was 8 years old, my mother passed away from a heart condition." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan immediately recognized a potential source of pain in his words. "Shijin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." Chapter 29. Sleeping separately is detrimental to nurturing affection. Fu Shijin shook his head. "It's all right, Yuan Yuan. Why parents have known each other since childhood, and the bond between them runs deep. A connection that few can truly comprehend. Thus, the passing of my mother struck my father with profound sorrow. In memory of his beloved, he constructed a greenhouse filled with the flowers she cherished and personally planted 2 loquat trees to accompany her." Fu Shijin's voice was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a wound that had taken him a considerable time to heal. Ruan Yuan couldn't help but feel moved by the love shared between Fu's mother and father. "In the garden stand the loquat trees, planted by my wife in the year of her passing. Now they rise tall like a canopy." This line immediately surfaced in her mind, a yes for the subsequent events. There was no need for Fu Shijin to elaborate. Ruan Yuan was aware that Fu's father had also passed away a year after Fu's mother. He hadn't even lived to see the loquat trees he had planted bear fruit. Ruan Yuan found it unimaginable how profound a love must be for one to succumb to excessive longing and depart from this world. But Fu Shijin felt a small hand gently grasping his own. The palm was delicate and soft, incapable of enclosing his hand even with all its might. Yet, Ruan Yuan persisted earnestly in her endeavor. Consequently, Fu Shijin reciprocated her grasp, turning his head to face her and saying, Yuan Yuan, thank you for being by my side. So much has transpired since I turned 10. I scarcely remember what happiness feels like, merely existing in a state of numbness. It is you who has revived my heart, which had long ceased to beat. Therefore, I am truly grateful. Words fail to encapsulate the beauty you embody in my heart, for you are irreplaceable. The warmth radiating from Fu Shijin's palm seemed to communicate clearly and fervently through their intertwined skin to Ruan Yuan. Her mind went blank, and her heart pounded vigorously against her nerves. In Fu Shijin's gaze, there was only Ruan Yuan. May I kiss you? Ruan Yuan, feeling a bit dazed, nodded slightly, momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, she found herself lifted from the rocking chair and cradled in Fu Shijin's embrace. His gentle lips descended upon hers, and the greenhouse's light left Ruan Yuan feeling somewhat dizzy, her consciousness gradually slipping away with Fu Shijin. Who are you two, daring to kiss in a manner? A sharp female voice suddenly interjected. Ruan Yuan jolted in surprise, abruptly pushing Fu Shijin away, shooting upright like a small missile. Her swift movement concealed the fact that she carried 3 babies within her. Fu Shijin frowned slightly, casting a dark look toward the source of the noise. Jian Ran stood at the doorway, holding an empty flower pot, resembling a guardian spirit, neither advancing nor retreating, her face a mask of awkwardness as she scratched her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Master. Please continue, just don't let my brother hit me. With that, she dashed away without looking back. She had come to the greenhouse to transplant a small freesia, intending to keep it in her room. Who would have thought the master would be seeking excitement at such a late hour? She had only ever seen characters in novels engaging in such antics in the wilderness or at a garage. This was her first encounter with someone who preferred the greenhouse. Ruan Yuan stretched her head, wanting to call out to Jian Ran for an explanation, but the latter had already dashed off like a wind-up toy, disappearing without a trace. Had she misunderstood something? Ruan Yuan pouted her swollen lips, genuinely suspecting that Fu Shijin must have been a reincarnated octopus in his past life, sticking to her like a suction cup. Fu Shijin shrugged, leisurely standing up, hands stuffed in his pockets, his gaze sweeping across Ruan Yuan's flushed cheeks. Casually, he remarked, "It seems so." Any lingering hope within Ruan Yuan was extinguished by Fu Shijin's words. What should we do then? Fu Shijin, maintaining a natural demeanor and a light tone, reassured her she won't mention it to anyone else. Ruan Yuan. Fu Shijin reached for Ruan Yuan's hand, leading her slowly outside. The sound of the glass door opening and closing returned the greenhouse to its previous tranquility, shrouded in darkness from a distance. Hand in hand, they made their way into the villa, where the living room stood empty. As if everyone had chosen to retreat upon sensing their arrival. It wasn't until they reached the second floor that Fu Shijin finally released Ruan Yuan's hand. Get a good night's sleep. And try not to overthink things. If you find yourself unable to refrain from such thoughts, then you must share a room with me tonight. The sly fox had cleverly turned the situation to his advantage. Upon hearing that they would share a room, Ruan Yuan quickly agreed with a soft hastily scurrying away toward her own room, not granting Fu Shijin a moment to speak. She wasn't quite ready to share a room with him yet. 2 days later, Ruan Yuan went to the old residence to keep her grandmother company. Upon hearing this, Fu Lilu expressed disbelief, saying, "You two are still sleeping in separate rooms." Ruan Yuan found it quite normal. After all, her acquaintance with Fu Shijin had been brief, and they weren't yet familiar enough for such closeness. It felt strange to sleep together. I'm still not accustomed to having a man around. Fu Lilu couldn't help but inquire, what about a woman? Ruan Yuan was momentarily speechless. Fu Lilu grasped Ruan Yuan's hand. Yuan, this won't do. Always sleeping in separate rooms is detrimental to nurturing your relationship. The more familiar you become with each other, the more likely you are to develop that unbreakable bond. Your current arrangement is no different from those couples in middle age who drift apart and sleep separately. Tell me, Yuan, do you wish to spend your life with my brother? Initially, Yuan might have entertained the thought of leaving after having the child, but that notion had vanished entirely amid her growing familiarity with Fu Shijin. She nodded affirmatively. Yes. Fu Lilu pressed on. Then why hesitate? You can't possibly intend to sleep apart from Fu Shijin for the rest of your lives. Sooner or later, it will come to this. The sooner you start cultivating your feelings, the better. Fu Lilu spent the entire afternoon acting as a relationship mentor for Yuan, her throat parched from speaking. All because she felt it was worth it. Considering Fu Shijin had spent a fortune on clothing for her, she wished to help him out, to spare him from always appearing unfulfilled by 4 in the afternoon. The two finally emerged from the room. Upon reaching the downstairs kitchen, preparations for dinner were already underway. The kitchen bustled with activity. Aunt Shun carried a basin of dough, having been specially instructed by the old lady to make a bowl of oil-splashed noodles for Yuan. As the child enjoyed them, Aunt Shun, hailing from the northwest, was quite adept at making noodles, as her family had previously owned a noodle shop, and oil-splashed noodles presented no challenge for her. She had a small notebook with Yuan's preferences neatly recorded, all conveyed by the young master. Yuan entered, eager to help, but Aunt Shun would not hear of it. Young mistress, you should rest. This is merely a matter of a few swift movements. Yuan smiled. Aunt Shun. It's all right. I wish to learn. Aunt Shun relented. Very well. Yuan followed Aunt Shun's lead in learning how to stretch the noodles. With deft movements, Aunt Shun quickly pulled and stretched a wide noodle. Young mistress, did you see that clearly? Yuan nodded, indicating she understood. Imitating Aunt Shun's technique, she skillfully manipulated the dough, and soon she had produced a noodle identical to Aunt Shun's. Aunt Shun beamed. Your hands are truly skilled. Young mistress, you grasp things so quickly, no wonder you were accepted into Jing University. Yuan, taking up another piece of dough, humbly replied, it's all thanks to Aunt Shun's excellent teaching. Aunt Shun insisted, oh, you are truly being modest. As they chatted and worked, time flew by, and before long, they had laid out a small portion of noodles on the board. Initially, the old lady had only intended to prepare a bowl of oil-splashed noodles for Yuan, having heard her express a desire for it. But upon returning from a stroll in the yard, and seeing Yuan's enthusiasm for making noodles, she decided that everyone would have oil-splashed noodles for dinner. Just as Aunt Shun was about to drop the noodles into the pot, Fu Shijin had yet to return. The old lady sat on the sofa, wondering aloud, what on earth is this child doing? He should be back by now. Doesn't even bother to call. What if Yuan gets hungry? Yuan chuckled, Grandma, I'm not hungry. Perhaps Shijin is stuck in traffic on his way back. Meanwhile, in the luxurious VIP ward of the hospital, Fu Shijin sat on the hospital bed, and 4-needle inserted into his hand. His usually clear complexion appeared somewhat pale. Jiu-Zhe, clad in a white coat, finished signing the paperwork and closed the medical record before looking up at the patient. Shijin, don't think just because you have a strong constitution that you can neglect your health. Who works nonstop while on a business trip, not taking a moment to rest, and rushes back home. Now look, you've worn yourself out and ended up with a fever. Fu Shijin leaned against the headboard, having initially closed his eyes to rest, but now opened them upon hearing Guze's voice. I'm about to become a father. I must work harder to provide the best for my wife and child. Jiu-Zhe scoffed. I never imagined the typically aloof Mr. Fu would turn out to be such a devoted husband. Bragging about your wife and child in front of me. Have you considered the feelings of this single dog? Fu Shijin ignored his teasing, pondering for a moment before asking, can I be discharged tonight? Guze glanced at the 4-drip, estimating, we'll check your temperature shortly. If the fever subsides and the remaining fluids are finished, you can go. Fu Shijin nodded thoughtfully, then called Gao Qin in to instruct him to contact the old residents and inform Uncle Zhang that he was running a fever. Guze could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. In the past, when Fu Shijin had been shot in the chest during a mission, facing life and death, he had never disclosed anything to anyone. Yet today, merely having a fever seemed to warrant a grand display. Shijin, who are you trying to deceive? Fu Shijin shot him a glance. Later, I need you to do me a favor. When Grandma and the others arrive, just say that I require constant care, and it must be personal attention, with alcohol for cooling if necessary. Jiuze quickly understood Fu Shijin was not merely running a fever. He was seeking a different kind of excitement. Soon, the old residents received the call. Wan Yuan reassured, Grandma, don't worry, I will accompany you to the hospital to see Shijin. Although the old lady was certainly concerned for her grandson, she was even more preoccupied with her granddaughter-in-law. Pondering how the child could be sent to the hospital on an empty stomach. Yuan, that child Shijin has always had a robust constitution. A fever for him is akin to a mere mosquito bite. Hardly worth fretting over. We can afford to wait a little longer. Finish your meal with Grandma. Then we will go to the hospital. Fu Li fell in to add. Indeed, Yuan, Uncle Zhang just mentioned that brother is receiving in 4. The fluids will replenish his energy. He isn't even hungry, so we can visit him after we eat. Seeing their insistence, Wan Yuan could only nod in agreement. That be why the time they arrived at the hospital. The nurse was just finishing up the last round of 4 fluids. The old lady looked at her grandson, sitting on the bed and sighed. It would be a lie to say she wasn't concerned. Usually, he was full of vitality, but today he bore a slightly fatigued look. That I always tell you to dress warmly and not to alternate between hot and cold. Yet you never listen. And now look. You're sick. She patted his shoulder, but her tone held no reproach. Fu Shijin listened to his grandmother's words, yet his gaze was fixed on Wan Yuan. Grandma, this time it's my fault. I promise to heed your advice next time. You always say that, and now you're going to be a father. Can't you make it easier for me? The old lady had long noticed her grandson's attention on his wife, with her ears present. His heart had already flown away. Yuan, it seems I can no longer reach him. From now on, it will be up to you to keep an eye on him. Wan Yuan stepped forward and tucked the blanket around Fu Shijin. Don't worry, Grandma. I will take good care of Shijin. Just then, someone knocked twice on the open door, and Guze walked in. It was his first time meeting Wan Yuan, and although she was somewhat different from his imagination, she was not far off. He hadn't anticipated that Fu Shijin would prefer such a young, demure girl. You must be sister-in-law, Guze said warmly, shaking Wan Yuan's hand. I'm Shijin's childhood friend. Guze. Gu as in valley, and Zay as in marsh. Wan Yuan politely replied. Hello, Mr. Gu. Fu Li fell behind, whispering to Fu Zian, I always thought brother Gu chose the wrong major. Although Fu Zian was a generation younger than Fu Li, he was still 2 years older, so he would not refer to her as aunt. What major should he have chosen? Psychiatry. I've always thought there's something off about his thought process. What kind of good family enjoys rambling nonsense? The old lady, noticing Guze's presence, inquired, Xiaoze, how serious is Shijin's condition? How did he suddenly develop a fever? Is there inflammation inside? Guze, fearing the elderly lady would worry, quickly reassured her, Grandma, please don't fret. Shijin just had a CT scan, and I saw no abnormalities. He merely caught a chill. That's good. The old lady finally felt relieved. He will need to stay in a hospital for a few days? Guze, hands tucked in the pockets of his white coat, spoke with the authority of a doctor. Shijin is not in serious trouble. The nurse just took his temperature, and it has already dropped. Once this 4 is finished, he can go home to recuperate. He glanced at Wan Yuan. However, it is essential for sister-in-law to keep a close watch on him. Although the fever has subsided, there is a risk of it returning. If the temperature rises again, he can take a pill of Fenbid, but it is best to use physical methods to cool him down. Avoid medication where possible, as drugs can have significant effects on the liver and kidneys. Wan Yuan listened attentively, but when he mentioned herself, she realized that as his wife, it was her duty to care for Fu Shijin. She humbly asked, Dr. Gu, how can we cool him physically? Gu Zhe pulled a bottle of alcohol from his pocket, approached Wan Yuan, and handed it to her sister-in-law. If his temperature rises again, you can pour the alcohol onto a towel and wipe Shijin's body, focusing on areas like the neck, armpits, chest, back, abdomen, and groin. Fu Shijin, who had remained silent, suddenly coughed. Jiuze realized he might have overstepped with his choice of words, considering how young his sister-in-law appeared. Young girls often shy away from such discussions. He quickly added, just wipe those areas. Wan Yuan stood frozen, clutching the alcohol bottle, her cheeks flushed as the delicate pink spread to the corners of her beautiful eyes, rendered speechless. Following Dr. Gu's instructions would mean inspecting Fu Shijin thoroughly, even in sensitive areas. Wasn't that a bit too much? The old lady, ever partial to her granddaughter-in-law, immediately perceived Yuan Yuan's embarrassment. Thus she proposed, Shijin, how about I find a male nurse to assist you? After all, Yuan Yuan is pregnant, and a professional would surely do a better job. Fu Shijin did not object, but cast a gentle glance at Yuan Yuan, pausing briefly before averting his gaze. His voice tinged with weakness. All right. Yuan Yuan, witnessing Fu Shijin's cautious demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The next moment, she softly said, Grandma, I am Shijin's wife. It is my responsibility to care for him, so I will do it. The old lady was determined to oppose her stubborn grandson. But Yuan Yuan, I fear you might tire yourself. Grandma, I currently don't have any pregnancy symptoms. My body feels just as it did before. So I won't tire easily. Gu Zhe chimed in to support his brother. Grandma, once Shijin finishes his 4, his temperature is unlikely to rise again. Advising sister-in-law on physical cooling is merely a precaution. The old lady's stance began to soften as she looked at her grandson. Do you truly need Yuan Yuan to care for you? Fu Shijin nodded, then turned to Yuan Yuan, his expression tinged with regret. It's all my fault for not taking care of myself. I'm troubling Yuan Yuan. Under Fu Shijin's intense gaze, Yuan Yuan could hardly utter words of refusal. Moreover, this man treated her so well. She genuinely wanted to care for him. It's not a burden. Gu Zhe observed that the 4 fluids were almost finished, and, as a doctor, he would remove the needle himself. So he did not call for the nurse, but stepped forward to assist Fu Shijin in extracting the needle. Perhaps due to a slight lack of practice, when the needle detached from the vein, a small amount of blood spilled out, soaking the adhesive bandage. Fu Shijin frowned and turned his face away. Yuan Yuan anxiously asked, What's wrong? Fu Shijin's chest heaved slightly. Yuan Yuan, I have a slight aversion to blood. I can't bear to see it. Yuan Yuan did not expect Fu Shijin to have a blood phobia. And without giving it much thought, she stepped closer to press down on the adhesive bandage. I will block the blood for you. Will that make you feel a little better? She knew that those with severe blood phobia could experience difficulty breathing or even fainting. Fu Shijin turned back to Yuan Yuan and nodded. I in the room. Everyone except Yuan Yuan looked at Fu Shijin with peculiar expressions. The old lady suddenly understood. No wonder Yuan Yuan would go to such lengths for a simple water cup. And why Shijin had been acting so strangely just now. Fu Li emerged from the bathroom with a basin of water, dragging Fu Zian out. Zian, why are you going outside to fetch water when there is some inside? Fu Zian, confused, replied, Li, why are you acting like an idiot? Do you think I made a dog brains? Did you not see that brother was doing it on purpose? You being a giant light bulb, there is just hindering things. Fu Zian protested, but great-grandma and Dr. Gu are also in there. Fu Li pointed with her chin behind him. Fu Zian turned to see the old lady and Gu Zhe emerging from a ward. Gu Zhe truly did not mean to pull the needle out earlier. He explained as they walked. Grandma, I genuinely didn't intend for Shijin to bleed. The old lady did not blame him. Xiao Zhe, your unintentional act has inadvertently helped that boy. He is now trying to get close to Yuan Yuan at every opportunity. As a grandmother, she naturally hoped that the 2 children would not merely be together because of the baby, but would grow to love and support one another. Yuan Yuan used the water fetched by Fu Li to clean the blood off Fu Shijin's hand before preparing to leave the hospital. Zian, please take your uncle and aunt to the nearby apartment. After instructing her great-grandson, the old lady turned to Fu Shijin. You just had in 4. Don't go running around, or you might catch a chill again. Fu Shijin naturally had no objections, especially since there was only one bedroom. Yuan Yuan would certainly be reluctant to let him, ailing as he was, sleep on the couch. Once everything was in order, Yuan Yuan took a small bag of medicine and supported Fu Shijin as they made their way outside. Shijin, do you feel any better? My head is a bit dizzy, Fu Shijin replied, pinching his brow. I still lack strength. Yuan Yuan, a kind-hearted little angel, suggested. Then lean on me as we walk. It will conserve your energy. Fu Shijin would not bear to tire Yuan Yuan, feigning reliance on her arm. Though he was hardly heavy, when Yuan Yuan visited the spacious flat for the second time, she was struck by an odd sense of change. Previously, she had felt nothing but unfamiliarity and uncertainty here. Lost in the ambiguity of her path forward and the retreat behind her, feelings of confusion and helplessness entwining her heart like a creeping vine. Yet, at this moment, she experienced a surprising sense of belonging. She guided Fu Shijin, well acquainted with the surroundings, to the bedroom and had just tucked him in with a light blanket when the doorbell rang. As she approached the door, she saw it was Gao Qin and was about to let him in when he politely handed her a bag from the dining room before taking his leave. The elderly matriarch, concerned that her grandson had yet to eat, could not bear to ask the pregnant Ruan Yuan to cook for him late at night, so she had sent Gao Qin to deliver food. The meal was modest, yet exquisite and nutritious, including a bowl of bird's nest porridge evidently prepared for Ruan Yuan. Having had oil-splashed noodles for dinner and not feeling particularly hungry, Ruan Yuan thought Fu Shijin must surely be famished. So she called out to him, "Shijin, Secretary Gao has brought dinner. Come and eat a little." The ailing Fu Shijin appeared fragile, his complexion pale and lacking the usual sharpness in his dark eyes. Resembling a young college student, innocent and compliant, he obediently followed Ruan Yuan to the dining area, taking a seat beside her. Ruan Yuan, acting as a dutiful caregiver, reached out to check his forehead, relieved that his temperature had not risen. Fu Shijin allowed her to fuss over him, a smile illuminating his eyes as he said, "Yuan Yuan, don't worry. You should eat some too." Ruan Yuan did not refuse, replying, "All right." She opened 2 bowls of porridge, placing one in front of Fu Shijin and the other in front of herself. Ruan Yuan took a few spoonfuls to alleviate Fu Shijin's concerns. Noticing he was eating slowly, she inquired, "Are you lacking an appetite?" Despite his robust constitution, Fu Shijin was not invincible. A fever of 40 degrees would undoubtedly make anyone uncomfortable. "Not really," he said with a slight smile, his tone somewhat resigned. "Jiuze would gladly have me hooked up to all the 4 fluids in the hospital. I am just not hungry." That in truth, he simply lacked an appetite, though he refrained from voicing this so as not to worry Ruan Yuan. Her gaze lingered on the porcelain spoon in his hand for a moment before she gently took it from him. "Let me feed you." Ruan Yuan scooped a spoonful of plain porridge, blowing on it to cool, and brought it to Fu Shijin's lips. Watching his little lover's tender and considerate demeanor, Fu Shijin felt an unexpected surge of hunger. He opened his mouth to consume the porridge she offered, savoring it as if it were the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. "Would you like some pickles?" "Sure." Thus, the bowl of porridge was quickly devoured by Fu Shijin. As night deepened, the dark sky twinkled with stars, and the once bustling city gradually quieted down. Realizing Fu Shijin needed to sign a document, Ruan Yuan went to the study to fetch his laptop. It was then she discovered there was indeed only one bedroom. The other rooms Fu Shijin had mentioned were actually the study, leaving her curious about how such a tall man could sleep on that couch. Fu Shijin sat on the bed in the bedroom, finishing his work before shutting the laptop. He removed the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and looked toward Ruan Yuan, who stood at the door. "Yuan Yuan, it's late. Let us rest." Dressed in a silk nightgown, the soft fabric clung to her curves, accentuating her delicate figure. Fearing Fu Shijin might have a fever in the middle of the night, she could not leave him alone to sleep in another room. Besides, Fu Shijin would never allow her, pregnant as she was, to sleep on the couch. Noticing her lost in thought, Fu Shijin called out again, "Yuan Yuan, come here." Ruan Yuan gazed at the spacious bed, with room enough for another person between them, bit her lip, and walked over. Fortunately, Fu Shijin did not say anything further. He placed the laptop on the bedside table and lay down. He truly felt somewhat drained. Ruan Yuan sat beside him, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Shijin, if you feel unwell in the middle of the night, remember to wake me." Fu Shijin would never want to disturb her. If not for his desire to share a bed with his wife, he would not even have mentioned his fever. Still, to put her at ease, he nodded. "All right." As the bedside lamp was turned off, the room transitioned from light to darkness, with only the moonlight filtering through the curtains. Ruan Yuan lay on her side, back to Fu Shijin, eyes closed but unable to calm her racing heart. The mattress sank slightly beside her as a hand found its way to her back, brushing against a small protrusion. She felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, along with his undeniable body heat. Ruan Yuan froze, unable to move. Is it uncomfortable to sleep in a tank top? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured, "It's fine. Take it off. I read in a book that wearing this is not good for pregnant mothers. It may affect breathing and cause fetal hypoxia. Ruan Yuan turned to face the man just an arm's length away. Really? Fu Shijin's face, hidden beneath the night, curled into a slight smile, though his voice remained serious. Indeed, I wouldn't lie to you. It's from the latest medical journal that if you don't believe me, you can confirm it with Gao Qin. He bought the book for me. Ruan Yuan, of course, would not seek Gao Qin for confirmation. Thus Fu Shijin's scheme succeeded. Well then, she hesitated, her cheeks still flushed, before nodding and rising to head to the bathroom. Fu Shijin pressed his advantage. Yuan, just change here. It's so dark in a room. I can't see anything. Ruan Yuan knew he was right, but changing in front of him felt too embarrassing, even after they had shared the most intimate moments. No, Ruan Yuan did not dawdle in the bathroom, intentionally taking her time. She returned shortly. Resuming her earlier position, she lay back down in the darkness. The man smiled contentedly, stretching out his long arm to pull his little lover into his embrace. Ruan Yuan was taken aback, then quickly realized, "You did that on purpose." Fu Shijin's tone was somewhat weak, his voice tinged with a pitiful plea. Yuan, I'm exhausted from my fever and feeling a bit cold. Could you hold me?" The tone was so pathetic, the request so feeble. Yet, the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. Faced with such a Fu Shijin, how could Ruan Yuan possibly refuse? All right. Though she still felt somewhat unaccustomed to such intimate contact, she resolved to fall asleep, hoping to lose herself in slumber. Ruan Yuan closed her eyes, counting sheep one by one. By the time she reached 1,000, she finally drifted off to sleep. The following day, early in the morning, just after the sun had risen, the scheming Fu Shijin woke up, his gaze swept downward, despite having burned with fever the previous day. He felt remarkably vigorous this morning. He glanced at the sweetly sleeping Ruan Yuan in his arms before quietly getting up and heading to the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door closed, the person who had been peacefully sleeping in bed suddenly opened her eyes, devoid of any confusion from waking. Ruan Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars that he had gone to the bathroom. Otherwise, he might have made some strange request that could have jeopardized her life. Fu Shijin seemed to have taken residence in the bathroom, taking an unusually long time to emerge, not wanting to disturb him. Ruan Yuan got up to prepare breakfast. The kitchen was stocked with various ingredients. She scooped a small box of millet and placed it in a pot to cook. Then she began frying eggs and toasting bread, deftly preparing 2 sandwiches. Having worked various part-time jobs to support herself, Ruan Yuan had honed her impressive self-sufficiency skills, even helping out in the kitchen when short-staffed at the bakery. Unbeknownst to her, whether due to the overpowering heat of the apartment stove or Fu Shijin's slow pace, by the time he appeared in the dining area, her porridge had finished cooking, standing at the island. Ruan Yuan wore a tranquil smile on her face as she called out, "Shijin, breakfast is ready. Come and eat." The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, enveloping Ruan Yuan in a warm, golden glow that radiated tranquility. Akin to a goddess captivating Fu Shijin's heart, to love someone is devoid of any rationale. That Fu Shijin himself could not articulate why he fell for Ruan Yuan at first sight. Yet, over the days that followed, his affection deepened further. Chapter 33. Stealthily yearning for my husband, Fu Shijin approached, wrapping Ruan Yuan in his embrace from behind. He gently rested his chin on her shoulder, whispering softly, "Darling, let's return to the villa and share a room. Shall we?" Ruan Yuan was taken aback by his sudden gesture, causing her to instinctively shrink away. However, she did not push him away. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded slightly. They were married. After all, sharing a room was only natural. Persisting in sleeping separately would seem somewhat pretentious. "You should hurry and eat." "I will agree to it," she said. If Fu Shijin recognized her acquiescence, and the tension in his heart settled comfortably within his chest. "All right, I shall heed your every word." Although breakfast was simple, Ruan Yuan's culinary skills transformed even plain congee into a delicacy in Fu Shijin's eyes. After finishing their meal, Ruan Yuan intended to take leave to care for Fu Shijin. But he promptly dismissed the idea. He did not wish to disrupt her life or make her revolve solely around him. She was his wife, but she was also an independent individual who deserved her own space. I will have the driver take you to school, and then I will return home. Aunt Zhang and the others will be there, so you need not worry. If you feel unwell, call me, and I will return immediately. Ruan Yuan replied. Fu Shijin patted her head, smiling. As you command, my dear wife. Ruan Yuan felt a tinge of shyness being called wife, and pursed her lips. Fu Shijin, let us go downstairs. Why so formal, using both my name and surname? Fu Shijin leaned closer to her ear. But I truly wish to hear you call me husband. Ruan Yuan pushed him away, like a wall obstructing her path, grabbed her bag, and headed for the door. I have class in the morning and will be late. Fu Shijin, with his hands comfortably tucked in his pockets, followed her, leisurely commenting from behind. Then consider it a debt for now. Upon arriving at the classroom, Ruan Yuan found it still early, with several seats unoccupied. The air was filled with the aroma of breakfast and the sounds of casual chatter. Not long after Ruan Yuan took her seat, a male student approached her. Ruan Yuan, did you offend Qin Ro? She looked up to see Chen Mo, who had some connections and had returned from an early internship. Previously, when Chen Mo had a dispute off campus. Ruan Yuan happened to be returning from work and had helped him call the police, potentially saving him from harm. Thus, Chen Mo was among the few in class who spoke to Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan quickly recalled recent events. Chen Mo, what do you mean? Chen Mo, realizing Ruan Yuan was unaware, promptly explained. Qin Ro also leveraged connections to get an early internship and ended up at the same company as me. One under the Fu Group. She claimed you were being kept by someone and that your advisor was dismissed at your behest. Concern flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he regarded Ruan Yuan. Calmly, Ruan Yuan responded. That aligns perfectly with Qin Ro's usual demeanor. No wonder she hasn't attended class these past few days. She must be working at her sugar daddy's company. I wonder how Fu Shijin would react if he learned of that identity. Chen Mo, seeing her silence, assumed she was frightened. Ruan Yuan, don't worry. I know your character. I've already stood up for you. Ruan Yuan returned from her reverie, perhaps influenced by her time spent with Fu Shijin, feeling more composed in the face of challenges than before. Chen Mo, thank you. But there's no need to concern yourself with her. While the opinions of others can be daunting, she could not silence Qin Ro's tongue. She certainly wouldn't resort to drastic measures. Ruan Yuan, Chen Mo said indignantly, you are simply too kind. You should confront her directly. Ruan Yuan smiled and flipped open her textbook to review before class. Isn't that Chen Mo, who disappeared for quite some time? He returns and seeks you out, but you ignore him. Truly, a warm face meeting a cold backside. After all, you have a sugar daddy now. Why would you look at a sycophant like him? A girl who often associated with Qin Ro spoke disdainfully. In truth, she looked down on Qin Ro's self-important demeanor, but Ruan Yuan always overshadowed her by ranking first in class. Chen Mo retorted fiercely, you should be quiet. Qin Ro only bought you a couple of milk teas, and you follow her around like a puppy that I'm using. You believe her words? She is not new to getting into strange men's cars. Yet she dares to slander Ruan Yuan. Truly shameless. Zhao Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as she countered. Chen Mo, you're being too much. How can you speak like that? And when you slander others? It is not excessive? Chen Mo shot back. You're truly a double-standard green tea bitch. Zhao Shi angrily grabbed Ruan Yuan's book from the desk and threw it at Chen Mo, stomping her foot as she stormed off. Chen Mo muttered under his breath. Idiot, I wonder how you got into Jingda. Ruan Yuan picked up her book, noticing Zhao Shi's tear-filled eyes, and felt she had brought this upon herself. Chen Mo glanced at Ruan Yuan and reassured her. Ruan Yuan, rest assured, I know what kind of person you are. If Qin Ro spreads lies, I will help clarify things. Ruan Yuan understood that Chen Mo might harbor feelings for her, so she deliberately maintained her distance, simply responding with a soft, okay. Before long, class began. The first lecture was again conducted by Jiang Wei, and the noisy environment fell silent. Despite his refined appearance that suggested a gentle temperament, Jiang Wei was notably serious during lectures. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor, as Ruan Yuan sat in her seat, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Fu Shijin. She wondered if he was feeling feverish again, that workaholic might be secretly working behind her back. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of him. During lunch, Ruan Yuan and Fu Luo met at the cafeteria. Ruan Yuan shared her embarrassing moment with Fu Luo. Luo. Today the professor asked a question. And I completely blanked. Fu Luo, experienced in such matters, inquired, "Were you daydreaming during class?" Ruan Yuan blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" "I often do that. I consider myself experienced now," Fu Luo replied, poking at her rice. Ruan Yuan. Fu Luo looked up at Ruan Yuan. "What were you thinking about during class?" Ruan Yuan would naturally not confess that her thoughts were consumed by her brother Do. "I was just thinking about how Grandma's birthday is coming up. I was considering what gift to get her." "Liar," Fu Luo remarked. "Grandma's birthday is still over 2 months away." Ruan Yuan. "If you're going to make excuses, at least choose one that's hard to debunk. Just admit it. You were secretly thinking about Fu Shijin." Chapter 34. Good friends do not need to thank, all right. I confess. Fu Luo leaned closer to Ruan Yuan, teasingly asking, "Ruan Yuan, what thoughts of him could occupy your mind so thoroughly during class?" Ruan Yuan, counting rice grains with her chopsticks, replied, "I just worry if his illness has improved, whether he has been working secretly again, if he has taken his medicine on time, and what Aunt Zhang prepared for his lunch. Is Little Moon keeping him company?" Fu Luo listened, taken aback by Ruan Yuan's detailed concern for Fu Shijin. She had never imagined Ruan Yuan would be so attentive, noting even the smallest details, including Little Moon's involvement. "Stop, Ruan Yuan. Are you really that concerned about my brother?" Ruan Yuan glanced at her. "He is ill. I senti it natural for me to care." Fu Luo appeared exasperated. "Ruan Yuan, let me ask you something. If you saw a stranger on the street who was unwell, would you worry like this?" Ruan Yuan blinked her dark eyes and shook her head. "That of course not." Fu Luo pressed further. "Then why not worry about him?" Ruan Yuan found Fu Luo's question peculiar, as if she had caught a fever from Fu Shijin, prompting such odd inquiries. "Because he is a stranger, and I don't know him." Fu Luo was utterly defeated by Ruan Yuan's response. How could someone so sharp academically be so oblivious in matters of the heart? What if you had just met Fu Shijin and you weren't familiar with each other? If my brother fell ill then, would you consider every detail with such care? It felt as though a door had been pried open in Ruan Yuan's mind, revealing a newfound understanding. Fu Luo's words resonated clearly, echoing in her ears. And in that moment, she found her answered. "I wouldn't." Fu Luo leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms with a knowing expression. "So, Fu Shijin has already carved a place in your heart. You no longer view him merely as the father of your child. He has transformed into a figure who stirs your emotions. Ruan Yuan, you have succumbed. You have developed feelings for Fu Shijin. Around you, some have departed while others halt in their tracks, the cacophony of noise entirely isolated from your world." Ruan Yuan sits momentarily dazed in her chair, her heart stirred by Fu Lila's words, which have ignited a tempest within her. That's so. This time, she refrained from denying her affection for Fu Shijin, nor does she insist on her uncertainty. Instead, she inquires, somewhat perplexed. Fu Lila solemnly nods. "Ruan Yuan, based on my 20 years of unrequited singlehood, it is indeed the case." Suddenly, Ruan Yuan feels she has posed her question to the wrong person. "Lila, you've never been in a relationship yourself. How would you know?" Fu Lila scratches her head. "Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. I've watched enough dramas. Don't you?" Ruan Yuan, "Fine. I shall come to my own realizations." The two engage in light-hearted banter, and after finishing their meal, Fu Lila accompanies Ruan Yuan for a stroll. The day is somewhat overcast, with the sun obscured by thick clouds, rendering the heat less oppressive than in previous days. Ruan Yuan had just messaged Fu Shijin, who seems to possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts. He sends her several photographs, all documenting his activities for the day. Images of him taking his medication on time, a nutritious lunch prepared by Aunt Zhang, and proof that he has remained within the confines of the villa without stepping outside. "Wife, am I not obedient? Since returning to the villa, I haven't touched my laptop, nor have I answered Gao Qin's calls." Ruan Yuan smiles slightly. Fu Shijin is doing well, but he must maintain this behavior. Fu Lila, standing nearby, glances at the screen and nearly transforms into a lemon due to their overt affection, as if the world contains no single souls. After Ruan Yuan manages to put away her phone, she turns to see Fu Lila sniffing the air curiously. "Lila, what are you doing? Why is there such an overwhelmingly sweet scent in the air?" Ruan Yuan, caught off guard, replies with a puzzled expression. I don't smell anything. Fu Lila responds. Those in love can't detect it. Only a single dog like me, who has been single for 20 years. As they converse, the two have reached the dormitory entrance. Ruan Yuan's phone vibrates again, and she assumes it is a message from Fu Shijin. However, upon illuminating the screen, she discovers it is a text from Ruan Jiangwo. In the household, he holds little sway, and typically, when family matters arise, it is Qin Xiaomei who contact her. She wonders what scheme he is concocting this time. Yuan, we have moved back to our hometown. We can no longer accompany you in Beijing. You must take good care of yourself. Not worry about your parents. We will look after ourselves, and you should live well. Ruan Yuan reads the message, noting Ruan Jiangwo's tone, which mimics that of a caring father, as if they had specifically relocated to the outskirts of Beijing to care for her. It is baffling how their attitude has shifted so drastically in just a few days. Shortly thereafter, Ruan Lei sends her a message as well. Sister, where are you? You haven't returned for so long. I miss you. Our parents insist on moving back to our hometown and transferring me to another school. I want to visit you, but they won't allow it, claiming it would disrupt your life. As if I can't even give you the 2 spare ribs I saved. Their about-face and attitude leaves Ruan Yuan utterly astonished. However, she quickly pieces together the narrative in her mind and realizes the reason behind it. The Fu Shijin must have spoken to them, prompting not only their change in demeanor, but also their newfound concern for her. Ruan Yuan is kind-hearted, but she is not a saint. Kindness is reserved for those who deserve it. However, rather than viewing them as family, it feels as though they regard her merely as a vessel for their own benefit. Everyone seems eager to drain her of her vitality, yet they reproach her for not producing enough. Thus, without hesitation, she adds her family to the blacklist, wishing to sever all ties with them. Over the years, more than half of her earnings from working have gone towards repaying Ruan Hai's gambling debts, and most household chores fall upon her. She must care for her younger brother and prepare meals for them. Whenever there is farm work, she is required to assist in the fields. Therefore, she owes them nothing. Fu Lila, witnessing the text, remarks, Yuan, from now on, we will be your family. You have a loving grandmother, a caring aunt, a little moonbeam who adores you, and countless others who cherish you. The list is endless. If Fu Shijin were to know that she included the little moonbeam, yet omitted him, he would likely be infuriated. Ruan Yuan feels her eyes welling with tears, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Thank you, Lila. Fu Lila winks at her, smiling as she replies, Yuan, good friends don't need to express thanks. Chapter 35. I think I am falling in love with you, Inghu Manor. Upon returning home from school, Ruan Yuan's first task is to confirm with Aunt Zhang whether Fu Shijin has had another fever. Aunt Zhang, seeing the young mistress's concern for the young master, feels genuinely happy for Fu Shijin. This indicates that the young mistress is thinking of him. With a smile, she assures, young mistress, rest assured, the young master has not had a fever all day. The family doctor came this morning and conducted a thorough examination. Everything is fine. The young master is well, but he has felt empty all day without seeing you. He has been yearning for you. You should go see him quickly. I guarantee he will be invigorated upon seeing you. Ruan Yuan replies, all right, I'll go up now. As she ascends the stairs, the little moonbeam follows closely, understanding the moment. Fu Shijin is leaning against the headboard, a book in English resting on his lap. Upon hearing the rustling sounds from outside, he shifts his gaze from the book to the door. The door opens slightly, revealing a fluffy head, and then it swings wide to unveil Ruan Yuan, clad in a white dress, stepping lightly into his view. Shijin. Ruan Yuan approaches the bedside, resembling a professional caregiver as she gently places her hand on Fu Shijin's forehead. How are you feeling today? Fu Shijin takes her slender wrist, gently pulling her to sit beside him on the bed. I'm fine, Yuan. Ruan Yuan exhales in relief. Then I can relax. The little moonbeam nestles at Ruan Yuan's feet, barking twice at Fu Shijin, expressing its concern as well. Ruan Yuan is amused by its antics and can't help but pet its head. The little moonbeam is truly clever. Shijin, what do you usually feed it? Fu Shijin suddenly chuckles as if struck by a thought. Lila said it underwent a brain transplant with Xian. No wonder I've noticed Xian has not been as sharp at his actions lately. Ruan Yuan pauses, realizing the world of hurt Fu Zian must be experiencing. She then looks at Fu Shijin and asks, Shijin, did you go to see my parents? Fu Shijin's expression remains unchanged, as calm as a still lake without a ripple. As her husband, he has no desire to conceal anything from Ruan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, I apologize for not informing you sooner. I simply did not wish for the Ruan family to affect your emotions any further. Can you forgive me for this small selfishness? Ruan Yuan understands that Fu Shijin chose to keep this from her out of concern for her feelings, fearing that mentioning it would cause her sorrow. He is clearly acting in her best interest, yet he humbles himself to apologize. Shijin, I know you're looking out for me. How could I ever blame you? Fu Shijin holds Ruan Yuan's hand, providing her with a sense of security. Yuan Yuan, they will no longer be able to hurt you. I have ensured that all of Ruan Lei's connections have been relocated back to our hometown, forcing them to return to their old life. This way, you can finally escape the shadow of your family of origin. What he aims to accomplish is the complete eradication of the Ruan family from the capital, ensuring their distance from Ruan Yuan. A mere certificate of severed relations cannot bring him solace. Hence he arranged for Ruan Lei's academic records to be transferred back to his original residence. Qin Xiaomei feels the deepest sorrow for her son. To safeguard his educational pursuits and future, she has no choice but to return to their hometown. Moreover, Ruan Hai's fingers serves as a stark warning to them. The fingertips of Ruan Yuan, which were being held, curled slightly, just as Fu Shijin believed she might withdraw her hand. And indeed, Ruan Yuan did just that. However, at the moment when her warmth still lingered distinctly in Fu Shijin's grasp, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Holding him quietly, the air in the room felt as though it had solidified, that Fu Shijin's hand was suspended in mid-air, as if he wished to reciprocate the embrace, but found himself momentarily at a loss. Yuan Yuan, he began, but Ruan Yuan buried her head in the crook of his neck, inhaling the uniquely crisp scent that belonged to him. Upon discovering her pregnancy, her heart was filled with confusion, helplessness, and disarray. Suddenly, the man appeared before her, draping a coat over her shoulders, as if he had descended from the heavens to rescue her, pulling her, cold and lost, from the mire. Shijin, thank you for being by my side. As Ruan Yuan spoke, Fu Shijin's hand slid to her back, gently holding her as he lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, whispering, perhaps this is our destiny, that I fell in love with you at first sight. Ruan Yuan rose from his embrace, sitting upright and gazing into his profound eyes. Oh, you believe in fate? She inquired. Before meeting you, I did not, but after encountering you, I began to believe. I can't even fathom why. With just one glance, you penetrated my heart, as if that space had always belonged to you, and I had been waiting for you to find me. Ruan Yuan looked at Fu Shijin's refined face, her heart stirred by an unknown emotion, as if something was about to burst forth. Yet, she was just shy of fully grasping it. Ruan Yuan felt a sweetness within her, akin to honey. She spoke softly. Is this a love confession? Fu Shijin's gaze deepened. It is not mere words of affection, but rather an expression of emotions that are hard to contain. Ruan Yuan felt her cheeks flush under his earnest gaze. Feeling bashful, she averted her eyes and rose, taking Little Moon by the hand as they headed outside. I'm hungry, Little Moon. Let us go eat. That man certainly knew how to charm, after a long day of classes. Aunt Zhang felt a pang of sympathy for Ruan Yuan and prepared an extravagant dinner. Ruan Yuan preferred spicy dishes, so Aunt Zhang, fearing it might cause her discomfort, only added a hint of chili to enhance the flavor without overwhelming it. Observing Ruan Yuan selectively devouring the spicy fare, Fu Shijin offered her a piece of sweet and sour ribs. Yuan Yuan, although expectant mothers don't need to adhere to strict dietary restrictions, excessive spicy food can lead to discomfort. You wouldn't want to see a dentist, would you? Upon hearing the mention of doctor, Ruan Yuan immediately put down her chopsticks, opting instead for the sweet ribs. After dinner, they ascended to the second floor, where Fu Shijin glanced at his room. Yuan Yuan, you haven't forgotten what you promised me this morning, have you? Ruan Yuan, cheeks puffed, playfully pushed him toward the study. I know. Hurry and sign in the study, but I'll wait for you in the room. Fu Shijin smiled and proceeded to the study. Ruan Yuan returned to her room, tidied up, and then, clutching a small bundle, made her way to Fu Shijin's room. His room mirrored his personality, gray sheets and matching curtains, exuding a heavy and somber ambience. Thus, the glass jar filled with colorful paper stars on the windowsill became the room's highlight. Each star was meticulously folded, even the tiniest corners carefully crafted. Curiously, the number of stars was neither too few nor too many. Exactly 20. Chapter 36. Call me husband, and I'll give you my life. Ruan Yuan had previously seen classmates fold stars, but they would always fill their jars to the brim. She had never encountered anyone who would leave half a jar empty. The gradually blue stars shimmered softly under the light, sparkling like stars in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. Ruan Yuan's delicate fingers gently tapped the jar, counting the stars, only to find, after 2 attempts, that there were indeed 20, exactly her age. However, Ruan Yuan was not the type to indulge in fanciful thoughts, believing this coincidence had any significance for her. Instead, she attributed it to Fu Shijin having a youthful heart, secretly cherishing things typically loved by young girls. This was Ruan Yuan's first visit to Fu Shijin's room, and she felt both anxious and curious. Yet she refrained from touching his belongings without permission, merely taking a stroll around the room. Compared to hers, Fu Shijin's room was much more minimalist. Besides essential furnishings, there was hardly any superfluous decoration. After showering, Ruan Yuan emerged clad in a cream-colored puff-sleeve nightgown, her long black hair cascading over her chest, the contrast enhancing the radiance of her fair skin. Estimating that Fu Shijin should be returning soon, she promptly slipped under the covers, cocooning herself tightly, leaving only her small head exposed, denying him even the slightest opportunity to ignite any flames of desire. The door opened gently, footsteps echoed, and Ruan Yuan, in her drowsiness, sensed someone heading to the bathroom, hearing the sound of water. After an indeterminate amount of time, she awoke to find Fu Shijin standing before her. A white towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water sliding from his hair down his sculpted chest, tracing the contours of his well-defined abs until disappearing into the line of his hips. Ruan Yuan immediately covered her eyes, stammering, "Why you not wearing clothes?" Fu Shijin's gaze was fixed on her flushed face, entirely unaware of his own audacity, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Sweetheart, isn't it perfectly normal for a man to be shirtless?" Ruan Yuan, parting her fingers slightly, both scolded him and indulged in a guilty pique, her eyes scanning his abs repeatedly. "That's just a flimsy excuse. If you were at the beach sunbathing, that would be normal. But this isn't the beach." Fu Shijin took 2 leisurely steps forward, his long legs quickly closing the distance until he stood right before her. With a slow drawl, he inquired, "Then is it not acceptable for me to bask in the light of the lamp?" Yuan. With that, the devilish man seated himself on the edge of her bed, observing her leisurely. Ruan Yuan, her temper flaring, dropped her hands and met his bright gaze with a mix of shyness and reproach. "Aren't you afraid of having your upper and lower body tanned in different shades?" Fu Shijin nodded knowingly, his expression radiating approval towards Ruan Yuan. Grasping the edge of the towel, he nonchalantly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Yuan. Should I remove the towel and sunbathe instead?" With that, he appeared ready to act on his whims, and as he began to pull the towel free, Ruan Yuan quickly seized his hand to halt his motion. "No." Fu Shijin feigned distress, "But Yuan, you don't like me in 2 different colors that I do," Ruan Yuan retorted, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, quickly adding, "I like you no matter how you look, as long as you keep that towel firmly in place." Fu Shijin lifted Ruan Yuan from the bed, his eyes reflecting her flushed cheeks. They stood mere inches apart, their gazes locking. Yuan, who do you like?" Ruan Yuan turned her head, evading Fu Shijin's intense gaze. Her heart raced beneath his penetrating stare, as though it had developed a will of its own, beating erratically. Fu Shijin's gaze was that of a hunter, confident and poised, waiting for his prey to take the bait. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. Yuan, who am I?" Ruan Yuan shyly murmured, "Fu Shijin." Yet Fu Shijin followed up with, "And Fu Shijin is what to you?" Ruan Yuan, realizing his intent, instinctively sidestepped the pointed question. "The father of my child." Fu Shijin, unwaveringly persistent, sought to hear a different title from her lips, cutting off any evasion she might attempt. "Incorrect. Then, as his lips parted. His gaze lingered on her face. I am your husband. The word husband struck Ruan Yuan's nerves like a hammer, sending ripples through her heart that stirred her emotions like a lake disturbed by wind. Grasping the blanket, she felt akin to an ostrich wishing to bury its head in the sand. However, Fu Shijin seized her wrist, preventing her escape. The room grew increasingly heated due to Ruan Yuan's blushing face. So, Yuan, what should you call your husband? Ruan Yuan fidgeted with her fingers, biting her rosy lips. Hubby. Yuan, you cannot be lazy, Fu Shijin encouraged gently. Please say it fully. Ruan Yuan was well aware that he still harbored feelings for that like. If she did not voice it, she feared she would be unable to sleep that night. Suppressing her shyness, her eyes sparkled like those of a fawn, glistening with moisture as she gazed at Fu Shijin. I adore you, my husband. She confessed, prompting the corners of Fu Shijin's mouth to curve into an even broader smile, marking the most uninhibited smile he had shared in over 20 years of life. Call me again. My sweet Yuan. Ruan Yuan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes flickered, her long lashes fluttering softly. She playfully nudged him. You bully me. I'm done with you. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her. Yuan, if you fancy my chest muscles, just say it. Your husband will gladly let you touch them without needing an excuse. Ruan Yuan huffed, tilting her head away, presenting him with the back of her head. You always argue for the sake of arguing. Fu Shijin, having had a rewarding day, not only shared a bed with his wife, but also skillfully coaxed her into calling him husband. There would be ample time for them in the future. There was no need to rush, lest he scare away the little rabbit he had so painstakingly lured. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Ruan Yuan puffed out her cheeks. Now that's more like it. With a smile, Fu Shijin rose and approached the table, opening a drawer to retrieve a tube of white ointment. Ruan Yuan watched as he sat beside her, holding the ointment. Yuan, give me your hand. Hesitantly, she extended a hand, which he gently grasped. The warm ointment spread across Ruan Yuan's palm, gliding smoothly like soft clouds. Chapter 37. A stranger Fu Shijin lowered his head, meticulously applying hand cream to Ruan Yuan as if it were a matter of utmost importance. Applying hand cream before sleep was quite comforting. His attentiveness to Ruan Yuan was nothing short of meticulous. His gentle care was not mere words, but deeply rooted in his very being. Although Fu Shijin had not experienced Ruan Yuan's childhood, he understood that she must have endured considerable hardships. Her delicate hands were adorned with thick calluses, clearly a testament to her labor in the fields. Contemplating this, his heart ached as if cut by a blade. Listening to Fu Shijin's soothing words, Ruan Yuan felt a warmth envelop her. Shijin, you bought this especially for me, didn't you? Not at all, Fu Shijin reassured her. It has something we always keep at home. This cream was specially formulated by a foreign pharmaceutical company collaborating with the Fu family, crafted just for Ruan Yuan. She bit her lip. Are you worried that my hands are a bit rough? Fu Shijin dismissed her concern. What nonsense are you saying, silly girl? He then lifted his gaze to meet Ruan Yuan's eyes, ensuring she could see the seriousness reflected in his own. Girls are like roses. They require tender care. I have never once found fault with you, Yuan. I only feel a genuine heartache. Wishing to soothe all your past pains, he did not pursue the topic further, asking instead, Is it comfortable? Ruan Yuan nodded, smiling. Once he had finished applying the hand cream, she nestled back under the covers, clutching the corner of her blanket as she watched Fu Shijin turn off the lights and climb into bed. In the darkness, her senses heightened, and the space beside her suddenly sank. An arm, strong and reassuring, reached out to her. Fu Shijin's low voice filled the air. Yuan, would you like to rest your head on my arm? After a moment's hesitation, she, like a small dumpling, nestled into the man's embrace. As the summer heat intensified, the chirping of insects in the leaves grew increasingly lively. Soon, the end of June arrived, heralding the onset of Ruan Yuan's summer vacation. Recently, her relationship with Fu Shijin had undergone subtle changes. Unbeknownst to her, what began as shyness and apprehension gradually evolved into a comfortable ease. Ruan Yuan grew more accustomed to the man's proximity, no longer blushing or racing hard at his touch. Having long experienced a lower body temperature, she often curled up alone while sleeping. However, now she had a free furnace to keep her warm. The evening sky was painted with orange and yellow hues, resembling a beautiful and warm canvas. As Wan Yuan arrived at the southwest gate as promised, she raised her gaze to the tree-lined path ahead, only to hear a cultured voice from behind calling her name. Turning around, she saw Jiang Wei approaching her, dressed in his customary white shirt and black suit pants, exuding an air of elegance and humility. "Professor Jiang," Wan Yuan greeted. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Wei arrived before her, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I happened to run into you and wanted to inquire about your plans for the next semester." The architecture program spanned 5 years, but typically students began internships in their 4th year second semester. However, those with connections often secured internships after their 3rd year. Wan Yuan had consistently excelled in her studies, becoming well known for her academic prowess within the department. In fact, she had discussed this very matter with Fu Shijin as she planned to pursue an internship after her 3rd year, considering the prospect of pregnancy. Yet, her devoted husband had devised a plan to ensure she would not be burdened, arranging for a renowned architect from the Fu family's firm to mentor her, allowing Wan Yuan to gain experience only during special case discussions at the company. "Professor Jiang, I plan to start my internship after my 4th year begins." This response surprised Jiang Wei slightly, although he refrained from probing further. "Have you already contacted your internship company?" Wan Yuan nodded. "Yes." Jiang Wei studied her for a moment before saying, "You have always excelled academically, and your professional skills are strong, that I hope you continue to break through in your studies and eventually join our faculty." Just then, a Cullinan parked nearby, and after a brief silence, its door swung open and a pair of exquisitely crafted shoes stepped out, followed by a tall figure striding directly toward the school gate. Wan Yuan was about to respond when she felt a shadow suddenly loom over her. Jiang Wei, hearing the commotion, glanced past her. Yuan Yuan. Wan Yuan turned to see Fu Shijin approaching. "You're here." Fu Shijin, her lawful husband, could confidently acknowledge their relationship in front of others, especially since marriage was permitted at the university. Jiang Wei took a moment to look at Wan Yuan, then politely asked Fu Shijin, "May I ask who you are?" Fu Shijin extended his hand. "Hello, I am Yuan Yuan's husband, here to take her home." Jiang Wei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the revelation of Wan Yuan's husband. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and shook Fu Shijin's hand. "Hello, since you both are heading home, I want to keep you." Fu Shijin had always been adept at managing interpersonal relationships. "Professor Jiang," he said politely, "I'm grateful for your guidance over the years, which has greatly contributed to Yuan Yuan's academic achievements, as her husband. I would be honored to invite you to a meal as a token of my appreciation." Jiang Wei pondered for a moment before smiling. "Very well. I accept your invitation." The Fu Shijin turned to Wan Yuan, inquiring, "Yuan Yuan, shall we go to Yunlan Hotel?" Wan Yuan had no objections. Sure, as the largest hotel in the capital, Yunlan Hotel towered high, showcasing its splendid history through its opulent decor. It catered not only to the elite, but also to dignitaries. This historic establishment was one of the Fu family's enterprises. The grand lobby, adorned with golden splendor, bustled with successful individuals in tailored suits. Yet among them, a man in a dark gray suit stood out remarkably. In his 30s, he had deep-set features and a strikingly handsome visage. His steps were steady yet powerful, though he leaned on a silver cane that softly tapped against the marble floor, a detail that would have gone unnoticed were it not for the faint sound. Song Qingxian spotted the trio approaching. His gaze flitted past Fu Shijin, ultimately fixing on Wan Yuan, who stood close beside him, exuding a youthful charm that marked her as a university student. Their intimate stance with Fu Shijin stirred a cold glint in his eyes. Wan Yuan, feeling his scrutinizing gaze, instinctively averted her eyes that a warm, dry hand gently clasped hers, and Fu Shijin stepped forward, shielding her protectively. Although Wan Yuan did not recognize the man, her instincts warned her of his hostility towards Fu Shijin. At that moment, the secretary standing behind Song Qingxian approached him, reminding him, "Mr. Song, our appointment with the pharmaceutical company is approaching." With that, Song Qingxian retracted his gaze, tightening his grip on the cane as he strode away. The secretary hastily following suit. Chapter 38. Who dares to covet my Yuan Yuan? Following the earlier incident, the trio arrived at the distinctive restaurant on the top floor. The restaurant manager, upon spotting Fu Shijin, was about to greet him when he was halted by a mere gesture. The manager promptly adjusted his approach. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Fu Shijin replied, "Please find us a quiet place." The manager inquired, "French restaurant, Italian restaurant, Russian restaurant, Thai restaurant?" None of these establishments seemed to be attracting any patrons at present. As the mention of the Thai restaurant arose, Jiang Weiwei subtly furrowed her brow at that moment. Fu Shijin turned his gaze towards Jiang Wei, politely asking Professor Jiang, would the Thai restaurant be suitable? Jiang Wei's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "Mr. Fu is acceptable." The manager then guided the three of them to an opulently decorated private room. Once seated, Fu Shijin gestured for the manager to present the menu to Jiang Wei. With his legs crossed and reclining comfortably against the back of his chair, Fu Shijin addressed Jiang Wei, saying, "Professor Jiang, since we are here to express gratitude to Yuan's teacher, we ought to be considerate." Jiang Wei accepted the menu, responding, "Mr. Fu, you are too kind. The chefs here are all world-class masters, so their culinary skills are undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps even more authentic than those found in our own country." Yuan, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere of the room, was intently studying the menu. She had never tasted Thai cuisine before, while she recognized each character on the menu. She could not begin to fathom what they represented when combined. That Fu Shijin leaned closer to her ear, kindly suggesting, "Would you like to try the signature dishes here, and perhaps some Chinese cuisine afterward?" Yuan exhaled softly. "Is that permissible?" Fu Shijin nodded affirmatively, of course. With that, he handed the menu to the manager, instructing him to proceed accordingly. After the manager exited to prepare, the room once again fell into tranquility. Jiang Wei adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, observing the composed and distinguished man across from him. He searched his mind, noting the man's demeanor and poise. This must be a member of the illustrious Fu family. However, he could not ascertain which member it was. "Mr. Fu, your demeanor suggests that you hail from a prominent family," Jiang Wei remarked. Fu Shijin, seasoned in the art of business diplomacy, discerned Jiang Wei's curiosity regarding his background. He merely replied, "Professor Jiang is too kind. I merely engage in import and export trade, hardly the stuff of noble lineage." Jiang Wei chuckled inwardly. What ordinary businessman would dare dine here? It was a space that symbolized status and prestige. Nevertheless, Fu Shijin seemed indifferent to Jiang Wei's thoughts, casually deflecting the inquiry. As they conversed, the server arrived, bearing the dishes. It was their first encounter with guests ordering Chinese food at a Thai restaurant. Though curious, the staff remained silent and departed after placing the dishes on the table. Fu Shijin was attentive, selecting dishes suitable for Yuan during her pregnancy. 3 exquisite yet nutritious courses that were light but not bland. Yuan, Fu Shijin said, tilting his head towards her. "After a day of lectures, you must be hungry. Please do indulge." The couple, Zhang Jiangguo and his wife, lacked any refinement, having raised a slothful individual like Ruan Hai. However, Yuan remained unaffected by their influence, displaying both politeness and maturity. She softly replied, "I'll wait until all the dishes are served before I eat." Ignoring Jiang Wei's gaze, Fu Shijin took hold of Yuan's delicate hand. "It's fine. If we wait, the food will cool and be unkind to your stomach." Fu Shijin glanced at Jiang Wei, adding, "I believe Professor Jiang would not mind." Jiang Wei's eyes swept over the hand that Fu Shijin tightly grasped. With a smile, he nodded, maintaining an air of genteel composure. Indeed, Yuan was hungry and ceased her hesitance, picking up the jade chopsticks with her slender fingers and beginning to eat, while waiting for the Thai dishes. Fu Shijin stole glances at Yuan. The little lady had experienced some pregnancy discomfort recently, losing her appetite, which had genuinely concerned him. Now, seeing her appetite returning and her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster nibbling on nuts, he felt relieved that, as footsteps approached, Fu Shijin withdrew his gaze, watching a group of people stream into the dining room. After some bustling about, the table was nearly filled to the brim, save for a small portion in front of Yuan. This astonished her. She exclaimed, "Ah, there are only 3 of us. How can we possibly finish all this?" Fu Shijin raised a hand towards Jiang Wei, his face adorned with a composed and courteous smile. "This is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope Professor Jiang will accept it." Jiang Wei, being a man of discernment, easily grasped Fu Shijin's underlying intentions. However, intelligent individuals seldom state things explicitly. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, I shall do my utmost to consume your kindness," Jiang Wei replied. The remainder of the meal proceeded in silence. Fu Shijin hardly ate, instead focusing his attention on caring for Yuan Yuan. Observing Fu Shijin's gentle demeanor, Jiang Wei found the Thai cuisine increasingly difficult to swallow. Once the meal concluded, he vowed never to step foot in a Thai restaurant again, the hotel entrance. The two watched as Jiang Wei drove away. Fu Shijin then ushered Yuan Yuan into the car, turning to his sister with her seatbelt. Yuan Yuan looked at him, confidently stating, "You did that on purpose." Upon hearing this, Fu Shijin raised his gaze to meet hers, neither confirming nor denying her accusation. After all, he harbored intentions towards his beloved Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan perceived his behavior as childlike and somewhat immature. Questioning why an adult would be jealous, Fu Shijin, "You are rather childish. Professor Jiang is merely my teacher. He assists me simply because he is a kind-hearted individual." Fu Shijin, unfazed by her remark about his immaturity, tenderly pinched her petite nose. "Silly girl. Men understand men best. You must trust my instincts." Yuan Yuan regarded his earnestness but remained uncertain. "Is that true?" Fu Shijin nodded. "Yuan Yuan, I am not being unreasonable. Does Jiang Wei exhibit such enthusiasm towards other students?" His words prompted Yuan Yuan to ponder seriously. It seemed that he did not. Jiang Wei's assistance to her indeed differed from his interactions with others. She added, "Shijin, I will maintain a distance from Professor Jiang in the future." Fu Shijin affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Yuan Yuan, I do not wish to interfere with your social life. You may befriend anyone you desire. I have encountered all sorts of people, and Jiang Wei possesses a profound depth of character, far from the simplicity he presents." "Understood," she replied. As they journeyed home, the sky gradually darkened. Passing a members-only supermarket, they disembarked like an ordinary couple to purchase some items to take home. The supermarket was bustling with customers, primarily those who had just finished work. Fu Shijin, wary of the crowd potentially bumping into Yuan Yuan, walked on the outer side to shield her from any jostling. Chapter 39. Brother, Yuan Yuan is being slandered. Yuan Yuan rarely visited supermarkets. Her family typically shopped at the market, only going to the supermarket during the new year, when she would remain home to do laundry and prepare dinner while her parents took her older brother and younger brother out. Fu Shijin pushed the shopping cart alongside Yuan Yuan, allowing her to decide what to buy while he simply pushed the cart. "Shijin, shall we buy some fresh shrimp to make dumplings tomorrow?" Fu Shijin had no objections, saying, "Whatever Yuan Yuan decides." They strolled and browsed, treating it as an after-dinner walk. Before long, the cart was nearly overflowing. Noticing that the cart was filled with kitchen supplies but lacking any snacks for Yuan Yuan, Fu Shijin led her to the additive-free snack section, selecting some treats he knew she enjoyed. Yuan Yuan had a small appetite, rarely eating much during meals, but she tended to get hungry easily. Although the villa was well-stocked, she was still a 20-year-old girl at an age where one craves snacks. Buying some to keep at home would allow her to enjoy them while scrolling through her phone in the evenings. After gathering a variety of items and ensuring they had everything, the two headed to the checkout, the supermarket's exit. There was a handmade ice cream shop bustling with customers due to its delicious flavors and absence of additives. Yuan Yuan sat in the waiting area, watching as Fu Shijin queued to buy ice cream for her. Nearby, a pastry shop caught her eye as Qin Ro emerged, holding a bag. Upon spotting Yuan Yuan in the waiting area, she exclaimed, "Isn't that Yuan Yuan? That poor girl couldn't even afford a membership card. How does she belong in such an upscale store?" Yin Lu, who was somewhat nearsighted, pulled out her glasses and confirmed. Ro, it really is Yuan Yuan. What is she doing here?" Qin Ro scoffed. "Who knows? Perhaps she found a membership card outside and came in to take a look. Just look at her. She only dares to sit outside, watching others buy ice cream. She probably can't afford to buy any herself." Yin Lu listened to her words and furrowed her brow. After the incident where Yuan Yuan had sought retribution against the counselor and Qin Ro at school, she suspected that Yuan Yuan might have connections to some powerful figure. With relatives in the field of fashion design, she had a certain level of insight into clothing. Although Yuan Yuan's attire was not from a renowned brand, the fabric spoke volumes, and she could discern that it was of a quality unattainable by ordinary individuals. Yin Lu pondered this in her mind, but refrained from sharing her thoughts with the foolish Qin Ro, who believed that a few minor favors could grant her the right to act imperiously. Noticing Yin Lu's silence, Qin Ro snapped, "Why are you dawdling? Why waste time looking at that pauper? Aren't you afraid of catching her poverty-ridden aura?" Yin Lu secretly rolled her eyes and was about to leave with Qin Ro when a tall man approached Ruan Yuan, holding a delectable ice cream. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Ro. Yin Lu grabbed Qin Ro's arm and pointed towards Ruan Yuan's direction. "Look to..." As Qin Ro followed her gaze, her expression shifted from impatience to astonishment. Fu Shijin stood tall and elegant, exuding an air of nobility, his impeccable looks making him a striking presence wherever he went. "Who is that man?" Qin Ro's eyes seemed glued to Fu Shijin, completely forgetting her annoyance towards Ruan Yuan. Yin Lu thought to herself, "How would I know?" Nevertheless, she replied, "That day, Zhao Shi mentioned she overheard a conversation between Ruan Yuan and Fu Li Luo, where they were discussing something about pregnancy." Qin Ro immediately turned to question her. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yin Lu shrugged. "I forgot. It just came to mind." After a brief moment of contemplation, a tinge of jealousy flickered in Qin Ro's eyes. That little hussy was indeed pregnant with a bastard child. Having feigned innocence before her last time, she was truly a skilled actress, presenting herself as a delicate flower in public, while secretly ensnaring him. And no wonder Jing University expelled the counselor. It turned out she had a wealthy benefactor. That wretched girl had no idea how fortunate she was to have found such a rich and handsome man. What was it that made her better than Ruan Yuan? All she could attract were old men with peculiar tastes. Each time she shared a bed with them, it made her feel utterly repulsed. The more Qin Ro thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring at Yin Lu. "Why is that man so kind to Ruan Yuan?" Yin Lu rolled her eyes internally, cursing her foolishness once more, and replied, "Perhaps it's because of the child in her womb. That man seems quite wealthy, and wealthy families typically place great importance on lineage. In any case, it wouldn't cost much to support Ruan Yuan, and once the child is born, he can take care of both mother and child." She wasn't entirely speaking out of turn. The novel she read often depicted such scenarios. Clenching her fists, Qin Ro watched as Fu Shijin led Ruan Yuan away, her eyes ablaze with envy. In mid-July, the weather had reached its most oppressive point of the year, with the world feeling as if it were sealed in an airtight jar. Each movement resulting in a sweat-drenched body. Truly a sauna-like day. Ruan Yuan was nearly 3 months pregnant, and Fu Shijin had scheduled an appointment for a prenatal checkup, after which they would soon learn the baby's gender. Of course, Mr. Fu hoped that Ruan Yuan's womb held 3 adorable daughters. Such a scenario would allow her charm and sweetness to be passed on, and they could call him daddy in the softest of voices. However, the primary concern was his fear of a bunch of little boys vying for Ruan Yuan's affection. Yet, these were mere musings. Should a boy be born, Fu Shijin would shower him with love as well. After all, he was his own flesh and blood, and how could he not cherish him? Ruan Yuan's life at home was exceedingly comfortable, to the point where she felt she had gained weight. Thus, she sought to manage her weight, but without resorting to extreme dieting, as that would deprive the baby of necessary nutrients. Instead, she opted to reduce her afternoon tea indulgences. That on a weekend afternoon, Ruan Yuan sat at her studio, painting. Fu Shijin entered wearing a white t-shirt and gray pants, his tall figure commanding attention. Upon seeing him carrying a plate of delicious blueberry cake, she felt a strong desire to indulge, but was conflicted by concerns of gaining weight. Over the past few days, Fu Shijin had noticed Ruan Yuan eating less, and his perceptive mind quickly deduced the reason. Yuan, he placed the small cake in front of her. "This is a low-fat, sugar-free, and low-carb cake specially baked by Aunt Zhang. The blueberry jam inside contains only xylitol, so eating it in moderation won't lead to weight gain." Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Shijin, how did you know I was worried about gaining weight?" "Can you hear my thoughts?" Fu Shijin, with a fond smile, gently tapped her nose. "Who is your husband? If I can't even discern your little thoughts, how can I manage a vast company?" Relieved of her worries, Ruan Yuan picked up a spoon and began to savor the cake. The sweetness in her heart surpassed the sweetness on her palate. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Leaning against the window, Fu Shijin glanced at the screen displaying the name Fu Li Luo and pressed the answer button. Brother, Ruan Yuan has been slandered. Chapter 40. The scandal reversal. The rumor monger captured after listening to his sister recount the entire situation. Fu Shijin hung up the phone. With a composed demeanor, he walked over to Ruan Yuan. Yuan, finish your cake and continue painting. I have some work to attend to in the study. Ruan Yuan looked up at him. A small smudge of cream on her lips, her head tilted in question. Unaware of the unfolding events, she simply nodded obediently. Shijin, go ahead and handle your matters. You don't need to keep me company. Fu Shijin reached out to wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth and gently ruffled her hair before stepping out of the studio. In the study, the man stared at the computer screen, his expression darkening with an ominous intensity. The university forum was ablaze with rumors regarding Ruan Yuan, the posts rapidly accumulating in number. Is that the Ruan Yuan from the architecture department? She usually seems so low-key and honest. How could she be living a chaotic life, seeking out wealthy patrons? Ruan Yuan was academically gifted, and although she often went unnoticed, many were still familiar with her. Comments flooded in. This is a woman's strategy to ensnare men. Pretending to be a delicate flower, this is what stirs a man's protective instincts. Let me tell you, wealthy men eat this up. Indeed, just look at how she walks. Her legs can barely stay together. It's obvious she isn't a virgin anymore. She has probably had countless wealthy patrons. That's utterly disgusting. What a farce of purity. She is clearly a vixen. Sitting in his chair, Fu Shijin's gaze was as terrifying as a demon emerging from hell. He picked up his phone and called Gao Qin, instructing him to immediately remove the post from the forum and investigate the source of the rumors along with everyone who commented. He would not spare anyone who insulted Ruan Yuan. Once everything was set in motion, Fu Shijin hesitated for a moment before calling Song Jinghao. Song Jinghao and Fu Shijin were childhood friends who had shared perilous missions together. Their bond deep and profound. However, due to issues concerning his sister, Song Jingxian had harbored resentment towards Fu Shijin. Yet, Song Jinghao understood that his brother's feelings were misguided. He could not blame Fu Shijin for what had happened to his little star. Moreover, he had become a special forces soldier to seek vengeance for her. During a mission to eliminate the perpetrator who had kidnapped his sister, he had been shot in the chest. Had the bullet been slightly more off target, it would have struck a major artery, leaving even the greatest of physicians helpless. Surprised to receive a call from Fu Shijin at such a time, Song Jinghao answered, Shijin, what brings you to call me today? Fu Shijin had no inclination for pleasantries. He cut straight to the chase. Jinghao, I need your help to find someone. Song Jinghao is an Interpol agent, equipped with investigative methods that allow him to identify the perpetrator of the rumors in the shortest possible time. The rumor monger lurks in the shadows, and with each passing moment, the harm inflicted upon Yuan intensifies. He cannot afford to wait any longer. After listening to Fu Shijin's words, Song Jinghao remained silent. Yet he had encountered Ruan Yuan that day and felt an inexplicable affinity towards her. Thus he readily agreed to assist. Within 2 minutes, Song Jinghao had pinpointed the location of the individual responsible for the post. It turned out to be a remote internet CAF, where the poster exhibited remarkable counter-surveillance skills and possessed a modicum of internet knowledge. They had switched proxies numerous times, creating a chaotic web of IP addresses that would mislead any investigation, making it impossible to ascertain their true location in a short span of time. In the smoke-filled ambience of the CAF, a man, fully clad in a mask and a black baseball cap, sat in an inconspicuous corner. He had concealed himself meticulously, yet his eyes, visible beneath the mask, were filled with resentment. This man was none other than Chun Wei, the expelled counselor who had bullied Ruan Yuan. Being dismissed from such a prestigious institution as Jing University, which stands as a pinnacle of higher education in the nation, and publicly branded as someone who violated professional ethics, meant that no other school would dare to employ him but a man who had ascended from humble rural beginnings, achieving a status that evoked envy among all in his village. Now found everything reduced to ashes because of that little wretch, Ruan Yuan. He had lost everything and was determined to make her suffer in return. That day, he had gleaned from the principal's words that a significant figure was backing Ruan Yuan. Little did he expect that the seemingly demure and virtuous girl was, in fact, a disgraceful creature crawling beneath the feet of M.A.S. Chun Wei observed the escalating rumors about Ruan Yuanyuan. His face contorted with an ugly expression. However, before he could relish the fruits of his so-called victory, several police officers in uniform burst into the staff. The officers sternly inquired, "Are you Chun Wei?" Sensing trouble, Chun Wei instinctively attempted to flee, only to be swiftly restrained by an officer who seized his shoulder. "You are accused of spreading falsehoods and defaming others, which constitutes a criminal offense. You are under arrest." Chun Wei struggled, shouting, "You have no evidence. You can't take me away." At that moment, Gao Qin approached, having efficiently gathered all the evidence of Chun Wei's crimes shortly after Fu Shijin's instructions. He placed a stack of printed documents before Chun Wei. "All the evidence is right here. Do you still wish to argue?" Yinghu manner as the sun dipped below the horizon. The vibrant crimson glow of the evening sky seeped into the living room, casting a warm hue throughout the space. After placing a call, Fu Lilu understood that her brother was preoccupied with pressing matters, concerned that Ruan Yuanyuan might stumble upon the negative chatter circulating online. She decided to drive over and keep her company. When the two emerged from the studio, Aunt Zhang had already prepared dinner. Ruan Yuanyuan took the initiative to summon Fu Shijin from the study. In the study, Fu Shijin sat behind his desk, watching as the posts regarding Ruan Yuanyuan were thoroughly expunged from the internet. Furthermore, the school administration promptly issued a statement clarifying that the incident stemmed from Chun Wei's deliberate fabrication of false information as an act of revenge, accompanied by a police declaration confirming his arrest. Consequently, the scandal that had stirred up the afternoon came to a complete halt. Many classmates began to voice their support for Ruan Yuanyuan that I refrained from commenting earlier. But something felt off about this situation that I've interacted with Ruan Yuanyuan, and she possesses exemplary character. Indeed, the individuals commenting earlier were likely those envious girls who, unable to match her beauty or academic prowess, resorted to venting their inadequacies. They only revealed their lack of upbringing in a space where they could unleash their bitterness. It's clear they possess knowledge, yet lacked the corresponding qualities upon hearing a sound at the door. The man withdrew his gaze from the computer screen. The moment he laid eyes on Ruan Yuanyuan, his expression softened into one of gentle warmth. Ruan Yuanyuan stood at the entrance, her hair loosely tied into a bun. Adorned in a creamy white dress, Fu Shijin, for reasons he could not discern, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. "Shijin, it's time for dinner," Ruan Yuanyuan said, gently tugging at Fu Shijin's sleeve. Fu Shijin clasped her hand in return, his gaze lingering on her face with tenderness and affection. "What did Aunt Shin prepare for dinner?" "Sweet and sour ribs, creamy lobster, and cumin stir-fried beef," Ruan Yuanyuan replied. As Fu Shijin held Ruan Yuanyuan's hand and exited the study, they unexpectedly encountered Fu Lilu head-on. Fu Lilu's eyes fell upon their intertwined hands, nearly causing her to drool with envy. She yearned to see someone and delve into the realm of romance, yet was left pondering whom to approach. The trio made their way to the dining room, where Aunt Zhang had already set the table. With a beaming smile, she remarked, "Young master, your wife is truly considerate of you." The moment dinner was ready, she rushed to fetch you, fearing you might go hungry and aggravate your stomach. Ruan Yuanyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and quietly added, "Lilu wanted to call you too." Fu Lilu waved her hand dismissively. "Yuanyuan, you needn't speak on my behalf. He knows I wouldn't have called him Fu Shijin, having been busy all afternoon, surely required Ruan Yuanyuan's attentiveness. She thought it best not to encroach upon that moment. At the dining table, Fu Lilu transformed into a lemon, pondering whether she might have some masochistic tendencies. After all, as a single individual, why was she so eager to integrate herself into the lives of these two love-struck individuals? Fu Shijin served Ruan Yuanyuan several pieces of her favorite sweet and sour ribs. Ruan Yuanyuan, obediently and earnestly nibbling on the ribs, resembled a little dumpling with her cheeks puffed out, her small mouth stained with sweetness. Suddenly, she felt the need to spit out a bone, but realized there were no napkins nearby. Ruan Yuanyuan, who prided herself on cleanliness, never spat out anything messily at the table to make tea that moment. A pair of slender, well-defined hands reached out before her. Fu Shijin turned his head, gently stating, "Yuanyuan, go ahead and spit into my hand." Wan Yuanyuan, in a soft voice, replied, but it will dirty your hand. Fu Shijin smiled lightly. It's fine. I can wash it afterward. Fu Lilu observed the two, feeling as though she were invisible at the dining table, their affection for one another overwhelming. They hadn't even begun to eat. Yet she felt as if she had been satiated. That night, Fu Lilu expressed her desire to stay over. Since Wan Yuanyuan and Fu Shijin's marriage, it had been quite some time since she had shared a room with her dear little Yuanyuan. Brother, I wish to share some secrets with Yuanyuan tonight. You should sleep in another room. Fu Shijin, acknowledging Fu Lilu's commendable behavior that afternoon and her intention to keep it from Wan Yuanyuan, acquiesced. Yuanyuan is enduring a difficult pregnancy. Do not keep her up too late with your chatter. If I find out you disturb her rest, you know what I'll do. Fu Lilu rolled her eyes at him. Unfazed. Understood, brother. Now go. Don't interfere with our secrets. Fu Shijin shot her a warning glance, urging her to behave. After giving Wan Yuanyuan a few reminders, he retired to the room previously occupied by Wan Yuanyuan. Wan Yuanyuan fetched a new nightgown for Fu Lilu before heading off to take a shower. Fu Lilu seized the opportunity to send a message to her brother, who was merely a wall away. Brother, I will be interning next semester, and the job will drain my energy. That I believe you wouldn't want your beautiful sister to be exhausted from commuting every day, would you? I found an apartment near my internship that seems perfect for a lovely girl like me. What do you think? Fu Shijin was bound to agree. Sure enough, a while later, a response arrived. You performed well today. I can't buy it for you as a gift. Fu Lilu made a victory gesture. Brother, you truly are the best brother in the world. Yuanyuan just said she loves you. As Wan Yuanyuan emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, she noticed Fu Lilu joyfully bouncing on the bed as if she had won the lottery. Lilu, what has happened? Fu Lilu, holding her nightgown, casually remarked as she passed Wan Yuanyuan, my brother just texted me, saying he loves you. Wan Yuanyuan. Fu Lilu, spending her first night in Fu Shijin's room, felt a bit out of place. She lay with her eyes closed for quite some time, unable to drift off to sleep. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and whispered, Yuanyuan, are you asleep? Wan Yuanyuan, also awake, opened her eyes and gazed at her. Not yet. Fu Lilu turned over, her arm unintentionally brushing against Wan Yuanyuan's chest. Though typically bold, she felt a bit shy when confronted with genuine matters. Yuanyuan, I heard that when one is pregnant, this area becomes fuller. Wan Yuanyuan took a moment to process this, her clear eyes wide with inquiry. Fu Lilu responded with a glance. Wan Yuanyuan instantly understood, her cheeks flushing crimson. Thankfully, the lights were off, and Fu Lilu could not see. I don't know. Fu Lilu seemed quite intrigued, pressing on. Do you have any changes now? Wan Yuanyuan. Not yet. Fu Lilu, mistaking Wan Yuanyuan's response for disappointment, sought to console her. It's okay. Yuanyuan, just let Fu Shijin massage you more. Wan Yuanyuan, through her actions, promptly concluded the topic. Fu Lilu, unheeding of the silence, inquired, Yuan? Wan Yuan. Upon closer listening, one could still hear the faint sound of her soft snoring in the dead of night. Fu Lilu felt a movement beside her. Groggily awakening, she sleepily saw Wan Yuan stealthily getting out of bed. Yuan, where are you going? Wan Yuan's figure suddenly paused. Then she turned her head to look at her and said, Lulu, I apologize for waking you. I'm heading to the restroom. You may continue sleeping. Fu Lilu also intended to rise, concerned that she might stumble, wishing to accompany her. Wan Yuan said, Lulu, I'm fine. You need not accompany me. Fu Lilu had struggled to fall asleep the previous night and was now overwhelmingly fatigued, so she refrained from saying anything further. However, upon closing her eyes, she heard the sound of the door opening and closing as Wan Yuan exited the bedroom. She pondered, isn't there a restroom in the bedroom? Why is she going out? Wan Yuan left the bedroom and went directly to the adjacent room. She quietly opened the door. The bedroom was enveloped in darkness, and with the faint light from the corridor, she could barely discern the general layout of the room. Following her memory, she reached the bedside. Lowering her gaze to the handsome features of the man, she was aware of the events that transpired in the afternoon. Shortly after Fu Shijin received a call to the study, she received a call from Chun Mo, who informed her of the malicious rumors surrounding her. Wan Yuan understood that Fu Shijin was concealing the truth from her. not wishing for her to see those spiteful remarks. Wanting to resolve the matter quietly on his own, he wished to spare her feelings. Although Fu Shijin was incredibly capable, Wang Yuan also recognized that resolving the situation promptly must have consumed much of his energy. Thus, she feigned ignorance, not wanting his efforts to go to waste. The enveloping darkness emboldened Wang Yuan. She bit her lip, finally mustering her courage. Leaning down, she pressed her lips against Fu Shijin's cool ones. Chapter 42. I like you. Fu Shijin's lips were as cool as he was. Yet Wang Yuan knew that beneath those cool lips lay a fervent heart. With her eyes tightly shut, her heart raced like a drum. In the next moment, a pair of large hands encircled the back of Wang Yuan's head, deepening the sensation of their lips until they unhesitatingly invaded. Wang Yuan opened her eyes in astonishment, feeling as though she had been caught in the act of mischief, and whimpered, attempting to push him away. Yet she heard the man's deep voice, close to her lips, say, "Be good, open your mouth." The moonlight outside gradually deepened with the night, and the temperature in the room slowly rose. Wang Yuan's face flushed crimson as she gazed at the man before her. Her voice was laced with accusation, yet it bore no hint of threat. "You knew I'd come in long ago. Why did you pretend to sleep and let me embarrass myself?" The thought of Fu Shijin, the big bad wolf, feigning sleep while silently watching her steal a kiss made her want to dig a hole and hide. Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, observing his beloved resting against him, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. "If I hadn't pretended to sleep, how would I have known Yuan's intentions?" Wang Yuan, with reddened eyes, looked up at him. "What intentions do I have? Pray, enlighten me." Fu Shijin deliberately slowed his speech, his gaze fixed on her eyes. Denying her any chance to evade, he enunciated each word clearly. "Of course, it's that you have fallen for me, yet this little girl is too shy to confess, only daring to sneak a kiss at midnight." Wang Yuan, caught off guard, felt a mix of shyness and fright, her head nearly steaming. "I," she stammered, struggling to articulate a denial. Fu Shijin raised his hand to grasp Wang Yuan's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yuan, have you fallen for me?" It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. They were so close. Wang Yuan had nowhere to retreat, only able to gaze into the depths of the man's unwavering dark eyes, which seemed to see right through her. After a moment, Wang Yuan murmured softly, "It seems so." Uncertainty was a concept that had no place in Fu Shijin's vocabulary. He loved Wang Yuan and hoped dearly that she would love him in return. Since they had reached this juncture, he needed to clarify. Fu Shijin patiently coaxed, Yuan, love is not a matter of seems. It is either love or not love." "What do you mean by seems? Tell me." Wang Yuan, leaning against his chest, nervously fiddled with her fingers, but they were captured by his warm, dry hands, providing her with a sense of security. "It's this feeling, just like tonight, without you by my side. I tossed and turned in bed, always feeling an emptiness within, as though I could not find solid ground." She gently lifted her head to look at Fu Shijin. "So I couldn't help but come to see you, and in that moment of seeing you, my heart finally felt at home, secure and at ease." She realized that no matter the challenges she faced, merely seeing the man standing there filled her with a sense of calm, akin to having taken a calming pill. She believed this was the nourishment of being cherished. Yuan, I felt the same way when I first saw you. Just one glance pierced my heart. So I'm certain I fell for you at first sight and have continued to admire you ever since." Wang Yuan's fair face flushed with warmth, and she felt herself succumbing. "Shijin, I'm not yet prepared to say that I like you. Could you grant me some time?" Fu Shijin, having obtained the answer he desired, decided not to press the shy little rabbit further. Otherwise, the courage she had mustered would retreat once more. Fu Shijin lowered his head to kiss her lips. "I will always wait right here for you to say it." The warm yellow light flickered gently, and Wang Yuan felt an unusual sensation on her thigh. Her eyes glistened with mist, her dark pupils wide and innocent as she softly said, "I have a baby in my belly." Fu Shijin kissed her cheek, his voice husky and low. "Let us do nothing but kiss." Wang Yuan did not return to her own bed. Instead, she lay on the large bed, feeling drowsy as the sound of water from the bathroom echoed for quite some time. The next day, Fu Lilu rose from her bed, noticing Wang Yuan was absent. She thought nothing of it, assuming Ruan Yuan had gone downstairs for breakfast. After freshening up, she made her way downstairs. Sure enough, Ruan Yuan and Fu Shijin were already seated at the dining table. Yuan, you are quite inconsiderate. Why didn't you wake me up to join you? Sneaking down for breakfast, Fu Lilu plopped down a chair, snatching a sandwich from Ruan Yuan's plate and taking a bite. Aunt Zhang made the avocado sandwiches you love this morning. Ruan Yuan was delicately nibbling on one, and upon hearing Fu Lilu's remarks, could only respond vaguely. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you. Fu Lilu scratched her head. Oh, I see. And no wonder I didn't hear you get up. She was usually quite careless and often forgetful, not even realizing a living person was missing from beside her in the middle of the night. Ruan Yuan. Fu Shijin, with his long fingers, was carefully cutting the steak for Ruan Yuan when he suddenly paused and looked up at Fu Lilu. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Fu Lilu immediately returned it, only to find Fu Shijin staring at her hands. Hesitantly, she asked, "Brother, do you want a sandwich?" Fu Shijin gave her a fleeting glance and continued his task. "Lilu, did you forget that you told Aunt Zhang last night that you wanted wontons? She only made 2 sandwiches for Yuan this morning. Since you took one, Yuan and her baby can only have one less." Ruan interjected, "Ah, Jean, it's all right. I also want wontons." Fu Lilu furrowed her brow, feeling that the way Ruan addressed him was somewhat strange. As if it were different from usual, Fu Shijin turned to Ruan and said, Yuan, never choose to retreat for the sake of others, making choices you dislike and thereby compromising yourself. Lilu loves making sandwiches. Let her prepare one for you. Fu Lilu initially wanted to scold her brother, but upon hearing his words, she instantly grasped his meaning. He was subtly guiding Ruan Yuan, encouraging her not to always yield. Ruan Yuan certainly understood. Having been accustomed to being submissive at home, she had developed a yielding character. However, such a disposition could easily lead to being bullied in society. People would not like you simply because you were accommodating. On the contrary, they would take advantage of your good-naturedness, ordering you around. The world is filled with unreasonable individuals, and mere tolerance would only embolden their audacity. Thus, Fu Shijin constantly reminded her that when faced with bullies, one must resist vocally, and even resort to means of retaliation if necessary. Chapter 43. Song Xingyu. Fu Lilu deliberately made a face at Fu Shijin. "Brother, you've truly forgotten your sister since getting a wife. Is it customary to enslave your sister like this?" Fu Shijin replied in a languid tone. "It seems you are dissatisfied with that apartment." Fu Lilu, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, quickly asserted, "I absolutely love making sandwiches. I'll go prepare one for Yuan right now." Off I go. As she spoke, she trotted off to the kitchen. Aunt Zhang's wontons were ready, and as she prepared sandwiches, she savored a bowl of wontons. Ruan even caught a hint of wonton flavor wafting from her sandwich. After finishing breakfast, Ruan stood in the courtyard, seeing Fu Shijin off to work. The gentle morning breeze caressed Ruan's fair face, a strand of her dark hair dancing in the wind. Fu Shijin tenderly tucked the loose hair behind her ear and affectionately ruffled her hair. Aunt Zhang emerged from the kitchen, standing in the living room, gazing outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "The young mistress and the young master seem to be growing closer. Their bond is truly inseparable." Fu Lilu felt that in this marriage, Ruan was the one at a disadvantage. At such a blossoming age, she had married an old bachelor. What a pity that Ruan, a fresh flower, had been planted in the dung of Fu Shijin, becoming tied to an older man at such a young age. Aunt Zhang always felt that such a fine young lady was simply wasting her potential. "Miss, you mustn't say such things. The young master is barely 26, and your words make it sound as if you were an old man." Fu Lilu was unconcerned. "When we played house as kids, didn't Xiaoxing once pretend to be an old man?" After saying this, she seemed to recall something, and the spirited expression on her face was instantly replaced by a frown. Aunt Zhang sighed. "Miss Xingyu is truly unfortunate." After Aunt Zhang finished speaking, Ruan entered the living room, donned in a light blue dress, her steps light and graceful. Following closely behind her was Xiaoya, circling around her energetically. "Woof, woof, woof," Ruan said to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, it seems Xiaoya is a bit thirsty. Could you please get her some water? Aunt Zhang agreed and went to find a bowl. Wan Yuan patted Xiaoya's back, smiling as she said, Xiaoya, go find Aunt Zhang for some water. Xiaoya seemed to understand and obediently trotted off after Aunt Zhang. Wan Yuan's fitted dress drew Fu Lilu's attention, and after a moment of observation, she suddenly said, Yuan, have you gained a little weight around your belly? Wan Yuan also felt that she had put on some weight compared to before. She looked down and touched her waist, somewhat dejectedly saying, It seems so. Perhaps I should eat a bit less tomorrow. Fu Lilu approached her, leaning in to say, Yuan, your current weight is perfectly normal. You were too thin before. You mustn't diet. I read in a novel that men prefer a little softness. It feels nice to the touch. Wan Yuan replied, Lulu, with your level of understanding, it's a pity you're not dating. Fu Lilu quipped, Yuan, there isn't a man in this world who can conquer me. All right, let us not dwell on that topic. Let's go out for a walk and enjoy some sunshine. Thus, the two tidied up and went out. The estate was far from the city center, surrounded by open land with little to explore. So Fu Lilu drove Wan Yuan to the Grand Theater downtown, where a performance of Frozen was taking place that day. Since it wasn't a holiday, the theater wasn't crowded, and many seats were vacant. Yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the performers. Wan Yuan was somewhat distracted, her mind lingering on the conversation she had with Fu Shijin the night before. Noticing her preoccupation, Fu Lilu asked, Yuan, why do you seem a bit out of it? Wan Yuan snapped back to reality, paused for a moment, and couldn't help but confess, Lulu, I've developed feelings for your brother. Fu Lilu gasped, covering her mouth to stifle the scream that nearly escaped. Is that true? Wan Yuan looked at her, nodding earnestly. Yes, I can't stop thinking about him. And I even want to visit his company right now. Fu Lilu was utterly shocked, realizing that Wan Yuan was not as oblivious as she had thought. Once she became aware, she was all in. Aunt Zhang was right. You really are inseparable. But have you confessed your feelings to him? Wan Yuan replied, I only told him that I can't live without him now. Fu Lilu, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned advisor, remarked, So you haven't said I like you yet? Wan Yuan confirmed. No. Fu Lilu, more anxious than Fu Shijin himself, was practically pacing. Yuan, when do you plan to tell him? Wan Yuan blushed and said, Maybe in a couple of days. I want to prepare my lines. Fu Lilu raised an eyebrow. Do you have a script in mind? Wan Yuan shook her head, recognizing Wan Yuan's lack of experience and the absence of any reference material. Fu Lilu suggested, How about this? I'll find a few sweet romance dramas for you to study and learn the lines from. Wan Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Sounds great, by the way. Should I also send you a few action movies? Wan Yuan innocently assumed they were martial arts films and, with plenty of free time during her holiday, readily accepted Fu Lilu's suggestion as the stage play neared its conclusion. Fu Lilu received a phone call. Wan Yuan said, Lulu, you go ahead and take care of your business. I'll call the driver to pick me up. Fu Lilu was still a bit uneasy. Wan Yuan, in front of her, called the driver, which put Fu Lilu at ease enough to leave. Wan Yuan waited for the play to end before rising to walk out with the scattered audience. Upon entering the lobby, she spotted a popcorn stand, and her stomach grumbled slightly. Since her pregnancy, she had become easily hungry. Her grandmother had told her that now she was eating for 4, and the baby in her womb depended on her for nourishment. So feeling hungry was entirely normal. Wan Yuan bought a bag of popcorn and a cup of freshly squeezed juice. As the driver had yet to arrive, she sat on a bench to snack for a while, only to feel a gaze fixed on her. Looking up, she saw a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, standing not far away, her eyes locked onto Wan Yuan. More precisely, onto the food in her hands. The two exchanged silent glances. After a brief hesitation, Wan Yuan, being the elder, was the first to speak. Would you like to come sit with me? The little girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a step forward and sat beside Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan, still holding her juice, offered it to her. Would you like a drink? The little girl was indeed thirsty. She glanced at Wan Yuan and accepted it, not forgetting to say politely, Thank you. Big sister. Wan Yuan then handed her some popcorn, smiling, Not big sister, call me aunt. The little girl was dressed in a red princess dress, black shoes, and white frilly socks, clearly a child loved by her family. She was probably lost. Her family must be worried sick. Little one, did you get separated from your parents? Do you know your family's phone number? Aunt can help you find them. The little girl, unafraid, looked up at Ruan Yuan and said softly, Annie, my dad is foolish and made my mom angry, so she ran away. Before, when my mom left home, she always took me with her, but this time she forgot to take me, so I snuck out to find her. After saying this, the little girl munched on her popcorn. She picked one kernel, popped it in her mouth, and only then began to chew. Ruan Yuan couldn't help but comment, You eat popcorn just like I do. Chapter 44. President Fu is quite pleased with the new title. The little girl blinked her big eyes at Ruan Yuan and said, Really? Afterward, she lowered her head, looking a bit downcast, but my grandma seems to dislike it when I eat like this. Ruan Yuan could tell from the little girl's attire that her family cherished her. Wasn't it perfectly normal for a child to eat like this? Why wouldn't they like it? She asked. Puzzled, why is that? The little girl looked up again, a hint of sadness in her expression. When my grandma sees me eating popcorn like this, she cries. Although I don't understand why. Since then, I've never eaten popcorn like that in front of her again, as an adult. Ruan Yuan's understanding was far more mature than that of a child. Even from the little girl's brief narrative, she could sense the deeper implications. She gently patted the girl's head and smiled. Your grandma doesn't dislike you. She might just be reminded of something sad from the past. Upon hearing Ruan Yuan's words, the little girl suddenly appeared enlightened, her face breaking into a smile with dimples. Auntie, is it really like that? Ruan Yuan nodded. Of course, I'm a big friend. I would never lie to a little one. A few simple exchanges brought the two closer together, and the little girl offered Ruan Yuan a piece of popcorn. Annie, would you like to have some? Ruan Yuan looked at her sweet little face, and as she was about to become a mother herself, her heart was warmed. Sure. They then shared the popcorn, taking turns. Ruan Yuan felt a bit guilty, hoping the taste of popcorn would dissipate before dinner. Otherwise, if Fu Shijin found out she had secretly eaten so much popcorn and it affected her appetite, he would surely reprimand her. As Ruan Yuan enjoyed her budding friendship with the little girl, she wanted to quickly ascertain her address so the driver could drop her home. However, the little girl, wise beyond her years, while munching on her snacks, expressed a grown-up concern. Auntie, I can't go home. My dad is too foolish. If I rely on him, my mom will definitely spend New Year's outside again. I need to help him find my mom back. Ruan Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Then, could you kindly tell Annie your name? I'm called Xiao Yuyu. Ruan Yuan found herself truly bested by the child. Would she really not even divulge her name? Alas, a child alone in the world is indeed in grave danger. Moreover, judging by her attire, she likely hails from a well-to-do family. Ruan Yuan contemplated bringing her home, for there are many connections among the affluent, and perhaps Fu Shijin might be acquainted with her. At Yinghu Manor, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhang, and Jian Ran gazed at Ruan Yuan in astonishment. The young mistress had ventured out alone, only to return with a child. If the child were not somewhat older, they might have mistaken her for the young mistress's own offspring. Xiao Yuyu and Xiao Yuliang hit it off splendidly, experiencing an instant camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. Xiao Yuliang transformed into a doting caregiver, accompanying Xiao Yuyu in playful merriment within the living room. Ruan Yuan withdrew her gaze and recounted the events to everyone. Jian Ran exclaimed, Young mistress, while others are picking up money, you have chosen to pick up a child. Had you not mentioned it, I might have thought this was the child you had with the young master. Aunt Zhang chuckled and playfully admonished Jian Ran. This child speaks nonsense. How could the young mistress have given birth to such a large child in merely one morning? Nonetheless, Aunt Zhang mused that should the young mistress have a daughter, she might resemble this little Xiao Yuyu, with her plump little face and strikingly clear, large eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, utterly adorable. Jian Ran scratched her head. That's true. Ruan Yuan found Jian Ran's logic somewhat perplexing and chose not to pursue the topic further. She turned to Aunt Zhang and said, Aunt Zhang, Xiao Yuyu has not yet eaten. Could you prepare something for her? Of course, young mistress, Aunt Zhang replied. Uncle Zhou had just returned from the ancestral home with some fresh fruits that the old lady had insisted he bring to ensure Ruan Yuan consumed enough to avoid vitamin deficiency. Uncle Zhou took this to heart and washed some fruits for Ruan Yuan and the child to enjoy. Aunt Zhang quickly prepared a meal. Though Xiao Yuyu was quite hungry, she did not devour her food ravenously. Instead, her chubby little hands deftly wielded her chopsticks, taking small bites of rice. Aunt Zhang sat nearby, sighing. What kind of father was this who had driven his wife away and lost track of his child, leaving her in such a state of hunger? Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Xiao Yuyu paused her meal, tilting her little head to gaze up at Aunt Zhang. Grandma, please do not speak ill of my daddy. He is really quite good. He just has a clumsy mouth, and often good words come out as bad from him. Aunt Zhang looked at the little girl, earnestly defending her father, and smiled. All right, it seems Grandma was mistaken. Now, dear child, please continue eating. Thank you, Grandma, for understanding. Aunt Zhang remarked, this child is indeed clever beyond her years. After Xiao Yuyu finished her meal, Ruan Yuan led her to the guest room to rest. Ruan Yuan then turned her attention to her professional reading, preparing for the upcoming college architectural design competition. She believed that winning this competition would serve as a robust affirmation of her capabilities. Despite being able to enter the Fu group without hindrance due to her connections, she preferred to earn recognition through her own merits rather than taking shortcuts through others' influence. After a while, Fu Shijin sent her a text message inquiring what she had for lunch. Since she had consumed popcorn in the morning, taking up space in her stomach, she had only eaten a small bowl of bird's nest porridge at noon. Aunt Zhang made ginseng chicken soup, and I had 2 bowls of that, along with plenty of vegetables. Aunt Zhang's ginseng chicken soup is still warming on the stove that I must have a word with her later to avoid any slip-ups. What are you doing? I just woke up and am reading that Fu Shijin was aware of Ruan Yuan's participation in the design competition, and he refrained from interfering with her decision. He simply reminded her, Yuan, do not overexert yourself. After a while, take a break and eat something. Studying cannot rely solely on rote memorization. A balance of work and rest yields the best results. Ruan Yuan took a bite of a sausage she had bought on her way back, which Aunt Zhang had just fried for her. Crispy and delectable, sprinkled with barbecue seasoning, she could easily devour 3 of them at once. Jin, I will remember your words. You too must balance work and rest, lest you become consumed by your tasks. Fu Shijin observed Ruan Yuan's newly adopted address for him, his expression reflecting his satisfaction. The ongoing meeting felt different, as everyone sensed a change in the demeanor of the president today. The central air conditioning seemed to have thawed. With a child visiting for the first time, Aunt Zhang, unable to remain idle, began baking cakes and cookies in the kitchen. Uncle Chen assisted her, and by the time Ruan Yuan and Xiao Yuyu descended the stairs, Aunt Zhang's desserts were freshly baked. Ruan Yuan picked up a small cake for Xiao Yuyu, thinking it would pair splendidly with milk tea. Fu Shijin typically did not drink tea, and there was none in the house. So Ruan Yuan took out her phone and ordered several servings of milk tea from a delivery platform, ensuring everyone in the household had a portion. Chapter 45. Ruan Yuan meets the Song family as Fu Shijin returned home from work. He had barely stepped through the door when the sounds of Peppa Pig emanated from the living room television. I am Peppa Pig, and this is my brother George. Had he not seen Ruan Yuan waiting to greet him, he might have thought he had entered the wrong house. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow slightly. Yuan, have you begun prenatal education for the child so early? No, Ruan Yuan glanced back. It's a long story. You will understand once you come inside. Though Fu Shijin was curious, he did not press further as he followed Ruan Yuan into the living room. There, he was met with the unexpected sight of a small child. Fu Shijin was taken aback. Yuan, where did this child come from? Xiao Yuyu, somewhat intimidated by the unfamiliar man, who was as tall as her father and bore a serious demeanor, summoned her courage to retort. Uncle, I did not come from anywhere. I came out of my mommy's belly. With that, she scurried behind Ruan Yuan, clutching her clothing while peeking at Fu Shijin. For the first time, Fu Shijin found himself challenged by someone shorter than his legs, and he turned to Ruan Yuan, asking, Yuan, what is going on? Ruan Yuan explained, Xiao Yuyu ran away from home. I found her at the Grand Theater. She refuses to share her home phone number or her name. And I thought you might know her, so I brought her back. You do not know her either? Fu Shijin instantly grasped the situation. This little one had run away from home, yet she was quite cautious. Deliberately concealing her name to prevent Ruan Yuan from locating her family, he approached her, his expression stern as he lowered his gaze. Little one, what is your name? Xiao Yuyu, she mumbled, clutching the hem of her shirt. Her voice barely audible. Fu Shijin could not be swayed by a mere child. He casually glanced at Xiao Yuyu and took out his phone, preparing to dial if you do not tell me. I will call for a doctor to come over. They have a special injection that makes disobedient children tell the truth. Xiao Yu, terrified of needles, watched as Fu Shijin began saying hello, her little face contorting in fear. Uncle, please do not call the doctor. Xiao Yu will tell the truth. My name is Song Yinxing. Fu Shijin's brows knitted together as he directly inquired. What is your father's name? Song Yinxing, like a struggling fish out of water, could only wait for her father to come to her rescue. Yet she had yet to locate her mother. Truly a precarious predicament. Who knew she would encounter such a deranged father, not to mention a mother keen on running away? My father's name is Song Jingqian. Fu Shijin was not particularly surprised. This child appeared stable and undoubtedly came from a wealthy family. More importantly, upon seeing Song Yinxing, he felt as though he could glimpse the younger version of the little star he once knew. Ruan Yuan, concerned that Xiao Yuyu's family might be anxious, interjected, Ah Jin, do you know this person? Fu Shijin replied, I do. Wan Yuan urged, then please quickly call to inform her family. Fu Shijin gazed at Wan Yuan, momentarily lost in thought, before responding, all right. At the Song family villa, in the spacious living room, a middle-aged woman of dignified appearance, clad in a vintage qipao, sat regally on the main sofa, though her eyes bore the marks of age. Her graceful demeanor and meticulous grooming rendered her still beautiful and elegant. What is the matter with you? We have searched all day without finding the child. Lin Ru shot an irritated glance at her eldest son. How can you still sit here, so calmly? Seated on the adjacent sofa were two young men. One held a silver cane, possessing a strikingly handsome, yet distant visage. He was the very man Ruan Yuan had spotted at the hotel that day. Song Jingqian turned to Lin Ru. Mother, I have already dispatched people to search. Xiao Yuyu is so small, she cannot have wandered far that I suspect someone has taken her. Jinghao has already contacted the police to filter through vehicles leaving the city. Upon hearing that her granddaughter might have been abducted, Lin Ru's anxiety intensified. She pressed a hand to her chest, exclaiming, this makes matters even worse. I recently saw a report about children being abducted to the mountains. Our Yu wouldn't have met the same fate, would she? Song Jingyi hurriedly reassured, Mother, please do not fret. What my elder brother suggested is merely a hypothesis. Yu is exceptionally intelligent. She is undoubtedly hiding in some corner, playing hide and seek with us. Perhaps she will return shortly. Lin Ru gazed at him with hopeful eyes. You mustn't deceive me, my son. Taking a seat beside her, Song Jingyi replied, if I were to trick you, I would be akin to a mischievous puppy. How about I imitate its bark? In the past, Lin Ru would have surely chuckled at his antics, but now, her heart was heavy with concern, rendering her unable to smile. At that moment, the butler rushed in. Madam, Mr. Fu just called to inform us that the young lady has been found. She is currently at Yinghum Manor. Upon hearing this, Song Jingqian immediately rose, intent on heading to the manor. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor, how could he not be anxious with his daughter missing? He had spent the entire morning tirelessly searching every conceivable location where the child might have wandered, and the connection between his left leg prosthetic and his skin had been subtly aching since earlier. Lin Ru quickly called out to him, Jingqian, you stay home and rest. Let Jingyi go instead. This son had always been at odds with Shijin over matters concerning Xiao Xingxing. Yet regardless, the Fu family had aided them in locating Yu. Any conflict now would be utterly inappropriate. Song Jingyi approached and patted his elder brother's shoulder. Rest assured, I shall retrieve Yu for you. You stay here and converse with mother for a while. Song Jingqian understood Lin Ru's thoughts and said nothing, merely settling back into the sofa in silence. As Song Jingyi made his way over, Ruan Yuan was beneath the loquat tree in the backyard, guiding Song Yinxing as she sketched something on the ground with a twig. In the summer, the sun set late, casting a lingering glow in the sky, and the two figures, one large and one small, appeared in harmonious unity beneath the tree. Upon hearing his footsteps, Yu turned around, and upon seeing her little uncle, her previously cheerful face instantly clouded with a frown. She realized her uncle had come to catch her. Like a contrite child, she lowered her head and approached Song Jingyi. Counting on her fingers, little uncle. Song Jingyi playfully tapped her forehead. You, my little friend, have been quite disobedient. Tomorrow, I shall send you to Africa. Song Yinxing puffed up her cheeks and protested. Little uncle, I was wrong. I promise I won't sneak away again. Please don't send me to Africa. My friends say there are cannibals who eat children there, and little Yu would be devoured, always fond of teasing his little niece. Song Jingyi replied, well, that all depends on your behavior. If Yu behaves, then your little uncle won't send you away. As he spoke, he glanced up to see Ruan Yuan turning and walking towards him. Momentarily taken aback, Chapter 46. Song Xingyu's childhood on his way over. Song Jingyi had already received a brief introduction from Butler Zhou. Little Yu had been discovered by Fu Shijin's wife, who was presumably the young lady before him. She appeared to be around 20, the same age as his younger sister. As he looked at Ruan Yuan, the scene before him seemed to rewind 16 years. Just like today, the remnants of the orange-red sunset painted the sky. Exquisitely beautiful like an oil painting. In the evening, Aunt Wanxin brought Fu Shijin to the Song residence as guests. His second brother was playing in the backyard with his younger sister, while Song Jingyi, engrossed in a book, was sent by his mother to summon them. The old Song residence also had 2 sturdy trees standing closely together. Song Xingyu was using a branch to draw on the ground before one of the trees, while Song Jinghao sat still beneath it, clearly designated as her model for the day. Song Jingyi watched his little sister, her delicate face serious as she drew, thinking to himself that she must possess exceptional talent in art. However, upon closer inspection, he nearly burst into laughter. Song Jinghao's face bore no resemblance to a human. He could only describe it as utterly grotesque. One might mistake him for a ghost emerging from a grave. Unable to contain himself, Song Jingyi laughed heartily. Hearing the laughter, the little star, with her back to him, tossed aside the twig and turned around. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled like the stars above, bright and radiant. Dressed in a white princess dress, her cherubic face was irresistibly adorable as she skipped towards Song Jingyi, who, embodying the essence of an older brother, caught her with a tender expression. Pouting, she said, "Third brother. We called for you to come play with us just now, but you said you were busy reading." Song Jingyi, with an air of superiority, replied, "It was Aunt Wanxin who brought Fu Shijin along. Mother sent me to fetch you." The moment Song Xingyu heard that Brother Shijin had arrived, her already bright eyes sparkled even more. "Brother Shijin is really here? Third brother, you're just teasing like a little dog." Clapping her hands, she looked toward the distance, calling for the little moon who was busy catching crickets in the grass to come over. "Little moon, let us go find Brother Shijin," the younger version of Little Moon. Chubby and energetic, wobbled over with short legs, eagerly following behind Song Xingyu. Song Jinghao and Song Jingyi stood behind, watching their excited little sister and the traitorous pup. Song Jinghao turned to his third brother, saying, "Why not just call eldest brother over? We can all sit in the lemon tree together." Although Song Jingyi was the youngest among the 3 brothers, he was considerably more mature than his second brother. "If you want to sit, do it yourself. I still need to keep an eye in the living room to prevent that little scamp Fu Shijin from whisking away our sister." Memories played in his mind like a fast-forwarded film, with laughter and tears, reunions and farewells compressed into a series of blurred yet profound images. Ruan Yuan tossed aside her twig and walked towards him in the same twilight. "Mr. Song." Ruan Yuan noticed Song Jingyi seemed momentarily dazed and waved her hand in front of him to regain his attention. The sudden sound brought him back to reality, and he looked at the obedient girl before him, saying, "I apologize for my lapse in composure." "That's quite all right," Ruan Yuan politely inquired. "Are you Yuyu's little uncle?" She had overheard the brief exchange between Yuyu and Song Jingyi, discerning that Yuyu was undoubtedly the family's darling. Song Jingyi nodded. Indeed, he then glanced down at the cartoon drawings beneath the loquat tree. Still clearly visible. Even with just a few strokes, it was evident that she possessed considerable skill. Although Song Jingyi was unaware of Ruan Yuan's background, he deduced that as Fu Shijin's wife, she must hail from a distinguished family. Daughters from affluent households often engage in the arts from a young age to cultivate their character and talents. Thus, he surmised that this young lady had likely received professional training. "Miss Ruan, have you formally studied painting?" Ruan Yuan smiled. "I have not formally trained. I merely doodle on paper during my leisure time." Song Jingyi was somewhat taken aback. "You truly possess a gift. My mother is a painter, so I have some understanding of art. Your strokes reveal a sense of composure, not at all like someone untrained." Ruan Yuan thought to herself that her parents would never spend money on art lessons. Once, during elementary school, an art teacher visited her home for a parent-teacher meeting. After viewing Ruan Yuan's artwork, the teacher saw potential and offered to provide free guidance after class. However, Qin Xiaomei refused, fearing it would interfere with Ruan Yuan's chores. And she actually chased the teacher away with a broom. Ruan Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Thank you for your compliment, but my current profession also involves drawing on paper, so it's somewhat related." A tea that moment. Jian Ran and Chun approached, each carrying a soft chair. Jian Ran's chair was thoughtfully equipped with a knitted cushion, clearly a gesture of kindness from someone concerned about Ruan Yuan's comfort. The manor's environment was clean and tidy, free from mosquitoes, and the bustling city quieted down, creating a relaxed atmosphere in the air. Breathing in the fresh outdoor air was beneficial for Ruan Yuan's health. So Fu Shijin did not intrude upon them. Song Jingyi gently placed Yu Yu on his lap. The little girl understood that her uncle was conversing with her aunt and remained quiet, nestled comfortably in his embrace. "May I inquire about your university major?" "I studied architecture at Jingda." Upon hearing Ruan Yuan mention architecture, a look of surprise crossed Song Jingyi's face. "Miss Ruan, I had no idea we were in the same field." As he spoke, he withdrew a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ruan Yuan. She received it politely with both hands, lowering her head to examine the minimalist design under the glow of the streetlight. Upon seeing the name Ezra, her eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated encountering her idol. Ezra, at the tender age of 18, had clinched the championship in a global architectural competition, and by 22, he resolutely established his own company, Starlight Design. With his innovative ideas and keen design instincts, he rapidly emerged on the international stage, receiving numerous commissions from around the globe each year. Chapter 47. The gender of the three babies. Ruan Yuan felt like a starry-eyed young girl who had just met her idol. "Mr. Song, you have always been my inspiration." Song Jingyi felt an inexplicable closeness to Ruan Yuan and thus extended an invitation with a smile. "Miss Ruan, may I have the honor of inviting you to join me at Starlight Design? Although I am aware that the architectural firm under the Fu Group is a leader in the industry, I am eager to compete for someone as talented and composed as you." Ruan Yuan perceived Song Jingyi's words as mere courtesy. He was inviting her without even knowing her academic performance. What kind of casual employer was he? Did he not fear the potential failure of his company? To her surprise, Song Jingyi seemed to possess a knack for reading minds. Pulling out his phone to exchange WeChat information with Ruan Yuan, he gazed intently at her, a mixture of emotions evident in his eyes. Ruan Yuan, not oblivious to the situation, noted that their recent acquaintance had led to an unexpectedly fervent attitude from him. She politely replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, but I'm pregnant and avoid radiation. I only have a children's phone watch." Song Jingyi was taken aback, realizing that Fu Shijin was quite ruthless, not even allowing his wife to use a mobile phone. He quickly suggested, "Then let us exchange contact information. The watch can make calls." "Right?" Noticing his persistence and unwavering gaze, she had to be candid. A husband and 3 children. Song Jingyi was momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure, hastening to clarify, "Miss Ruan, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. You simply remind me of my younger sister. She was kidnapped at the age of 4, and the kidnapper's boat sank in the sea near Rongqing. That we searched for 3 years without any trace of her. She was terrified of the dark and pain. Yet such a small child remains forever alone in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, that we couldn't even find a scrap of her clothing, only able to erect a tombstone in her memory." With tear-filled eyes, he continued, "Miss Ruan, perhaps it is fate. The instant I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. May I make a somewhat presumptuous request? May I consider you my sister?" Moved by Song Jingyi's tale, Ruan Yuan felt an overwhelming sympathy and found it impossible to refuse his request. Thus, one evening, she gained an older brother. When Fu Shijin heard the news, he said nothing but walked quietly to the cabinet by the window, his complex gaze falling upon a jar filled with paper stars. Each star had been folded by his own hands. A tradition he maintained, placing one inside the jar for every birthday his little star celebrated. Now, there were exactly 20 stars in the jar, signifying that his beloved little star had turned 20 this year. The bathroom door creaked open, and Fu Shijin withdrew his gaze, turning towards the sound. Wan Yuan emerged, her long, dark hair damp and clad in a pink nightgown. Her fair cheeks, kissed by the warmth of the water, bore a delicate rosy hue. She exuded a charm that was both gentle and serene, possessing an enchanting aura that could dispel the clamor of the world, the mere sight of her. It felt as though time stood still, the breeze ceased to blow, and the leaves no longer swayed. Only her figure remained vivid and graceful. Fu Shijin's eyes softened inexplicably. He approached, lifting Wan Yuan into his arms and cradling her against his broad chest, tenderly drying her hair. Wan Yuan lifted her small head to meet his gaze, saying, "Ah Jin, today I gain an older brother, his husband and wife." She believed in the importance of honesty and transparency. With no room for secrets between them, Fu Shijin turned off the hairdryer. The buzzing noise fading away, he gazed down with his deep-set eyes, devoid of any trace of jealousy, and replied, Song Jingyi is 100 times better than your elder brother. You should accept him." Despite his fondness for his little wife, who he wished to cherish and protect, he adhered to a principle when it came to jealousy. He only felt possessive towards those who harbored ill intentions towards Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan typically felt drowsy at this hour, yet today she was inexplicably excited. She turned to face Fu Shijin, gently caressing her belly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy at "Ah Jin, tomorrow we will discover the baby's gender." Fu Shijin inquired languidly, "So, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Wan Yuan counted on her fingers, saying, "I wish for both. I hope to have a son and a daughter, that you're quite greedy." Wanting everything, he teased at "Ah Jin, don't you want both a girl and a boy?" Wan Yuan began to worry, considering the family's emphasis on lineage and succession. Surely, Fu Shijin wouldn't only desire a son. To her surprise, he replied, "I want a girl." This unexpected answer prompted Wan Yuan to ask, "Why?" Fu Shijin maintained a steady expression, stating, "I fear that a boy will compete with me for your affection. I do not wish to have 3 rivals." Yet his words sounded quite childish, leaving Wan Yuan speechless. The following day, early in the morning, Fu Shijin took Wan Yuan to the hospital for a routine prenatal checkup. He stayed by her side throughout, attentive and caring, wishing he could bear the burden for her. After a series of examinations, the results showed that all of Wan Yuan's indicators were normal, and they discovered the gender of the baby, 2 boys and 1 girl. Thus, it was destined that the Fu family's little princess would have 2 loving older brothers. That on the way back, Wan Yuan savored a piece of candy, humming a cheerful tune, feeling as though her dreams had come true. Her pearly white teeth gently crushed the candy, releasing a sweet and sour flavor that spread joyfully through her heart. Fu Shijin, ever cautious of Wan Yuan's morning sickness, always carried sweets for her. But fearing cavities, he allowed her to have only one at a time. While driving, he felt a small hand sneak into his pocket. Wan Yuan, with her bright eyes, flashed him a sweet smile and deftly swiped a piece of candy. "Ah Jin, can I have another one?" Fu Shijin, unable to resist such a charming little lover, cast her a sidelong glance before redirecting his gaze to the road ahead, tacitly permitting her indulgence that evening. Fu Lila dutifully sent her a folder containing a romantic drama script. Additionally, there was a specially named folder. Wan Yuan thought it must be the action movie Fu Lila had mentioned, assuming that most men enjoy martial arts films. She awaited Fu Shijin's return from the bathroom to invite him to watch it together. As Fu Shijin settled onto the bed, Wan Yuan leaned in, asking him if he wanted to watch the action film. Ruan, when did you start enjoying these violent movies?" Luo said it was very good. "I've never watched much of it before. Shall we give it a try?" Fu Shijin had no objections. Thus, Wan Yuan opened the folder and randomly selected a video. Immediately, sounds that made her blush and her heart race emanated from the phone. Wan Yuan, embarrassed, tossed the phone away. However, the man beside her only stoked the flames. A large hand found its way to Wan Yuan's waist. A brief clarification. The male protagonist and the little star have never made a childhood promise to each other. His feelings for her are purely sibling-like. And the act of folding stars is merely a brother's way of reminiscing about his sister. Hence, there is no issue of mistaking Wan Yuan for a substitute. Chapter 48. Deception. The phone continued to ring. Wan Yuan's face was flushed, and she attempted to escape that hand, But the man held her captive in his embrace. Fu Shijin rolled over, propping himself up on the bed, his bottomless dark eyes fixed intently on Ruan Yuan. She turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Ruan, look back at me, he urged, his low voice leaving no room for argument. Don't, Ruan Yuan said, playfully kicking his leg. Please go turn off the phone. What is this? I thought we were watching an action film. Why has it turned into a free-for-all? She lamented her so-called best friend for being a terrible ally. Fu Shijin's gaze darkened, his blood seemingly ignited with heat. Nearly spiraling out of control, he reached out, snatching the phone, and decisively silenced the cacophony. Seizing the moment of distraction, Ruan Yuan cleverly burrowed under the covers, wrapping herself tightly, even reluctant to show her little head to Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin chuckled softly, then enveloped both her and the blanket in his arms. His thin lips brushed against the fabric, and he murmured, Ruan, aren't you suggesting something to me? How is it that you have once again hidden beneath the covers? Ruan Yuan, swathed in her small blanket, felt the heat rising to her cheeks, reluctant to lift it. Her voice muffled from within the bedding, she lamented, I have no idea what that thing was. Luo mentioned it was an action film. And I assumed it was a martial arts movie, which is why I asked you to watch it with me. Who would have known? Had I known, I would have deleted it long ago and wouldn't have sought out Fu Shijin to watch it together. Just a fleeting glance at the screen earlier made me wish I could find a hole to hide. By day. Fu Shijin presented himself as a paragon of composure, yet by night. That facade, particularly in front of Ruan Yuan, utterly crumbled. The thin white blanket offered her no protection. Only someone as naive as Ruan Yuan would think so. With a graceful flick of his long fingers, Fu Shijin lifted the edge of the blanket, granting Ruan Yuan a glimpse of the world beyond. Their gazes met. She looked up at the handsome man before her eyes glistening with moisture. What are you going to do, Ruan Yuan? Have you forgotten what the doctor said this morning? Fu Shijin whispered near her ear, you can engage in moderate exercise after 3 months. Ruan Yuan had not anticipated that the big bad wolf would drop the pretense so readily. How brazen! After a moment's hesitation, she hastily concocted an excuse. Let me go, I need to write my thesis. What thesis could you possibly write at this hour? I love studying. Fu Shijin chuckled lightly. I once studied abroad in Y country, earning a PhD in finance. Allow me to assist you with your thesis, shall I? He wore an air of restraint and propriety, making it seem as if he genuinely aspired to be Professor Fu. Ruan Yuan, puzzled, inquired, a PhD in finance? Do you also possess knowledge of architecture? Even if Fu Shijin were a genius, it was implausible for him to be a jack of all trades. Surely, he could not have mastered every discipline. Ruan Yuan puffed up her cheeks, awaiting his rebuttal. Of course, he replied, pushing Ruan Yuan's nightgown down to her waist, his tone coaxing. Soon, you shall learn without a teacher. Fu Shijin, you scoundrel, how shameless. Yet, Ruan Yuan's voice was stifled. The next day, Ruan Yuan awoke with the first rays of sunlight. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Fu Shijin's handsome face. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and sharply defined jawline were striking. Complemented by his fair complexion, the combination of such attributes was nothing short of a masterpiece, akin to the handiwork of the goddess Enwa. Ruan Yuan sought to shift her gaze away, unwilling to stare, yet ultimately found herself unable to resist. Since he remained asleep, she would indulge in a few more glances as a morning treat for herself. A delicate hand reached towards the man, so close that she could almost touch him, yet separated by an invisible barrier. Ruan Yuan quietly observed Fu Shijin's features, the shape of his brows, the bridge of his nose, the curve of his lips, until she could not help but chuckle softly. In her youth, she had often read novels where the female lead would sketch the male lead's likeness. She mused to herself, they say daughters resemble their fathers. I wonder how beautiful those girls must be once they are born. In her imagination, she pictured her future daughter with Fu Shijin's face. Would she not become an undeniable tomboy? How many suitors would be frightened away? Never mind, it would be better if she resembled me. As Luo suggested, being soft and delicate could evoke a man's protective instincts. What are you musing about now? The man beside her suddenly spoke, catching Ruan Yuan off guard. Yes, her thoughts had wandered far and wide. She quickly focused her attention on Fu Shijin. How could she dare to speak the truth? Softly, she replied. I wasn't thinking of anything. Fu Shijin's hair was slightly tousled, and a rare hint of laziness shone in his eyes, visible only in the morning light. The back of his body, exposed outside the blanket, bore several noticeable scratches, the identity of the culprit being all too obvious. Don't think I'm unaware of your little antics. Were you pondering whether our daughter would resemble me? Remarkably, he seemed to possess the ability to read minds, guessing with uncanny accuracy. Why did she not have such a talent? Wang Yuan, astonished, asked, How did you know? A glint of mischief flickered in Fu Shijin's eyes as he affectionately tapped her forehead. Your thoughts are written all over your face. A mere tease, and you fall right into the trap. Wang Yuan pouted. Isn't it your profound abilities at play? Due to an important meeting that Fu Shijin had to attend in the morning, he maintained his usual meticulous demeanor at work, extending that same rigor to himself. Reluctantly, he rose from the bed, slipping on his slippers and heading towards the bathroom, while saying, But I can see that my dear is quite fond of this profound side of me. Wang Yuan muttered softly, I don't like it at all. Humph. The old residence always exuded an atmosphere of tranquility, for the matriarch, Mrs. Fu, hailed from a scholarly family, embodying the grace of a refined lady from the Republic of China era. Before marrying her husband, her time was largely spent at home, reading, painting, and studying chess, only occasionally venturing out to meet her closest friends. According to Mr. Fu, his wife was a quintessential example of a woman constrained by feudal norms. Mr. Fu had studied abroad in his youth, embracing modern ideals, and after marrying, he did not confine his wife to the deep recesses of the household, relegating her to the sole roles of wife and mother. Instead, he took her out to experience the world, gradually reshaping her mindset, ensuring she would not merely be an appendage to her husband, but a vibrant individual, unafraid to express her thoughts and personality. They shared decades together, yet even the most devoted lovers must eventually part, and Mr. Fu left this world several years ago, preceding his beloved wife. Chapter 49. Critical condition. Wang Yuan visited the old residence to keep her grandmother company. Upon entering, she overheard Mrs. Fu reminiscing with Aunt Chan about the past, while Fu Lilu and Fu Zian sat nearby. Yuan, you're here. Fu Lilu immediately waved her over upon spotting her. Wang Yuan returned the gesture, noting the melancholic expression on her grandmother's face, and took a seat on the sofa, inquiring, Grandma, what's the matter? Mrs. Fu sighed. For some reason, I suddenly thought of your grandfather today and wanted to share some memories with the younger generation. Not wishing to dampen the spirits of her granddaughter, she quickly shifted the topic. Aunt Shun, didn't you prepare chicken soup for Wang Yuan this morning? Please serve her a bowl while it's still hot. Oh, Mrs. Fu. The servants in the old residence were busy with their own tasks at this hour. Today, Mrs. Fu had arranged for a new vegetable garden to be cultivated, specifically to grow the fruits and vegetables Wang Yuan enjoyed. Uncle Zhang was overseeing the work in a corner of the expansive backyard. Concerned, Mrs. Fu asked, Wang Yuan, how is your health these days? As her granddaughter was expecting triplets, it was natural for her to face more challenges than others. Having been through it herself, she understood the difficulties of pregnancy, but could only offer her concern, unable to assist directly. Since becoming pregnant, Wang Yuan had not experienced any morning sickness after the initial days. Being a first-time mother without experience, she was uncertain whether this was normal. However, Fu Shijin assured her that everything was fine. Yet, since he had never been pregnant, Wang Yuan felt it prudent not to rely solely on his opinion. Grandma, I feel great. I haven't had a single bout of morning sickness. I asked that bad for the babies? Mrs. Fu laughed. Silly child, not experiencing morning sickness is actually a good thing. You have no idea how I suffered when I was pregnant with Shijin's father. I could hardly eat anything and was so nauseous that I nearly vomited bile, almost leading to a perforated stomach. I do wish for you to never experience morning sickness. The 3 little ones in your belly are quite considerate, not causing you any trouble. How wonderful. Rest assured, Wang Yuan, morning sickness is merely a matter of individual constitution and won't affect the children. Wang Yuan felt much relieved after hearing her grandmother's words. Fu Lilu, noticing Wang Yuan's slight anxiety, added, Don't worry, my dear. My niece and nephew are exceptionally well behaved. With Fu Shijin as their formidable father, who would dare to misbehave in your womb? Fu Zian nudged her with his elbow. Lilu, can you go a day without teasing your uncle? Is it really that hard for you to keep quiet? Fu Lilu huffed. If Fu Zian knew any better, he might think you were secretly in love with Fu Shijin. Why are you so eager to defend him? The two had been bickering since childhood, and Fu Zian promptly delivered a playful smack to Fu Lilu's head that, in retaliation, she elbowed him back that Mrs. Fu cleared her throat, prompting the pair to immediately cease their antics. You are both about to become elders. How can you still act so childish? Tomorrow, you both shall go out to wander. You are the very definition of a wandering spirit. Fu Lilu protested. Grandma, let Fu Zian go. It's too dangerous for me as a girl. You both shall go together. It's perfect for companionship. In truth, their playful banter was not meant to be taken seriously. They merely sought to lighten the mood upon noticing their grandmother's wistfulness for her late husband. Wan Yuan reflected on how this was the true essence of familial interaction in her childhood. She had to be exceedingly obedient to avoid trouble. Any hint of childishness, such as playing with her younger brother, would earn her relentless scolding from Qin Xiaomei. Wan Yuan felt incredibly fortunate to have such a family. Anshin approached, carefully serving the chicken soup to Wan Yuan. Young madam, the old lady instructed me to prepare chicken soup for you first thing this morning. Wan Yuan was aware of her grandmother's deep affection for her. As she gazed into the mirror that morning, observing her gradually plumping abdomen, a tinge of worry crept into her heart. She had initially resolved to eat less. However, given that this was her grandmother's intention, how could she possibly refuse? The elderly lady, a woman of experience, had also traversed similar tribulations. In her own time, she had discreetly discarded the vegetables her husband had served her, only to find herself ravenous in the middle of the night, prompting Fu Cha to don his clothes and venture into the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. Yuan, if something troubles you, confide in Grandma. She might be able to assist you. She had said. Fu Liluo interjected eagerly. Grandma, Yuan is worried about gaining weight. She mentioned that a layer of flesh has formed around her little belly. Upon hearing this, the old lady chuckled. Yuan, that is not you gaining weight. It is merely the child growing which has caused your waist to widen. Wan Yuan swallowed her chicken soup and replied, Grandma, but when I touch it, it feels very soft, almost like fat. The old lady responded, Of course, you are a young girl, so it will be soft. Unlike that scoundrel, Shijin, whose belly fat is hard enough to crack walnuts. Wan Yuan could only sport 3 black lines on her forehead. Knowing her grandmother's penchant for metaphor, after dinner, Wan Yuan returned to Inghu Manor with Fu Shijin. Before they departed, the elderly lady reminded her to avoid overexertion and encouraged her to call upon Fu Shijin for assistance with anything she required. For he was both a father and a husband, and it was only right for him to help his wife. Xiao Yuliang awaited her at the door every day, darting to her side the moment she appeared, lowering its head to invite her to stroke its large head. This ritual was essential for Xiao Yuliang. If Wan Yuan neglected to pet it for a single day, it would refuse to enter its designated room. All right, Jian Ran said with exasperation. The young mistress has petted you. Now you can go to sleep peacefully. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Yuliang bid Wan Yuan good night and obediently followed Jian Ran away. Once upstairs, Wan Yuan first headed to the bathroom for a shower, then donned her nightgown and nestled into bed. Fu Shijin was still working in his study, so she took her tablet and spent some time sketching design plans in preparation for the upcoming design competition. She remained calm until Fu Shijin returned after finishing his work. However, in the dead of night, her phone on the table suddenly vibrated violently. Fearing that it would disturb Wan Yuan, Fu Shijin hurriedly picked it up to answer. The usually composed Uncle Zhang's voice was laced with urgency. Young master, it's not good. The old lady has fallen into a coma and has already been taken to the hospital. A jolt of dread coursed through Fu Shijin, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Just the previous evening, his grandmother had been laughing and chatting with Wan Yuan, appearing perfectly fine without any signs of discomfort. How could she have fallen into unconsciousness in such a short span of time? Wan Yuan, a light sleeper, stirred at the commotion and sleepily inquired, Jin, what's wrong? Fu Shijin hesitated but ultimately decided to inform Wan Yuan. Given their close bond, even if he managed to conceal it tonight, she would eventually find out when she visited the old house to accompany her grandmother the following day. He endeavored to maintain his composure, saying, "Yuan, Yuan, Grandma has fainted and has been taken to the hospital. I need to go there." Yuan Yuan instantly awakened, the remnants of sleep vanishing from her eyes. She threw off the covers, determined to change her clothes. "Shijin, I'm going with you." Fu Shijin grasped her hand, trying to keep his composure. "Yuan Yuan, we don't yet know the specifics. You must stay at home. If you go, I will be distracted." "Yuan Yuan, you're the most obedient. Please listen." Chapter 50. Turning crisis into safety. Although Yuan Yuan had known her grandmother for only a few months, she had already come to regard her as one of her closest kin. Upon hearing of her grandmother's illness, Yuan Yuan felt an acute sense of urgency, yet she understood Fu Shijin's reasoning. There was little she could do to assist, and he would need to focus on caring for her as well. Yuan Yuan nodded. "All right, Ajin, you go handle things. I will take care of myself. So you need not worry." Fu Shijin recognized that his young lady was always sensible. Both his grandmother and Yuan Yuan were the most important people in his life, and thus he needed to look after them. He promised, "I will call you later to update you on Grandma's condition. Don't overthink things while you're at home. I understand. Go quickly." With that, Fu Shijin donned a coat over his pajamas and hurried to the hospital without even changing his clothes. Outside the private hospital's intensive care unit, a throng of people had gathered, relatives from the Fu family's collateral line arriving one after another upon hearing the news. When Fu Shijin, clad in sleepwear, made his appearance at the hospital, no one seemed surprised. The bond between Fu Shijin and the old lady was not something most could comprehend after the passing of Fu Chun and his wife. It had been the elderly lady and the old patriarch who had raised the two young grandsons. Upon seeing her brother, Fu Li Luo rushed into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother, what should we do? I called for Grandma the whole way here, but she didn't respond, not a single reaction." Fu Shijin comforted her with a pat on the back. "Grandma will be fine. Li Luo, please let me check the situation first." "All right?" Though her body trembled slightly, Fu Li Luo complied and stepped out of her brother's embrace, needing to be strong and not waste any time. Fu Shijin felt as anxious and unsettled as they did, but he was the sole pillar of strength in this situation, that if he lost his composure, everyone would plunge into panic and confusion. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his inner turmoil and approached Gu Zhe to ascertain the situation. "Shijin, while Grandma does have high blood pressure, she has been consistently taking her medication, and her blood pressure has been well controlled. It shouldn't have led to her coma. I'd like to ask if Grandma experienced any significant emotional fluctuations before her condition worsened." Fu Shijin pondered for a moment and then asked Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, did Grandma contact anyone before going to bed?" Uncle Zhang replied, "The old lady usually drinks a bowl of bird's nest porridge before sleep. Last night, when Aunt Shun brought the porridge, Grandma showed no signs of any abnormalities. It was only when Aunt Shun brought her warm water in the middle of the night that she discovered Grandma wouldn't wake no matter how she called. The elderly often experienced dryness in the mouth. Grandma had developed a habit of drinking water at night." Fu Shijin frowned deeply at this revelation. Yuze interjected, "Shijin, this may not necessarily be the cause. Perhaps the hot weather led to vasodilation and increased blood flow. And coupled with the elderly's loss of vascular elasticity, they might not have been able to withstand such sudden pressure. Yet, regardless of the cause, the priority was to stabilize the elderly lady's condition." Fu Shijin promptly contacted overseas specialists, arranging for a helicopter to expedite their arrival. Yuze observed his typically composed brother, now displaying a countenance filled with anxiety and fatigue. He patted Fu Shijin's shoulder in consolation. "Shijin, all the cardiovascular specialists in the capital are consulting inside. We have the best diagnostic equipment and the most reasonable treatment plans here. Grandma will be all right." Fu Shijin leaned against the wall and nodded. Meanwhile, the doctors inside emerged several times to update Fu Shijin on the situation. Only when dawn broke, casting the first rays of sunlight upon the earth, did the elderly lady finally emerge from danger. All the members of the Fu family waiting outside could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The old lady, known for her kindness and amiability, had always taken care of her younger relatives, earning their deep respect. Everyone wished to remain by her side, but since it would take some time for her to awaken, having so many people waiting outside would be of little benefit. Fu Shijin instructed only 2 of his more level-headed cousins to stay while the rest could return home to rest. He glanced at Fu Liluo, whose eyes were swollen like walnuts, and Fu Ziyin, who sported 2 enormous panda eyes. You 2 should also return home and rest. Once you're refreshed, you can come back. In unison, they protested, no. Fu Shijin cast him a cool glance. If you don't want me to have to sign a consent form for your rescue later, you'd best hurry home. Only then did he manage to send the 2 little troublemakers away. Guzei exited the intensive care unit just in time to overhear their exchange. He raised an eyebrow and noted the dark circles under Fu Shijin's eyes, not much better than anyone else's. Shijin, you're always telling others what to do. What about yourself? He quipped. If there were a mirror, I'd insist you look into it. Your current appearance bears no resemblance to a domineering CEO, but rather that of a panda that has escaped from the zoo. Fu Shijin ignored his teasing and inquired instead, how is Grandma's condition? Guzei sighed. Don't worry. Grandma's condition has stabilized, and all her indicators have returned to normal. The tension that had gripped Fu Shijin's heart for an entire night finally eased. That's good, Guzei added. You should also go rest for a while. You're the backbone of the family. If you wear yourself out, what will happen to your little sister-in-law, and Liluo? He was aware that Fu Shijin held his family in the highest regard, and thus he invited them to come forth. Fu Shijin's attitude had certainly softened. Ultimately, he heeded Guzei's words and waited outside until noon before driving back home. Early in the morning, once the old lady was out of danger, Fu Shijin promptly called Ruan Yuan to inform her. Before departing, he summoned Aunt Zhang to keep Ruan Yuan company. The young mistress had hardly slept since last night, pacing restlessly, unable to sit still or eat, and Aunt Zhang naturally dared not leave to prepare a meal. Uncle Zhou, not daring to be negligent, called upon a chef from the old residence to prepare some delectable dishes for the young mistress. When Fu Shijin entered the bedroom, he found Ruan Yuan and Aunt Zhang folding paper cranes together. He was unsure when they had begun, but by the time he walked in, they had already folded half a jar. Young master, you're back, Aunt Zhang said, putting down her work and glancing at the child she had watched grow up, her heart aching at his pallid complexion. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Fu Shijin replied, Aunt Zhang, you've been with Yuan all night and must be tired. Please rest a while. Let the people from the old residence handle the cooking. Understanding that the young master wished to speak with the young mistress, Aunt Zhang nodded and stepped outside. Ruan Yuan stood up from her chair, intending to head to the bathroom, when Fu Shijin gently grasped her arm. Yuan, where are you going? Jean, I'm going to fetch you a warm towel. Ruan Yuan said with deep concern, you should wipe your face. It will make you feel better. Chapter 51. 1,000 paper cranes. Fu Shijin sat on the bed, enveloping Ruan Yuan in his embrace, burying his head in her waist. Yuan, just let me hold you for a moment. Ruan Yuan understood he was utterly exhausted. He had borne all the pressure throughout the night, yet could not reveal a hint of weakness. However, even the strongest among us have moments of fragility. Ruan Yuan said softly, gazing at his somewhat disheveled hair. Shijin, I will always be by your side. That Fu Shijin's low chuckle resonated deeply, sending tingles through Ruan Yuan's abdomen. Knowing that her grandmother was well, the heavy stone in her heart finally shifted, and her mood brightened. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Fu Shijin lifted his gaze to meet hers. I was supposed to protect you, yet you have become my sanctuary. He lifted his hand to caress Ruan Yuan's face, speaking earnestly. Yuan, in my most helpless and uncertain moments, it was you who granted me boundless strength, giving me the courage to cut through thorns. When he received the flurry of critical condition notices, even someone as strong as he felt utterly lost, yet the thought of Ruan Yuan at home, eagerly awaiting news of her grandmother's well-being, instilled him with courage. The afternoon sun poured into the room, casting a golden halo around Ruan Yuan. Is this the highest praise I could receive? Yet there was no reply. Fu Shijin, under the intense strain followed by sudden relaxation, unexpectedly fell asleep leaning against Ruan Yuan. She watched him for a moment, then bent down to remove his slippers, gently laying him on the bed and covering him with a light blanket. The bedroom was serene, filled only with their soft breaths. Ruan Yuan returned to her chair and resumed folding paper cranes. These were the supplies she had asked Chun to procure from the stationery store that morning. Concerned for her grandmother's health, she felt utterly helpless. Her presence would only complicate matters, thus, she dutifully remained at home. Yet, her grandmother had always treated her with such kindness, akin to that of a biological grandmother, and she truly wished to do something for her. Even a small gesture would suffice. She had come across a post online claiming that folding 1,000 paper cranes daily for an ailing person would bring them health. Hence, at the break of dawn, she had asked Chun to help her by origami paper. Ruan Yuan folded each crane with utmost seriousness, embedding her blessings for her grandmother within. She hoped her grandmother would awaken soon. When Fu Shijin awoke, he found Ruan Yuan seated in the chair by the window, her expression tranquil, as a gentle breeze wafted through the open window. Playfully lifting her hair, she was diligently focused on folding paper cranes. Ruan Yuan then felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. Turning her head, she met Fu Shijin's deep-gazed Jin. Are you hungry? Aunt Zhang is warming up some food for you. Fu Shijin leaned down to embrace her, resting his chin against her neck. I'm not hungry yet. What are you doing? Ruan Yuan explained the significance of the paper cranes to him. Fu Shijin could not bear to let his beloved fold 1,000 cranes alone. He picked up a piece of paper from a small table, mimicking her actions and folding in half. Let us fold them together. Ruan Yuan nudged him with her elbow. You should eat first. Otherwise, you won't earn the right to fold cranes. So strict? Of course. What did you expect? Now hurry. Go eat. Reluctantly, Fu Shijin departed for his meal, consuming his food at a speed that left Aunt Zhang astounded. Aunt Zhang remarked to Uncle Zhou, this is the first time I've seen the young master eat so ravenously. He must be truly hungry. Uncle Zhou, with an air of someone seasoned, replied, you wouldn't know. The young master is anxious to join the young mistress in folding cranes. Aunt Zhang was surprised by the old man's insight. As night fell, the 1,000 paper cranes were finally completed. Ruan Yuan neatly arranged them in the jar, then placed it into her small cloth bag, preparing to take it to her grandmother the next day. Jin, may I visit grandmother tomorrow? Of course, Fu Shijin nodded. However, I need to stop by the company first. There are a few documents requiring my signature. Let Uncle Zhou drive you there, all right? Ruan Yuan readily agreed. Okay. The bedroom dimmed, and Fu Shijin held Ruan Yuan close as they drifted off to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Fu Shijin headed to the company. The foreign experts had arrived in Huagua the previous evening, and after consultations, they confirmed that the old lady's condition was stable and that she would regain consciousness in a couple of days. Shortly after Fu Shijin left, Ruan Yuan grabbed her bag and descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, Aunt Zhang said, young mistress, our old man has gone to start the car. You may head to the courtyard now. All right, Aunt Zhang, Ruan Yuan replied. Upon reaching the front yard, Uncle Zhou opened the car door for her. After expressing her thanks, she settled into the vehicle. 8 this hour. Having missed the morning rush, the traffic was light, and Uncle Zhou drove smoothly. An hour later, they arrived at the hospital. The old lady had already been moved to a regular ward, and outside the room stood several members of the Fu family's extended branch, whom Ruan Yuan did not recognize. Although some among them were also unfamiliar with Ruan Yuan, upon seeing Uncle Zhou by her side, they quickly deduced that she must be the newlywed mistress of the family and greeted her warmly. Ruan Yuan politely returned their salutations. One youthful boy with a cherubic face spoke up, Sister-in-law, grandmother has not yet awakened, but the doctor said you can go in a visit. Uncle Zhou stood beside Ruan Yuan and advised. Young mistress, this is the young master from the third elder's family, named Gu Shiyan. Ruan Yuan smiled and said, hello, Shin. Gu Shiyan, still at an age of shyness, bashfully replied, Sister-in-law, please go in, just as he grasped the doorknob and was about to open the door. A deep, cold male voice suddenly resounded from behind. Who permitted her to enter? The crowd turned towards the voice, and upon seeing Fu Yi, they all displayed expressions of surprise. It was Uncle Zhou who reacted quickly. Wearing a smile as he addressed Fu Yi, my lord, you have been abroad for some time and may not know. This is no one else but the wife of the third young master. The mistress of our Fu family. Fu Yi, tall and imposing, bore a striking resemblance to Fu Shijin, yet exuded an air of sternness. Upon hearing Uncle Zhou's words, his expression remained unyielding, his demeanor cold and scrutinizing as he assessed Ruan Yuan before him. Ruan Yuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable under his gaze. Despite her inherent kindness, she sensed the malice in Fu Yi's words. Nonetheless, as he was Fu Shijin's elder uncle and given the circumstances of the hospital, she did not wish to cause any disturbance to her grandmother. She proactively greeted, "Uncle, hello." Fu Yi, showing no regard for her greeting, retorted, "You have gone to great lengths to marry into the Fu family. I cannot accept your address of uncle." Chapter 52. Ajin, come quickly. I am being bullied. Tia's words. Everyone fell silent in shock. The younger members of the Fu family were taken aback as Fu Yi, typically taciturn and serious, had never spoken so harshly. Uncle Zhou felt as though he had lost his mind. How could he dare to speak to the beloved of the young master in such a manner? However, the tactful Uncle Zhou would not voice his thoughts openly. "My lord, have you perhaps been misled by some gossip? You seem to have misunderstood the young mistress. She is the legitimate wife of our family's master. And it was the old lady who persuaded her to stay and marry the young master. Without the old lady's intervention, the young master wouldn't have been able to wed the young mistress." Uncle Zhou refrained from mentioning Fu Yi, instead indulging in idle chatter while clearly laying out the stakes before him. He informed him of how cherished Ruan Yuan was within the Fu household. Those from the Fu family's collateral branches who stood by couldn't help but regard Ruan Yuan with newfound respect upon hearing Uncle Zhou's words. That Fu Yi's brow furrowed slightly, his stern countenance darkening. "Uncle Zhou, you have always been a person of prudence. It was precisely for this reason that Mother entrusted you with the care of Shijin's daily needs. How is it that after a period of absence, you suddenly turn against us, becoming the voice of this newly appointed young mistress?" A series of high heels echoed against the marble floor of the corridor, accompanied by a derisive female voice. All eyes turned to see Fu Yi's wife emerging from the elevator. Chu Mei, adorned in a high-fashion dress and donning oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, held a handbag in her right hand while leading a chubby little boy of about 3 or 4 years with her left. As she approached the gathered crowd, her gaze fell first upon Ruan Yuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Indeed, she was endearingly lovely, yet there was nothing particularly exceptional about her. It seemed she was merely relying on the 3 precious gems she carried within her womb for the Fu family to grant her a temporary title. Once the children were born, it was uncertain how the Fu family might cast her aside into obscurity. She inwardly scoffed, labeling Ruan Yuan a vixen. Chu Mei cast a glance at Uncle Zhou and remarked, "Uncle Zhou, this so-called sought-after young mistress of the Fu family might very well be a harbinger of disaster. Mother has always enjoyed good health. Even when minor ailments arise, she simply consults the family doctor. However, this time, it nearly threatened her life. Ever since this woman entered the family, the Fu household has been plagued with troubles. She is nothing short of a misfortune." Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and as she grasped the implications of her words, a flicker of anger surfaced in her almond-shaped eyes. The expressions of the other Fu family members and Uncle Zhou also darkened immediately. All feeling that her words were excessively harsh, Fu Shijin stepped forward, saying, "Aunt, how can you speak like that? Grandma's illness is beyond human control. Everyone ages and falls ill, and it has nothing to do with third sister-in-law." Chu Mei dismissed him with a glance. "Well, since she is not your grandmother, it's easy for you to say that." Fu Shijin's face flushed with anger. "Uncle, do you really allow your wife to speak like this?" Fu Yi harbored grievances against Ruan Yuan, believing she was merely after money and had schemed to deceive the elderly matriarch and her nephew. However, he held no ill will towards the other members of the Fu family. "Xiao Mei, you should refrain from speaking so much," he admonished. Ruan Yuan had never been one to maliciously judge others' ways of handling matters. Yet, Chu Mei's demeanor genuinely displeased her. However, this was a hospital. Aside from Grandma, other patients needed peace. She wished to avoid further entanglement with them. Thus, she turned to Uncle Zhou and said, "Uncle Zhou, I'll place the 1,000 paper cranes by Grandma's bedside, and then we shall head home." Uncle Zhou readily agreed, noting that this lady of the house was truly difficult to commend. It was likely that further chaos could ensue, and as the young mistress was pregnant, she must not be provoked. Should anything go awry, 1,000 lives would not suffice to compensate for the young master's loss. Young mistress, I shall wait for you here. Wan Yuan nodded and passed by Gu Shiren. Entering the hospital room, the elderly matriarch lay in bed, her complexion rosy and breathing steady, indicating that her condition had stabilized. Wan Yuan carefully placed the jar of paper cranes on the bedside table. Grandma, I hope for your swift recovery. I will come to visit you again in a few days. Outside the room, Chu Mei observed the commotion within and pinched the little boy beside her. The boy looked at her with fear in his eyes. Grandma, Chu Mei glared at him, clearly annoyed, and gave him a forceful shove, just as Wan Yuan concluded her conversation with Grandma and prepared to straighten up and leave. She suddenly sensed a shadow beside her. Then came the sound of glass shattering on the floor. She incredulously looked down to find, under the bright sunlight, the 1,000 paper cranes she had wished upon for her grandmother lay scattered all over the ground. Before she could recover from her astonishment, Fu Zichen collapsed onto the floor, raising his hands to his eyes and wailing loudly. Chu Mei was the first to rush into the room, hurrying to her grandson's side. Her face filled with concern. Zichen, tell Grandma what happened. Fu Zichen, sobbing and gasping for breath, trembled as he looked up at Wan Yuan, pointing at her. Grandma, it was Third Aunt. I just wanted to look at the pretty jar. But Third Aunt pushed me hard to the ground. Wan Yuan was utterly shocked. How could such a big child lie so blatantly, without even a semblance of a draft? Chu Mei helped Fu Zichen to his feet. Her face stern and accusatory as she said, Wan Yuan, the child merely wished to pray for great-grandma, and you were so narrow-minded as to fear he might steal your thunder that you would push such a small child to the ground. Do you even possess a heart? Wan Yuan was not foolish. She could clearly see the situation at hand. It seemed that Chu Mei had orchestrated a series of traps for her today, intricately woven one after another. With a cold gaze, she replied, I did not push him. He was the one who threw my jar to the ground and then sat down himself, playing the victim. Chu Mei raised her voice. You would go so far as to slander a child to clear your name. How malicious you are. Uncle Zhou hurried over, positioning himself in front of Wan Yuan. Madam, your words must be substantiated. Children can be playful, and their words should not be taken to heart. With a mocking expression, Chu Mei retorted, You, a mere servant, have no say here. Fu Yi approached, his brow furrowed. Uncle Zhou is an elder of the Fu family. Do not speak to him that way. Chu Mei shot him a glance, clearly unimpressed, as she had no intention of extending any courtesy to a servant. She discreetly kicked the chubby boy. Then Fu Zichen, still wiping his tears, whimpered, Grandpa, my bottom hurts so much. Third Aunt pushed me down with great force. She is so mean. Chu Mei continued to whisper in Fu Yi's ear. Fu Yi, look at the good daughter-in-law your nephew has married. Once she has her own child, she cannot tolerate our Zichen. What if he gets a fracture from being pushed like that? Uncle Zhou observed the situation deteriorating and realized that he needed to summon the young master. Just as he was about to reach for his phone, the young mistress preempted him. Wan Yuan's gaze was icy, yet her tone remained gentle. Jin, have you finished your work? After receiving his response, she softened her voice further, saying, Jin, please come to the hospital. I've been bullied. Chapter 53. If only you were my father. Fu Shijian had always advised her that when bullied, one must retaliate. Enduring passively would only embolden those who harassed her. Since she possessed a formidable ally, why not seek assistance when faced with circumstances beyond her control? She had always adhered to principles in her dealings, never creating trouble for others without cause. Yet, many seemed to find pleasure in troubling her. Wan Yuan pondered that perhaps it was due to her lack of familial support that she always acted with caution and restraint, allowing others to perceive her as easily bullied. Therefore, from now on, she would heed Fu Shijian's advice and shed her timidity. Wan Yuan's sudden action left everyone momentarily stunned. Uncle Zhou silently gave a thumbs up to the young mistress in his heart. Fu Shijian quietly remarked from behind, Third sister-in-law has done splendidly. This aunt has long needed a lesson. Fu Shijian echoed in agreement. She only relies on the pampering of the elder uncle, flaunting her authority in the Fu family. I've been displeased with her for ages. Upon hearing their whispers, Chu Mei shot them a glare, causing them to immediately fall silent. Chu Mei had more pressing matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered with them. She looked at Fu Yi and said, You see, children raised in a rural family that values sons over daughters are often cunning. They secretly bully our Zichin and then call to exaggerate the situation to Shurjian. ISNT this inciting discord between you and your nephew. Chu Mei was born into a humble household, where her family previously owned a roast chicken factory. Their daily revenue barely qualified them for a modest standard of living, and it would be an exaggeration to claim they were wealthy. After marrying Fu Yi, she experienced a meteoric rise, as one person's fortune translated into prosperity for the entire family. Initially, Fu Yi was infatuated to an almost irrational degree, insisting that he would marry no one but her, which led to a prolonged period of fasting and conflict with his mother. However, the matriarch ultimately relented, unable to bear the thought of her son starving. Yet her objections to the union were not solely based on social status. Rather, it was Chu Mei's vanity and sycophancy that concerned her, coupled with her family's insatiable greed. The Fu family facilitated the expansion of their factory into a nationwide chain. Yet Chu Mei's family remained discontent, persistently draining the Fu family's resources while seeking to go public and venture into the construction industry. Chu Mei was acutely aware that her family's current standing was entirely dependent on the Fu family. In a bid to solidify this advantageous relationship, her family planned to marry her niece off to Fu Shijin, thereby ensuring a continuous stream of wealth and privilege. Consequently, they resolved to expel Ruan Yuan from the Fu household by any means necessary. Fu Yi cast a look of disdain at Ruan Yuan, his tone icy as he remarked, "To commit a wrongdoing and refuse to acknowledge it is one thing, but to slander us is another. The matriarch of the Fu family must possess discernment and clarity. We cannot afford to harbor a woman as cunning as you." Ruan Yuan, standing beside Fu Shijin, exuded an air of calmness. She replied in a measured tone, "Uncle, whether I stay or go is not for you to decide. It was Fu Shijin who earnestly sought my hand in marriage." He was taken aback by the unexpectedly sharp wit of this seemingly innocent young woman, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chu Mei interjected, adding fuel to the fire. "How can Amir Jr. speak so boldly to her elders? Shijin holds great respect for you, uncle, and would never dare to speak so freely. You are defying the natural order, and we must expel this little vixen today. She hails from a rural background, far inferior to our own Rome. What right does she have to occupy the position of the mistress of the Fu family? It is likely that the matriarch is merely interested in heirs. Given Fu Shijin's filial piety, he took her as his wife, and the notion that he sought her hand in marriage is utterly absurd." Ruan Yuan retorted, "Ever since you entered this house, you have targeted me, unjustly labeling me with accusations. Do you expect me to obediently become your puppet?" Fu Yi's voice rose sharply. "Ruan Yuan, you have gone too far." Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached. He exuded an aura of elegance, his demeanor calm and composed, a scholarly air about him, though time had etched faint lines upon his face. They only enhanced his aura of steadiness and restraint. Ruan Yuan had just stepped out of the hospital room after finishing a phone call with Fu Shijin, hoping not to disturb her grandmother's rest, leaving everyone gathered in the corridor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fu Shijin immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Song, what brings you here?" Song Liang assessed the tense atmosphere before him, but a man of meticulous thought. He quickly grasped the situation without the need for words. He had originally come to the hospital for business, but had learned during a conversation with the hospital director that the matriarch of the Fu family was ill and in a VIP room. Given the close bond between his wife and Fu Qin's wife, who had named their children with the phrase Huaijin Huyu, he felt compelled to pay a visit. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The slender figure of a young girl caught his attention, her youthfulness radiating an air of innocence and kindness. Though her eyes bore traces of grievance, she remained resolute, akin to a resilient flower thriving in a desert. Refusing to succumb to the tempest that assailed her, he could not help but inquire, "Little girl, what is your name?" Ruan Yuan looked up at the unfamiliar man, uncertain of his identity. Uncle Zhou informed her, "This is the father of young Master Jing Yi. He is always gentle and kind." Understanding Zhou's implication, Ruan Yuan realized that with Fu Shijin still en route, she could use Mr. Song's influence to maneuver around Fu Yi and avoid losing ground. She pressed her lips together and said, "Hello, Mr. Song. My name is Ruan Yuan, and I am Fu Shijin's wife. Song Liang nodded with a smile before turning to Fu Yi, saying, Fu Yi, what are you doing? Taking advantage of the matriarch's unconsciousness to bully a child? Fu Yi's expression darkened at his words. Chu Mei, on the other hand, retorted with a scornful tone, who would dare to bully her? This young mistress excels at feigning weakness to evoke sympathy from others. Look, everyone here is defending her, including you, Mr. Song, who has just arrived. Song Liang responded calmly. Madam Fu, your words are biased that I, Song Liang, have navigated the business world for half my life and am quite adept at discerning character. This child has bright, innocent eyes. How could she be as cunning as you suggest? Chu Mei scoffed, seething with frustration but powerless against Song Liang. He glanced at her coldly and remarked, as a senior, your lack of generosity is quite unbecoming in any family, whether affluent or modest. It would be a source of ridicule. Fury blazed in Chu Mei's eyes, nearly spilling over. The "Oh, not think your Song family is so formidable. My husband will bring you to ruin by tomorrow." Song Liang's countenance remained unchanged. I will accompany you to the end. Ruan Yuan, observing this stranger defending her, felt an unfamiliar emotion blooming within her heart. She mused that this must be what it felt like to have a father stand up for his daughter. She thought how wonderful it would be to have a father like that. Chapter 54. Yuan Yuan is my bottom line. Fu Yi remained silent. Yet Song Liang's action seemed rather abrupt, not only intruding upon his family matters, but also openly deriding his wife. He spoke with a face as stern as stone. Song Liang, although the Fu and Song families have maintained a cordial relationship, this is a matter of my family. Your unwarranted interference is inappropriate. When a junior makes a mistake, they must face the appropriate consequences to understand right from wrong and learn the rules. Song Liang's eyes reflected openness and clarity. He cast a gentle glance at Ruan Yuan before turning back to Fu Yi. Speaking in a calm, yet authoritative tone, Fu Yi, what kind of words are these? You, who have navigated the business world for years, should not make things difficult for a good child. You are living in fortune, yet failing to recognize your blessings. If my little star were alive, I would dote on her and never allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Can you imagine the sorrow her parents would feel upon seeing their child wronged? As he spoke, his gentle demeanor gradually faded, replaced by a wave of sorrow that washed over him. Chu Mei's expression turned mocking as she absorbed his words, as if she had heard a particularly amusing joke. Folding her arms, she fixed her gaze on Ruan Yuan and said, with a mother who values sons over daughters, a useless father, a gambling older brother, and an uneducated younger brother, who would pity her? Conceiving a child with the Fu family's bloodline might very well have been a scheme orchestrated by her family, ensuring she ended up in Shijin's bed through sheer manipulation. Ruan Yuan's body trembled violently. Chu Mei's slanderous words pierced her heart like a barbed iron rod, spreading pain to her very marrow. She clenched her hands tightly at her sides, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she felt adrift, a reassuring voice broke through the tension. It seems your tongue serves no purpose other than to spread slander. Perhaps you should consider cutting it out. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A tall figure stood against the light, emanating an unparalleled chill, as if he had emerged from a glacier. Fu Shijin raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth as they settled on Chu Mei. At the moment their eyes met, she recoiled in fright, cold sweat breaking out on her palms. Fu Shijin, upon seeing Fu Shijin, felt as though he had found his anchor. Third brother, you have finally arrived. Quickly, cut out this old witch's tongue. Fu Shijin ignored him and walked directly toward the slender figure that had endured so much injustice. He reined in his icy demeanor as he approached Ruan Yuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe with utmost seriousness. Upon confirming that she was unharmed, the weight on his heart finally lifted. He reached out gently to caress Ruan Yuan's face, his dark eyes filled with tenderness and deep remorse as he said, Yuan Yuan, I am sorry for not protecting you better and allowing you to suffer. Ruan Yuan had tried her utmost to remain steadfast, but her gentle nature betrayed her. The moment she laid eyes on Fu Shijin, the bravado she had mustered evaporated. She reached out her small hand to grasp the cuff of his shirt, raising her slightly aggrieved eyes to meet his. Jin, as long as you are here, I am not afraid. Fu Shijin affectionately patted her head. I need to handle some matters. Yuan. Please wait for me. Yuan obediently nodded. As Fu Shijin turned, the warmth on his face vanished, replaced by a cold, steely gaze directed at a Chun. Did you not hear what I said? Why are you still standing there? Aiken momentarily froze, astonished that he was indeed going to cut. Yet, he merely followed orders, indifferent to anything else, and proceeded to approach Chumei. Observing the imposing figure of Aiken, his muscles taut, Chumei's complexion drained of color. Turning pale as she stepped behind Fu Yi's expression instantly plummeted. His voice sharp as he rebuked, Fu Shijin, do you even remember that I am your elder? What is the meaning of this? Fu Shijin lazily lifted her eyelids, responding coolly, Uncle, do not forget in the Fu family. My word is law. Song Liang, sensing the atmosphere teetering on the brink of confrontation, realized that with Fu Shijin's presence, the young girl would undoubtedly not be at a disadvantage, thus deeming his presence unnecessary. Before departing, he remarked, Shijin, you must manage this situation well. Fu Shijin, with a hint of regret, replied, I apologize, Uncle Song, for the trouble I've caused you. He nodded at Yuan and then took his leave. This was Fu Shijin's first time speaking so assertively to Fu Yi. In front of the younger generation, she showed no deference to him as an elder. To Fu Yi felt a profound loss of face. Must you be so definitive in your words? Fu Shijin retorted without yielding. Anyone who infringes upon my wife shall find no refuge in the capital. For Yuan is my bottom line. Fu Yi scoffed, but remained silent. Unperturbed by his reaction, Fu Shijin turned and approached Fu Zichen. The chubby boy gazed at his tall, stoic uncle with trepidation. Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, addressing him. Fu Zichen, what transpired earlier? Speak the truth to me. Fu Zichen, fiddling with his fingers, looked at Chumei with tear-filled eyes. Chumei subtly shook her head at him. Fu Shijin, raising his hand, turned his head back to face him. Do not look at your grandmother, Zichen. Speak honestly to your third uncle. The fear in Fu Zichen's plump body made him tremble. And he sniffled, Third uncle, I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? Fu Shijin said nonchalantly. You were so plump, you would make a perfect dinner for Little Moon. Come home with me. Fu Zichen's lips began to tremble, tears on the verge of spilling, yet he could not help but glance at his grandmother. This time, Chumei shot him a fierce glare. Suddenly, Fu Shijin's deep voice broke the tension. The little boy was utterly frightened into tears. Exclaiming, Third uncle, it was Grandma who told me to throw the glass jar on the ground and then sit on it, claiming that third auntie pushed me on purpose. Grandma said if I didn't listen to her, she would kick my mother out of the house. Third uncle, I was wrong. Please don't feed me to Little Moon. It's terrifying. It eats more than I do. It might bite off my head. I don't want to become a headless child. My parents wouldn't recognize me. In an instant, Fu Shijin grasped the situation. Fu Shijin's wife, who was also Fu Zichen's mother, was originally the daughter of a servant in the elder's household. Due to her academic excellence and being of the same age as Fu Shijin, Fu Yi had sponsored her to attend a prestigious school, intending for the capable Lin Yin to accompany his son. However, unbeknownst to him, the two developed a profound bond. Chumei, upon discovering this, vehemently opposed it, yet she followed the path of the old matriarch, ultimately conceding under her son's hunger strike. Even after their marriage, Chumei still looked down upon her daughter-in-law from a servant's background. Chapter 55. Fu Shijin, I like you. Chumei immediately denied. Zichen, what nonsense are you spouting? When did Grandma ever teach you these things? Fu Zichen, frightened, gazed at her, rendered speechless. He understood that in this household, Grandma's word was absolute. To prevent his mother from being scolded by Grandma, he always obeyed her commands. Fu Shijin directed his gaze toward Fu Yi, his eyes growing colder. Uncle, you have heard everything. How do you plan to handle this matter? Though Chumei was usually quite spoiled, he was well aware of his wife's temperament. Even if she were given the audacity, she would not engage in such behavior. Fu Yi responded, there must be some misunderstanding. Children often speak without thinking. Fu Shijin chuckled at Fu Yi's words. Since he was so protective of his wife, he would take matters into his own hands. Raising an eyebrow, Fu Shijin stated, Uncle, today Yuan was wrongfully slandered by Aunt. And as her husband, It is my duty to seek justice for her. If you do not handle this, I shall not hold back. Fu, he felt an uneasy sensation creeping in and hurriedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Fu Shijin gestured to Aiken, signaling him to pull Chumei into the hospital room. "This does not concern you." Fu, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, Chumei's cries echoed down the corridor. With tear-filled eyes, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Aiken, like a heartless automaton, dragged her before the shards of glass in the room and suddenly pushed her to the ground. Fu Yi rushed in, only to be blocked by Fu Shijin. These paper cranes were meticulously folded by Ruan Yuan over the course of an entire day, neglecting even her meals to ensure that Grandma would awaken soon. Now, due to your wife, all of Ruan Yuan's efforts have gone to waste. Therefore, let her pick them up one by one. Fu Yi's face turned awkward. Why must we escalate matters to this extent? Can't we discuss things amicably? Fu Shijin observed the medical staff entering to transfer the old matriarch to another room. Be gentle. Do not disturb Grandma's rest. The medical personnel, heeding his words, became even more careful, making no sounds whatsoever. Once the matriarch was moved to the adjacent room, Fu Shijin turned to Fu Yi, sneering as he said, "She bullied my wife, and I shall seek retribution on her behalf." Chumei was already being forced by Aiken to pick up the paper cranes one by one, her sobs filled with indignation. "Darling, I cut my hand on the glass shards." Upon hearing this, Fu Yi ceased his confrontation with Fu Shijin and hurriedly crouched down to examine her hand. Fu Shijin huffed, instructing Aiken, "Ensure she finishes picking them up." Aiken nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yi, fully aware of his nephew's temperament, had no choice but to join his wife in picking up the paper cranes. In whom manner, Aunt Zhang, after listening to Uncle Zhou's account, felt both anger and sympathy for the young mistress. The young mistress was such a good person. She couldn't comprehend what kind of sorcery Chumei had cast on the master, making him seem as though he had lost his mind and sought trouble with the young mistress. She was not afraid that the old matriarch would awaken and chastise him. Aunt Zhang had long regarded Ruan Yuan as her own child, and feeling pained, there was little she could do as a mere woman, except to prepare some delicious food to comfort the young mistress. During dinner, Aunt Zhang single-handedly cooked 8 dishes and a soup, all of which were Ruan Yuan's favorites, ensuring a balanced nutrition. Aunt Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Aunt Zhang, wiping her hands with an apron, smiled and said, "Young mistress, this little task is nothing to me. It's just a matter of moving around a bit, far from being a hardship." Ruan Yuan took a bite of the delectable fish. Aunt Zhang, "You sound just like Sun Wukong." Aunt Zhang replied, "Young mistress, today I was fortunate not to encounter the old mistress. Had I been present, I would have conjured a golden staff to send her abroad." Ruan Yuan pursed her lips, then Aunt Zhang, "I shall hire you as my personal bodyguard from now on." Aunt Zhang chuckled. That sounds wonderful. Fu Shijin had been listening to their conversation. Aunt Zhang's lively personality had a positive influence on Ruan Yuan, gradually encouraging her to engage more with the outside world instead of remaining confined within her shell. Typically, after dinner, he would retreat to his study to handle some affairs. However, today was different. Ruan Yuan, sitting on the bed, inexplicably remarked, "Jean, aren't you going to work today?" Fu Shijin walked towards her. Illuminated by the light, he knelt before her, clad in a white loungewear that exuded warmth and casualness. The soft yellow glow enveloped him as he silently leaned down and embraced Ruan Yuan, burying his head against her waist. Ruan Yuan paused, her hands suspended in the air, unable to settle anywhere. She softly inquired, "Jean, what troubles you?" The grandmother's condition was quite stable. They had consulted with specialists before leaving, who indicated that she would awaken in a couple of days. What could possibly be bothering Fu Shijin? At that moment, the man resting against her legs murmured, Ruan, you endured grievances today because of my family, and I feel like a failure." Ruan Yuan's eyes flickered with understanding as she realized the source of his despondency. She gazed down quietly, observing his hair slightly disheveled from brushing against her clothing. The usually serious and meticulous Mr. Fu appeared unexpectedly youthful, reminiscent of a college student at that moment. Feeling playful, Ruan Yuan puffed her cheeks and playfully ruffled his hair. In the next instant, Mr. Fu, now with a tousled hairstyle, rose from her lap and looked up at her. "Little one, I'm apologizing to you, and not only do you remain unresponsive, but you also go and mess up my hair. Ruan Yuan was unaware of when it began to happen, but the innate charm and innocence that resided deep within her slowly began to surface. She was utterly unafraid of men, extending her delicate, pale fingers to playfully tease a tuft of hair atop his head. Jean, did you not tell me that spouses need not say thank you? Thus, there's no need for apologies either. Besides, your timely arrival today was akin to a valiant knight protecting both me and the little ones. You are the brilliant star that pierces the dark night, providing me with a profound sense of security. There is no need for you to apologize. When Ruan Yuan mentioned the babies, her gaze softened considerably. She placed her small hand upon her still barely noticeable abdomen, gently caressing it. An unprecedented feeling filled her heart. Jean, why don't you greet the little ones as well? With that, she took Fu Shijin's hand and guided it to her belly. However, the man appeared as clumsy as a child, his large hand resting on Ruan Yuan's abdomen. Awkwardly unsure of what to do, not understanding his silence, Ruan Yuan asked, Jean, why aren't you moving? Do you not wish to greet the little ones? Fu Shijin's ears flushed red. The man who was invincible in the commercial world suddenly found himself in a rare state of embarrassment. It's not that. It's just that this feeling is quite extraordinary. It is undeniably our love. Yet it also encompasses 3 additional lives. Ruan Yuan found it hard to comprehend his train of thought. Do you like our babies? Of course, Fu Shijin replied, looking up at her. Because they are your children, I will love them as well. But in my heart, Ruan Yuan will always be my priority. Ruan Yuan was taken aback by the depth of his gaze filled with affection. The word she had longed to say remained unspoken until their eyes met, and she blurted out, Fu Shijin, I like you. Chapter 56. The couple's simple lifetime seemed to momentarily stand still. Ruan Yuan's cheeks flushed. While it was true that she liked Fu Shijin, saying it in front of him made her feel shy. Yet, the man continued to gaze at her with a beaming smile. Remaining silent, the confident Ruan Yuan suddenly felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. She picked up her little nightgown, holding it between them to block Fu Shijin's view, playfully retreating like a little ostrich. Ruan Yuan, put it down. Fu Shijin observed the youthful demeanor she exhibited, reflecting on the fact that she was just barely 20, at an age when one tends to be playful and coy. No, Ruan Yuan insisted, biting her lip. I want to fall for that. Fu Shijin, feeling a bit stiff from squatting, supported himself on the edge of the bed and sat beside Ruan Yuan. The contrast in their sizes was apparent. The cunning wolf and the innocent little rabbit created a vivid image. The sly wolf mused, if you won't show me, I'll simply sit beside you, and see just the same. He slightly tilted his head, catching the shy expression on her face from the corner of his eye. Goodness, you're blushing. That you're teasing me, she replied. The Fu Shijin's eyes sparkled with amusement as he affectionately ruffled her hair. I'm not teasing. The warmth of Fu Shijin's hand conveyed a tangible sense of reality to Ruan Yuan, causing her heart to race like a little rabbit. Unable to resist, she reached out to grasp his troublesome hand. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Shijin tugged at her nightgown, pulling it down. Ruan Yuan blinked her doe-like eyes, her cheeks flushed with innocence, captured in Fu Shijin's gaze. Her eyes brimmed with indignation as she playfully slapped his chest. Here I am confessing my feelings, and you don't respond. Instead, you laugh at me. That is too much. I won't talk to you anymore. Fu Shijin caught her small hand and held it firmly in his palm, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Ruan Yuan's eyes. Ruan Yuan, it's not that I'm ignoring you. He paused, as if finding it difficult to articulate, his ears gradually turning red. This is my first experience with love. When someone I admire confesses to me, I'm just a bit overwhelmed. To put it plainly, I'm a little shy. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape as if she had heard something utterly astonishing. What? Fu Shijin can actually feel shy. She reached out to touch his forehead, finding it cool to the touch. You don't have a fever. So why are you talking nonsense? The remnants of Fu Shijin's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by laughter at Ruan Yuan's antics. He took her hand and kissed it near his lips. You little troublemaker. Are you trying to go against me? I'm being serious. And you don't believe me. I'm not. Ruan Yuan replied, meeting his deep gaze. I just find it a bit hard to believe that you would feel shy. The depths of Fu Shijin's eyes rippled like stones thrown into a lake. If a man claims he doesn't feel shy in front of a woman he likes, it suggests he doesn't love her enough. But you are my beloved, etched into my very being. Every emotion I experience is because of you, and it is entirely normal to feel anything towards you. I assented. His warm breath brushed against Ruan Yuan's ear, igniting a delicate electric thrill that made her shiver slightly, sending ripples coursing through her body, matching the fluttering of her heart. Ruan Yuan couldn't discern whether it was his breath or his words that captivated her so. But in the midst of her reverie, she felt an abrupt weightlessness that snapped her back to reality. She found herself suspended in the air, clearly embraced by Fu Shijin. In her panic, she instinctively wrapped her pale arms tightly around his neck. "What are you doing?" she asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Fu Shijin smiled serenely and said earnestly, "Today, Ruan Yuan confessed to me, and I am truly delighted, so I intend to repay you." A sense of foreboding crept over Ruan Yuan as she questioned, "Jean, how do you plan to repay me?" Fu Shijin kicked open the bathroom door, carrying his beloved inside. Soon his voice was nearly drowned out by the gentle sound of the flowing shower. Faintly, she could hear, "Ruan Yuan, you've worked hard today. How about I help you bathe?" Ruan Yuan held her nightgown in front of herself, extending her long, fair legs to push against his chest, maintaining a certain distance between them. She was no longer the naive Ruan Yuan of the past. She had returned as the astute and yoked Ruan Yuan, her mind sharp enough not to be easily deceived by Fu Shijin. "Is this your idea of repayment? Fu Shijin, what scheme are you concocting?" She pondered, realizing that she was the one who would ultimately suffer. This is just a way for him to indulge himself. Ignoring Ruan Yuan's fierce glare, Fu Shijin approached her, gracefully kneeling beside the bathtub. His hand traveled to her neck and slowly descended to the small of her back. His movements bold, yet his tone remained gentlemanly. "Ruan Yuan, you've misunderstood me again. I merely wish to share the burden with you, to prevent you from becoming weary. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor?" Ruan Yuan glanced down skeptically, unwilling to believe his words. Fu Shijin, beneath his polished exterior, possessed a thick skin comparable to a city wall, displaying no signs of shame. Ruan Yuan, feeling suddenly bashful, bit her lip and averted her gaze. She couldn't fathom how she had previously endured the tempestuous storms brought by such overwhelming forces. Just the thought of it made her head spin. "Ruan Yuan, stop overthinking. It's late, don't dawdle." Ruan Yuan was utterly shocked. She hadn't thought of anything, really. "How can you be so shameless?" Fu Shijin's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. He leaned down and kissed Ruan Yuan's lips, his deep voice spilling from their connection. "You see, when it comes to someone you adore, this isn't shamelessness. It's simply being unable to restrain oneself." That be why the time Ruan Yuan emerged, her body aglow with a rosy hue and feeling weak in Fu Shijin's embrace. She lay on the soft bed, silently reflecting that today was indeed not suitable for a confession. She had inadvertently stirred the man's desires. If Fu Shijin were not concerned about the children, he would likely turn into a lion on the African savanna, eager to consume her whole. "Goodness, do you want to lie down in my arms?" Fu Shijin switched off the bedside lamp and lay down beside her. In the darkness, Ruan Yuan blinked, initially unwilling to engage with him, but her body made its own choice. In the next moment, she found herself nestled softly in Fu Shijin's embrace. "Do you want to have soup dumplings for breakfast tomorrow?" he asked. Ruan Yuan gently nodded her small head and softly murmured an soon after. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness swept over her. Chapter 57. Caught off guard the following day, Ruan Yuan awoke to find the space beside her empty. She reached out from under the covers, only to encounter the coolness of the sheets. The fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to the man's presence in her life. He had suddenly burst into her world, becoming a glimmer of light in her otherwise dull existence, bringing with him a sense of hope. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a halo on the doorknob. As the halo flickered, the doorknob turned slightly. A tall figure entered the room. As the door opened, Fu Shijin, clad in a light gray loungewear, with his hair casually falling across his forehead, appeared just like an ordinary husband. The moment Ruan Yuan laid eyes on him, The emptiness in her heart felt as though it had found a resting place. Dissipating quietly, an involuntary hint of affection flickered in her gaze. "Ah, Jean, where have you been?" she eagerly inquired, unaware of the deep-seated dependency she had developed on Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin, perceptive and understanding, showed no signs of surprise at Wang Yuan's urgency. He approached her with a calm demeanor. Sitting at the edge of the bed, tenderly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, before saying, "Didn't you, my little greedy cat, say last night that you wanted to eat soup dumplings before bed? As a husband with such strong execution, I must fulfill your wishes." Wang Yuan, clad in a delicate camisole, had one of her straps slipped down, resting across her arm. With a pout, she retorted, "You're the greedy cat. Your whole family is filled with greedy cats." Meanwhile, Fu Liao, who was napping in the old house, was suddenly jolted awake by a sneeze. Rubbing her nose sleepily, she glanced at the window, realizing she hadn't even opened it to sleep. "How could I catch a cold?" she pondered, but with a carefree attitude, she closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. Fu Shijin raised his hands in surrender and, with a compliant tone, said, all right, I misspoke. "My little darling is not a greedy cat. I am. Is that better?" Wang Yuan lifted her doe-like eyes, sparkling as she regarded him. "That's more like it. Now, hurry and wash up." Fu Shijin gently tapped her bottom, saying, "I've prepared your favorite 3-flavor dumplings. If you dawdle any longer, they'll grow cold." Wang Yuan made a face at him and then hurriedly got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and dashed to the bathroom. The bathroom counter was adorned with her skincare products, all high-end brand from abroad, while Fu Shijin's items were few in comparison, merely 2 or 3 jars. Wang Yuan mused that if he didn't require facial cleansing, his belongings might not even be present. Among them, one black bottle stood out as she was most familiar with it. It was Fu Shijin's aftershave. The first time she had met him, she had detected that faint scent on him, the fragrance of gardenias, crisp yet warm. Much like the way Fu Shijin had draped a coat over her when she felt lost. Standing outside the outpatient building, her heart, which had sunk to the depths, felt as though it had been redeemed. Wang Yuan smiled softly and turned on the tap to begin her morning routine. By the time she emerged, Fu Shijin was already seated at the dining table. She took her place opposite him. Yet he furrowed his brow slightly, his tall figure looming over her before he settled beside her, pushing their chairs together. Wang Yuan thought to herself, how had she never noticed how childish he could be? Aunt Zhang, busy in the kitchen, observed this and remarked to her husband, "The young master and mistress are quite affectionate, sitting so close together without even a gap between them." Uncle Zhou whispered to Aunt Zhang, "If only there were a convenient adhesive to keep the young master and mistress glued together at work during the day, and then use a solvent to separate them at night." Aunt Zhang shot him a glance. "So, you married me just to have me by your side all day at work? Huh?" Uncle Zhou replied with a smirk, "Pretty much." Wang Yuan, with her little ears perked up, eavesdropped on their conversation. She was surprised that Uncle Zhou, an old-fashioned man, understood so much, and no wonder he managed to win over the versatile Aunt Zhang. Suddenly, a perfectly warm soup dumpling appeared by her mouth. "Eat well," Fu Shijin said with a smile, his long fingers holding the chopsticks with a dumpling poised on the end. Wang Yuan took a bite, puffing out her cheeks. "Listen, Aunt Zhang has no objections." Fu Shijin's culinary skills were impressive, and she enjoyed his cooking immensely. However, making dumplings was quite labor-intensive, so she resolved to indulge less in the future. Fu Shijin continued, "Finish eating, then listen." But Wang Yuan swallowed the dumpling and took another bite. "If I wait, there won't be anything left to hear." Fu Shijin pressed a button on his phone, and the recording interface opened. As the stopwatch ticked rapidly, he smiled and said, "Then we'll just record it." After their meal, Fu Shijin headed off to work, with a visit to the hospital to see his grandmother before that. Wang Yuan wished to accompany him, but Fu Shijin informed her that his grandmother had only just awakened and that visiting now would be of little use. They would wait until she was fully alert to take her with them. Wang Yuan then shelved her plans for the hospital. Wang Yuan kept in mind her grandmother's advice and took daily walks in the garden. She played with the little moonlight for a while before heading indoors, where she received a call from Fu Liao. Fu Liao, enraged upon hearing about Chu Mei's mistreatment of Wang Yuan, had scolded her fiercely the night before. Aside from Fu Yi, No one in the family had any fondness for Chu Am, in consideration of the well-being of the children. Wang Yuan prepared to discuss other matters with Fu Liao. She wanted to avoid mentioning Chu Mei, as the thought of her made her angry. Lao Lao, the action movie you mentioned, how could it be that kind of film? You nearly got me killed. Fu Liao, intrigued by this, exclaimed, Hey, Yuan, how was it? Was it good? Did you watch it alone? Or with Fu Shijin? Wang Yuan cleared her throat. We watched it together. To Fu Liao's eyes widened. Did he turn into a wolf and pounce on you? Wang Yuan, certainly Wu Ti, disclosed that Fu Shijin had nearly devoured her whole. No, Fu Liao remarked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Unless he is not a normal man. But then how did the triplets come about? Moments later, she added, Yuan, I'll have someone send you something. Once you dress up, you'll absolutely captivate him. Wang Yuan didn't take her words to heart, and after chatting about other topics, they ended the call. As evening approached, a courier arrived with a package. Wang Yuan soon realized that Fu Liao had indeed been serious. Back in her room, she opened the package to find a delicate lace-trimmed nightgown. Light and sheer, featuring 2 cutouts at the chest that was far more seductive than any of her own garments. How am I supposed to wear this? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and the doorknob began to turn. Realizing it was Fu Shijin returning, she hastily stuffed the nightgown under her pillow without a second thought. As Fu Shijin entered, Wang Yuan felt her mind go blank. Oh no, she had hidden under the pillow. Chapter 58. Yuan's secret thoughts. Fu Shijin stepped inside and noticed Wang Yuan standing awkwardly, a hint of panic in her posture as she faced him. With a questioning look in his eyes, he asked, Yuan, what are you doing? Feigning calmness, she smiled nonchalantly. Jin, I was just changing the pillowcase. Though Fu Shijin preferred tranquility and disliked having too many people around, the villa was regularly cleaned by maids every morning. And changing the bedding was part of that routine. Didn't the maids come this morning? Wang Yuan, worried about implicating others, quickly responded, They did. I just accidentally spilled coffee on your pillow, and I wouldn't bear to let you sleep on a damp one. Fu Shijin regarded her with mild suspicion, intending to verify for himself. She is definitely hiding something from me, he thought. As he took 2 steps towards the bed, Wang Yuan held her breath, fearing the worst. Just as his long fingers were about to brush the edge of the pillow, a loud ringtone shattered the silence. Wang Yuan silently thanked the timely interruption and exhaled quietly. Otherwise, Fu Shijin would surely have suspected the alluring nightgown was meant to entice him. Fu Shijin retrieved his phone and answered it, simply saying, Understood, before putting it away. Yuan, he approached her, his usually steady voice now tinged with unease. Wang Yuan's gaze met his, her eyes filled with inquiry. What's wrong? Fu Shijin's expression relaxed. Grandmother has awakened. Hearing this, Wang Yuan's face lit up with joy. She had been deeply concerned for her grandmother, and now at last, the clouds had parted, revealing the moonlight. Jin, let us hurry to the hospital to see her. Fu Shijin pondered for a moment before saying, Yuan, you're pregnant, and not eating on time could lead to hypoglycemia, which may cause you to faint. Let's eat first, and then I'll take you. How does that sound? Wang Yuan understood that Fu Shijin was correct, so she ceased her insistence. After finishing their meal, Fu Shijin draped a coat over Wang Yuan and drove her to the hospital. Upon their arrival, a group of people surrounded the old lady's hospital bed. Fu Li, with ears attuned like radar, immediately exclaimed, Yuan, you're here. Grandma was just thinking of you. Wang Yuan hurried to the bedside. In the moment she saw the old lady, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. In just a few days, the old lady had visibly lost weight. Her once well-maintained complexion now bore signs of frailty. The old lady grasped Wang Yuan's hand and sat beside her bed, gently caressing her face, saying, My dear, you've made me worry. Look how much our child has worried herself and lost weight. Wang Yuan's eyes reddened. It was her grandmother who was ill, yet the grandmother was still concerned for her. Grandma, I've been eating well. Just yesterday, I weighed myself and found I gained 2 pounds, she exaggerated, not wanting to cause her grandmother any more worry. Then she inquired, Grandma, do you still feel unwell anywhere? The old lady smiled kindly. Yuan, I've folded you a paper crane for blessings. May it bring Grandma good health so she can be discharged without any issues. Though the old lady expressed this sentiment, no one dared to suggest her discharge, given that she had only recently regained consciousness and still needed to avoid excessive exertion. Everyone refrained from lingering too long. Before leaving, Ruan Yuan said, "Grandma, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you tomorrow." The old lady recognized her granddaughter's goodwill and did not refuse. However, she was reluctant to let the pregnant child overexert herself. So she replied that after lying down for so long, she craved a light bowl of plain congee. Ruan Yuan nodded, mentally planning to prepare some congee and a couple of light, refreshing dishes for her grandmother. As she followed Fu Shijing out of the ward, they were soon halted by Fu Shijing. Fu Shijing and Lin Yin had just been in the ward and felt a sense of regret regarding the incident from a few days prior, where his mother had deliberately targeted Ruan Yuan. However, in front of their grandmother, he could not voice his thoughts. The old lady already harbored a distaste for his mother, and revealing the commotion caused by Chu Mei would only exacerbate tensions. Approaching them, he focused his gaze on Ruan Yuan, sister-in-law. "I apologize on behalf of my mother. She has been spoiled by my father and often acts without considering the consequences. Additionally, with some people whispering in her ear. She took their words to heart and inadvertently offended you. It was her fault." Fu Shijing cast a cool glance at him and took over the conversation. Acting without considering the consequences is no excuse for her to harm others. "Fu Shijing, you should be aware of the nature of the men in the Fu family. We have always cherished our wives, be it the elder uncle or myself. If your wife were to be slandered or bullied, would you simply stand by, not seeking justice for her, but instead advising her to forgive those who have wronged her? Would you?" Fu Shijing had intended to play the family card, but all his words were effectively countered by Fu Shijing. He awkwardly responded, "Shijing, regardless of the circumstances, my mother is in the wrong. However, considering she is your aunt, could you let it go?" Fu Shijing sneered, "As long as she refrains from causing trouble for Yuan Yuan, I can maintain a peaceful distance from her. If not, your family can promptly return abroad. The capital cannot accommodate you." Due to a lack of harmony between Chu Mei and the old lady, Fu Yi had relocated to a foreign branch for work, taking his family with him. Although Fu Yi was somewhat infatuated, he had previously experienced a rift with his mother due to the conflict with Chu Mei. Ultimately, she was the one who raised him, and the bond between mother and son cannot be severed overnight. Upon learning of his mother's illness, he immediately returned home overnight to visit her. With the conversation reaching this point, Fu Shijing found himself at a loss for words. The old lady's health improved rapidly. After a series of examinations post-recovery, all her indicators returned to normal. Having grown weary of her hospital confinement after a few days, she was granted permission by the doctor to return home, particularly since the family had a home doctor. Ruan Yuan visited her grandmother daily, although Fu Yi's family also resided in the old mansion. He had realized Ruan Yuan's significance in Fu Shijing's heart after the previous incident. He privately warned Chu Mei to cease provoking Ruan Yuan. Moreover, after observing Ruan Yuan over the past few days, Fu Yi found her to be far from the vain and scheming girl he had initially perceived. Consequently, his attitude towards her softened considerably. Ruan Yuan's daily routine involved going to the old mansion and studying to prepare for the design competition. One day, as light rain fell outside, the sound of raindrops tapping against the window created a soothing melody. Once Fu Shijing finished his work, he emerged from the study, opting not to return to his room, but rather heading downstairs. The spacious living room was empty and exuded a tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 59. Ruan Yuan in crisis. Fu Shijing approached the kitchen and opened the hanging cupboard. Among the collection of cartoon milk cups, he selected a pink cat paw cup. Pouring a glass of milk, he placed it in the microwave. Leaning against the edge of the cupboard, his gaze fell upon the marble floor, lost in thought. In a few days, it would be the anniversary of Little Star's passing. Had he not taken her out when she was young, she would not have been kidnapped by criminals, and her life would not have tragically halted at the age of 4. With a resolve to face death, Fu Shijing had joined the Special Forces. During the mission to eliminate the mastermind behind the abduction of Little Star, he nearly lost his life. Yet, in that moment of imminent danger, he felt an unusual calmness. Even as death approached, fear did not grip his heart. However, now he found himself feeling restrained and fearful for his life, as he had someone he could not let go of. The microwave beeped, snapping Fu Shijin from his reverie. He suppressed his emotions as he retrieved the milk and ascended the stairs with a composed demeanor. Ruan Yuan was engrossed in drawing on her tablet when she heard the door open and looked up from her computer. Fu Shijin approached her side, handing her a cup of perfectly warmed milk. As you enter the late stages of pregnancy, calcium loss may lead to leg cramps, so you need to ensure you're supplementing your calcium. All right. As her pregnancy progressed, Ruan Yuan's appetite had become unpredictable. While she had previously enjoyed milk, her cravings had shifted, and she found herself disinclined to drink it. Thus, Fu Shijin personally purchased a variety of adorable milk cups, hoping that the sight of them would uplift her mood and encourage her to indulge in milk once more. Holding the warm cup, Ruan Yuan took a small sip, finding it far more palatable than she had anticipated. She looked up and asked, Jin, what did you add? Fu Shijin sat beside her, gently ruffling her hair. I added a bit of honey and strawberry juice. Is it good? Ruan Yuan nodded in agreement. Then tomorrow I shall experiment with adding something else, so you don't get tired of it. Ruan Yuan playfully bit the straw and tilted her head, saying, Jin, you haven't secretly drunk a lot of failed experiments. Have you? Fu Shijin's deep gaze reflected Ruan Yuan's playful demeanor, and he chose to remain silent, clearly implying his assent. Once Ruan Yuan finished, he took the cup back to the kitchen. Let us get some rest. We have to register tomorrow. Ruan Yuan nodded obediently. The following day, after having breakfast, Ruan Yuan prepared to set out. Following a night of rain, the weather was slightly cool. Fu Shijin helped her find a pair of thicker jeans and a loose knit sweater. The light blue jeans paired with the creamy white sweater made Ruan Yuan look serene and demure, even though her small belly was becoming noticeable. However, the loose hem of the sweater allowed others to assume she had merely gained weight during her break. Fu Shijin drove Ruan Yuan to the registration venue. After she alighted from the car with her bag, the deserted campus during the holiday felt eerily quiet. Leaning against the car door, Fu Shijin watched Ruan Yuan bounce into the school, her little ponytail swaying with each light step. He exuded an air of refined elegance, his handsome features accentuated by the sharp, sophisticated suit he wore, emphasizing his broad shoulders and slim waist, with the diamond cufflinks glimmering brilliantly. Not far away, a black sedan slowly came to a stop at the roadside. The occupant inside raised her head and was instantly captivated by Fu Shijin's figure. Qinro, a student with mediocre grades, had relied on her father's connections to enter this competition, hoping to add a golden touch to her resume for a future internship at Fu's company. Yin Lu, look at that man. He's so handsome. Do you think I could charm him if I went over to talk to him? Yin Lu glanced in the direction she pointed, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place where she had seen him before. She had long since grown accustomed to Qinro's infatuated musings and silently scoffed at her audacity while verbally saying, Ro, no man can resist your charm. Encouraged, Qinro became even more confident, applying lipstick in the rearview mirror before pouting at her reflection. She turned to Yin Lu and asked, Do I look good? Yin Lu was nearly nauseated by her adorable pout. Yet, she still begrudgingly remarked, It's quite lovely. Qinro feigned a sultry demeanor, tossing her hair and adjusting her dress before stepping out of the car in her high heels. Yin Lu grasped her arm and inquired, Ro, where are you off to? Weren't you here to fill out the registration form? Qinro flashed a seductive smile. Filling out forms pales in comparison to securing myself a boyfriend. Today, I intend to win that man. With that, she exited the vehicle. Yin Lu watched as she swayed her hips, striding confidently toward the man leaning against the Cullinan. She scoffed, Fool, she's practically asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Qinro, clutching her bag, approached Fu Shijin. The air was soon permeated with the scent of her perfume. Fu Shijin cast a glance her way, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. Oblivious, Qinro stood before him, her voice dripping with sweetness. Sir, my name is Qinro. Fu Shijin merely glanced at her, his tone icy as he replied, Who asked you? Without waiting for her reaction, he opened the door and drove off. Qinro lingered amidst the exhaust fumes. Momentarily stunned. What a repugnant man, he shows no appreciation for a delicate flower. Frustrated, she kicked the curb, only to remember she was wearing sandals. The sharp pain made her wince. Yin Lu, having amused herself with the scene. Finally stepped out to feign assistance. Qin Ro shrugged off her arm, snapping, "Leave me alone." Yin Lu, indifferent, merely played along. Wang Yuan had gone to the registration desk to fill out her form, and the process was smooth. Afterward, she intended to return to her dorm to gather some belongings. Upon entering, she spotted Qin Ro there. The moment Qin Ro laid eyes on her, fury ignited within her. "Wang Yuan, you truly have some nerve. Managing to get involved with someone from the Fu family. Last time, when Shun Wei slandered me, I merely commented under his post, and I ended up arrested. Was it your scheme to frame me?" Qin Ro's father had sternly warned her not to provoke Wang Yuan again. In order to bail her out, the Qin family had sought help from various connections, learning that the situation had escalated due to offending someone from the Fu family. Though the specific individual remained unnamed, Wang Yuan found it utterly ludicrous. "You deserve to be arrested for your slander. Your predicament has nothing to do with me. You brought this upon yourself." Qin Ro's anger flared. "How dare this girl talk back?" She advanced, intent on teaching her a lesson. Wang Yuan coolly observed her approaching, reacting a fraction faster than Qin Ro, and swiftly slapped her. The resounding crack echoed through the quiet dormitory. Qin Ro was momentarily stunned, clutching her bruised cheek, watching Wang Yuan grab her bag and exit. Only when the door slammed shut did she come to her senses. "You little wretch, how dare you strike me? Who gave you the audacity?" Wang Yuan left the dorm, dismissing the incident and preparing to wait for Fu Lilu at the cafeteria. Fu Lilu had expressed a desire for the cafeteria's spicy hot pot, so she planned to meet Wang Yuan shortly. Wang Yuan intended to call her to check her location, but discovered her phone was missing. She recalled possibly leaving it at the swimming pool, where she had gone earlier to retrieve something for her teacher. The swimming pool was eerily quiet during summer, typically devoid of visitors except for staff who came to change the water. Wang Yuan entered the empty facility, retracing her steps but finding nothing. Just as she was about to leave, a loud thud echoed. A heavy object had fallen. She looked up to see the swimming pool's door being tightly shut from the outside. A sense of dread washed over Wang Yuan as she rushed to push against the door, but it refused to budge. It had been locked from the outside. Chapter 60. Wang Yuan shares the same memory as the youngest daughter of the Song family. Outside, Qin Ro's voice rang out. "Wang Yuan, you dared to provoke me. Enjoy your solitude inside." Wang Yuan felt a pang of guilt for being careless, not realizing Qin Ro had been following her, giving her the chance to trap her. But regretting it now was futile. She needed to find a way out. "Qin Ro, open the door quickly, or you will regret this." Qin Ro, arms crossed at the door, sneered, "Don't think that just because you've latched onto the Fu family, I will fear you, that you're merely a plaything for a wealthy patron. Do you really believe they regard you highly? Dream on. Perhaps your benefactor will thank me for freeing him of this burden tonight." "Wang Yuan, give up that. I just spoke with the staff at the swimming pool. They'll help lock the door. No one will notice you're missing tonight. Enjoy your overnight stay." With that, Qin Ro scoffed and turned to leave. Wang Yuan, hearing the fading footsteps, pounded on the door. "Qin Ro, don't go." But all that met her was silence. The sound of retreating footsteps echoing in her ears, the sense of anxiety and urgency flooded Wang Yuan as she knocked desperately on the door, hoping to attract the attention of anyone passing by. Yet her efforts were in vain. The silence around her was deafening, with no one answering. That a heavy dread settled in her heart. The university's swimming pool was never open to the public during summer. Only at specific times would staff come to air it out. With Qin Ro locking the door from outside, passers-by would assume it was merely staff closing up after ventilating, oblivious to the fact that someone was trapped inside. Wang Yuan sat by the door, forcing herself to remain calm. In such circumstances, panic would only lead to disarray. It would solve any problems. Soon, Fu Lilu would arrive and call her if she found the phone unreachable. She would undoubtedly inform Fu Shijin. The thought of Fu Shijin dispelled much of her unease. He would surely find her. And no matter where she was, Fu Shijin could locate her in an instant. She and the little ones would be safe. Gradually, Wang Yuan began to calm down. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, whispering, "Don't worry, little ones, Daddy will find us." Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was at the registration desk organizing forms when suddenly a phone rang from beneath the neighboring table. A nearby teacher remarked, "There's a phone under this table." Jiang Wei adjusted his glasses. Perhaps it belongs to a student who just filled out their registration. He bent slightly to retrieve the phone, glancing at the screen to see the name Fu Lilu. Jiang Wei vaguely recognized it as Ruan Yuan's phone. Without hesitation, he answered it, on the other end. Fu Lilu was momentarily taken aback by the man's voice. "Professor Jiang, how did Ruan Yuan's phone end up in your hands?" Jiang Wei replied. Ruan Yuan left her phone at the registration desk. "Weren't you trying to call her?" "No, we had arranged to meet at the cafeteria, but I didn't find her here." Both Fu Lilu and Jiang Wei realized something was amiss. Even if Ruan Yuan had lost her phone, she wouldn't wander off. Fu Lilu hurriedly called Fu Shijin in the conference room of the Fu Group's office building. Fu Shijin sat at the head of the table, listening to a project manager's report. Suddenly, Gao Qin rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. He approached Fu Shijin, whispering, "President Fu, Miss Lilu called to say she can't reach Miss Ruan. This." Fu Shijin's head snapped up, his usually calm eyes now filled with anxiety. What happened? After Gao Qin detailed the situation, Fu Shijin abandoned the room, full of people, and swiftly made his way outside. Jiang Wei, having ended the call, informed his colleagues before departing. The swimming pool featured a massive glass skylight, with windows high up on the walls allowing the midday sun to illuminate the space, creating a bright and airy environment. Yet Ruan Yuan felt her breathing constrict as she stared at the shimmering blue water. In the rippling waves, it felt as if she were engulfed in an endless ocean, the turbulent waters crashing toward her from all sides. The cold, briny sea threatened to swallow her whole. Ruan Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure at her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Memories long buried surfaced once more, vivid and unsettling. No. Ruan Yuan covered her eyes, desperately trying to hold her breath, blocking out the encroaching waves. Suddenly, the sound of the swimming pool doors swinging open snapped her back to reality. Her long lashes fluttered, and after a few moments, Ruan Yuan opened her eyes to the warm sunlight and gentle summer breeze that dispelled her fears. Ruan Yuan, Jiang Wei, dressed in his usual white shirt, approached with his characteristic elegance, asking, "Are you all right?" Ruan Yuan's complexion had paled, her lips lacking color, evoking concern. Steadying herself, she looked at Jiang Wei and shook her head. "Professor Jiang, I'm fine." Her gaze drifted past him towards the doorway, revealing that they were alone. "Professor Jiang, how did you know I was here?" Jiang Wei took in every detail of Ruan Yuan's expression, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Quickly masked, he retrieved Ruan Yuan's phone from his suit pocket and presented it to her. Lowering his gaze, he said, "You left your phone with me. Fu Lilu tried to reach you, but couldn't get through. Sensing something amiss, I checked the surveillance footage and discovered that Qin Ro had been following you all along and had locked you away." "Thank you," Ruan Yuan replied as she accepted the phone, unsure of what else to say. "It was my carelessness." Jiang Wei observed her pale complexion. Still concerned, he asked, "Ruan Yuan, you look unwell. Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary for a checkup?" Ruan Yuan clutched her phone tightly, not wishing to provoke any unnecessary misunderstandings regarding Jiang Wei's excessive concern. "Thank you, Professor Jiang, but I'm fine now. You may return to your duties. My husband will be here shortly to pick me up." Ruan Yuan's candid words were not lost on Jiang Wei, whose perceptive heart could easily discern the underlying meaning. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth, yet he chose to remain silent, merely stating, "In that case, I shall not impose." Ruan Yuan exhaled, following him outside, her head bowed as she attempted to activate her phone, only to realize it was powered off. Fu Lilu and the others must have been searching for her. If they were unable to contact her, they would undoubtedly be quite worried. She hurriedly turned on her phone. As the startup screen illuminated, a barrage of missed calls from Fu Shijin flooded in like falling snowflakes. Without hesitation, Ruan Yuan pressed the dial button. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar voice. Yuan. Chapter 61. Ruan Yuan's morning sickness. Mr. Fu's attentive care. Ruan Yuan lifted her head to meet a pair of anxious, worried eyes. Fu Shijin rushed towards her, and the sight of her pallid face deepened his concern. Yuan. His distinctly defined hand rested on Ruan Yuan's shoulder as he gently inquired, "How are you feeling?" Ruan Yuan's vision blurred, the figure before her oscillating, as if Fu Shijin had sprouted an additional head, swaying in her sight. The sudden influx of unfamiliar images overwhelmed her mind, leaving her dizzy. She bit her lower lip, striving to maintain her consciousness, but her awareness began to wane. Her body seemed to have a will of its own, propelling her into Fu Shijin's embrace. In the final moments of her memory, she only heard Fu Shijin's anxious voice and Jiang Wei's hurried footsteps approaching. In the private hospital room, the ambience was bright and serene, devoid of the acrid scent of disinfectants typical of ordinary hospitals, and free from the incessant sounds of movement. Ruan Yuan lay beneath a pristine white blanket, her fingers gently curling at her side. Gradually, her consciousness returned, and she discerned faint conversations in the room. Shijin, rest assured, both your sister-in-law and the baby are perfectly fine. Fu Shijin stood by the window, attempting to avoid disturbing his wife's rest, yet remaining close enough to quell his own anxiety, a distance he found tolerable. But why did she suddenly faint? Gu Zhe, diligent in his duties, felt compelled to address the family's concerns. Lowering his gaze, he reviewed the medical records and re-examined all the test results. Shijin, the obstetric specialist, just consulted, and all your sister-in-law's indicators are normal. The experts unanimously believe it may be due to mental stress. Although he was not an obstetrician, Fu Shijin had practically turned him into one through relentless inquiries. He had posed these questions multiple times. If his sister-in-law did not awaken soon, he feared he would be stuck at work for the night. Upon hearing Gu Zhe's words, Fu Shijin's expression darkened. His eyes devoid of warmth, as if he could see right through him. Gu Zhe felt a chill race down his spine. Despite their childhood friendship, he could not shake off the tension. Shijin, perhaps you should consult a psychologist? I believe the pressure you're under is immense. That he offered this suggestion with genuine concern for his friend, hoping to avoid a situation where his sister-in-law awoke only to find Fu Shijin overwhelmed with depression and rage. Fu Shijin shot him a glance, dismissing his words. As he picked up his phone and turned to leave, Gu Zhe muttered under his breath. Earlier, he was reluctant to leave. Now, he can't bear to stay. Stepping into the corridor, Fu Shijin dialed Gao Qin's number, who appeared to be celebrating his girlfriend's birthday on the other end. Qian, happy birthday. Fu Shijin frowned. Gao Qin covered the phone's receiver and moved to a quieter spot, saying, President Fu, how may I assist you? Listening to the cheerful voices of Gao Qin's girlfriend and friends, Fu Shijin simply replied, nothing, before hanging up and dialing Fu Shijin. Once connected, he got straight to the point. The company personnel under Uncle's authority need proper oversight. Though Fu Shijin was unaware of the details, he could sense the unusual gravity in Fu Shijin's tone. Shijin, what has happened? Fu Shijin replied coldly. The daughter of the branch manager he oversees attempted to harm my wife and child. Now Yuan is lying in the hospital. Fu Shijin's words sent a jolt of fear through Fu Shijin. If this were true, it was no trivial matter. Should Fu Shijin mistakenly associate Qingguo with his father, the consequences would be dire. He quickly assured Shijin, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. What do you wish to do? Please share your thoughts with me. Fu Shijin stated firmly. Illegal confinement warrants at least 3 years of imprisonment. That I do not believe someone who cannot even manage their own daughter can act impartially. Regardless of any past accomplishments, ensure his name does not appear on my company roster tomorrow. Fu Shijin had no objections, promptly hanging up to inform his father. Fu Shijin ended the call only to see Gu Zhe rushing out. His demeanor, usually composed, now seemed somewhat disheveled. Shijin, your sister-in-law has awakened. You should go in quickly. Before Gu Zhe could finish his sentence, Fu Shijin had already hurried past him, leaving only a fleeting impression behind. Nevertheless, Gu Zhe silently completed his thought. Fu Shijin approached the bedside, weariness etched on his features, his eyes reflecting an unshakable tenderness. His attire appeared slightly wrinkled, a stark contrast to his usual polished demeanor. Yuan, do you feel any discomfort? If you do, please tell me. Do not bear in silence. Yuan lay on the bed, slowly moving her small hand until it gently clasped Fu Shijin's larger one, affectionately caressing his clean knuckles. Jin, I feel fine, she reassured him. But you look at the bloodshot in your eyes. Concerned, Yuan reached out her hand to his face, gently gliding over the signs of fatigue. Jin, you mustn't overexert yourself. Fu Shijin grasped his beloved's hand, pressing it to his lips. Silly Yuan, as your husband, Caring for you is my duty. Wan Yuan was touched by a smile and responded with a faint grin. Ah, Jean, she suddenly recalled the absurd scene at the swimming pool. Before I fainted, I had a peculiar dream. What was it about? Fu Shijin inquired, intrigued. Wan Yuan struggled to recollect the details, yet her mind felt blank. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. It seemed to involve water and something resembling a lighthouse. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling erratically that I can't recall. Observing her distress, Fu Shijin swiftly wrapped her in his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. Yuan, it's all right. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. We can think about it later. Under his comforting embrace, Wan Yuan soon calmed down. Fu Shijin summoned the doctor for a checkup, and once assured of her well-being, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The room was tranquil, with the moonlight flowing outside like shifting sands, softly swaying with a night breeze. Yuan, you haven't eaten since fainting, and with the baby, your body can't withstand it. Shall we have something to eat? Upon hearing the mention of the baby, Wan Yuan sprang from the bed. Her love for the little ones was boundless. She would rather endure hunger herself than let them go without. All right, Fu Shijin placed a soft cushion against her back for added comfort. He set up a small table beside the bed, arranging the food brought by the nurse, considering Wan Yuan had just awakened. He had requested easily digestible meals that would not burden her stomach. 4 nutritious dishes accompanied a bowl of soft, well-cooked rice porridge, perfectly suited to Wan Yuan's palate. However, the moment Fu Shijin lifted the lid, Wan Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over her stomach. Simultaneously, Fu Shijin instinctively reached out, catching the contents of Wan Yuan's stomach before they could spill. Chapter 62. The citywide trending topic. Wan Yuan's slender back trembled slightly, a burning sensation coursing through her esophagus as she expelled several mouthfuls of bile. Instantaneously, she felt a measure of relief. Once the discomfort subsided, Wan Yuan's gaze fell upon the remnants in Fu Shijin's hands. You should wash your hands. Wan Yuan was aware that Fu Shijin had a penchant for cleanliness and often exhibited signs of obsession with hygiene, even around strangers. Yet, at this moment, he was cradling a repugnant pile of vomit in his hands. It's nothing to worry about. It's not dirty at all, he said, his expression devoid of any disdain. After washing his hand in the restroom, he returned to gently soothe his little darling's back, his movements tender and filled with concern. He then offered Wan Yuan a glass of warm water. Yuan, do you feel any better? Wan Yuan accepted the cup from Fu Shijin, taking a sip that gradually quelled the turmoil in her stomach. She lifted her gaze to him, reassuringly stating, Ah, Jean, I'm feeling much better now. Please don't worry. Acknowledging that their meal was no longer feasible, Fu Shijin replaced the lid on the open containers and placed everything back on the dining table. He then approached the window, cracking it open to let in some fresh air. Having completed these tasks, he returned to Wan Yuan's side, saying, Yuan, I'm going down to the cafeteria to fetch you some millet porridge and pickles. Shall we try a change of flavor? Fu Shijin's demeanor remained gentle, imbued with endless patience, as he willingly devoted himself to Wan Yuan's needs. She grasped his hand, asking, Jean, have you eaten? He patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, I've already had my meal. Just wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. Wan Yuan nodded. After Fu Shijin exited the hospital room and stepped directly into the elevator, a tall figure emerged from the adjacent lift as the doors slowly closed. Jiang Wei adjusted his glasses, his grip on his briefcase tightening slightly. After a brief pause, he finally took a step forward, his black leather shoes echoing in the corridor, elongating his silhouette under the overhead lights. In the quiet hallway, the sound of footsteps led Wan Yuan to believe that Fu Shijin had returned. She looked up towards the door, only to find it ajar and empty, with only the corridor's white light remaining. Dismissing the absence, she presumed it was the doctor attending to other patients and resumed scrolling through her phone in her aimless browsing of short videos. Her finger mechanically swiped upward until she stumbled upon a video featuring an individual identified as Qinghua, who was holding an identification card while sitting atop a skyscraper in the dark, publicly accusing the president of the Fu Corporation. Wan Yuan's pupils constricted in an instant, her heart racing with anxiety. Not only was this incident related to Fu Shijin, but she also recognized that this Qinghua was Qin Rou's father. Ruan Yuan had an extraordinary memory. Just a brief encounter would leave a lasting impression. She recalled the man from the start of the semester when he had come to the dormitory with his wife to drop off Chin-ro. Though the video was newly released, it had already surged to the top of local trending topics, rapidly gaining traction and escalating discussions. Dressed in a suit, Ching was sat on the rooftop of his residential complex, live-streaming directly to his audience. I am formally accusing the president of the Fu Corporation of using illegal means to detain others and showing contempt for the law, breaking the law while knowing it, leveraging his position to pressure the police, fabricating false evidence, and unlawfully taking my daughter Chin-ro, coercing her into confessing to acts she did not commit. Furthermore, Fu Shijin is retaliating against me that I have worked diligently for over 20 years at the Fu Corporation, contributing significantly to its achievements. Yet Fu Shijin, blinded by resentment due to the entanglement between my daughter and his wife, has disregarded my efforts and dismissed me from the company. I am now left with nothing, suffering from an undeserved calamity, with no avenue for redress, and can only resort to this means to voice my plight. Qinghua adeptly portrayed himself as the victim, attempting to elicit sympathy and outrage from passersby. Unsurprisingly, the comments beneath the videos overwhelmingly condemned Fu Shijin. Meanwhile, Fu Shijin received an urgent call from Gao Qin, who relayed the situation to him without alteration. That Fu Shijin's expression remained unchanged, exhibiting a calmness that bordered on the uncanny. Someone in his position had long become desensitized to such occurrences that he instructed the Public Relations Department to swiftly mitigate the trending topic's momentum and then contacted the police to report Qinghua for disturbing public order. Gao Qin hesitated, but what if he jumps? He won't jump, Fu Shijin replied, briskly entering the elevator with his dinner in hand, that he seeks to drag me down with him. I'll address this shortly. Exiting the elevator, he tucked away his phone and looked up to see a familiar figure, momentarily taken aback. Professor Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Wei's gaze fell upon the thermos in Fu Shijin's hands, the reflection from his golden-rimmed glasses glinting coldly in the light. As Ruan Yuan's teacher, isn't it only natural for me to come and check on her health? Upon hearing this, Fu Shijin's expression darkened, his eyes devoid of warmth as they bore a warning towards Jiang Wei. Your concern has overstepped the boundaries of teacher and student. Jiang Wei, undeterred, merely smiled, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. You are simply fortunate. I became acquainted with Ruan Yuan before you, yet she chose you. The tension between them escalated, each standing firm in their positions. The Fu Shijin towered over Jiang Wei, his inherent arrogance and commanding presence rendering Jiang Wei almost helpless. In matters of love, there is no such thing as timing, only right and wrong. For 3 years, she regarded you merely as a teacher. Fu Shijin's cold gaze lifted slightly. Thus, you lack the standing to negotiate here. In this romantic pursuit, you aren't even a contender, for you haven't even secured a ticket to enter. Without waiting for Jiang Wei's response, Fu Shijin strode purposefully towards the hospital room. Jiang Wei remained rooted in place, a sense of despondency washing over him as he clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palm. You think my acquaintance with Ruan Yuan spans only 3 years. As Fu Shijin entered the room, he shed the aura of intensity he had carried. Even if Ruan Yuan possessed discerning eyes, she would not perceive the confrontation he had just engaged in. However, he keenly noticed the anxiety etched across her features. In an instant, Fu Shijin ruled out the possibility that Ruan Yuan had encountered Jiang Wei. If Jiang Wei had visited her in the hospital, she would not exhibit such distress. Thus, it could only mean that Ruan Yuan had witnessed Qinghua's livestream suicide attempt. As he entered, Ruan Yuan immediately rose from the bed to greet him. Jin, that Chin-ro's father is live-streaming his suicide. Don't panic, Fu Shijin replied calmly. Yuan, I'm already addressing the situation. Nothing will happen. Ruan Yuan understood that Qinghua's allegations were entirely fabricated. Although Fu Shijin could be severe, he was always fair in his dealings at work, contrary to what was claimed. Still, Ruan Yuan felt a flicker of worry. He won't actually jump, will he? Perhaps you should go check. Fu Shijin guided Ruan Yuan to the dining table, placing the freshly acquired meal before her and unveiling each dish. Yuan, you eat first. I will go to the scene and handle it. I will return as soon as it is resolved. Though Ruan Yuan had yet to graduate from university, She understood the significant ramifications that could arise from mishandling such matters for the company. Thus, she instinctively picked up a spoon and began to sip the porridge, urging him, "Go quickly. Don't worry about me." Fu Shijin nodded and called over Guze, who was about to finish his shift. Ruan Yuan was feeling a bit unwell earlier. "Please keep an eye on her for a while. When Li Luo arrives, she will take over for Yu Jiuze," aware of the trouble caused by Qinghua, readily agreed. "Sure. Nothing is more important than our brother. I will take good care of my little sister-in-law. If you come back and find a single hair missing from her head, I will offer you my own." Fu Shijin couldn't help but think that Guze acted as if he were the biological brother of Fu Li Luo. Their banter was laden with unspoken understanding. By the time Fu Shijin arrived, Qinghua had already been rescued from the rooftop by the police and firefighters. After live-streaming for an extended period from such a height, he had likely been terrified. Upon seeing Fu Shijin, his complexion paled even further. Fu Shijin cast a blank stare at him, having no desire to waste time on the man who had accused him. Due to Qinggua's allegations against Fu Shijin, the police required his presence at the station for a statement. Despite the concern for Ruan Yuan lingering in his mind, Fu Shijin knew he could only comply at this juncture. Throughout the evening, Fu Shijin's phone buzzed incessantly with calls from Ruan Yuan inquiring about his well-dash. As night fell, he emerged from the room, visibly fatigued, only to be greeted by a familiar face, a young man in a police uniform. Sporting a neat crew cut and a pair of expressive eyes accentuated by deep dimples, approached him with a smile. Shijin, who would have thought that a prominent president like you would find himself in the police station? Fu Shijin's gaze fell upon the man's attire, assessing him closely. "Song Jinghao, what brings you here?" Song Jinghao returned Fu Shijin's phone, explaining, "Our mother has been having dreams lately," insisting that she dreamed of Xingyu still being alive. She moved back to the old house from abroad, claiming that once Xingyu returned, she would see her immediately. Why older brother and younger brother came back as well, and I couldn't bear being the only one left alone abroad. Thus, I seized the opportunity to remain and work domestically. Upon hearing the name Xingyu, Fu Shijin's calm demeanor was momentarily disrupted, and a tumultuous undercurrent seemed to swirl within his eyes. Did Aunt Linru truly have a dream? Did the little star convey her exact whereabouts? The little star, akin to Père Luo, was his sister. Beyond his feelings of guilt towards the little star, there resided a deeper yearning of a brother for his sister. Song Jinghao instinctively clenched his fists and sighed. "Why do you share my mother's superstitions? If dreams could be relied upon, then the world would be devoid of so many regrets. Do not forget that the little star is merely 4 years of age. Even an adult's chances of survival in such circumstances are nearly non-existent. Moreover, the combined efforts of the Song and Fu families have been in vain for 3 long years." Fu Shijin's gaze dimmed, and the last remnants of hope within him quietly faded away. Having shared life and death with Fu Shijin, Song Jinghao understood him well, particularly their shared objective of avenging the little star. He fixed his gaze on Fu Shijin for a moment before inquiring, "Shijin, what exactly were you doing with the little star?" The abduction was orchestrated by an organization from Country C that specialized in manufacturing hallucinogens. The Song family, possessing the largest biopharmaceutical company in Huagua, was targeted for assistance in developing a new type of hallucinogen. However, such a malicious and unethical endeavor was anathema to the Song family. Consequently, the organization abducted the Song family's little princess to coerce the family into compliance. At that time, the elder patriarch was still alive. The Song family had produced 3 generations of boys, and it was only in Song Liang's generation that a girl emerged, naturally becoming the darling of the family. The elder patriarch's affection for his granddaughter was well known. Following the kidnapping, he immediately declared that he would personally bear the brunt of the blame by acquiescing to the kidnapper's demands, insisting that the entire Song family should not suffer because of this. Yet no one could have anticipated that during transit, the kidnapper's vessel would meet with an accident, resulting in the little star sinking into the depths of the sea alongside it. Fu Shijin bit down hard on his lower lip, pausing before confessing, "It was I who insisted on taking the little star out for some fun." Song Jinghao shook his head, opting not to delve further into the matter, merely stating, "Shijin, since the little star was abducted while with you, you have been burdened with guilt and taken all the responsibility upon yourself. I know the little star must have pleaded with you to take her out. Fu Shijin stood silently, his gaze cast downwards, offering no further words. After a moment, he glanced at the company's legal advisor, who was communicating with the police in the hall, and bid farewell to Song Jinghao. After taking a couple of steps, he was called back by Officer Song. Shijin, your wife has called you several times. I inadvertently answered one, and the young lady seemed to think I was you. She is truly concerned for you, he added with a teasing tone. Ah, you are about to become a father. May I, as a solitary bachelor, shamelessly request to be a cheap uncle to your triplets? Fu Shijin shot him a sidelong glance. That would require the consent of Yuan Yuan. Song Jinghao raised an eyebrow, commenting, you cannot even manage this small matter. Fu Shijin waved him off and continued walking forward. In our family, Yuan Yuan has the final say. Song Jinghao smirked, murmuring under his breath, I never expected Fu Shijin to become such a devoted husband. He suddenly recalled something and called out to Fu Shijin's retreating figure. Shijin, in a few days, my mother is hosting a charity auction. You should bring Miss Ruan along. My mother wishes to express her gratitude in person for her assistance in finding little Yu. Fu Shijin responded, all right. In a high-end district of Jing City, the midnight air was tranquil, punctuated only by the chorus of summer insects. The plane trees lined the roads stood silently along the edges. A black Range Rover glided into the underground parking lot. Jiang Wei exited the vehicle, carrying a briefcase as he entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator halted on the 20th floor. Jiang Wei stepped out and approached the door. Entering his fingerprint to unlock the door swung open. Darkness enveloped the room that he pressed the switch on the wall, and a bright white light flooded the space. The decor was minimalist and straightforward, yet it bore the stiff demeanor of a model home. Jiang Wei changed into slippers, traversing the cool marble-floored living room until he reached the innermost room. Thick blackout curtains concealed all external light, casting darkness as the dominant tone. Yet, Jiang Wei was intimately familiar with this place. He approached the right wall adjacent to the window, with practiced ease that a black cloth draped over the entire wall. Without warning, he raised his hand and pulled down the covering as the cloth fell away. A wall adorned with photographs of Ruan Yuan was unveiled. Chapter 64. In dire straits, the pristine white walls were filled with monochrome photographs, quietly narrating stories of the past. The light from the living room streamed in, akin to a spotlight on stage, precisely illuminating these black and white images. In Jiang Wei's eyes, the world seemed to vanish, leaving only Ruan Yuan's figure, which domineeringly occupied his entire field of vision. However, upon closer inspection, the young women in the photographs bore a resemblance to Ruan Yuan in age and expression, yet their appearances were distinctly different. The girls donned Ivy League graduation caps and gowns, their youthful faces radiating joy as they smiled at the camera. They were at an age free of worries, exemplary graduates from prestigious foreign institutions, with bright futures ahead. Yet, they remained forever frozen in black and white. Jiang Wei gently caressed the photographs, as if handling a rare treasure. Jiang Li, I have encountered a girl strikingly similar to you. As his words echoed, silence reclaimed the room. The sudden alert of a text message felt jarringly intrusive in the stillness. Jiang Wei restored the black cloth to its original position, unwilling to disturb those captured in the photographs, and stepped out of the room with his phone in hand. Mr. Jiang, the stock of the Fu Corporation is beginning to decline due to the incident involving an employee suicide. Jiang Wei lowered his gaze to the words on the screen, his expression cold and detached, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the classroom. Fu Shijin has managed to suppress the trending news, indicating that the incident does not significantly affect him. Therefore, devise a means to inform the foreign companies collaborating with Fu Corporation about this matter, ensuring that Fu Shijin finds himself in a precarious predicament. The university design competition is approaching, and I need Fu Shijin to be away on business during this period. He stood at the window, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at the dazzling city nightscape, emotionlessly typing these words. When Fu Shijin exited the police station last night, it was already past midnight. Concerned about disturbing Ruan Yuan's rest, he called Fu Lilu to inquire. Fu Lilu had set her phone to silent mode before bed, and in the middle of the night, she was jolted awake by her brother's call. Groggy, she managed to converse with Fu Shijin. After confirming that Ruan Yuan was safe and had gone to bed, he hung up and drove to the apartment near the hospital, planning to visit in the morning. Following a night of rest, Ruan Yuan awoke feeling considerably better, her dizziness having subsided. Fu Lilu asked if she still wanted to experience morning sickness. Ruan Yuan emerged from the bathroom and shook her head. The two women rose early that day. A hint of dew still lingered outside, gradually dissipating as the sun ascended over the city. Noticing that Fu Shijin had yet to arrive, Fu Lilu, mindful of Ruan Yuan's poor appetite, felt it her duty, as the sister-in-law, to show concern. Yuan, I noticed you haven't had much of an appetite lately. Is there anything you would like to eat? I drove here so I can take you out. Ruan Yuan blinked and replied, I want to eat pork tenderloin buns. Upon hearing this, Fu Lilu waved her hand dismissively. That's easy. I thought it was something else. With that, she grabbed her car keys and linked her arm with Ruan Yuan's. However, Ruan Yuan stood on her toes. Biting her lip as she said, Ajin said the food from street vendors is unsanitary and that I should eat less. Fu Lilu rolled her eyes, feeling that Fu Shijin was not only a neat freak, but also excessively fussy. Yuan, have you ever gotten sick from eating street food before? Ruan Yuan shook her head. Fu Lilu confidently concluded, then it's settled. It's not that the street food is unsanitary. It's just that Fu Shijin is overly particular. Ruan Yuan gazed at her with dark, expressive eyes, still a bit hesitant. But Ajin is only looking out for me. Fu Lilu's thoughts had already flown to the pork tenderloin bun stall as she pulled Ruan Yuan towards the door. Silly Yuan, we can just not tell him. By the time we finish eating, there won't even be a crumb left. Fu Shijin isn't a little moon. How would he know? If you're still worried, I'll buy you a box of gum. I guarantee it will be foolproof. Ruan Yuan felt the same way, and thus the two of them strolled hand in hand towards the underground parking lot. Not far from the hospital, there was a stall selling breakfast items, offering not only pork buns, but also soy milk with fried dough sticks, snail noodles, and more, given the proximity to numerous office buildings. The morning rush hour saw a throng of professionals in business attire flocking to purchase their morning meals. By the time Ruan Yuan and Fu Lilu arrived, the peak had just passed, and only a few young women lingered at the stall, buying breakfast. Approaching the stall, Ruan Yuan and Fu Lilu ordered 6 pork buns, adhering to Fu Lilu's insistence that if they were to eat, they should indulge fully. Amidst the hustle, the stall owner stole a glance at the two, grinning as she remarked, You two young ladies certainly have hearty appetites. After a moment, her gaze landed on Ruan Yuan. But I can't help but wonder, is this little lady perhaps pregnant? She must be 4 or 5 months along, right? Ruan Yuan, chewing on the soy milk straw, replied, Annie, more or less. The owner kindly suggested, well, don't just stand there. Take a seat on the little stools while you wait. I'll call you when it's ready. Gratefully, the two thanked the owner and settled onto a nearby small stool. Typically, customers would buy their food to go, so the owner had set up only a small square table and 4 stools for those wishing to rest. At that moment, a young man in a white lab coat was already seated, likely having just finished a night shift. Fu Lilu glanced at him. He was quite handsome, yet she had no desire to engage in any romantic entanglements. So she quickly averted her gaze, focusing instead on her conversation with Ruan Yuan. In her distraction, she failed to notice the small, uneven patch of earth beneath her stool, and as she sat down, she inadvertently tilted sideways. The soy milk in her hand splashed entirely onto the man's trousers. Almost immediately, she heard a muffled grunt. The soy milk was still hot, and even through the fabric, it was sufficiently scalding. For a brief moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Fu Lilu was momentarily dazed, but as realization dawned, she scrambled to remedy the situation. Perhaps this doctor took great pride in his profession, for he had deliberately parted the hem of his lab coat to the sides, revealing his black slacks beneath, thus preventing any food residue from soiling his professional attire. However, now Fu Lilu noticed a wet patch at the man's thigh, akin to a child wetting their pants, and even her typically bold demeanor faltered. Yet her approach to addressing the mishap was rather unique. She reached out directly to wipe it off. Just then, a long hand grasped her wrist and forcefully shook her off. Had Ruan Yuan not steadied her, Fu Lilu's delicate face would have met the ground in irritation. Fu Lilu exclaimed, Do you even understand what is appropriate? I was just trying to help you clean your trousers, and you pushed me away. Do you have some kind of rage disorder? Chapter 65. When faced with problems, acute, she looked up to find a man staring at her impassively. Feeling somewhat bashful, she said, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before?" Jiang Lai, with his slightly youthful features, replied without a hint of expression, "If all beauties in the world were like you, I would rather remain single for life." Fu Li Luo's momentary guilt dissipated entirely at his words. "What do you mean you'd rather stay single for life?" Jiang Lai's expression softened slightly, a faint smile breaking through. "From what you just said, it seems you might have an interest in me. Are you considering marrying me?" Fu Li Luo's cheeks flushed instantly as she retorted defiantly. "You lecher, just because you wear a doctor's lab coat doesn't mean you're not just a rogue teasing decent women." Then, in a quieter tone, she added, "Who would want to marry you?" Jiang Lai glanced at her for a brief moment before shifting his gaze to where he held her wrist. Fu Li Luo followed his gaze and suddenly realized she had been at his mercy, pulling away, but his grip was as firm as a vice that, in annoyance, she said, "Let me go." Jiang Lai, however, chose not to tease her further and, with great patience, released her. Wang Yuan, observing the white stain on Jiang Lai's trousers, thought he ought to do something about it. Otherwise, he might face social embarrassment later. She pulled out some napkins from the table and offered them to him. "Sir, I apologize on behalf of my friend. Please wipe it off." Jiang Lai received the napkins from Wang Yuan with a noticeably gentler demeanor, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, but your friend might not share the same sentiment. She scalded me half to death and hasn't even offered a single apology." Fu Li Luo raised her head to look at him, her voice suddenly small. "I didn't mean to. What if I burned you to the point of impotence? You'd surely blame me." Jiang Lai, usually patient with both patients and strangers alike, found his composure slipping in the face of this woman. He scoffed, "You did it on purpose." Wang Yuan, fearing an escalation, gently tugged at Fu Li Luo, urging her to say less, as they were indeed in the wrong. The stall owner, having overheard the commotion, approached with the pork buns, lightening the mood with a few jokes, thus defusing the situation. Both parties resumed their meals in silence. The pork buns were utterly delicious, and the owner had generously added a plethora of fresh vegetables, making them far from greasy. Wang Yuan had been craving them for quite some time. After savoring one, she reached for another to indulge. Just then, her phone, nestled in the pocket of her knitted strawberry-patterned jacket, suddenly rang. Wang Yuan took it out and, glancing at Fu Li Luo, motioned for silence, clearing her throat. She pressed the button to answer the call that a deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "Yuan Yuan, what are you up to?" Instinctively, Wang Yuan licked the sauce from her lips and replied, "Ajin. I'm having breakfast in the hospital cafeteria." Jiang Lai, sitting nearby, looked up at the unclouded sky. Remaining silent, Fu Shijin elongated his response with a drawn-out, "Oh, yes, that's so." Wang Yuan continued, having had little appetite yesterday, but now feeling ravenous. She took another bite before saying, "Of course, Ajin. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to bring you some?" Just as she finished speaking, she heard the cacophony of the bustling environment on Fu Shijin's end, accompanied by the unmistakable jingle of advertisements playing at Century Square. The clarity was almost surreal, and alarmingly, she realized it coincided perfectly with her surroundings. Wang Yuan felt a rush of panic and sought an escape. But upon locking eyes with Fu Shijin in the distance, her legs turned to jellied. A sleek black Maybach had parked not far away, and through the half-lowered window, the refined face of a man emerged. Fu Shijin held his phone to his cheek, a slight smile gracing his lips as their gazes met. Fu Li Luo, observing Wang Yuan's petrified state, nudged her arm. "Yuan Yuan, are you performing some kind of behavioral art? Why are you frozen?" No sooner had she spoken than the sound of a car door opening broke the air, and looking up, they saw her brother, clad in a gray suit, striding purposefully toward them. Fu Li Luo's eyes widened in alarm, akin to a startled bird. If her brother discovered she had sneaked out with Yuan Yuan for food, she might as well be done for it. "I cannot let him catch her. No way." In a moment of desperation, she turned and hastily unbuttoned Jiang Lai's lab coat. Jiang Lai was taken aback by her sudden action, grabbing her hand in disbelief. "You soaked my pants. If revenge is in order, I should be the one to retaliate. Why are you undressing me?" Fu Luo had no time for his protests. She shoved his hand aside and swiftly unfastened his coat, pulling it off him as if she were a bandit seizing a bride. I'll compensate you for 100 pairs of pants later. For now, I need to borrow your coat. With that, she wrapped herself in it and hid behind Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai glanced at the approaching man, catching a glimpse of Fu Luo behind him but remaining silent. Ruan Yuan, with remnants of sauce still on her lips, obediently lowered her head. Her belly seemed to have genuinely expanded, as she could barely see her toes peeking out. A gentle touch on her forehead brought her back to reality. Fu Shijin, gazing down, withdrew his hand that had just playfully tapped her forehead, murmuring, "You never listen, sneaking out to eat. What if you upset your stomach?" Ruan Yuan grasped his hand, searching his eyes for understanding. Her petite face wore an innocent expression, her dark, glistening eyes filled with emotion as she softly said, "Ajin, the environment here is truly clean." I stood by the roadside observing for quite a while before deciding to eat. Then, holding his hand, she gently traced the outline of his fingers, creating a small, intimate secret between them. Looking up, she pleaded, "Please don't be angry." Fu Shijin's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as he sighed. "You really have me wrapped around your finger." Ruan Yuan's spirit revitalized. She replied, "Ajin, you're not angry anymore, right? When have I ever been angry with you?" Fu Shijin's expression remained devoid of any hint of displeasure as his gaze fell upon the pork pie resting on the table. The pie bore a small crescent, evidently nibbled by some little glutton. He turned his head to Ruan Yuan and inquired, "Would you like some more?" Ruan Yuan nodded in agreement. Consequently, Fu Shijin approached the stall and requested the vendor to prepare 2 fresh ones for Ruan Yuan. The vendor was swift in his actions, and before long, the pies were ready. Fu Shijin took the bag and said, Yuan, let us eat in the car. Dining outside may expose us to the winds." "Very well," she replied. As Fu Shijin led Ruan Yuan toward the vehicle, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the small hill behind Jiang Lai. Just as Ruan Yuan settled into the car, she received a WeChat message from Jiang Wei, requesting her to send her ID information. The upcoming design competition was to be held in Rongqing, not far from the capital. The school had arranged for the participating students to travel by high-speed train, covering the round-trip fare. Chapter 66. Women can also hold up half the sky. Just as Fu Shijin secured Ruan Yuan's seatbelt, the corner of his eye caught the words on screen. He feigned casualness and remarked, Yuan, do you think taking the high-speed train will be too taxing?" Ruan Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him and replied, "My classmates say that the high-speed train is more comfortable than a car. Although I have never experienced it myself, I have heard that the water in the cups aboard does not even ripple." Fu Shijin, maneuvering the steering wheel as he merged into traffic, responded, "So you do not wish for me to accompany you?" Ruan Yuan understood Fu Shijin's thoughts, yet she did not want him to carve out time from his rest to escort her, only to rush back to tackle his heavy workload. Jin. The journey from the capital to Rongqing only takes an hour by high-speed train, and Luo has said she will accompany me. We will look after each other. I can manage well on my own." Fu Shijin turned briefly to glance at Ruan Yuan, contemplating before conceding, "Very well. For longer trips, the high-speed train is indeed more comfortable than a car. After all, it significantly reduces travel time for the same distance, allowing for a quicker arrival at our destination." With their plans settled, Ruan Yuan sent her identification information to Jiang Wei. Once registered by the school, they would collectively purchase tickets online for the participants. After spending 2 days in the hospital for observation, Ruan Yuan was discharged once the doctor confirmed her good health. Regarding her recent fainting spell, she found it somewhat perplexing. Her health had always been robust, with the only significant incident occurring at the age of 4, when a high fever caused her to lose memories from before that age. She remained troubled by the strange yet familiar dream that had visited her prior to her fainting. The bizarre imagery felt deeply embedded in her memory. Ruan Yuan struggled to distinguish between the dream and reality, often reflecting on that dream during her idle moments. She attempted to recall the scenes. But regardless of her efforts, the dream remained shrouded in a thick fog, leaving only fragmented and indistinct remnants. As time progressed, the date for the competition approached, and Ruan Yuan became increasingly occupied with drafting her designs, allowing the inexplicable dreams to drift to the back of her mind. With only 2 days left until departure, a sudden crisis emerged at the Fu Corporation. The shareholders expressed significant dissatisfaction over the recent plunge in stock prices. And with the emergence of further complications, Fu Shijin found himself compelled to address the matter personally under mounting pressure. In the living room of the ancestral home. After dinner, the matriarch engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yuan Yuan. Yuan, you're set to depart the day after tomorrow. Will you be going with Luo? The elderly lady expressed her concerns, saying, as one ages, one tends to worry more. Yuan Yuan, seated beside her, smiled and reassured, Grandma, Shijin has meticulously arranged everything for me. Jian Ran will be accompanying us. She is capable and will ensure my safety. The matriarch, having watched Jian Ran grow up, felt a sense of relief. The young girl appeared carefree, yet possessed a keen sense of detail. She was bold and resolute, loyal to the Fu family, and undoubtedly would not allow Yuan Yuan to come to harm. With Jian Ran accompanying you, I am indeed less worried. However, it is unfortunate that the Fu Corporation faces issues at this time, that it would have been ideal if Shijin could accompany you. Just then, Fu Shijin descended the stairs after finishing a conversation with Fui. Standing on the staircase, he overheard his grandmother's concerns. Grandma, he called out as he hurried down the stairs. Rest assured, the current issue is not severe. I will stabilize our partners, and my assistant will handle the remaining matters. I will return as swiftly as possible. Although this would be taxing, it was only fitting for him, as a husband, to support his pregnant wife. Shijin, given the circumstances, it is only right that you exert yourself a little more. The matriarch added that Fu Shijin held no objections to her words, that he grasped Yuan Yuan's hand and, after sharing a glance, affirmed, Grandma speaks the truth, and as Fu Shijin prepared to leave for an overseas trip that night. The matriarch did not prolong their conversation and urged them to return home and prepare. Just as Fu Shijin and Yuan Yuan departed, Chu Mei, who had been upstairs, finally made her appearance to Fu. He had already instructed her not to provoke Yuan Yuan, nor to bring misfortune upon Fu Shijin. Of course, Fu, he was not oblivious to the fact that Chu Mei had been spoiled by his indulgence, and she would likely dismiss his admonitions. Thus, he had brought up her brother, Chu Dahai. Chu Dahai was a hopeless case. After the Chu family amassed wealth, he succumbed to a gambling addiction, frequently visiting Las Vegas to squander their fortune. However, his gambling skills were poor, and his luck even worse, leading him to lose all his funds in a single night, resulting in substantial debts. The Chu family was wealthy, but notoriously stingy, hesitating to part with their money even when faced with threats from creditors. Chu Mei, in distress, often turned to Fu Yi for assistance in cleaning up her brother's messes. That if you refuse to heed my advice, do not expect my help next time. This ultimatum had indeed tempered Chu Mei's behavior in recent days. As Chu Mei descended with her grandson, the matriarch was about to return to her room. Chu Mei patted Fu Zichen on the back. Fu Zichen glanced at her, then released her hand, scampering off to find his great-grandmother. Great-grandma, I brought you some jujube flour pastries. Upon seeing her great-grandson, the matriarch settled back onto the sofa, smiling. Great-grandma is too old to indulge in sweets. You enjoy them instead, Zichen. Aunt Shin guided Fu Zichen to sit on the sofa. Chu Mei approached, addressing the matriarch with a respectful mother. While the matriarch disapproved of Chu Mei's demeanor, she understood the importance of maintaining harmony within the household as an elder. The matriarch nodded. Chu Mei sat nearby, accepting the ginseng tea handed to her by a servant, blowing on it as she spoke. Mother, Yuan Yuan is no longer a child. It is quite normal for an adult to go out. You all seem overly cautious. When Lin Yan was pregnant with Zichen, I was never this careful. The matriarch, embodying the poise of a noble lady, found her expression darkening at these words. Xiao Mei, as an elder, your words are rather inappropriate. Chu Mei sipped her tea. Mother, how is that inappropriate? I have never indulged my daughters-in-law. They marry into the family to bear children for their husbands, that they're in need for such special treatment. With her words, even Aunt Shin's expression soured. This eldest daughter-in-law was truly thoughtless. The matriarch cast her a disapproving glance and replied, Women can also hold up half the sky. Even after marriage, a woman remains an independent individual, not merely an accessory to her husband. What do you mean by stating that marrying into a family is solely for the purpose of bearing children? Xiao Mei, you too are a woman. Why do you belittle your own gender? Chu-mei met the matriarch's incredulous gaze. Mother, I merely stated my thoughts. Why take it so seriously? Coincidentally, Fu Yi descended the staircase at that moment. The matriarch turned to him. You arrived just in time. You ought to manage your wife properly. With that, she instructed Aunt Shun to assist her back to her room. Fu Yi approached, his expression unusually grim. Chu-mei felt a twinge of guilt. I did not say anything wrong. Mother merely misunderstood me. Fu Yi had other matters to attend to and was disinclined to waste time on her. Return to your room and refrain from disturbing Mother. Chu-mei was startled by his loud voice, shrinking back on the sofa like a quail, silent. Chapter 67. The Unfamiliar Liquid. Rongqing by the sea enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, with golden beaches stretching endlessly into the azure waters, where flocks of seagulls glide gracefully across the horizon, leaving behind vibrant strokes of color. Every summer, during the vacation, a plethora of tourists flock to this idyllic locale, surrounded by verdant mountains and pristine waters. In a city free from industrial pollution, creating a refreshing sensory haven. This design competition gathered students from prestigious institutions nationwide, prompting the organizers to book a hotel for the participants' temporary accommodation. Although it was a business hotel, the environment was clean and orderly, and with the oversight of the school, the dining arrangements were impeccable, ensuring a comfortable stay. Wang Yuan and Fu Li were part of the larger group that arrived at the hotel. Quickly tidying up before it was time for dinner, as they descended for their meal, they found students scattered in groups, chatting and eating in the restaurant. The dinner was served buffet style, offering a variety of dishes along with exquisite desserts. The two selected their favorite cuisines, grabbed 2 tiramisus, and settled into a quiet corner to dine. Yuan, you have a competition tomorrow morning. Let us finish our meal and head back to rest. So you'll be in good shape for tomorrow, Fu Li suggested. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, they returned to their room, where Wang Yuan read for a while until a message from Fu Shijin arrived. Yuan, are you asleep? Not yet. I'm a little nervous and can't seem to sleep. Fu Shijin served as an excellent mentor in her life. Yuan, the competition is merely a process for broadening your horizons and gaining experience. As long as you have put forth your best effort, the outcome is inconsequential. Do not burden yourself with additional pressure. Wang Yuan felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing his words. Jin, I will remember what you said. After chatting with Fu Shijin, Wang Yuan felt the mental pressure dissipate, and fatigue soon enveloped her. The following morning, Wang Yuan boarded the school's vehicle to the competition venue. Fu Li and Jian Ran also drove over, waiting for her in the outdoor lounge area. As noon approached, Wang Yuan emerged from her room, and upon seeing her relaxed demeanor, Fu Li knew that she had performed well. Yuan, are you confident about the results of the competition? Wang Yuan humbly replied, I think it went okay. The competition spanned 3 days, and the organizers had arranged a farewell party for all participants after its conclusion. The hotel lobby was specially decorated for the event, with long tables laden with various desserts, though the alcohol tower had been replaced with non-alcoholic beverages. The attendees, all young people, created a relaxed and carefree atmosphere. Free from workplace constraints, allowing for natural and lively conversations. Melodious music filled the hall, while young figures danced gracefully in the dance floor. Wang Yuan noticed Fu Li being called over for a conversation and decided not to interrupt them, opting to visit the restroom instead. Upon exiting, she spotted a figure standing not far away, seemingly waiting for her to return to the lobby. She would have to pass by Jiang Wei. Pausing for a moment, she ultimately approached him. Jiang Wei's gaze fell upon her for an instant as he quietly said, Wang Yuan, your proximity to Fu Shijin is due to your affections for him. His eyes then shifted to Wang Yuan's abdomen. Or is it because of the child within you, forced upon you by him? Wang Yuan was taken aback, frowning slightly as she replied, Professor Jiang, your inquiries are quite overstepping. Jiang Wei's expression darkened, his hands clenching slightly before he continued, Wang Yuan, if he has coerced you, I could take you away right now, regardless of his immense power. He wouldn't be able to find you. Wang Yuan was perplexed by Jiang Wei's perspective and quickly interrupted him. Professor Jiang, you are mistaken. My relationship with Shurjin is very good. He has never forced me. I married him out of love. Jiang Wei insisted. Is it not because of the child you carry that you say this? I could accept it. I would raise the child alongside you. Wang Yuan sharply interrupted. Professor Jiang, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you are saying? I've been very clear. Please do not harass me further. With that, Wang Yuan passed by him without a glance at his reaction. Heading towards the lobby, Jiang Wei remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, motionless, the corridor's lighting casting a lonely shadow upon him. Wang Yuan, feeling unsettled, made her way to the lobby, intending to find Fu Li and return to their room, wishing to avoid Jiang Wei's nonsensical remarks. As she traversed a narrow passageway, a young man in a server's uniform approached with a tray. Instinctively, Wang Yuan moved to the side, granting him passage. However, as he passed by, his arm inadvertently brushed against her, causing the fruit wine on the tray to spill on her white t-shirt. The server quickly offered her a napkin. I am so sorry, miss. Wang Yuan shook her head, accepting the napkin and bending down to wipe the stain from her clothing. Suddenly, a white handkerchief was thrust over her mouth and nose, the scent of an unknown liquid wafting around her. Wang Yuan sensed something was amiss and struggled against the man's grip, attempting to break free. Yet the effects of the drug soon clouded her mind, and her body gradually weakened. I in the lobby. Jiang Wei had masked his emotions, preparing to bid farewell to the school officials and leave early. However, after wandering halfway through the hall, he had yet to catch sight of Wang Yuan. Furrowing his brow, he noted that Fu Li was still present, making it unlikely that Wang Yuan would leave alone. Consequently, he approached Fu Li, observing Jiang Wei emerge from the restroom. Fu Li inquired, Professor Jiang, have you seen Yuan Yuan? Jiang Wei frowned. She hasn't returned. No. Fu Li shook her head. Someone mentioned she went to the restroom, and I was just about to look for her. Jiang Wei recognized something was amiss, intending to call Wang Yuan, but suddenly halted, instructing Fu Li, quickly call Wang Yuan. Fu Li, now anxious, hurriedly attempted to reach Wang Yuan by phone, only to find it was unreachable. After several attempts, she received no response. What should we do? Fu Li's eyes reddened with worry. Yuan's phone isn't connecting. Jiang Wei replied, something feels off. You need to call your brother immediately. With that, he turned and headed towards the restroom. Far away on a flight to Hua country, Fu Shurjin sat in first class, holding a document while listening to his subordinate's analysis. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected tightening in his chest, pain radiating to his core. Unable to suppress the urge, he raised a hand to clutch his chest. Gao Qin immediately asked, Mr. Fu, are you all right? Fu Shurjin shook his head. Just then, his phone on the table began to vibrate violently. There was no melodrama of a false air. Jiang Wei would not persistently cling to him. Chapter 68. As long as you bow 3 times, I will help you save Wang Yuan. Fu Shurjin answered the call. And Fu Li's voice, laced with tears, came through. Brother, Yuan is missing. Standing at the hotel entrance, Fu Li's gaze was vacant, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Jiang Wei and Jian Ran had searched high and low, but found no trace of Wang Yuan. A sense of foreboding surged within her. The document in Fu Shurjin's hand suddenly fell to the ground. The earlier inexplicable heart fluttering now made sense that Fu Shurjin's dark eyes grew cold, as if sinking into a deep abyss. What happened? Fu Li explained. We were at the hotel for the party, and Yuan went to the restroom, but she hasn't returned for quite a while. We searched every corner, but found no sign of her. The knuckles of Fu Shurjin's grip on the phone turned white with tension. He had deliberately sent Jian Ran to accompany her, fearing something might go wrong. Yet calamity had struck that Fu Shurjin had equipped Wang Yuan's shoes with a tracking device. Initially as a precaution, but now it proved invaluable. Although Wang Yuan's phone had been maliciously destroyed, the kidnapper had overlooked the tracker on her shoe. Soon, the technical team pinpointed Wang Yuan's exact location. Gao Qin reported, Miss Ruan's current position shows she is en route to Country C by sea, and she is nearing the shores of Country C. Rongxing lies by the sea, merely a waterway away from Country C. Previously, the individuals who kidnapped Xiao Xingxing hailed from Country See, there was uncertainty whether those who abducted Ruan Yuan were connected to them. An unprecedented wave of fear engulfed Fu Shijin, sending chills down his spine. How long until the plane could land in Jing City? The soonest would be 5 minutes. Gao Qin hesitated, wanting to say something. Fu Shijin, sensing the unease, suppressed the tremor within him and spoke in a deep voice. Speak, Gao Qin. Mr. Fu, the signal from Miss Ruan's tracker is exceedingly poor. I fear that the other party may have already discovered it. Our personnel will require time to investigate, while Song Jingqian's people have maintained surveillance in Country C. If we enlist his assistance, it might expedite the process. Fu Shijin immediately comprehended his implication. Without waiting for Gao Qin to finish, he picked up the phone and dialed Song Jingqian. The line was met with a busy signal, a result that did not surprise Fu Shijin in the least. Fortunately, the plane was gradually descending. Once off the aircraft, Fu Shijin, accompanied by Gao Qin, hastily drove to Song Jingqian's residence, Song Jingqian's villa. The expansive living room was brightly lit. Upon hearing the butler's announcement, Song Jingqian, clad in a deep gray robe, leisurely descended the stairs. His features were strikingly defined, and compared to his two brothers, he exuded a sharper edge. Lacking their humility, as he settled onto the sofa, his prosthetic leg became visible, the metallic limb extending from just above the knee to the heel, rendering his lower leg entirely absent. Song Jingqian showed no sign of discomfort at being seen in this state. He slightly raised his chin and nonchalantly remarked, Mr. Fu, your late-night visit. Are you here to reminisce with me over old times? Fu Shijin disregarded his sardonic tone, getting straight to the point. Jingqian, I am here to seek your assistance. My wife has been kidnapped and taken to Country C. I am aware of your influence there. Please help me locate her. He could not afford to wait. With every passing minute, Ruan Yuan faced increasing peril. Song Jingqian had never witnessed Fu Shijin so devoid of composure. Confusion, anxiety, and fear enveloped his expression. Song Jingqian regarded Fu Shijin, a sardonic smile curling his lips, yet his eyes remained icy. Why should I assist you? Rising from the sofa, he approached Fu Shijin, gripping the latter's collar tightly with both hands. His voice was devoid of warmth. You demand my help to save your wife. But who will come to rescue my little star? She is so young, having never experienced the beauty of this world, nor has she been granted the chance for me, her elder brother, to protect her as she grows. And yet, she's gone. Why is it not you who perished? His final words were nearly a desperate howl. Fu Shijin stood silently, his head bowed. Sorrow filling his gaze, he had no retort to Song Jingqian's accusations, nor could he defend himself. His voice was laced with desperation, each word a plea. Jingqian, if you agree to help me, I will grant you anything you desire. Song Jingqian's eyes, bloodshot, bore into Fu Shijin's. If I were to command you to die, would you comply? Yes, Fu Shijin replied, almost without hesitation. As long as you ensure Ruan Yuan's safety, you may take my life at your convenience. Song Jingqian's pupils widened slightly, disbelief etched across his features. That moment. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by a gentle voice. Jingqian, Miss Ruan has helped us locate Xiaoyi. We owe her a debt of gratitude. You must assist. Turning to face the voice, Song Jingqian beheld a young woman of exquisite beauty, dressed in a pale pink dress. His demeanor softened slightly. Why'd you come down? Shernyan approached him, gently patting his hand, urging him to release Fu Shijin. Xiao Yu has taken a liking to Miss Ruan. I do not wish for her to be harmed. Shernyan understood that Song Jingqian responded better to gentleness than to force, and thus, she tactically appealed to his softer side. Indeed, Song Jingqian's manner grew less rigid upon hearing her. Glancing at Fu Shijin, Shernyan seized the opportunity, taking hold of Song Jingqian's hand. Jingqian, I can empathize with Mr. Fu's feelings. When you're in danger, my emotions mirror his. Fear consumes me. Seeing him in such distress reminds me of my own past. Song Jingqian's hands, which hung at his sides, clenched tightly. He closed his eyes for a moment. After a brief silence, he forced out the words, Fu Shijin, if you kneel facing west and bow 3 times, I will assist you. That direction pointed toward the grave of his little star. Upon uttering this, a loud thud resounded. the sound of knees colliding with the hard marble floor. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, watching as Fu Shijin prostrated himself on the ground, bowing with all his might. After 3 blows, when he lifted his head, his forehead was marred with blood. Gao Qin, unable to bear the sight, reached out to help him up. But Fu Shijin evaded his grasp, turning to face Song Jingxian, his gaze unwavering. I implore you to help me rescue Ruan Yuan, a man of high stature. Yet he humbly pleaded with another. Song Jingxian turned and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a single remark. Wait for my news. Only then did Fu Shijin release the breath he had been holding. Knowing that Song Jingxian's words indicated acquiescence, he felt a flicker of hope. Chapter 69. The contradictory elder brother Ruan Yuan awakened in a daze, discovering herself in an unfamiliar room. The lights illuminated the opulent decor, and as she lay in bed, she felt a gentle sway. So slight that it was almost imperceptible that a small window in the room revealed a pitch-black expanse outside. Devoid of even the faintest stars, the sound of waves crashing against a hard surface faintly reached her ears. And she realized she had been taken aboard a ship. That moment. Footsteps echoed outside the door, and several young women entered, approaching her bedside. Without a word, they seized Ruan Yuan and began to pull her out. Anxiety gripped her heart. Who are you? She asked, but the trained attendants ignored her, continuing to drag her along. Fearing for the baby within her, Ruan Yuan dared not resist, passively following their lead, exiting the room. They entered a long corridor, at the end of which stood a muscular man. Upon spotting Ruan Yuan, his gaze roamed over her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This one's not bad. She's quite the beauty. Hurry and take her for a bath, then bring her to the master. Ruan Yuan shrank back in fear, stammering, What do you want from me? The muscular man smirked maliciously. Of course, we intend to have our way with you. Ruan Yuan's pupils dilated, terror coursing through her as cold sweat trickled down her back. Faced with such numbers, any show of defiance would surely spell disaster, not only for her, but for her unborn child as well. She needed to remain calm. Panic would solve nothing and would only exacerbate her predicament. Surely, Fu Shijin had realized her absence by now and was searching for her. Her mission now was to buy time. Consequently, Ruan Yuan ceased her struggle and obediently followed the maids into the bathroom. Her phone was nowhere to be found, and she needed to devise a way to contact the outside world. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt hands unfastening her clothing. Regaining her composure, she feigned calmness. I can wash myself, she insisted. The maids exchanged wary glances, thinking that in such a heavily guarded place, a mere girl posed no threat. You'd best behave, or the master will toss you into the sea to feed the sharks, one warned. With trepidation in her eyes, Ruan Yuan nodded obediently. Once the maids departed, she deliberately delayed, seeking a way to navigate this perilous situation. After a long pause, a slightly older woman entered the bathroom. Alarmed, Ruan Yuan instinctively grabbed a towel to cover herself. The middle-aged woman glanced momentarily at her belly before speaking harshly. Get out quickly. The master is growing impatient. Ruan Yuan meekly nodded in compliance. Once the woman left, her expression hardened, and she concealed a shard of glass in the pocket of her bathrobe. And no matter what, she must protect her babies. Ruan Yuan, typically timid, now found an unexpected reservoir of courage. The middle-aged woman made her way down the corridor to the muscular man. I noticed that girl has quite the belly. She appears to be pregnant. Perhaps we should find someone else for the master, lest he be displeased. The muscular man chuckled coldly. That makes it even better. The master enjoys a bit of variety. As you well know, enough chatter. Take her to him. The woman, adhering to orders, summoned 2 maids to accompany her. Ruan Yuan donned her bathrobe like armor, wrapping it tightly around her shoulders and neck, wishing to conceal even her face. Her hands, hidden within the sleeves, were slick with perspiration. The yacht was extravagantly luxurious, with ample space and numerous rooms. After walking a short distance, Ruan Yuan heard indistinct moans ahead. Furrowing her brow, she soon spotted a voluptuous woman clad in lingerie rushing out of a room. Her face flushed and bearing unmistakable signs of recent activity. The maid beside Ruan Yuan cautioned her, be obedient. Do not defy the master, or you will find yourself cast into the ocean. Ruan Yuan paid her no heed and remained still, until she was suddenly shoved forcefully from behind. She was then ushered into a room where a bare-chested man Saturday. His complexion was pale, and his features exuded a certain elegance. Yet alas, such a visage was marred by his depravity. Upon laying eyes on Ruan Yuan, a glint of excitement flickered across his face, his breath becoming ragged, clearly under the influence of narcotics. Ruan Yuan watched in horror as he approached her with a lecherous grin. Terrified by the sight, she drew a shard of glass and pressed it against her neck. And why, husband, is Fu Shijin? If you let me go, I assure you he will fulfill any of your demands. Otherwise, should you dare to lay a finger on me, he will not let you off easily. The man let out a cold laugh. Whoever he may be, within the borders of Sea Country, it is I, by who reigns supreme. His words sent a jolt of fear through Ruan Yuan. She had unwittingly been brought to Sea Country. As the man advanced towards her, she stumbled backward in fright, until her back met the cold wall, leaving her no room to retreat. Mr. Bai chuckled mockingly. My little beauty, spare yourself a struggle that if you comply, I promise to treat you with tenderness. With that, he reached out to grasp her arm in a moment of instinct. Ruan Yuan dashed away, but he seized her arm. Without a second thought, she plunged the glass shard into his arm with all her might. Resolved to avoid his violation at any cost, he let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his wound. The lascivious expression he wore moments ago twisted into one of rage. He raised his hand to punish Ruan Yuan, the audacity of this wretch to injure him. Instinctively, she shielded her abdomen and shut her eyes in fear. Ah, Jean, where are you? I am so frightened. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. Several men in sunglasses and suits stormed in. One of them pulled Ruan Yuan behind him and swiftly kicked Mr. Bai to the ground. Mr. Bai lay sprawled, furious and bewildered. Who let you in? Where are my men? The answer came in the form of anguished cries from outside. The leader of the men declared, Bai, we are taking this girl with us. Prepare for food to settle the score with you. They draped a coat over Ruan Yuan, showing no compassion and offering no explanation. As they led her away, confusion engulfed her. Had she merely escaped one den of wolves, only to fall into another's grasp? She looked at them, her voice trembling. Who are you? Where are you taking me? At that moment, the yacht had docked at the shores of Sea Country. Without uttering a word, the men thrust Ruan Yuan into a luxurious car. The journey was silent, culminating at a villa adorned in exotic charm. Upon entering, a bespectacled female doctor approached to examine her. Once she confirmed Ruan Yuan was unharmed, she departed without a word. Ruan Yuan pondered, do these people not converse? As dawn broke, a maid roused her from slumber and escorted her out of the room. Ruan Yuan gazed upon a tall man seated on the living room sofa. Though she did not know his identity, their demeanor suggested they posed no threat to her. She bit her lip and sincerely expressed, Thank you for rescuing me. Song Jingxian lifted his eyelids, responding insincerely, Who said I came to save you? I merely sought trouble with that by fellow. Your appearance was merely an opportunity to take you back and sell you. Chapter 70. The Stubborn Elder Brother. You will regret this day. Ruan Yuan locked eyes with Song Jingxian, and clarity washed over her. She had encountered this man once before in a hotel lobby in Jing City. A mere glance had left an indelible impression, for his icy gaze had sent a shiver down her spine. That time, he had donned a stiff suit. Now, he wore a black floral shirt characteristic of Sea Country, evoking the image of a gang leader in her mind. You jest. Ruan Yuan managed a strained smile. Song Jingxian observed the girl before him, whose eyes had shifted from pure gratitude to a skeptical gaze, revealing her inner turmoil. His thoughts were almost transparent, and he could sense the darker instincts within him stirring. He had never seen Fu Shijin so utterly disregarding of decorum, akin to a man on the brink of death, desperately clinging to a lifeline and forsaking his dignity to plead for this woman's salvation. It was evident how significant she was to Fu Shijin. A mere scare would likely stab at Fu Shijin's heart. As long as Fu Shijin was in distress, he would find joy in it. With this in mind, Song Jingxian raised his chin, a knowing smile curling at his lips. I appear to be joking. You witnessed the brutality of my subordinates last night, who would be foolish enough to wander the streets at night, clad in sunglasses, engaged in violence. Ruan Yuan found his reasoning sound, yet he appeared far more composed than Mr. Bai from the previous day. Twisting her fingers, her mind raced. If you intend to sell me, why not sell me to my husband? He is exceedingly wealthy and will certainly offer more than your prospective buyers. Song Jingqian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he appraised Ruan Yuan. You have misjudged me. I engage in trade for pleasure, not for profit. Ruan Yuan stepped forward. I am pregnant, carrying 3 babies. A trio means I am not worth much. Song Jingqian regarded her with bemusement, arching an eyebrow. Your argument holds merit. Ruan Yuan's face lit up with hope, her dark eyes sparkling. Yet in the next instant, she heard him say, however, I still need to deliberate. Her face, once bright with anticipation, fell, resembling a frostbitten cabbage, devoid of vitality. Song Jingqian turned his gaze away from her, addressing the butler. Take her to her room and ensure she is secure. I cannot afford a loss before she is sold, lest she becomes prey for the wolves lurking nearby. The butler, a local man with dark skin, respectfully complied. Approaching Ruan Yuan, he awkwardly stated in broken Chinese, Miss, please follow me back to your room. Ruan Yuan shot a glare at Song Jingqian, her anger flaring, yet he was not Fu Shijin, whose gaze held only gentleness. In an instant, she deflated, morphing into a docile quail, obediently following the butler to her room. Sitting on the grand bed, she spread her small hands across her lap, staring vacantly at her palms. Though she lacked a phone, she must devise a way to contact Fu Shijin. Nearly 24 hours had passed since her disappearance, and they must be frantic with worry, especially Luo. While downstairs, Ruan Yuan had deliberately observed her surroundings and noted an antique telephone in the living room, connected to a line that could reach the outside world. Thus, she resolved to sneak downstairs under the cover of night to make a call. With her determination set, Ruan Yuan closed her eyes to rest and gather strength. In the evening, a young maid entered to summon her for dinner, but she declined. The maid returned shortly with a tray, placing it on a small table by the window. This maid was of Huan nationality, allowing for seamless communication. Miss, the sir insists you eat, otherwise he will toss you out to the wolves tonight. Ruan Yuan cast her gaze down at her fingers, replying, tell him I have little meat on me. The wolves wouldn't eat me. The maid exited, somewhat exasperated. Once she left, Ruan Yuan strained to listen for sounds beyond the door, and upon confirming silence, she stealthily approached the small table, picked up a spoon, and began to eat the foreign cuisine. She could forego food herself, but the babies in her womb required nourishment. Ruan Yuan's intent was to create a facade for Song Jingqian, leading him to believe she was on a hunger strike and too weak to pose a threat, thus lowering his guard. Tonight's dinner featured dishes rich in sea country's flavors. Rice paired with tom, yum-inspired delights. Ruan Yuan found the meal particularly challenging to consume, as it carried an almost detergent-like taste. Just as she finally swallowed a spoonful of rice, the sound of shoes clicking against the tiled floor outside startled her. The spoon nearly slipped from her delicate fingers, but quick on her feet, she opened the window and tossed the tray onto the ledge outside. When Song Jingqian entered, he found Ruan Yuan gazing out the window. While the meal he had sent was now being pecked at by a few sparrows, do you take my words lightly? Ruan Yuan looked up at him, remaining silent. Song Jingqian stepped closer, scrutinizing her. Is your twisted temperament a means to starve yourself into threatening me? Ruan Yuan shook her head, raising her dark eyes to meet his. I wouldn't dare. I simply wish to return home. Will you take me back? Song Jingqian's gaze fell upon her hopeful eyes, and inexplicably, that innocent look softened something within him. I do not wish to send a corpse home. Eat your meal obediently, and perhaps I will consider it. Ruan Yuan nodded earnestly, much like a chick pecking at grains. All right, she said, rising to her feet and reaching out to open the window. Song Jingqian observed her movements, his brow furrowing in concern. What are you planning to do? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan turned to him, blinking innocently, and replied, Did you not ask me to eat? At this moment, Song Jingqian understood, and he spoke in a low, serious tone. Is the Fu family treating you poorly? Why are you competing with birds for food? Ruan Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Did she truly appear so miserable? What a capricious person he was. Song Jingqian turned to leave, instructing, Come with me. The weather in Country C was notoriously unpredictable. One moment, the sun shone brightly, and the next, dark clouds gathered ominously. With the arrival of rolling thunder, heavy raindrops cascaded from the sky like scattered beads at the dining table. Wan Yuan encountered a new figure, a delicate and gentle woman. Shi Nian smiled warmly at Wan Yuan and invited her to sit down for a meal. Chapter 71. Worth 1,000 billion. After nodding in response, Wan Yuan sat down to eat. Shi Nian, keenly perceptive, noticed Wan Yuan's struggle with the local cuisine. She turned to Song Jingxian and suggested, "Jingxian, Miss Wan might not be accustomed to the food here. Perhaps we should ask the chef to prepare something else for her." Upon hearing this, Song Jingxian glanced at Wan Yuan with a measured expression, his long fingers scooping food from the plate. "Changing the dishes will incur additional charges." Feeling wronged, Wan Yuan exclaimed, "I don't have any money. Could you lend me some for now? I can have my husband repay you later." Song Jingxian retorted, "I rescued you from that wretched place, and not only did I not profit from it, but you intend to ask me for money." Shi Nian shot him a disapproving look, urging him to refrain from further remarks. She then smiled at Wan Yuan, saying, "Miss Wan, don't listen to him. You can order whatever you wish." Indeed, Wan Yuan was feeling hungry. Having been pampered by Fu Shijin, she had become rather picky about her food, finding nothing appetizing in the dishes before her. "Could I possibly have some Chinese cuisine?" "Anything will do. I find myself struggling with the flavor of this tom yum soup." Understanding her predicament, Shi Nian replied, "Of course." She then summoned the butler to inform the chef. After swallowing his food, Song Jingxian picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth. "This meal will be added to your worth." Wan Yuan inquired, "How much are you planning to charge?" Song Jingxian replied, "Because you made a request, I originally intended to charge 100 billion, but now your worth is 1,000 billion." That Wan Yuan had never realized she could be valued so highly. 1,000 billion was something she could never earn in her lifetime. After finishing her meal, Wan Yuan returned to her room, eagerly anticipating the stroke of midnight. She opened the door slightly, peering out cautiously. Finding no one in sight, she tiptoed down the stairs, her movements nearly imperceptible. As she entered the living room, she spotted the butler leading the female doctor who had examined her earlier. The butler paused, taken aback by Wan Yuan's sudden appearance, before summoning a maid to escort her back to her room. Hurrying upstairs with the doctor, Wan Yuan called after them, "Is something wrong?" The young maid replied, "It's raining today. The sir's leg is sensitive to dampness, and after last night's exertions, it suddenly started to ache." Wan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Song Jingxian had appeared perfectly normal in her presence, showing no signs of a leg ailment. Seeing her remain motionless, the maid suggested, "Miss Wan, let me escort you back to your room to rest." Wan Yuan nodded and ascended the stairs with the maid. The villa's staircase was crafted from mahogany, creaking softly underfoot in the stillness of midnight. Upon reaching the final step of the second floor, Wan Yuan's gaze fell upon Song Jingxian's bedroom. She instinctively peered through the slightly ajar door, only to have her pupils constrict in shock at the sight before her. Song Jingxian sat on the edge of the bed in his sleepwear, his legs slightly apart, with the lower part of his left leg hanging limply, as if it had been robbed of its supportive structure, drooping helplessly. Wan Yuan nearly gasped aloud, hastily covering her mouth. Song Jingxian, acutely aware, caught her gaze before she could withdraw it. His cold eyes locking onto hers, a wave of embarrassment washed over Wan Yuan, as if she had unintentionally stumbled upon a private secret. She stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Beads of cold sweat dotted Song Jingxian's forehead as he maintained a steady gaze on Wan Yuan, without uttering a word. Shi Nian approached with a handkerchief to wipe his brow, her expression laced with concern as she feared he might lash out at Wan Yuan. Song Jingxian, maintaining his composure, diverted his gaze from Wan Yuan and instructed the doctor, "Increase the dosage of the painkillers." Shi Nian attempted to persuade him, but he grasped her hand, shaking his head. For a brief moment, he had thought of his sister. Wan Yuan returned to her room, her mind in disarray, not because she was frightened by Song Jingxian's appearance, though he always wore a stern expression. She knew he harbored no ill intentions towards her. This understanding allowed her to remain calm in his presence. Strangely, after witnessing Song Jingxian's condition, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Miss Wan." Shi Nian knocked gently on the open door. "May I come in?" Wan Yuan stood to welcome her, Of course, Shern Yin entered, concerned that Ruan Yuan might be unsettled by Song Jingqian's demeanor. Miss Ruan, you weren't frightened by Jingqian's appearance, were you? He must have intimidated you, claiming to be part of the gang, but fear not. He is not a bad person, and that leg was not lost in a fight. Ruan Yuan quickly replied, I have no misconceptions. Although I do not understand why he would intimidate me, I know he would not harm me, and that he is a good person. Miss Ruan, you are truly perceptive, Shern Yin remarked with a smile. Jingqian has a childlike disposition. He merely wished to frighten you as a way to provoke sympathy from Mr. Fu. Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Shern Yin's words. However, upon reflection, she gleaned significant information from them. Song Jingqian had been sent by Fu Shijin to rescue her. Hesitating briefly, she inquired, is Mr. Fu's leg injury related to Ajin? Otherwise, there wouldn't be any animosity. No, Shern Yin shook her head. Jingqian's leg was injured upon learning of his sister's tragic fall into the sea. Unable to accept this reality, he secretly drove out in the middle of the night to confirm it. But he was involved in a car accident along the way. Though he survived, the injury to his left leg was so severe that amputation became necessary. He was only 14 at the time. Ruan Yuan was left speechless, unable to fathom the depth of Song Jingqian's feelings for his sister, an attachment that far surpassed anything her own brother could compare to. Before departing, Shern Yin informed Ruan Yuan that Song Jingqian will be taking her to the airport to return to Huagua the following evening. The next day, at dusk, Ruan Yuan bid farewell to Shern Yin and entered the car. Song Jingqian occupied the back seat, and Ruan Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness being alone with him. However, the thought of soon returning home to see Fu Shijin dulled her self-consciousness, replaced by a sense of joy. Drive, Song Jingqian instructed the driver in a low voice. The driver turned the steering wheel and gradually set off towards the airport. As they traveled, darkness enveloped the sky. Ruan Yuan pressed herself against the car door. A passerby might have mistaken her for a captive. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a hard object struck the metallic rear of the car, shattering the night's stillness. Before Ruan Yuan could comprehend the situation, pain shot through her wrist as a powerful hand yanked her towards him. She looked up, bewildered, at Song Jingqian, her question unvoiced as he pressed her down beneath the seat. Don't look up. Ruan Yuan heard the ominous sound of a gun being cocked above her, followed by the harsh clash of bullets against the left door. Terrified, she covered her ears, her heart racing wildly. Without needing to be told, she understood the gravity of the situation. They were being pursued. Chapter 72. Mr. Fu will always be Ruan Yuan's support. The driver swerved to evade the bullets, while Ruan Yuan protected her abdomen, her fragile form struggling to maintain balance. Akun, the driver, dared not lose focus as he fixated on the asphalt ahead. Brother Qian, there are many of them. What should we do? Song Jingqian gazed into the rearview mirror, where several black cars followed closely like phantoms. Akun, head to the abandoned building in the old district. With that, Akun abruptly turned the steering wheel, executing a sharp and swift maneuver. Song Jingqian grasped Ruan Yuan by her collar and instructed in a grave tone. If you wish to avoid a fatal outcome for all four of us, then cling to my leg. Ruan Yuan curled up at the feet of Song Jingqian, resembling a little bird being held aloft. Utterly despondent, she had long since abandoned her fear of him, clinging tightly to his leg as the inertia of the vehicle eased somewhat, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of bullets striking the metal exterior. The tempered glass of the right side window, shattered like a spider's web. Akun, drenched in cold sweat, pushed the car to its maximum speed. The labyrinthine layout of the old city and country sea was fraught with narrow alleys cluttered with debris. Song Jingqian was exceedingly familiar with this area. With their combined strength, he and Akun would undoubtedly struggle to extricate themselves. They had no choice but to gamble on the hope that their pursuers were unfamiliar with the terrain and could be shaken off. As the car delved deeper, the gunfire behind them gradually subsided. The flickering lights that had previously persisted were abruptly extinguished, revealing a dilapidated building cloaked in darkness before them. Song Jingqian led Ruan Yuan out of the car and into the structure. Ruan Yuan, having never encountered such a scene, was already terrified and obediently followed him. The three-story building was riddled with crumbling walls, with exposed bricks and stones, a true testament to its status as an abandoned project. Ruan Yuan hesitated for a moment as she watched Song Jingqian navigate ahead with a limp but ultimately stepped forward to support him. He shrugged off her hand, his lips forming a straight line. No need. You are truly stubborn, Ruan Yuan retorted, insistently aiding him, half forcing him to sit in a seemingly cleaner spot. She crouched before him and inquired, "Did you injure your left leg in the car?" Song Jingqian's cold gaze scrutinized her. His eyes probing her face, he tightened his grip on the cold weapon in his hand and murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Ruan Yuan was taken aback by his question, raising her hand to touch his forehead. Finding it cool to the touch, pondering why he was speaking such nonsense. "You don't think the people outside are allied with me, do you?" Song Jingqian brushed her hand away, saying, "Refrain from touching what you shouldn't. Do you not understand that there should be distance between the sexes? Go touch your husband." Ruan Yuan felt a pang of grievance and blurted out, "I merely wanted to check if you had a fever. I cared for my older brother the same way when we were young, and he never complained." The calm surface of Song Jingqian's eyes suddenly rippled, his pupils quivering slightly. "Who is your brother?" Ruan Yuan shrank back, feeling timid under his intense gaze. "Ruan Hai, why are you reacting so strongly? If you feel I shouldn't touch you, I won't. Please don't look at me so fiercely, all right?" Ruan Yuan was utterly perplexed by his temperament, which was as unpredictable as the weather and country seat. Song Jingqian's expression grew somber as he lowered his gaze to his left leg, murmuring, "It seems your brother treats you well." He seemed to be awaiting a response. Ruan Yuan did not answer his question. Ruan Hai was not kind to her. Any minor inconvenience would result in him unleashing his anger on her, whether through scolding or hitting, prompting Ruan Yuan to avoid him whenever possible. She was unsure why that particular justification had sprung to mind earlier. Perhaps it was a way to shield herself from Song Jingqian's potential misinterpretation of her actions. "You are no longer afraid of me?" Song Jingqian suddenly asked. Ruan Yuan shook her head and candidly replied, "In truth, from the moment I first saw you, I knew you wouldn't harm me. Although, I don't understand why you said those things. My intuition tells me you are a good person, which is why I felt safe remaining there." Song Jingqian chuckled softly. "Little one, so you have deceived me into allowing you to accompany me in this charade." He paused, then for the first time expressed an apology. "I am sorry for putting you in this situation today." Had he returned Ruan Yuan earlier, she would not have found herself in such peril. Ruan Yuan, perceptive and forgiving, could easily understand others. However, now that she and the baby were trapped in this predicament, she could excuse herself but could not bring herself to forgive him for putting the baby through such fear. "I cannot utter words of forgiveness." As her final syllable faded, an unexpected, thunderous sound of helicopter rotors drew near, shattering the silence. The high-speed whir of the blades seemed to tear through the air itself. A fierce wind, propelled by the helicopter, swept downward, causing the branches and leaves of the trees outside the abandoned building to dance wildly, rustling ominously. Ruan Yuan was momentarily stunned by the sight. Song Jingqian gripped his weapon tightly, his demeanor turning grave. "Move behind me." Cohen had been stationed outside, yet had failed to send any signal. The sense of dread washed over him. Ruan Yuan's face paled in the tense atmosphere. She had never encountered such a scenario, as if she were living through a gunfight straight out of a television drama. When her life was threatened, Ruan Yuan's thoughts turned to death, yet she did not wish to die. She was about to become a mother. She had yet to bestow a nickname upon her baby. Fu Shijin had suggested names like Dog Egg, Iron Egg, and Chicken Egg, all of which she had dismissed. More importantly, she genuinely longed for the baby's father. Her tear-filled eyes glistened on her pale face, resolute determination shining through. The heavy footfalls echoed in the empty space, growing ever closer, each step resonating like muffled drumbeats, reverberating against the walls. Ruan Yuan's frail back trembled slightly as she raised her tear-laden gaze to see a tall figure slowly emerging from the shadowy corner. That exceptionally familiar face abruptly invaded her line of sight. Ruan Yuan's voice trembled with disbelief, confusion, and fear, ultimately converging into a reliance on Fu Shijin. His cold, piercing gaze focused intently on her. In an instant, a soft figure collided into his sturdy embrace. Ruan Yuan pressed against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. A wave of unprecedented reassurance spreading through her heart. "Jean, I thought I was going to die and would never see you again." Ruan Yuan felt utterly wronged. Upon seeing Fu Shijin, the grievance that had been building within her poured forth like a dam bursting, Fu Shijin felt the fabric of his shirt dampen with her warm tears. This version of Ruan Yuan made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness. Chapter 73 Ruan Yuan. Hejin Fu Shijin. I am here. Fu Shijin gently patted Ruan Yuan, soothing her. Don't be afraid. Ruan Yuan, I am here, and no one can harm you. Ruan Yuan, her eyes reddened, nodded in his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, reluctant to let go. Hejin, she called his name repeatedly, as if seeking confirmation. I am here. Hejin, I am here. Ruan Yuan. As Ruan Yuan listened to his gentle voice, she gradually relaxed, her tense body easing. Fu Shijin held Ruan Yuan with one arm, his gaze slowly shifting to Song Jingxian. He was exceedingly gentle with Ruan Yuan. However, his current expression was icy and forbidding, almost resolute. He restrained the impulse to rush at Song Jingxian and strike him down, his voice devoid of warmth. Song Jingxian, you hid Ruan Yuan from me, making her vulnerable to danger. Is this your promise to me? Song Jingxian leaned against the wall, standing unsteadily as he approached Fu Shijin for the first time without confrontation. He reined in his hostility and, with a calm, unwavering gaze, said, I apologize. This time I owe you. Owe me? Fu Shijin scoffed, his dagger glinting coldly as it lunged towards Song Jingxian's shoulder. You nearly lost the most precious thing to me. And you think a mere apology suffices? As his arm moved midway, it was gripped by a pair of delicate hands. Ruan Yuan lifted her head from his embrace, shaking her head. Hejin, Mr. Song did not harm me. He suffered a recurrence of an old injury in his left leg while protecting me. Please do not act this way. As she spoke, she held Fu Shijin's hand, gently lowering the weapon. Fu Shijin glanced at Song Jingxian, his jawline tensing before relaxing. Song Jingxian, your act of saving Ruan Yuan has now been nullified. He scooped Ruan Yuan into his arms, handling her as if she were a fragile treasure, avoiding eye contact with Song Jingxian as he made his way outside. Ruan Yuan gradually fell asleep in Fu Shijin's embrace. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on a hospital bed in Jing City. The room was adorned with gauzy curtains that muted the sunlight, lending a dim ambience to the space. Ruan Yuan opened her eyes and instinctively scanned her surroundings. Upon catching sight of the familiar figure seated by the window, her heart finally found solace. Fu Shijin noticed her movement almost instantly. He turned to see Ruan Yuan gazing at him. Ruan Yuan, you are awake. Fu Shijin set aside the book he was holding, rising to sit by her bedside. Ruan Yuan extended her hand from beneath the covers, her fair fingertips delicately gliding over Fu Shijin's clean knuckles. Hejin, how long have I been sleeping? Fu Shijin affectionately brushed her petite nose and gently said, You little lazy bug, sleeping until the sun shines on your behind, and yet you refuse to get up. Ruan Yuan, being called a lazy bug, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and puffed her cheeks, saying, I just get tired. That's all. Fu Shijin tucked the stray hair that fell on her cheek behind her ear, his slightly rough fingertips tenderly caressing her delicate face. That I misspoke. Darling, you have already slept for 14 hours. Are you hungry? The response was a loud grumble from her stomach. Ruan Yuan's small face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe berry, enticing enough to be picked. Feeling a bit shy, she turned to look at the wall, leaving only her little head visible to Fu Shijin. His eyes sparkled with amusement, yet he refrained from teasing her further, lest she become upset. This little rose, nurtured by him, had finally developed her own temperament and spirit. However, he found this endearing. He took out his phone and instructed the chef waiting in the hospital cafeteria to prepare a meal for Ruan Yuan. During the wait, Ruan Yuan held onto Fu Shijin's hand without a hint of letting go, as if fearing he might run away. With her misty, shimmering eyes, she bit her lip and boldly asked, Ajin, could you give me a kiss? Fu Shijin could hardly believe his ears. He never expected this little girl to be so audacious. You don't want to? Ruan Yuan, seeing him remain still, pouted and said, Forget it, I didn't mean it that much. The moment the word want left her lips, it was promptly silenced by his slightly cool lips. Fu Shijin gently brushed her lips with his low voice spilling softly through their connected skin. He longed for this moment, closing his eyes to savor the essence of his beloved. Ruan Yuan felt the arm around her waist tightening with restraint. Cradling her as if she were floating on a cloud, enveloped in tenderness, until the sound of the door creaking open interrupted them, leading to an awkward silence. Oh my goodness! Fu Yao's eyes widened. Not missing a single moment. Is this something I can witness? How embarrassing! Startled, Ruan Yuan pushed the man in front of her away, instinctively diving under the covers. Lady Fu shot Fu Shijin a glare, warning him to behave, that if I see you bullying Yuan again, you'll be heading to the urology department for a vasectomy. Fu Liao, a diligent student of biology, chimed in, Grandma, could a vasectomy be used for bullying too? The old lady retorted, Tomorrow, you're going abroad to study, so you don't embarrass your grandmother. Feeling aggrieved, Fu Liao replied, Fine. Just then, a servant brought in warm dishes. The old lady walked to the bedside, patting the small quilt, and said lovingly, Yuan, listen to your grandmother and come out to eat. Ruan Yuan's voice was muffled. Grandma, I'm not hungry. What do you mean you're not hungry? The old lady scanned the room. What did you all just witness? Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shun immediately shook their heads. That wasn't it the young master feeding the young mistress water just now? The old lady asked. Yuan, you see? What they witnessed is not what you think. The quilt stirred slightly, hesitating before settling still again. Ruan Yuan's cheeks burned, her head steaming, as she fidgeted with her fingers, too shy to come out and tea that moment. Through the blanket, Fu Shijin's gentle voice floated over. Yuan, if you don't come out soon, I'll sing the offering of love to you tonight. His voice was barely above a whisper, only audible to the two of them. This statement seemed to possess an enchanting power. Instantly drawing Ruan Yuan from her hiding place, Fu Shijin adopted a demeanor of restrained decorum, his smiling eyes resting on Ruan Yuan's face. Come on. It's time to eat. Only Ruan Yuan knew that beneath this composed exterior lay a cunning fox. In Chapter 74, Ruan Yuan gifted her husband a grand diamond ring. She avoided the gazes of others. Playfully glaring at him, Fu Shijin showed no signs of displeasure, reaching out to smooth her tousled hair. Let us eat, shall we? Ruan Yuan initially intended to evade his touch, but under his watchful gaze, she felt as if her vitality had drained away, retreating halfway until she finally halted. She softly remarked, Grandma is here, so be a bit more reserved. Little did she know, the old lady's hearing was remarkably acute. Laughing as she said, Yuan, don't be shy. The men of the Fu family are all like this. In his youth, your grandfather was even more affectionate. As a grandmother. I've seen it all. I want to laugh at you. Ruan Yuan's forehead was marked with 3 black lines. Grandma, you're truly fortunate. The old lady merely aimed to lighten the mood and refrained from reminiscing any further. At this hour, nothing was more important than ensuring her granddaughter had her meal. Thus, she instructed Aunt Shun to help set the table. Yuan, hurry and eat, or it'll get cold. Ruan Yuan obediently nodded and sat at the edge of the bed, where Fu Shijin helped her in her slippers. As his tall figure leaned down again, Ruan Yuan extended her delicate fingers to gently push him away. I can walk by myself. She didn't want her physique to deteriorate from being coddled by Fu Shijin. After a night of thrilling experiences, Ruan Yuan finally felt at ease after a good sleep, and her appetite had significantly improved. She savored a bowl of sweet, creamy pumpkin porridge and indulged in many of her favorite sweet and sour ribs, finally holding her slightly full belly with satisfaction. After the meal, Fu Shijin received a call from Aiken and stepped out. The mastermind behind the recent kidnapping plot against Ruan Yuan was none other than Qin Guo, who had recently been involved in a public incident of attempting suicide. Qin Ro was detained for imprisoning Ruan Yuan and was awaiting trial. Even if her sentence was not severe, she would still carry a criminal record, potentially ruining her bright future overnight. Qin Guo himself lost his job due to the incident. He had put in considerable effort to climb to that position, only for Fu Shijin's single remark to render his years of hard work futile. Qin Guo blamed all of this on Ruan Yuan. Had it not been for her, Qin Ro would not have acted so impulsively, and he would not have lost everything. Thus, he harbored deep resentment towards Ruan Yuan. Aware of Mr. Bai's peculiar preferences in sea country, he inadvertently overheard Mr. Bai's subordinates searching for beautiful girls for him. Consequently, he conspired with them to orchestrate the kidnapping scheme. Seated in the back of the car, Fu Shijin crossed his legs, his fingers resting leisurely on his thigh, on the ring finger of his left hand. A ring drawn hastily with a pen adorned his finger, its design somewhat childish and careless. Yet, the esteemed Mr. Fu did not find it in him to erase in the afternoon. After Ruan Yuan awakened, she expressed her desire to gift him something, claiming she would keep him by her side for a lifetime. This was the masterpiece of Miss Ruan. Fu Shijin's gaze lingered on it, filled with tenderness. Mr. Fu, all the incriminating evidence against Mr. Bai has been gathered. I just sent it to the police department in Sea Country. I believe Mr. Bai will be imprisoned shortly. Considering his involvement in the production of hallucinogens, he is facing a life sentence. Gao Qin, seated in the passenger seat, turned to report the progress to Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin withdrew his gaze, suppressing the slight curve at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Next, they would confront Qinghua, who awaited them in an underground basement on the outskirts of the city. He had previously given Qinghua a chance, yet it resulted in Ruan Yuan being placed in peril. This time, he intended for Qinghua to pay the price. After Fu Shijin left, the hospital room was filled with the sounds of muffled sobs. Fu Liao cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, clinging to Ruan Yuan without letting go. Yuan, it's all my fault for not keeping a close watch on you, allowing the bad guys to take you away. I am truly a failure. Tomorrow, I'll go by thorny branches and offer my apologies. She could hardly imagine what misfortunes Ruan Yuan might have faced had it not been for Brother Song's timely intervention. Ruan Yuan patted her back, comforting her. Liao, how can you blame yourself? The adversary was well prepared. Even if we were together 24 hours a day, they would still find a way to exploit a gap. We might have thwarted this attempt, but there will always be another. Fu Liao was heartbroken, tears flowing freely. I can't bear to see that Mr. Bai. Otherwise, I'd take a 20-centimeter knife and chop him into pieces. How could someone be so perverse? She found it hard to believe that Mr. Bai was even human. The old lady, accustomed to her granddaughter's shameless remarks, handed Fu Liao a handkerchief to wipe her nose, preventing it from smearing on Ruan Yuan's clothes. Otherwise, her tidy grandson would surely sneak into the bathroom at midnight to wash his wife's garments. All right, Liao, Ruan Yuan said, as a young lady, you shouldn't always speak of violence. It might scare off the boys who like you. Fu Liao brushed it off. It's fine. If I can't get married, then I'll just stay with you too. Yuan. Remember to remind my niece and nephew to visit me often when I'm old. I don't want to end up a lonely old woman. The old lady couldn't listen any longer and gently smacked Fu Liao. You child, stop speaking nonsense. Just for your ridiculous remarks. I'll ensure Yuan advises the children to ignore you in the future. Fu Liao lifted her head. Grandma, you truly are my dear grandmother. The old lady nodded. As long as you know, the old lady meticulously devised a plan, originally intending for her granddaughter to remain and accompany Yuan, as she was genuinely concerned about that troublesome grandson. Who could have anticipated that after her departure, that boy might take advantage of Yuan in the dead of night? As Ruan Yin gazed at Fu Shijin entering the hospital room, her eyes brimmed with affection and reluctance. Grandmother, let Shijin stay. Please, I'm feeling heavy and it's inconvenient to go to the bathroom at night. I need a strong man by my side. The old lady, having once been in such a passionate relationship herself, immediately discerned Ruan Yuan's subtle intentions. Yuan makes a valid point. Shijin, do stay here and take good care of her. Once everyone had exited, the room returned to a serene stillness. After Fu Shijin emerged from the basement, he deliberately returned home to wash away the bloodstains that had inadvertently sullied his clothes. Not only was he proficient in Muay Thai, but he also held a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The Qin family had suffered considerably at his hands. Had it not been for Aiken pulling him back, it likely would not have ended with merely a chair to the head. Onion shifted her soft body to the side, offering half of the bed to him. Jean, do you wish to hold Yuan while you sleep? Unbeknownst to her, she was playfully indulging Fu Shijin. The man's gaze darkened, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he stretched out his long legs and lay beside Ruan Yin, wrapping her in the blanket snugly in his embrace. Chapter 75. Another day of cold showers. Ruan Yin rested her head against his chest, grasping his hand, scrutinizing it intently. Jean, my ring is gone. Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes on her. That one was poor. It washed off easily. Why not have Yuan Yuan gift me a permanent one? He had already been preparing for it. Ruan Yin lifted her eyes to meet his, their gazes locking. Her dark eyes sparkled with glimmers of light, akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. Unfortunately, I have no money. I cannot afford it. Little spendthrift, Fu Shijin teased, pinching the tip of her nose. All my supplementary cards are with you, and yet you claim to be broke. Wen Yuan's eyes danced with mischief as she grasped Fu Shijin's slender fingers. Counting them one by one, those funds are reserved for the children's education. They will need them for marriage and starting their own families, raising children. These all require money, of course. I must be prudent and prepare in advance. Listening to her sensible planning, Fu Shijin felt fortunate to have found such a treasure that you're already planning for the future when our child isn't even the size of a fist. Ruan Yin, rising from his embrace to sit up, retorted, how could it possibly be just the size of a fist? It's clearly much larger. Fu Shijin also sat up, a teasing glint in his eyes. I don't believe it. Then feel for yourself and see if my belly has grown significantly. All right, Fu Shijin replied, his gaze deepening as he slowly added, if Yuan Yuan is lying, you must kiss me as punishment. The room's soft glow illuminated his outstretched hand, his long fingers appearing as pristine as fine jade. When Ruan Yin's eyes fell upon the fingers reaching toward her, her cheeks flushed slightly. Fu Shijin's handsome hand, capable of more than merely writing, had many delightful uses. Suddenly, the gentle touch on her abdomen snapped Ruan Yin back to reality. His large, warm palm provided a sense of security as it gently roamed over her belly, albeit not yet visibly pronounced. However, an extraordinary feeling began to spread in his heart. This was the child his beloved woman bore for him. Connected by blood, Fu Shijin felt a growing anticipation for their first meeting. Ruan Yin tilted her head to look at him, her voice soft. So, does it seem larger than before? Fu Shijin gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. Ruan Yin found his reaction peculiar. He merely stared at her in silence while grinning. Ah, Jin, you're not feeling embarrassed about losing the bet, are you? Why do you keep looking at me and laughing without speaking? Have you lost your voice? Fu Shijin withdrew his hand from her abdomen. Cradling her face in his hands, his refined features drawing closer to hers, their breaths mingling, that I'm simply very happy. Even my usual eloquence seems to falter in front of Yuan Yuan. Ruan Yin puffed out her cheeks, rolling her eyes playfully, her lips curling into a cheeky smile. When you speak sweet nothings, it's truly a matter of life and death. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. Sen, tea it sweet like honey. Nourished by blood? Ruan Yin tilted her head, looking at him. Excessive sweetness can be overwhelming. Little girl, Fu Shijin said as he released her, pulling her down beside him, you're becoming increasingly adept at arguing, resting against his chest. Her soft lips brushed against the fabric covering his torso, slowly gliding over it. Isn't that because of your indulgence? Then she elevated her upper body, pressing her hands against Fu Shijin's solid chest, teasingly asking, do you regret it? Her delicate hands pressed against her own chest, her fair fingertips playfully wandering. Fu Shijin's eyes darkened, his pale throat subtly moving as he fixed his gaze on Ruan Yin. I like little things that grow sharp teeth. Ruan Yin traced circles on his chest with her fingers. That aren't you afraid that I will become even more audacious? Fu Shijin suppressed the desires rising within him, striving to ignore the flames ignited by Ruan Yin. His voice was low and magnetic. Behave. You could be even bolder. I don't mind if you do as you please. Ultimately, it was the young girl who succumbed first. Ruan Yin felt her heart shrink under the weight of Fu Shijin's unfathomable gaze. Unconsciously, she attempted to retract her hand, only to have it held firmly by the man. Ruan Yin could feel Fu Shijin's powerful heartbeat, thumping against her palm with a rhythm that made her heart ache. Wife, are you dissatisfied with your husband's chest muscles? Fu Shijin inquired as Ruan Yin evaded his heated gaze, shaking her head timidly. Not all. Then why did you suddenly pull your hand away? Did you find me unsatisfactory? Shall we continue? No need. I've touched enough already. Fu Shijin's gaze lingered on Ruan Yin's fair face, his eyes deep and intense, resembling a wolf lurking in the shadows, waiting to ensnare its prey. Call me husband, and I shall let you off the hook, dear. Ruan Yin felt her cheeks ablaze, avoiding his irresistible gaze. The wrist held by Fu Shijin felt warm under his grasp. Why did such a normal scene render this man so alluring? She suspected that he was not studying financial management daily, but rather 100 ways to woo a girl. Leaning closer, she whispered into his ear. Husband, Fu Shijin's expression visibly darkened, and he doubted his hearing. He then playfully swatted Ruan Yuan's bottom. Little one, when did you learn to be so naughty? Ruan Yuan blinked innocently. You misheard me. I called you husband. The extra gong was just an echo. Fu Shijin stared at her, speechless. Ruan Yuan promptly closed her eyes, ignoring his piercing gaze and the unusual sensation on her thigh. After a moment, Fu Shijin called out, Yuan Yuan. Her response was a series of soft snores. Nearby, there was a rustling sound, followed by the shuffling of slippers heading toward the bathroom. The bathroom door opened and then closed again. Ruan Yuan cautiously opened her eyes, instinctively glancing toward the bathroom, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of teasing eyes. Fu Shijin's tall figure stood at the bathroom door, resembling an experienced hunter capturing a willing little rabbit. Yuan Yuan, do you want to take a bath with me? I don't want to, Ruan Yuan replied, knowing she had been tricked again, feeling wrong that you're bullying me again. Fu Shijin's lips curled into a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. He spoke slowly. If I truly wished to bully Yuan Yuan, I certainly would not have opted for a cold shower. Chapter 76. I prepared a surprise for you in the end. Yuan Yuan did not join Fu Shijin for a bath. She urged him to hurry inside. Initially, Fu Shijin had merely intended to tease her. As twilight deepened, he, unwilling to disturb Ruan Yuan's rest, quietly entered. When he emerged after shedding the chill of the water, he found the little girl lying on the bed, turned on her side with her eyes closed. Her curled lashes rested gently upon her eyelids, exuding an air of innocence. One small hand clutched the edge of the blanket, propping her chin, while her cheeks, warmed by the cozy bedding, glowed with a soft pink hue. Her breathing light and steady. Fu Shijin lay down beside her, his movements exceptionally gentle and tender, enveloping Ruan Yuan in his embrace. He placed a kiss upon her eyelids and whispered softly, Yuan Yuan, I have a surprise prepared for you on the day we renew our wedding vows. I will personally place the wedding ring I designed onto your finger. With the arrival of an autumn rain, the sweltering heat of summer quietly dissipated amidst the gentle downpour. Autumn in Jing City is a season where maple leaves flourish, the red maple trees lining the roads adorned with fiery, wedding-like foliage that sways in the breeze. Ruan Yuan was nearly 6 months pregnant now. Where she once lamented over a barely visible baby bump, it now resembled a small hill. During her routine monthly checkups, all her health indicators remained perfectly normal, and today was yet another day for her obstetric examination. Upon returning from the hospital, as was customary, Mr. Fu's pockets were filled with easily accessible candies. Once you finish this one, you can't have any more, he stated. All right, Ruan Yuan replied with a hint of regret. Fu Shijin turned his head slightly, amused by the frown on her delicate face. That you've already pilfered 3 candies from me. Aren't you satisfied? But I want just one more. No, having cavities during pregnancy is quite troublesome, Fu Shijin replied. Yuan, I have given up sweets alongside you. Ruan Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him, pouting slightly. You never liked sweets to begin with. Fu Shijin caught a glimpse of the irked little girl from the corner of his eye and chuckled softly. Ruan Yuan turned her gaze to the window, captivated by the vibrant scenery outside. Passers-by had donned their spring attire, leisurely strolling beneath the maple trees, embodying a scene bursting with life. It was as if she too was on the brink of welcoming 3 new lives. The car glided smoothly to a stop at the sidewalk, the red light illuminating as pedestrians hurried past. With the obstruction removed, a nearby stall selling cotton candy came into view. Husband, Ruan Yuan turned, reaching out to tug at Fu Shijin's sleeve. I want to buy cotton candy for the babies. Fu Shijin, well aware of her true intention, regarded her with an astute gaze that fell upon her delicate face. Yuan, is it you who desires it? If I want it, won't you buy it for me? Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. Ruan Yuan's dark eyes widened, and before the seemingly docile little cat could unleash her playful side, Fu Shijin wisely reached out to pat her head in a gesture of comfort. Wait for me. Ruan Yuan watched as the man parked the car, exited, and strode directly toward the cotton candy stall in his bespoke suit, instantly becoming the center of attention among the little girls nearby. All eyes were drawn to this exceptionally handsome man, curious about for whom he was purchasing the treat. Following Fu Shijin's request, the vendor crafted a colorful cotton candy shaped like a small rabbit. Fu Shijin accepted it with a nod of thanks, and a bold little girl mustered the courage to ask, "Sir, who is this for?" Fu Shijin replied courteously, "For my little girl." With that, he slightly inclined his head and turned to leave, leaving behind astonished onlookers. No one expected this gentleman to already have a daughter. How pampered she must be. Before Fu Shijin reached the car, Ruan Yuanyuan had already opened the door for him, but he settled into the vehicle and handed her the fluffy cotton candy, which felt as soft as a cloud. Ruan Yuanyuan spun around, admiring the treat for quite a while. The vendor's craftsmanship was exceptional. The rabbit's shape was so lifelike that she hesitated to take a bite. "Why don't you eat it?" Fu Shijin asked, focusing on the road ahead. "I'm reluctant to ruin its shape." Fu Shijin had not anticipated this reason. He thought she simply no longer wished to eat it. What's there to hesitate about? "We can always get you another one in a different shape next time." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuanyuan's remaining reservations faded away. She had not expected there to be a next time. She assumed Fu Shijin would lecture her about cavities. Insisting this was the only opportunity. Since he had made a promise, Ruan Yuanyuan felt emboldened to indulge. After examining the cotton candy, she took a bite of one of the rabbit's ears. The sweet flavor instantly filled her mouth, delighting her just as much as her current mood. Fu Shijin, focused on the concrete road ahead, suddenly found a piece of cotton candy at his lips. He turned slightly, questioning Ruan Yuanyuan with his gaze. Ruan Yuanyuan smiled with innocent joy, her eyes sparkling. "Ajin, thank you for pulling me out of the mire, allowing me to enjoy endless sweets. That I am so happy every day, and I want to share this joy with you." A multitude of emotions swirled in Fu Shijin's eyes, intertwining heartache with gratitude. He opened his mouth and consumed the cotton candy, surprisingly aligning with Ruan Yuanyuan's sentiment despite his usual distaste for sweets. It truly was sweet, just like Yuanyuan herself. The autumn semester had commenced, yet Ruan Yuanyuan's belly continued to grow, given the unavoidable bumps and jolts of school life, and for safety's sake. She decided to take a leave of absence. Life at home was exceedingly comfortable. Ruan Yuanyuan, by nature a quiet soul, preferred to avoid complicated social interactions. Given a single internet cable, she could easily confine herself indoors for a month. One day, after awakening from her afternoon nap, Aunt Chun inquired if she wished to have some fruit. Ruan Yuanyuan asked her to wash some strawberries, then headed to her art studio. Just after she settled in, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression changed to one of surprise. The caller was Shern Yin, whom she had met not long ago. "Miss Ruan, Xiao Yu has been thinking of you and keeps asking me to bring her see you." Ruan Yuanyuan felt a special connection with Xiao Yu and often found herself reminiscing about the quirky little girl that, of course, Sister Shern Yin. "Let us arrange a day to go out together." After some discussion over the phone, they decided to take their families out for a game of golf that Saturday. When Fu Shijin returned home that evening and heard Ruan Yuanyuan's suggestion, he felt slightly put off by Song Jingqian's presence, but was willing to overlook it for Ruan Yuanyuan's sake and agreed. Time flew by, and soon Saturday arrived. The weather was exceptionally clear, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing. Chapter 77. How could Fu Shijin possibly forget little Xingxing? The golf course in Jing City is nestled amidst picturesque hills and flowing waters, surrounded by rolling mountains and a babbling brook winding past the grounds. After breakfast, Fu Shijin and Ruan Yuanyuan set off, and after more than 2 hours of travel, their Maybach came to a stop at the golf course. Dressed in matching white casual outfits, the handsome couple attracted countless gazes as they made their way to the leisure area, where Song Jingqian and his family were already waiting. Upon spotting Ruan Yuanyuan, Xiao Yu jumped down from her seat and hurried over. "Yu, don't forget what your mother told you." Xiao Yu immediately halted, walking slowly to Ruan Yuanyuan. "Mom said that Annie has a baby in her belly, so I should be careful. Annie, I've been thinking of you lately. Why haven't you come to see Yu?" Song Yinxing, still a bit intimidated by the tall Fu Shijin, dared only to steal glances at him while speaking with Ruan Yuanyuan. "You," Ruan Yuanyuan replied apologetically, Annie has been busy lately and hasn't had the chance to visit. That I'm truly sorry you're fine, Annie. Yu understands that moment. Song Jingqian and Shernyan approached. After the passing of little Xingxing, Song Jingqian was notably less confrontational with Fu Shijin, though he still refrained from displaying too much enthusiasm. Avoiding conflict was already a relief. Having just experienced a rain the day before, Yuan recalled that Song Jingqian's old leg injury could flare up in damp conditions. She inquired with concern about his leg. Song Jingqian's demeanor towards Yuan had softened, no longer as cold as before. Thank you for your concern. Miss It is of no consequence at present. Yuan took out a plain white piece of paper from her pocket, adorned with beautifully written characters. Mr. Song, this is a folk remedy from my hometown. It may have healing properties for your old injury. Perhaps you could consult your doctor to see if it would be suitable for you. Song Jingqian's gaze momentarily reflected surprise. However, being a seasoned player in the business arena, he swiftly masked it. He accepted the document and glanced over the meticulously penned names of traditional Chinese medicine. Thank you, Miss Ruanda. I shall heed your advice. Besides little Yu's desire to meet Yuan, the day's agenda also included a round of golf, which naturally could not be overshadowed by trivial chatter. The Fu Shijin led Yuan toward the golf course, feeling somewhat neglected after having played the role of a mere backdrop. Yuan, you seem quite concerned about Song Jingqian, he remarked, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone, nearly overwhelming the caddy trailing behind them. Yuan was well aware of his thoughts and could not help but roll her eyes. I merely wish to express my gratitude for Mr. Song saving me last time. It's simply a show of concern. What are you thinking about, Dad tied in? Fu Shijin lowered his gaze, a smile tugging at his lips. Yuan, you finally admit that you are Tiedon's mother. If you call me that once the baby is born, I shall divorce you. Yuan retorted that I suspect you'll find it hard to let go by then. As they spoke, they arrived at the golf course. Yuan, holding a golf club, waved at Fu Shijin. Didn't you say you would teach me how to play golf? She was not inclined to engage in banter any longer. Very well, Fu Shijin replied, tilting his hat's brim back as he leaned closer, taking her hands in his. First, stand with your feet apart. Yuan's petite figure was enveloped in his embrace, resembling a little bird nestled comfortably. Following her instructor's directions, she adjusted her stance until it was just right. Little Yu, curious, tugged at her mother's sleeve and asked, "Why is Uncle holding Annie?" Shernyan glanced up. Mr. Fu is teaching Miss Ruan the proper stance. Little Yu tilted her head and blinked her big eyes. Then why doesn't Daddy hold Mommy? Having visited the place several times, she had never seen her father embrace her mother. After pondering for a moment, she dashed over to Song Jingqian, grasping his large hand and pulling him along. "Daddy, hurry and hold Mommy like Annie and Uncle." Shernyan was taken aback, about to step back when a strong hand caught her wrist. Turning to meet Song Jingqian's deep, unwavering gaze, she heard him say, "Let's give it a try." Shernyan surveyed the surroundings, noticing the crowd, and felt somewhat uneasy as she urged, "We're just old married folks. Please let go of me." Song Jingqian, holding her hand, displayed no displeasure but focused his gaze on her. "You have never expressed love for me, making our marriage incomplete. Until you truly love me, I shall relentlessly pursue you." Shernyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not mentioned it, she might have forgotten how they came to be together. A sudden whoosh interrupted their tense exchange as a small white ball traced a graceful arc, veering away from the hole. Under Yuan's extraordinary performance, the ball rushed dangerously towards Shernyan and the others. Swiftly, Song Jingqian wrapped his arms around Shernyan, pulling her aside just in time. He watched as Fu Shijin followed closely behind Yuan, wondering if Fu Shijin was deliberately instructing his student poorly, perhaps even attempting to sabotage him. After this incident, Yuan lost all interest in playing. Realizing her lack of talent in the sport, she and Shernyan, along with little Yu, wandered to a nearby leisure area to chat. They ordered desserts and chatted as they savored their treats. Suddenly, two slender figures appeared beside Shernyan. "Sister, what a surprise to see you here." Shernyan looked up, her expression instantly turning cold as she ignored the girl who had spoken. Ting, with a delicate, petal-like face, said with feigned innocence, "Sister, it's for your own good that Dad married you to Mr. Song." Having lost her mother at the tender age of 3, Shernyen's father remarried less than 2 years later. With a stepmother came a stepfather, leaving Shernyen feeling like a neglected child. 6 years ago, her father, Shi Weiyong, sought to climb the social ladder by attending a charity gala hosted by the Song family. Upon learning that Song Jingxian preferred demure women, he promptly sent his daughter to meet him. Song Jingxian, upon seeing Shernyen, said nothing and chose to keep her, even going so far as to marry her. Yuan, Shernyen interjected, not wishing for her daughter to overhear such topics. Why don't you take Yu to play on the slide over there for a while? Yuan nodded and led Song Yinching away. However, Yuan was taken aback when a girl who had just arrived with Shi Tingting followed them. Yuan found her somewhat familiar, but could not place her. She initially thought the girl was merely seeking an excuse to leave. To her surprise, the girl's gaze landed on her, scrutinizing her with an unfriendly tone that I didn't expect Mr. Shi's wife to look like this. Yuan frowned and met her gaze. Chu Rongrong took a few steps forward. Her eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Just as my aunt said, you're only being tolerated by the Fu family because of the child in your womb. Once the baby is born, you won't be able to hold on to your position. She continued, I told you. How could Brother Shi forget Song Xingyu? He truly wanted to marry you. Chapter 78. Xingyu is my precious sister. Yuan's eyes caught the girl's condescending demeanor and unapproachable appearance, leading her to an instant conclusion. This girl before her was none other than Chu Mei's niece, Chu Rongrong, a recent internet sensation, and no wonder she seemed familiar. Yuan had recently watched a web drama featuring her, where she played a malicious second female lead, a fitting role for her temperament. Noticing Yuan's silence and her calm observation, Chu Rongrong grew impatient. You aren't actually stunned into silence by my words, are you? Yuan found the shock in her words amusing. How could she remain so composed? Shouldn't she be frantically seeking out Fu Shijin to argue? With a serene expression, Yuan replied, how could I easily dismiss my husband's genuine feelings based on the words of a stranger? Surprise flickered in Chu Rongrong's eyes at Yuan's response. She crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips. I didn't expect you, looking so delicate, to speak so assertively. But it's understandable. Brother Shi probably hasn't shared his unforgettable past with his little star. Has he? It was the first time Yuan had heard the name Little Star. A barely perceptible frown crossed her brow. Chu Rongrong, ever observant, caught the subtle shift in Yuan's expression. You were just pretending to be indifferent. No woman can remain calm upon hearing her husband has a past love. She was convinced Yuan couldn't remain unfazed upon realizing she was merely a substitute. Her aunt had long ago suggested she should marry Fu Shijin. Yet, this wretched woman had taken advantage of her absence while she filmed abroad, scheming to conceive a child and usurp Fu's position. Everything Yuan had taken from her must be returned. In doing so, she would not only win Fu Shijin's love, but also become the most esteemed woman in the capital. Everything was within her grasp. As Chu Rongrong entertained such fantasies, a surge of excitement bubbled within her. Yuan, her eyes tinged with annoyance, directly pierced through her thoughts. Are you dreaming? Do you think by sowing discord between me and Shijin, you will find an opportunity? She regarded Chu Rongrong as akin to her aunt, both suffering from delusions, engaging in fantastical daydreams. Chu Rongrong's face contorted with frustration upon having her intentions exposed. Yuan, don't be so arrogant that I'm only trying to warn you. Instead, you choose to be sarcastic. One day, you'll regret this. On Yuan's serene face, a hint of a tranquil smile emerged. Miss Chu, you should devote more concern to your own affairs. I have unwavering confidence in my husband. He would go to great lengths for me, even at the cost of his own life. Yet he cannot even spare you a glance. Chu Rongrong's defenses crumbled entirely. Were it not for the public setting and the fear of being recorded and shared online, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Yuan directly. Yuan, however, remained oblivious to Chu Rongrong's furious demeanor, maintaining her composure as she strolled towards the children's play area. She gently tucked away the damp strands of hair from Xiao Yu's forehead. Xiao Yu, let's go find Mama. And no sooner had she spoken than a sharp female voice pierced the air ahead. All eyes turned in unison. There stood Shi Tingting, brandishing a cup of water, poised to hurl it at Shernyen. In that moment, The skills that Fu Shijin had imparted to Ruan Yuan came into play. Without a second thought, she retrieved a spare golf ball from her pocket and tossed it towards Shi Tingting's arm. With a shriek from Shi Tingting, the glass tumbler shattered on the floor, scattering shards and splashes of water everywhere. Ruan Yuan widened her eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated her throw would be so precise. It seemed that golf was best played by throwing rather than striking. She approached Shi Yin, asking Sister Yin, "Are you all right?" Shi Yin shook her head, reassuring her, Yuan, I'm fine." Then she bent down to soothe her daughter's anxious little face. "Xiao Yu, do not worry. Mama has become brave now and will no longer be bullied." Xiao Yu grasped her mother's hand, tilting her small head with utmost seriousness. "Mama, I will always protect you." A wave of comfort washed over Shi Yin. Yes, after Shi Yin had deftly rebuffed Shi Tingting's sharp remarks, and Ruan Yuan had intentionally caused her pain, a palpable frustration simmered within Shi Tingting, akin to a nameless fire raging inside her. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, two tall figures suddenly entered her peripheral vision, prompting her to swallow her words. Instantly, she donned a tearful expression and called out to Song Jingxian. "Brother-in-law, you have arrived." Song Jingxian's gaze was icy as he responded in a low voice. "Who is your brother-in-law? I made it clear from the moment Shi Yin married me that she has no ties with the Shi family." Shi Tingting, intimidated by his gaze, instinctively recoiled. Song Jingxian issued a stern warning. If the Shi family wishes to remain under the protection of the Song family, they should prudently avoid appearing in Shi Yin's sight. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Tingting wisely retreated to the side, choosing not to respond. Chu Rongrong had been observing the scene with a detached demeanor, aware of Shi Tingting's close association with her and possessing some knowledge of Song Jingxian, who was indeed the elder brother of Song Xingyu. She mused on how entertaining it would be if he learned that Ruan Yuan had usurped her sister's position. Even with Fu Shijin present, Ruan Yuan would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule in high society. That Mr. Song. Chu Rongrong approached Song Jingxian and spoke softly. "I mentioned Miss Xingyu in passing during a casual conversation with Miss Ruan, and inadvertently suggested that Miss Xingyu and Brother Shijin were childhood sweethearts. This seemed to provoke a considerable jealousy in Miss Ruan, who disregarded the fact that Xingyu is no longer with us, asserting that Brother Shijin has only ever loved her, showing a blatant disrespect for the deceased." Upon hearing this, Song Jingxian's brow furrowed deeply. He had navigated the business arena for many years and could see through Chu Rongrong's motives. "Do you realize you have overstepped? Xingyu is my precious sister and not a pawn for your malicious gossip." He cast a sidelong glance at Ruan Yuan. "As for Miss Ruan's character, I understand her far better than you do. She would never utter such words." Ruan Yuan leaned against Fu Shijin, and as she met the unwavering gaze of Song Jingxian, an inexplicable warmth surged within her, akin to the feeling of being defended by family. Chapter 79. Jealousy of one's own, making Chu Rongrong was utterly defeated today, teetering on the brink of despair, that a profound jealousy towards Ruan Yuan welled up from the depths of her heart. She feigned a sense of grievance as she looked towards Fu Shijin, but in an instant, her expression shifted to one of fear. Brother Shijin. Fu Shijin chuckled, tightening his arm around Ruan Yuan's shoulders. "I believe we have only met once at Aunt's birthday banquet, and not exchanged a single word, so are we really that familiar? Brother Shijin?" Chu Rongrong's eyes widened, caught between embarrassment and disbelief. Fu Shijin's gaze was distant as he replied coolly, "Chu Rongrong, I do not wish for your feigned intimacy to cause my wife any unnecessary misunderstandings. You will address me as Mr. Fu from now on. Furthermore, refrain from stirring discord in Ruan Yuan's presence. Little Xingxing, like a fallen pear, is my most cherished sister. My feelings for Xingyu are purely fraternal, innocent and untainted by any romantic entanglements." Ruan Yuan felt a swell of emotion in her eyes as she met Fu Shijin's lowered gaze. He slowly smiled at her, a fleeting moment of tenderness. Then, he lifted his cold, stern eyes to Chu Rongrong, saying, "If you ever attempt to sow discord in Ruan Yuan's presence again, I will not show you any mercy." Chu Rongrong trembled, her legs giving way as she slumped to the ground. In Fu Shijin's eyes, she had glimpsed a resolute intent that chilled her to the bone. while he regarded Ruan Yuan with palpable affection. Her aunt had assured her that as long as she could expel Ruan Yuan from the Fu family, she could secure her position as Mrs. Fu. Yet, it was evident that Fu Shijin's feelings for Ruan Yuan were genuine. A surge of resentment rose within her. Why should Ruan Yuan, that wretched girl, be the object of Fu Shijin's exclusive affection? Was it merely because of the child she carried? Conceiving does not guarantee a successful birth. Perhaps it could be lost at any moment. Chu Rongrong silently scoffed. Song Jingxian cast a pointed glance at the cowering Shi Tingting. Your friend is even worse than you, for the sake of the Shi family's fortunes. It would be wise to sever ties with her. Shi Tingting, indulged by her parents, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Compared to the calculating Chu Rongrong, she was merely a fool. One day. If she were used by Chu Rongrong, it might also implicate Ruan Yuan. Shi Tingting dared not oppose him, nodding submissively while seething with anger inside. The guests present were either affluent or influential, and they readily recognized the status of Fu Shijin and Song Jingxian. The prominence of the Fu and Song families in the capital city was unparalleled, and no one dared to interject. The golf course manager, wiping his sweat, hurried over, having realized he had offended two esteemed guests. Although the incident was not his fault, allowing the two ladies to be harassed on the course was indeed a failure on his part. He bowed and apologized profusely to Fu Shijin and Song Jingxian. That Fu Shijin cast a disinterested glance at him, stating, since the golf course has established its reputation in the capital, it must uphold its standards and not allow just anyone to enter, lest it be tainted by a mob of miscreants. The manager shrank back, forcing a smile that Mr. Fu, you are absolutely right. I shall take your advice to heart. He then instructed his subordinates, hurry, escort these troublemakers out. Chu Rongrong was publicly expelled from the premises, becoming the subject of gossip in the entertainment industry the next day. Photos of her being ousted from the golf course circulated widely online. After the commotion, Ruan Yuan found herself lacking the spirit to continue playing golf. After bidding farewell to Song Jingxian and the others, she returned home. During the journey, Ruan Yuan sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Was the star jar in the bedroom a memento from Fu Shijin for the late little star? 20 stars in total. Did they symbolize that the girl would have turned 20 this year? Today, she learned that Song Jingxian was Song Jingyi's elder brother. In Oh Wonder, Song Jingyi had said he felt an instant connection with her, wanting to take her as his god-sister. It turned out that the girl was the same age as her, which had given Song Jingyi the illusion that he was seeing his own sister. That Fu Shijin had claimed to have fallen in love with her at first sight. Was it possible that? Ruan Yuan hurriedly banished the chaotic thoughts from her mind. Upon arriving home, Aunt Zhang had prepared lunch. Ruan Yuan ate somewhat listlessly before heading upstairs. That Fu Shijin observed her demeanor closely. Once in her bedroom, she made a beeline for the cabinet by the window. She stared at the solitary 20 stars, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a hand grasped hers from behind. Though Fu Shijin was unaware of what Chu Rongrong had said to Ruan Yuan, he wanted to eliminate any misunderstandings between them. He valued openness and honesty. Yuan, you can ask me anything. Ruan Yuan turned to him, hesitating for a moment before finally inquiring, is this star jar a tribute to the little star you created? Fu Shijin's expression revealed no hint of concealment. Yes, I made it to remember her. Each year, I fold a star and place it inside. I have folded 20 stars, signifying that little Xingyu has reached the age of 20. Ruan Yuan gently mused, so she's of the same age as I am. Fu Shijin remained silent, observing her quietly. Ruan Yuan lifted her dark, glistening eyes, bit her lip, and mustered the courage to speak. Ajin, did you upon first seeing me, perhaps momentarily mistake me for Miss Song, which led you to fall for me at first sight? Fu Shijin, known for his meticulous thinking, discerned Ruan Yuan's inner turmoil from her few words. His patient gaze settled upon her face. Yuan, I have never regarded you as a mere substitute for Xiao Xingxing. You are not a replacement, but my one and only beloved. Ruan Yuan gazed at him. Yuan. Fu Shijin leaned down to embrace her. I'm fully aware of my feelings for you, and my love for you is profound. You have never been anyone's stand-in, but rather the singular love of my heart. Ruan Yuan's fingers, which hung by her side, slightly curled. She leaned against Fu Shijin's chest and, after a moment, whispered, "Ajin, I did not mean to feel jealous of Xiao Xingxing." Ruan Yuan sensed that perhaps the pregnancy hormones were influencing her emotions, causing her mood to swing dramatically. Chapter 80. Innocence that pains him. Fu Shijin guided Ruan Yuan to the edge of the bed. Encouraging her to sit, his tall figure basked in the afternoon sunlight as he knelt on one knee beside her. Ruan Yuan looked down at him. "Ajin, do you think I am rather petty?" "Silly Yuan Yuan," Fu Shijin replied, warmth evident in his deep-set eyes. "How could that be? Had I disclosed the matter of Xiao Xingxing earlier, you would not have been plagued by such thoughts. It is I who failed to consider your feelings." Ruan Yuan felt a surge of emotion. This man consistently contemplated her perspective. She playfully twirled her fingers and said, "Ajin, Chu Rongrong mentioned that you and Xiao Xingxing were betrothed as children, and if all goes as planned, she is to be your future wife, correct?" A complex expression flickered across Fu Shijin's eyes, and for a moment, he seemed lost in thought, as if memories long buried surged forth that he lowered his gaze, his thick lashes concealing the emotions within, and when he raised his eyes again, his feelings had been neatly restrained. He took Ruan Yuan's hand and declared without reservation, "My mother and Aunt Lin, you were childhood friends, growing up together in close companionship. Hence, when my mother was pregnant with me, they agreed that if Aunt Lin bore a girl, she would name her with the character Yu, while I would take Jin. Together, they signify holding the exquisite jade. In our youth, perhaps our elders had such intentions, but both families were quite open-minded and did not impose a betrothal upon us. They respected our wishes as we grew older. I indeed have fond feelings for Xiao Xingxing. But that was merely affection among children, devoid of any adult sentiments. It is akin to a brother's protective feelings for a sister, mirroring the sentiments I share with Song Jingqian and the others." Fu Shijin's expression turned serious as he confessed, "Yet my feelings for you are laced with desire and a fierce possessiveness. The voice within my heart undeniably tells me that I love you. So, Yuan Yuan, do you believe me?" Ruan Yuan was stirred by Fu Shijin's unreserved revelation. Her emotions swirling tumultuously, Fu Shijin's refined features were softly illuminated by a warm glow, blending seamlessly into that warm hue. Ruan Yuan's curled lashes fluttered slightly as her rosy lips parted. "Ajin, I believe you." Fu Shijin tightened his grip, holding Ruan Yuan's hand firmly for a prolonged moment until he gently drew her into his embrace. Resting his head against her shoulder, his tender voice whispered in her ear, "Yuan Yuan, thank you for entering my life and illuminating my future. You are like a radiant star, descending with resplendent brilliance, dispelling the shadows in my world and illuminating every dim corner with bright light. From this moment onward, my life shines vividly because of you." The hazy moonlight flowed serenely, and the midnight estate was enveloped in tranquility, rendering even the slightest sound distinctly audible in the quiet bedroom. Fu Shijin gazed at his beloved, who was lost in a deep slumber. He quietly observed her serene sleeping face and called softly, "Yuan Yuan." Ruan Yuan lay peacefully with closed eyes, her expression tranquil, showing no signs of awakening. Fu Shijin pursed his lips, then quietly slipped out of bed, his slippers barely making a sound on the wool carpet. He approached the dresser by the window, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the star jar, quietly exiting the room. Just as the door was closing, the fingers of the person still in bed curled slightly. Clad in a camel-colored wool coat, Fu Shijin traversed the silent estate's backyard. Making his way to the loquat tree his father had planted in memory of his mother, he held a well-sealed box, wrapped in moisture-proof material. Standing beneath the flourishing loquat tree, he gazed up at its lush foliage in a trance. After a long while, he took a small shovel and began to dig into the soft earth beneath the sturdy roots. Before long, a small mound of soil rose at his feet. Fu Shijin placed the box containing the star jar into the hole he had dug, gently covering it with soil. "Dad, I hope you won't mind my use of this space," he murmured as he worked. "Yuan Yuan is quite sensitive during her pregnancy, and I do not wish for her to overthink things. Hence, please keep an eye on Xiao Xingxing for me." The glass jar filled with stars gradually faded from Fu Shijin's view as he restored the soil to its original state. Bidding farewell to the little star, "Xiao Xingxing, you be well over there. Brother Shijin will come to visit you often. When Fu Shijin returned to the bedroom, Wang Yuan maintained the same sleeping position. Showing no signs of waking, he slowed his steps, approached the bed, and gently embraced Wang Yuan, as if he had never left tea that moment. The person in his arms stirred slightly. Startling Fu Shijin, he had not anticipated that Wang Yuan merely found her current position uncomfortable and sought a more pleasant one in his embrace. Her lips brushing against his firm chest, she playfully rubbed her small white teeth and mumbled in her sleep, "I want to eat chicken breast." Fu Shijin. Just as he thought this would be the end, Wang Yuan's torment continued. She seemed genuinely hungry, extending her tongue to lick the fabric of his pajamas over his chest. Not tasty. With a soft sound, Fu Shijin's mind felt as if it had snapped a string, and blood rushed to a singular place. Wang Yuan's innocence was almost painfully overwhelming for him. The following morning, Fu Shijin descended the stairs with dark circles under his eyes upon seeing him. Aunt Zhang nearly gasped in shock, mistaking him for a panda that had escaped from the zoo. "Oh dear, my young master, what did you do last night? How could you have such heavy dark circles?" Fu Shijin approached the stove, preparing a tamagoyki for Wang Yuan. His voice was still hoarse, as if he had caught a chill from a cold shower. Aunt Zhang placed the beaten eggs beside him. "Should we call the family doctor, young master, to prevent you from catching a cold and passing it to the young madam? The young madam is in a critical period. We cannot afford any mishaps, or treating an illness will become a challenge." Fu Shijin poured the egg mixture into the hot pan, his long fingers gently stirring the orange-yellow liquid. "No need, Aunt Zhang. I'm not sick." Aunt Zhang clasped her hands in prayer. "Thank heavens. May the heavens bless the young master to remain healthy until the young madam gives birth. After the safe arrival of the 3 children, you can have another." "Old woman." Uncle Zhou entered from outside. Frowning, "What are you saying? Can't we just ask the heavens to bless the young master to never fall ill in his lifetime? Why must we negotiate?" Aunt Zhang hurriedly replied, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Look at me this early in the morning, having just risen, and I've left my brain behind in bed." Chapter 81. Yuan, you never mentioned this to me. Uncle Zhou observed Fu Shijin, who was focused on cooking, and noted that his complexion was not particularly good. His dark circles and pallor had diminished his usual vigor by half. Traditional Chinese medicine refers to such a complexion as kidney deficiency. With the young madam pregnant, the young master had no need for his kidneys. Yet he still exhibited symptoms of kidney deficiency. This could only indicate a congenital shortcoming. Once Fu Shijin finished preparing the tamagoyki, Uncle Zhou discreetly diagnosed him in his heart. Uncle Zhou resolved to discuss this matter with the old lady. He could not stand by and watch the young master suffer at such a young age. Upon hearing Uncle Zhou's report over the phone, the old lady was equally concerned and somewhat perplexed. This rascal has managed to make Yuan pregnant with triplets. How could he suddenly be unable? However, there was no point in dwelling on this now. It would only cause unnecessary worry. It was essential to resolve the issue while Yuan was pregnant. Otherwise, what would happen if she grew to resent him later? Just as Fu Shijin exited the meeting room, he received a call from the old lady in a rather tactful manner. She inquired, "Shijin, have you been feeling somewhat overwhelmed lately?" Fu Shijin glanced at the documents Gao Qin handed him and nodded for him to proceed. "Grandma, I am currently at work. If there is nothing urgent, I will hang up." Previously, there was pressure from marriage, with various traps set to compel him into blind dates. Now, however, the strategy has shifted, and it seems to involve asking nonsensical questions. How can such matters be deemed unimportant? This concerns your future happiness. Otherwise, you would be left relying solely on your lineage. Fu Shijin frowned and inquired, "Grandma, what exactly are you trying to say? Why not be straightforward?" The old lady, seated on the sofa, hesitated to speak plainly. "Shijin, perhaps I should find a good traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to help you." As Fu Shijin observed Fu Yi approaching, he concluded the game of charades with his grandmother. "Grandma, you handle it as you see fit. I will follow your lead." "All right, leave it to Grandma, and you can rest assured." "Rest assured about what?" "It's all quite baffling," Fu Shijin remarked. "Uncle, let us discuss this in the office." In the CEO's office, Fu Shijin sat behind a desk, legs crossed, casually watching Fu Yi sighed. "Shijin, how could you, in front of everyone, have someone expelled Chu Rongrong from the golf course, considering she's your aunt's niece? Fu Shijin couldn't help but laugh. Did Chu Rongrong ever mention why I had her removed? Fu Yi replied. It's simply that her emotional intelligence is low, and she speaks too bluntly. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. Is it considered low emotional intelligence to claim that I'm betrothed to Xiao Xingxing, deliberately causing misunderstandings for Yuan Yuan? At Fu Shijin's retort, Fu Yi furrowed his brow tightly. He had initially intended to persuade Fu Shijin to retract Chu Rongrong's trending topic online, but upon hearing his words, he immediately abandoned that thought. Understanding Fu Yi's expression, Fu Shijin realized that Chu Mei had once again been two-faced in front of him. Uncle, have you considered divorce? Irritation flickered in Fu Yi's eyes. What kind of talk is this? Is this how you speak to your elders? Fu Shijin shrugged. As a nephew, I am merely concerned about your happiness in your later years. Fu Yi frowned. Your aunt may have her quirks, but overall she is quite good. Shijin, do not harbor such strong prejudices against her. Fu Shijin knew that unless Fu Yi came to see Chu Mei's true nature himself, he would not listen to anyone else's opinions. Very well. I have said all I can. You must discern for yourself. After Fu Yi departed, Fu Shijin called Gao Qin over. Isn't my uncle going on a business trip soon? Arrange for a clever female secretary to accompany him. Gao Qin tentatively inquired, President Fu, do you mean? Fu Shijin interjected, no need for anything else. She just needs to take daily photos of her interactions with my uncle and send them to my aunt. Inform her that the task is completed, and there will be a triple bonus. Since Chu may have been consistently troubling Yuan Yuan, it was best to keep her occupied with other matters to alleviate her boredom. At the Chu residence, ever since Chu Mei married Fu Yi, the Chu family had flourished, moving into a standalone villa. Chu Rongrong gazed at the humiliating photos of her expulsion from the golf course, which had gone viral online, quickly becoming a trending topic within a single morning. Infuriated, she swept the tea set off the coffee table, creating a cacophony of shattering porcelain. The loud crash startled the servants in the villa into silence. None dared to emerge, hiding instead in the kitchen. Grandma Chu approached with a cane, appearing frail and slightly hunched, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. She looked at her sobbing granddaughter sprawled on the sofa and gently said, Rongrong, don't cry. Your aunt has promised to help you remove the trending topic. Upon hearing this, Chu Rongrong sat upright, her eyes swollen as she retorted, It's been so long, and it's still not down. Can Aunt even handle this? There are plenty of envious people waiting to mock me for my talent and beauty. Now, with this scandal, they will surely revel in my misfortune. The old lady dismissed her concerns. My dear granddaughter, our Chu family is prosperous. I doubt any of those petty individuals would dare to mock you, that if they do, I will have Fu Yi silence them all. Yin Chunhua, who was nearby, chimed in, Daughter, your grandmother speaks the truth. Our Chu family has such a capable son-in-law who can command respect in the capital. After hearing their words, Chu Rongrong felt somewhat reassured. Yin Chunhua handed her a cup of milk, urging, Rongrong, you've cried long enough. Drink some milk to replenish your fluids, lest your delicate skin suffers from dehydration. Chu Rongrong, resembling a giant infant, accepted the milk from her mother's hand. However, as evening approached, and the trending topic showed no signs of fading. Driven by Grandma Chu's insistence, Chu Mei called Fu, but he did not answer, prompting Chu Mei to curse him before calling her son. Fu Shijin answered vaguely before hanging up, subsequently blocking his mother's number to ensure a peaceful evening. He glanced at his cousin beside him, sighed, and advised Fu Shijin to avoid engaging with his mother. Fu Shijin said nothing and drove away. Upon returning home, he noticed that the graceful figure he anticipated did not appear as usual. Fu Shijin looked towards the empty living room just as Jian Ran entered from outside. Jian Ran, where is Yuan Yuan? The young mistress is in the backyard playing with Xiao Yi. Fu Shijin nodded in reassurance and went upstairs to change clothes. He then proceeded to the bedroom, intending to retrieve a shawl for Yuan Yuan from the dresser by the window. Just as he paused in front of the dresser, his gaze fell upon something unexpected. The star jar he had secretly buried beneath the loquat tree was now placed atop the dresser, and it was adorned with a handcrafted knitted sweater. Chapter 82. I'll feed you your medicine, Aunt Zhang informed Fu Shijin that after he left for work in the morning. Yuan Yuan had asked Jian Ran to help her purchase some colorful yarn, then venture alone to the backyard. Upon her return, she held a star jar in her hand. Aunt Zhang recognized the jar and was taken aback, wondering how it had ended up in the yard, but she refrained from asking. While Ruan Yunyuan sat on the sofa, diligently crocheting the little sweater, Aunt Zhang brewed her a cup of grapefruit tea and reminded her to balance work and rest, not to overexert herself. Deep in the backyard, Ruan Yuanyuan tossed a pink pet toy ball into the distance that in response, Xiao Yiya, with remarkable agility for its size, dashed after the ball like an arrow. It leaped with its front legs to catch the pink toy in its mouth, then scampered back to Ruan Yuanyuan, lowering its large head in hopes of receiving praise. Well done, Ruan Yuanyuan affectionately patted its head and smiled. She bent to retrieve a bone-shaped dog treat from a nearby bag as she prepared to reward Xiao Yiya. Just then, a bony hand reached in from the side, retrieving a piece from the bag and offering it to Ruan Yuanyuan. Ruan Yuanyuan looked up to see Fu Shijin, clad in a white turtleneck, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at her. The gentle and serene expression on her petite face mirrored her smile. As she returned his gaze, woof woof woof, Xiao Yiya, with its large, dark eyes filled with curiosity, interrupted their moment. Ruan Yuanyuan fed the dog treat to Xiao Yiya. Fu Shijin gently nudged Xiao Yiya, saying, once you finish your treat, go back to your house. Xiao Yiya, indeed, was living up to its reputation as a dog that loves treats. The IT let out a pitiful whine, its bark losing its characteristic brightness, sounding rather dejected. Ruan Yuanyuan shot Fu Shijin an exaggerated glare, then embraced Xiao Yiya's large head, her fair fingers contrasting against its dark gray fur as she comforted it with a soothing stroke. Only then did Xiao Yiya's wounded spirit begin to mend. Ruan Yuanyuan observed as Xiao Yiya turned and raced towards the villa. Fu Shijin took her hand, following closely behind. Yuanyuan, you did that on purpose yesterday, he asserted with certainty. What do you mean on purpose? Ruan Yuanyuan feigned ignorance. You pretended to be asleep, yet you were fully aware of my every move. Fu Shijin cast a meaningful glance at her, and you claimed to be talking in your sleep just to tease me. Ruan Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed, but fortunately, the evening's dim light provided a veil of concealment. That I am a pure girl. The term tease does not exist in my vocabulary. Fu Shijin leaned closer, whispering in her ear, then who is it that had a midnight snack on my chest? Only to declare it unappetizing. Ruan Yuanyuan recoiled from his warm breath, retracting her neck as she replied, who told you to engage in secretive antics behind my back? Fu Shijin halted, turning to her, his expression growing serious. Yuanyuan, it was never my intention to keep anything from you. I simply did not wish to burden you by such a petty person. Ruan Yuanyuan puffed up her cheeks, declaring, if you think so, I shall ignore you. In that moment, she completely forgot her jealousy from the previous day. Fu Shijin gently ruffled her hair. Please don't be angry with me. It's my fault. Can I apologize, dear? Ruan Yuanyuan gazed into his eyes. Jin, you need not go out of your way to erase traces of Xiao Xingxing from my sight, even though I have never met her. I understand the bond you share. She had only been 4 when she passed away, so young, surely frightened of solitude and darkness. The elder brother she adores. Little Xingxing must yearn for your protection by her side. Fu Shijin's eyes reddened as he leaned down to embrace Ruan Yuan, gently uttering, Yuan Yuan, thank you for understanding me. Just then, Jian Ran, who had rushed over, nearly lost her footing and fell to the ground. With a swift motion, she hid behind the ginkgo tree. Once the two separated, she appeared before them like a ghost that had suddenly materialized. Ruan Yuan blinked, and Jian Ran mirrored her action. Silence enveloped them until Fu Shijin broke it. Inquiring, Jian Ran, what brings you here? Oh, Jian Ran suddenly recalled her purpose for coming. Young master, the Chinese medicine doctor that old madam sent for has arrived. Fu Shijin had entirely forgotten about this matter. He assumed his grandmother was merely speaking casually to it was unexpected that she had indeed summoned someone. Ruan Yuan, concerned, asked, Jin, are you unwell? Fu Shijin reassured her, I'm fine. It's just that my grandmother wishes to improve my health. With that, Ruan Yuan felt relieved that in the living room, a Chinese medicine doctor, whom Fu Shijin had not previously encountered, awaited him in traditional attire. The doctor initiated a pulse diagnosis. Mr. Fu, allow me to examine your pulse. Fu Shijin settled onto the sofa, replying, please, go ahead. Prior to his arrival, the doctor had been specifically instructed by the old madam not to disclose the full truth to Fu Shijing. Ino man is indifferent to certain matters. If a child were to learn of impending doom, it would surely engender a profound sense of inferiority. Perhaps due to an excessive cold water immersion the previous night, the doctor discerned that Fu Shijing appeared somewhat frail. Without hesitation, he added the Millennium Ginseng, provided by the old madam, to the prescription. Wang Yuan, observing from the side, inquired with concern, "Doctor, how is my husband's health?" The doctor, adhering to the old madam's directives, replied, "Rest assured, Mrs. Fu, your husband is in good health, though he's been quite busy lately, which has unsettled his spirit. I will prescribe a calming tonic. With some time, he will be fine." Wang Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." "Doctor." The doctor had brought the herbal ingredients with him, and after crafting the prescription, Wang Yuan instructed Aunt Zhang to prepare the medicine. Uncle Zhou escorted the doctor out, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Fortunately, he had detected the issue in time, preventing the young master's condition from worsening. After dinner, Aunt Zhang had finished brewing the herbal medicine. Wang Yuan personally served it to Fu Shijing. "Ajin, you should drink this as a token of your grandmother's care. I know your health is generally robust, but supplementing is always beneficial." Fu Shijing gazed down at the dark concoction, the bitter scent assaulting his senses even before tasting it, causing a grimace to form on his lips. Is it possible to avoid drinking this?" "Ajin, you're behaving like a child, fearing the bitterness of medicine." Wang Yuan winked at him. "Be a good boy and drink it. I have a reward for you afterward." The babies had yet to be born, but she already had a big baby to coax. "What reward?" "You'll find out once you drink it," suppressing his displeasure. Fu Shijing gulped down the entire bowl of medicine in one go, his expression reflecting his aversion. Wang Yuan held a dried apricot in her mouth, leaning down, her soft lips brushing against his. Her petite tongue, akin to a nimble serpent, gently guided the apricot into Fu Shijing's mouth. Chapter 83. Pampered little pregnant wife Wang Yuan found herself seated on Fu Shijing's lap, her delicate cheeks flushed, her almond eyes shimmering with moisture. She softly inquired, "Darling, is it still bitter?" The bitterness lingering in Fu Shijing's mouth gradually succumbed to the sweetness imparted by Wang Yuan. His gaze deepened, one hand resting on her waist, the rough pads of his fingers tenderly caressing the thin fabric. "Not at all bitter." Wang Yuan cradled his face in her hands, asking, "Is this truly effective?" Fu Shijing tilted his head slightly, his fair visage nuzzling against her palm. "Of course, for Yuan is very sweet." After taking the medicine, Fu Shijing retreated to his study to work. As a workaholic, he found himself unusually distracted today, unable to focus on his tasks, and no matter how hard he tried to concentrate. A vague restlessness gnawed at him. He stared at the documents on his desk, his long fingers grasping a pen, attempting to ignore the mounting irritation, signing his name with vigor. Yet an unnamed flame continued to disrupt his thoughts. His eyes grew warm, and his vision blurred, the words on the page resembling ants crawling about. Abruptly, Fu Shijing set down the pen and moved to the window, flinging it open. A cool breeze swept in as he inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the inexplicable urge within him. This was an unprecedented state for him. With a momentarily clearer mind, he recalled the Chinese medicine he had taken. Aunt Zhang was preparing ingredients for the next morning when she received a call from the young master. "Aunt Zhang, what exactly was in that herbal medicine?" Unaware of the old couple's secret plot to ensnare their grandson, she pondered before replying, "Young master, I can only mention what I recognize. There was a large ginseng root. Seemingly the Millennium Ginseng your great-grandfather gifted to the old madam years ago, and the only other ingredient I could identify was deer antler." Fu Shijing held the phone, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Young master, is something wrong?" "No. Aunt Zhang, please continue with your tasks." Wang Yuan, clad in a pink spaghetti strap nightgown, her dark hair cascading over her chest, revealed glimpses of her delicate arms. Fresh from a shower, she radiated an alluring fragrance as she nestled at the head of the bed, engrossed in a drama on her tablet. Upon hearing the door open, she lifted her fair face toward the entrance. Somewhat perplexed, Ah, Jean, why did you finish work so early today? Fu Shijin, having just calmed his turbulent emotions, felt as though he were a lion that had not eaten meat for ages, beholding a feast upon seeing Ruan Yuan. Oblivious to his gaze, she shifted her position, causing her strap to slip slightly, revealing a hint of her delicate curves. Ah, Jean, why is your face so flushed? As she spoke, she set aside her tablet and crawled to the edge of the bed. Reaching out to touch Fu Shijin's face, he grasped her slender wrist, his fingers instinctively caressing her skin. His voice emerged, husky and low. Be good. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened. Are you running a fever? Could it be a reaction to the herbal medicine? She queried urgently. Should I call a doctor to take a look? No need, Fu Shijin replied, struggling against discomfort. Yuan, just give me a kiss. Ruan Yuan's bright eyes sparkled as she cupped his face. Gracefully leaning in, Ah, Jean, all right, and then pressed her lips to his. Initially inexperienced, she soon became adept through practice. Fu Shijin's desire for Ruan Yuan was intense, and given the unique circumstances, he fought against the overwhelming impulse to draw her closer to him. He kissed her with restraint as the temperature in the room soared. Ruan Yuan's breaths quickened, and Fu Shijin, enduring his discomfort, reluctantly pulled away from her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips resembling freshly picked berries. Sweet and enticing. Ah, Jean, do you feel any better? Fu Shijin leaned against her shoulder, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his breaths unsteady. Ruan Yuan sensed something was amiss and lifted his head, only to discover his face was even redder than before, bloodshot eyes revealing his distress. Alarmed, she asked, What's wrong with you? You seemed fine before going to the study. How could you have changed so quickly? His complexion was flushed, and his breathing was more rapid than her own. Fu Shijin shook his head slightly, attempting to suppress the turmoil within him. Yet the restless urge persisted, assaulting his senses more intensely than ever before. Yuan, there is something wrong with that herbal medicine. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in realization. Wasn't that doctor sent by Grandma? How could she possibly harm her own grandson? Fu Shijin chuckled softly. Yuan, you have no idea how often Grandma has given me medicine in the past. But this time, she surely didn't mean any harm. Perhaps she had another whimsical idea. Grandpa had always indulged Grandma, fostering her innocent and naive nature. Now, the bitter consequences were all his to bear. Ruan Yuan observed the throbbing of Fu Shijin's temples. Concern etched on her face. She wondered if remaining close would cause him harm and reached for the buttons of his shirt. Fu Shijin grasped her hand firmly. Yuan, what are you doing? Ruan Yuan, suppressing her shyness, spoke in a barely audible whisper. Ah, Jean, we are husband and wife. Let me help you. Fu Shijin was acutely aware of his current state, fearing he might unintentionally hurt Yuan. Despite his discomfort, he firmly rejected her offer without hesitation. Yuan, you are carrying our baby. I fear I might harm you, that I cannot selfishly think of my own relief without considering your and the baby's safety. Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow, glancing down thoughtfully. Then this way won't work either. Yuan could assist me in other ways. Ruan Yuan's pregnant belly had grown considerably, resembling a small hill resting upon her abdomen. Now, it had become a challenge for her to even see her toes. She truly could not conceive of any other alternatives. What could be done? Beneath her pink nightgown lay a pair of fair, slender legs, their whiteness dazzling Fu Shijin's eyes. He admonished himself to look away. Gently, he lifted Ruan Yuan and laid her on the bed. An hour later, Ruan Yuan, clad in her little nightgown, picked up a pillow, attempting to fluff it up, but the light pillow slipped from her grasp. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she deliberately pretended not to notice the man. Fu Shijin reached out, taking Ruan Yuan's delicate hand, applying essential oil hand cream to her, his face adorned with a look of regret as he said, I apologize. It must be hard for you. Yuan. Ruan Yuan pursed her lips, remaining silent. Fu Shijin understood her shyness and did not press her to speak. Although it felt delightful, it was limited to this occasion. He did not wish to tire out his little girl. Chapter 84. Yuan, cherished and pampered Fu Shijin, meticulously finished applying cream to Ruan Yuan's hands, refraining from the usual application of pregnancy oil on her belly. Yuan, I wish to take it easy tonight and help you with the pregnancy cream tomorrow, if that's all right. Fu Shijin's voice carried a husky tone. Ruan Yuan possessed an irresistible allure for him. Even the smallest spark could ignite a flame. Thanks to Fu Shijin's attentive care, Ruan Yuan's belly exhibited no stretch marks, appearing even fairer and more delicate than before her pregnancy. Fu Shijin's efforts were not in vain. Ruan Yuan had blossomed under his nurturing like a beautiful little rose. All right, then, I'm also feeling tired. Let's rest now, Ruan Yuan conceded. Fu Shijin felt a twinge of regret for having kept Ruan Yuan engaged for so long. Yet, it was akin to a potent poison, addictive and uncontrollable. Ruan Yuan lowered her gaze, her eyes unwittingly landing on her small hands. Indeed, they felt a tad, so that Fu Shijin switched off the bedside lamp, casting the room into a soft dimness, and carefully tucked Ruan Yuan under the covers. Leaning over her, he placed a gentle kiss on her eyelids, whispering, "Sleep now." Ruan Yuan nestled into his embrace, her curled lashes fluttering momentarily before she obediently closed her eyes. Not long after, Fu Shijin sensed her breathing becoming steadied. He remained perfectly still, his body rigid, dutifully serving as Ruan Yuan's human pillow. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan stirred, resembling a little kitten, softly murmuring, "Hubby, hug me," as if speaking in her dreams or responding instinctively. Fu Shijin's muscles tensed at once. He tightened his embrace, subtly shifting back to distance himself from Ruan Yuan. Fortunately, she fell silent after that one plea, as the moonlight deepened. Once Ruan Yuan was fast asleep. Fu Shijin's heart raced, his defined jawline taut. Holding his breath, he quietly slipped out of bed and left the room in the dim projection room. Ruan Yuan's photos were cast upon the expansive screen. The projectors fan whirred gently, lingering only on her image. The Fu Shijin sat on the sofa, back to the door, his gaze intensely fixed on the screen, a lit cigarette clamped between his fingers. The smoke curled around him until he felt satisfied enough to leave the projection room, take a shower, and finally return to bed. Yet, as soon as he lay down, Ruan Yuan snuggled closer. Already accustomed to the warmth of his embrace, she stirred, sinking back into a deep slumber. Fu Shijin lay wide awake, fixated on the ceiling, hardly daring to breathe. Only when Ruan Yuan was thoroughly asleep did the sound of cold water resonate from the bathroom, leading her to dream of flooding all night long. The following day, Aunt Zhang prepared the snail rice noodles that Ruan Yuan craved, topped with a golden fried egg. Ruan Yuan sat at the dining table, delicately slurping the noodles with her chopsticks. Today marked Fu Shijin's first lazy morning. Ruan Yuan mused that perhaps the traditional medicine had calming effects, hence she did not wake him. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, she looked up to see Fu Shijin clad in a well-tailored black suit. His hair slicked back, revealing his smooth, full forehead. His chiseled features appeared even more striking, outshining any movie star. Aunt Zhang placed a Western-style breakfast at Fu Shijin's seat. "Young master, the traditional Chinese medicine the old lady invited is truly remarkable. Just one dose has rejuvenated you this morning." Mentioning this caused Fu Shijin's expression to darken, that he had hardly slept well through the night. How could he be so revitalized? Aunt Zhang, oblivious to his mood, cheerfully inquired, "Young master, I still have some medicinal ingredients left. Shall I make another bowl for you tonight?" Fu Shijin replied expressionlessly, "No need, Aunt Zhang. If you feel it would go to waste, you can prepare it for Xiao Yuliang. Xiao Yuliang is already quite grown. It probably won't have any effect on her," she countered, clearly disapproving. "Young master, you truly lack the ability to manage your life. Such fine ingredients should not be squandered so easily. I shall keep it for you." After Aunt Zhang left, Fu Shijin's long fingers deftly handled the knife and fork, slicing the fried egg, transforming a simple dish into a work of art. He lifted his gaze to Ruan Yuan, asking, "Little one, what is it that you find so amusing?" Ruan Yuan, with her head bowed, had buried herself in her bowl, stifling a laugh. She raised her head, blinking innocently, replying, "I am not laughing. I am merely focused on my meal." "You little deceiver." Fu Shijin forked a piece of the neatly cut fried egg and fed it to Ruan Yuan. "It is only because I indulge you that I refrain from exposing your clumsy lies. Otherwise, you would be seen through in an instant." Ruan Yuan opened her mouth to accept the offering, squinting her eyes with a soft voice. "That is precisely why I act spoiled in front of you." Fu Shijin reached out, naturally brushing away the crumbs of food from the corner of her mouth. That I regret that. I shall henceforth be a stern husband and cease to pamper you. Wan Yuan tilted her head, cradling her face in her hands, and winked at him. With such an adorable little wife, how could you bear to do that? Fu Shijin couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, suppressing a smile. Wan Yuan reached for his arm, asking, "Do you truly have the heart to do so?" Fu Shijin raised his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Naturally, I cannot bear to—" Wan Yuan was his flesh and blood. He could survive without many things, but he could never be without Wan Yuan. His love for her was deeply ingrained in his very being. Wan Yuan beamed. "Ah, Jin, you are the best." After breakfast, Wan Yuan, as per usual, accompanied Fu Shijin to the courtyard. However, the weather had begun to turn chilly. Early winter mornings, before the sun had risen, were cloaked in a thick fog. Fu Shijin tightened Wan Yuan's coat around her, urging her to hurry indoors lest she catch a chill. "Hubby, I want to see you off," Wan Yuan insisted. Fu Shijin could do little about his little pregnant wife's inexplicable insistence and departed in her watchful gaze. Upon returning to the bedroom, Wan Yuan settled into the rocking chair by the window, a small blanket draped over her legs, quietly reading. With limited activities, reading and practicing her calligraphy had become her daily pursuits. Initially, she had intended to undertake an internship this semester, but that was no longer feasible. Observing others in their late pregnancy, maintaining their daily routines, she had misjudged her own condition, lacking any experience with pregnancy. She knew she was carrying triplets, which would naturally lead to a larger size than a singleton. Yet, it was not until 6 months in that she realized she had underestimated her situation. The strength of 3 babies was indeed formidable. Her pregnant belly now resembled a small hill, protruding prominently. Previously, Fu Shijin had prepared a wheelchair in advance, and at the time, Wan Yuan had thought him overly dramatic. Now, she dismissed such thoughts, realizing that she would indeed require that little vehicle as her delivery approached. Chapter 85. The CEO's world crumbles. Wan Yuan had been reading a novel for a while. Today, it was a tale of a domineering CEO and a game of pursuit. The male lead, in his quest to win over the female lead, resorted to imprisoning her boyfriend, coercing her into a relationship with him under the threat of lifelong confinement for her partner. With no other choice, the female lead reluctantly agreed, yet her heart remained with another. After a night of forceful advances from the male lead, she managed to escape with the help of the second male lead. What followed was a frantic search by the male lead, desperate to find her. The novel was lengthy, nearly 10 million words. Wan Yuan mused that it would carry her to the birth of her children. Just as she was about to glimpse the conclusion, a call from Fu Li fell through. Luo, you have become the destroyer of the plot I was striving to understand. Yuan, weren't you uninterested in novels? What plot has captivated you so? Wan Yuan succinctly recounted the plot to Fu Li Luo. Yuan, you already have a domineering CEO by your side. Do you really need to look elsewhere? If you fancy a strong and assertive type, let Fu Shijin play that role for you. He is utterly devoted to you at this moment. With just a word from you, my brother will transform into the very embodiment of a devoted brother to Xiao Yuliang. Wan Yuan grasped her meaning. Luo, how can you refer to your brother as a dog? Fu Li Luo replied with nonchalance. Oh, it's all right, he can't hear us anyway, huh? The two continued their conversation on their phones for a while before arranging to dine together. In her senior year, Fu Li Luo had commenced her internship, and life had swiftly become a whirlwind of activity. As the eldest daughter of the Fu family, she could have easily chosen a life of leisure. Yet she yearned for more than mere complacency. She aspired to be a professional woman and thus worked diligently. Wan Yuan informed Aunt Zhang and had Jian Ran drive her out. The roads of early winter were adorned with golden leaves, which danced in the breeze as the tires sped over them. That a white Bentley halted before the entrance of the Century Shopping Plaza. Wan Yuan was clad in a white woolen coat, wearing handcrafted lambskin boots, her softly curled hair cascading over her chest, topped with a beret. She looked enchanting, her beauty undiminished by her pregnancy. Fu Li Luo blew her a kiss from afar and affectionately linked her arm with Wan Yuan's. Yuan, have you missed me? Wan Yuan smiled and replied, of course, you're my best friend. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. You are the best. The two meandered through the mall for quite a while. Where the women's fashion counters showcased their winter collections, Fu Liluo bought several affordable professional outfits, while Ruan Yuan refrained, her round belly making it impractical to purchase new clothes. Meanwhile, Fu Shijin had the high-end boutique staff come to tailor clothes for her. However, as they passed the accessories counter, she made it a point to buy Fu Shijin a tie, a classic black tie, the style most prevalent in his wardrobe. Though it was a simple color, Ruan Yuan felt it would look exceptionally handsome on him. Fu Liluo glanced at the salesgirl and handed the shopping bag to Ruan Yuan. Leaning closer, she remarked, "Sister-in-law, you truly care for my brother without reservation. You didn't buy anything for yourself, but went out of your way for him. When he sees this, he will surely be moved to tears." Ruan Yuan walked with her towards the exit. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Jean always buys things for me. It's only right that I reciprocate." Fu Liluo nodded knowingly. Yuan, you are subtly revealing how affectionate you two are, feeding me a mouthful of dog food. Even as they settled into their seats at the restaurant on the 8th floor, Ruan Yuan's heart remained unsettled. Their lunch consisted of meat sandwiches and oil-splashed noodles, after which Fu Liluo left for work. Ruan Yuan, however, did not return home, but chose to rest at the apartment nearby. The first time Fu Shijin had brought her here, it had left her with an indescribable attachment to the place. She instructed Jian Ran to head back. "Jian Ran, you can go now. I wish to stay here tonight." "Understood, young madam." "Goodbye." Carrying her shopping bags, Ruan Yuan ascended her home on the 28th floor. The room was spotless. Every item exactly as it had been months prior. As she entered her 3rd trimester, she had become increasingly prone to fatigue, so she set her things down and headed straight for the bedroom to sleep. When she awoke again, it was to the sound of the doorbell. Ruan Yuan grabbed her phone to check the time. It was exactly 4 o'clock. She hadn't realized she had slept so long. Slipping on her slippers, she went to answer the door. Through the visual doorbell, Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Upon opening the door, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" Song Nianxing looked up with a puzzled expression, her big eyes mirroring Ruan Yuan's confusion. "Annie, we ran out of sugar at home, and Mom sent me to borrow some from the neighbor, but you are my neighbor, right?" You, Shernyan, unable to rest easy, had also come up. "Why were you gone for so long?" Ruan Yuan greeted her with a smile. "Sister Nian, what began as a simple request for sugar turned into a heartfelt conversation." Ruan Yuan invited Shernyan and her daughter to visit her home. "Is it all right if you drink strawberry milk?" "Yes." Little Yu sat on the sofa and sweetly told Ruan Yuan, "As long as it's from Annie." "It's all good." Ruan Yuan poured a glass of orange juice for Shernyan, then carried the 2 beverages to the sofa. Yu accepted her drink, biting the straw and tilting her little head. "Thank you, Auntie." Ruan Yuan patted her head. "No need to thank me." Both Ruan Yuan and Shernyan were astonished. Had it not been for the sugar borrowing, they might never have realized they were neighbors. "Sister Nian, I thought no one lived downstairs." Shernyan paused before replying. "I recently moved in with Yu. I'm currently separated from Jingqian." Ruan Yuan was quite taken aback by this revelation. From their brief interactions, she had gathered that Song Jingqian was quite fond of Shernyan. However, Yu had mentioned that Shernyan had left home on more than one occasion, making their relationship rather complex. Shernyan, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained, "I was essentially given to Jingqian by my father. Our union was one of convenience. I don't understand why Jingqian agreed to marry me or why he treated me well after our marriage. Once I had Yu, I thought we could simply live our lives together. However, Jingqian's overwhelming possessiveness and controlling nature became stifling. He restricted my movements, and I completed my university courses online from home. After I saved up 30 million, I took Yu and fled, but within 6 months, he found me again. This cycle has repeated itself, each time ending the same way." Ruan Yuan sighed inwardly and hesitated before asking, "So why did Mr. Song agree to let you move out now?" Shernyan smiled as she replied, "He said he wanted a fresh start and that he would formally pursue me." While Shernyan chatted upstairs, Song Jingqian had spent a significant time in the underground parking lot smoking. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts, and after taking a deep breath, he resolved to go check on the mother and daughter. Arriving at the 27th floor, he entered the passcode, and the door swung open to his astonishment. Shernyan had not changed the password, that a smirk crossed his lips, but the moment he stepped inside, It felt as if the sky had fallen. His wife and child were nowhere to be found. Chapter 86. What to do when a wife is missing. Then just go look for her. Song Jingqian frantically searched for Shi Nian downstairs. Meanwhile, Shi Nian remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in conversation with Ruan Yuan. Concerned not to disturb Yu's nap, she always silenced her phone during those hours, even disabling the vibration. Today, after Yu woke, she had insisted on having some bear-shaped biscuits. Unfortunately, they were out of sugar. With no convenience store downstairs and the nearest large supermarket requiring a drive, Shi Nian, lacking driving skills, had opted to inquire upstairs instead, only to unexpectedly run into Ruan Yuan. This lapse in thought led her to forget to silence her phone. Shi Nian's phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket, but she remained oblivious to the incoming calls. Song Jingqian, clutching his phone, felt a chill of sweat in his palms as he silently stared at the quiet room. Listening to Shi Nian's words, Ruan Yuan sensed that Shi Nian still harbored feelings for Song Jingqian. Otherwise, she wouldn't be residing in his private apartment. She could have easily vanished from his sight once again. Sister Nian, what are your current feelings towards Mr. Song? Little Yu sat beside them, engrossed in Peppa Pig. While Shi Nian diverted her gaze, her eyes darkening as she focused on the orange juice in her hand. He is not a perfect man. He possesses a somewhat obsessive, controlling nature. Yet, as time has passed, I have come to understand the reasons behind his character. He lost his beloved younger sister in his youth, which has led him to crave control over everything that he fears my absence from his sight. Worried about repeating past mistakes. Only when I am within his line of sight does he feel secure. Over the years, he has often moved me with his gestures. Initially, I feared him and sought every means to escape. But as time progressed, I realized he provided me with a sense of security that I had never known, that I feel grounded beside him. I am unsure if this constitutes love, but I believe it is enough. Ruan Yuan. Sister Nian, are you preparing to fully accept Mr. Song? Shi Nian smiled softly. Song Jingqian may be patriarchal, yet he makes an effort to change for me and strives to create surprises in our lives. He has invested more in this marriage than I have. Love is not the sole component of matrimony. If he could only rid himself of that infernal possessiveness, perhaps we could coexist in mutual respect for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan sensed that Shi Nian had not truly fallen for Song Jingqian. She couldn't help but mourn for Song Jingqian for a brief 3 seconds. However, she felt that Shi Nian loved without awareness. If it were not love, it would be impossible to bind someone's heart that yearns to escape. Ruan Yuan had not known Shi Nian for long, and with a sigh, said nothing further. In the underground parking garage, Song Jingqian emerged from the elevator, his expression taut as he strode directly towards his car, only to catch sight of Fu Shijin descending from the south exit. His gaze instantly darkened as he swiftly approached Fu Shijin. In a low voice, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Fu Shijin, holding a supermarket shopping bag filled with cooking ingredients, had received a call from Ruan Yuan just before finishing work. She informed him that Shi Nian was their neighbor and that she intended to have Shi Nian over for dinner that evening, asking Fu Shijin to bring back some groceries. Thus, he had dismissed the driver and driven himself to the supermarket. Fu Shijin lifted his gaze, his expression unperturbed as he replied, "I came as I pleased. I.S. Song always now moonlighting as a policeman, conducting household investigations." Song Jingqian took 2 steps forward, their eyes locking in a cold stare. His voice strained as if forced through clenched teeth. "Are you following me out of revenge for my previous demand that you kneel? Have you deliberately concealed Shi Nian and her mother here?" "Insanity," Fu Shijin retorted, pushing him aside and striding forward. "I am 26, not 6. And I have no time for childish games." That he chose not to disclose that Shi Nian and her mother were guests in his home, allowing Song Jingqian to experience the sensation of searching in vain for his wife. As Fu Shijin stepped into the elevator, Song Jingqian followed closely behind. Observing Fu Shijin press the button for the 20th floor. He frowned slightly but remained silent, curious about Fu Shijin's intentions. When the elevator doors opened, they entered the residence directly. Fu Shijin ignored Song Jingqian, proceeding to input the fingerprint code, and the door swung open. The cheerful sounds of the animated series Peppa Pig mixed with the laughter of Xiao Yu wafted out. Song Jingqian let out a cold laugh. "You truly went to great lengths to retaliate against me." You've bought a residence directly above mine. Fu Shijin cast him a fleeting glance. I prefer efficient work. If you're not coming in, I shall close the door. Song Jingxian hurriedly blocked the closing door with his hand and squeezed himself inside, his usually composed demeanor slightly disheveled. However, he was too preoccupied to care. The two individuals chatting in the living room, along with Xiao Yuyu watching television, all exhibited expressions of surprise. Wang Yuan hesitated to ask directly why Song Jingxian was there. Instead, gently inquiring, "Ah, Jean, did you invite Mr. Song to join us?" Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. "As if I could summon such a formidable presence. I merely encountered a flustered Song Jingxian in the parking lot and thought to bring him along." Shernyan's gaze remained fixed on Song Jingxian. He, consumed with concern for his wife, wished to approach her to ascertain whether Fu Shijin had threatened her. Yet he was halted by Fu Shijin's grasp on his arm. Fu Shijin tossed a pair of men's slippers at his feet. "Change your shoes. My wife prefers cleanliness." Song Jingxian shrugged off his hand, refusing to engage in conflict, swapped his shoes, and stepped forward to Shernyan. "Shernyan, are you all right?" He gripped her arm a bit too tightly. Noticing her furrowed brow, he immediately relaxed his hold. "I'm fine." Song Jingxian recalled how Shernyan had not answered his calls and felt a wave of unjustified grievance wash over him. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Shernyan paused, hastily retrieving her phone from her pocket, her face flushing with embarrassment upon realizing that I forgot to switch it back to ring mode. She presented her phone to Song Jingxian as if to prove that she had not intentionally ignored him. "Jingxian, I was worried about disturbing Xiao Yuyu's nap, so I put my phone on silent and later forgot to change it back." Song Jingxian cast his eyes down at the phone settings. His emotions a tangled web. He was uncertain whether to feel relief that his wife hadn't abandoned him without notice, or despair at the blunder that had caused him such heartache. Xiao Yuyu waddled over, her plump little body bobbing as she approached. "Daddy." Song Jingxian bent down to catch her. Xiao Yu looked up with a sweet smile. "Daddy, Mommy did this entirely to avoid disturbing Xiao Yuyu's rest. Please don't be angry with her, okay?" Such a young child, barely 4 or 5, truly bore the weight of adult concerns. Chapter 87. "Mommy, what happened to your eyes?" Song Jingxian's gaze fell, the tension in his heart finally easing. Shernyan had vanished from his side more than once. Initially, it was when she left without a word while pregnant with Xiao Yu. He felt as though the world had crumbled around him. A man who typically shunned alcohol found himself drowning in it, waking up to find a slender bottle neck at his fingertips, whether on their shared bed or the living room floor. He numbed his senses with alcohol, seeking solace. It was half a year later when he found Shernyan again, in a neighboring town, pushing a stroller while selling sandwiches she had made that a mix of anger and amusement welled within him. She had taken 30 million from him, yet was out selling sandwiches while still nursing. How desperate was she for money? Controlling his rage, he brought Shernyan back home. Upon her return, she displayed compliance. Yet her determination to escape remained unshaken. His mother advised him not to control Shernyan's life so tightly. She was an independent individual entitled to her own choices. Song Jingxian yearned to change. But the urge to control lurked within him, awakening at every turn, revealing itself in subtle ways. Yet if it continued, he and Shernyan would remain stuck in a stalemate. Thus, he resolved to attempt change. To have Shernyan genuinely accept him. "I'm not angry with your mother," he said, lifting their daughter and kissing her little face. "Yuyu, you will stay here." Xiao Yuyu tilted her head to glance at Wang Yuan and said sweetly, "Daddy, today I came up to borrow some sugar and found out that my aunt lives here. She is our neighbor." Song Jingxian was taken aback, astonished. He had owned this property for some time and was unaware that Fu Shijin had bought the place above him. What could he say? In the past, he would have remarked on the irony of fate, but now, forget it. He couldn't place blame on Fu Shijin regarding Xiao Xingxing's matters. Besides, Fu Shijin had already bowed 3 times to Xiao Xingxing last time. That should suffice as a settlement. Wang Yuan, ever the gracious host, invited, "Mr. Song, please stay for dinner." Song Jingxian had no reason to refuse. "Then I shall impose upon you." In the kitchen, Wang Yuan and Shernyan prepared dinner. While Fu Shijin had returned with an array of ingredients, vegetables, seafood, meats, and even snacks for Xiao Yuyu. Meanwhile, the two men seated on the sofa ignored one another completely, with Fu Shijin on one side and Song Jingxian on the other, while Xiao Yu sat in the middle, creating a clear divide. Xiao Yu's short legs dangled above the ground, unable to reach it, her pink sweater paired with a white princess skirt, and her little legs clad in white woolen knee-high socks. Fu Shijin rested an arm on the sofa's armrest, observing Xiao Yu, contemplating that although Song Jingxian was bothersome, his daughter was indeed adorable. Once his own daughter arrived, she would surely surpass Xiao Yu in cuteness. Sensing Fu Shijin's gaze, Xiao Yu turned her head. She felt somewhat intimidated by him, yet she offered him a donut, saying sweetly, "Uncle, would you like some?" Fu Shijin paused, surprised that the little girl thought he wanted her donut. Nevertheless, he took it with a smile, attempting to appear amiable, like an approachable uncle. "Thank you, you're welcome." Song Jingxian glanced sideways at Fu Shijin, arching an eyebrow as he remarked, "If you like children so much, you should have some of your own instead of coveting my treasure." As he spoke, he lifted Xiao Yu onto his lap. Fu Shijin toyed with the donut in his hands, responding nonchalantly, "In 3 months. Not only will I have a daughter, but also 2 sons that I suspect someone might be envious, considering that someone is still striving to win back his wife." Song Jingxian scoffed, "Don't get too smug." Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. "What do you intend to do about it?" Song Jingxian casually replied, "Too much of anything can lead to overflow, and excessive talk may backfire. If I had a brother-in-law who delighted in stepping on others' toes, I would certainly work to break them apart." Fu Shijin tilted his head. "Too bad you're not." Song Jingxian muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Fu Shijin is truly out to get me." Xinian was preparing to make her signature dish, oil-braised prawns. The oil in the pan had already heated, yet she realized she had forgotten to place the tomato ketchup within reach. Yuan, please pass me the tomato ketchup." A pair of slender fingers handed her the bottle. But they did not belong to Yuan. Xinian turned slightly, unaware that Song Jingxian had quietly positioned himself behind her, as if enveloping her in an embrace. She bit her lip, accepted the ketchup, twisted off the cap, and squeezed some into the pan. "Where is Yuan? Yuan had discreetly excused herself the moment Song Jingxian entered, thoughtfully leaving the space to them. Observing that the sauce was nearly ready, Song Jingxian handed her the fried prawns. Miss Yuan just stepped out. Xinian, clad in a floral apron, stood diligently at the stove, yet the presence behind her was undeniably hard to ignore. Dressed in a tailored 3-piece suit, Song Jingxian's vest accentuated his lean, muscular waist, and externally, no one would suspect he was missing a calf. Leaning against the edge of the cabinet with his hands in his pockets, he silently watched Xinian while assisting her. Such a scene was rare during the early days of their relationship. Song Jingxian's love was domineering, a suffocating control that prevented him from being the ordinary husband by her side. Yet this moment unfolded nonetheless. Deep within her, Xinian sensed that Song Jingxian genuinely wished to change, and it was not merely lip service. "Pass me a plate," Xinian requested, gazing at the vividly aromatic oil-braised prawns. "All right." Song Jingxian straightened, retrieved a clean plate, and handed it to her, their fingers brushing against each other inadvertently. Xinian instinctively retracted her fingertips, scooping up a portion of prawns to mask her discomfort. It felt akin to indulging in an affair within someone else's home. Once dinner was prepared, the table was set, and they gathered for a lively meal. Little Yu had succumbed to sleepiness early on, nestled in Song Jingxian's arms. After bidding farewell to Yuan, the couple descended the stairs. At the entrance of their 27th floor apartment, Song Jingxian entrusted Yu to Xinian, but remained at the threshold, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Xinian, why haven't you changed the passcode?" Xinian casually replied, "Because it's Yu's birthday." "I didn't want to hassle with changing it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Jingxian's eyes as he murmured, "Get some rest early," before turning away. Just as he was about to press the elevator button, a voice echoed from behind the now-closed door. "Mommy, what's wrong with your eyes?" He immediately pivoted and rushed to the door, urgency propelling him not to input the code, but to peer through the peephole, cupping his hands to get a better view inside. Chapter 88. Is it an allergy again? Song Jingxian stood outside, peering through the peephole, but could see nothing. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he quickly input the code and swung the door open. Inside, Yu had already been placed on the sofa by Xinian. The little one stretched out her chubby hand, poking at her mother's eyes while gently blowing on them. Upon seeing her father enter, She turned and exclaimed, "Daddy, Mommy's eyes are red." Song Qingqian hurried over, placing his hands on Shunyan's shoulders, turned her to face him. Her eyes, which had seemed fine moments ago, were now bloodshot. Frowning, he inquired, "Are you having an allergic reaction again?" Shinian had felt a slight itch in her eyes earlier, and, having rubbed them with the back of her hand, had now exacerbated the situation. "It seems like," she began, recalling how she was allergic to seafood. In mild cases, her skin would show signs of allergy, while severe cases could trigger asthma attacks. Once, when she was a child, her stepmother had purposely added shrimp to her food. Unaware, Shinian had eaten it, only to soon break out in red rashes and experience difficulty breathing. Had it not been for the housekeeper, who remembered the kindness of Shunyan's late mother and called her father to rush her to the hospital, the consequences could have been dire. Song Qingqian, initially furrowing his brow, now wore a more serious expression, his forehead creased deeply. "You didn't eat seafood during dinner. How could you be allergic?" Shinian, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, "I washed the shrimp, then forgot to wash my hands before touching my eyes." Her voice dwindled to a whisper that you're not a child anymore. Song Qingqian was genuinely worried now, irritated by her carelessness. "How can you be so negligent? Don't you understand that your allergies could lead to severe reactions, even life-threatening ones? How can you treat your health so lightly?" Shinian had always been allergic, and when she first came into Song Qingqian's life, in an attempt to make him dislike her and avoid marital obligations, she had coated herself in garlic juice the night they registered their marriage, hoping to drive him out of the room. But soon, she found herself unable to withstand the stench, breaking out in itchy red rashes all over. When Song Qingqian returned from work, the sight that greeted him was Shinian scratching herself desperately. "What's wrong?" he asked, brows knitted. Shinian, itching fiercely, particularly on her back where she could not reach, stubbornly replied, "I have a severe skin condition, the contagious kind that I forgot to tell you before the wedding. So now you have the right to file for divorce." "And I would agree." Song Qingqian stepped forward, hoisting her toward the bathroom. Shinian, slung over his shoulder, beat on his back with her small hands and kicked her pale feet in protest. "What are you doing? Put me down." He gave her bottom a firm slap and commanded, "Behave." Then he deposited her into the spacious bathtub. His movements were somewhat rough, and Shinian inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of bathwater. She spat it out and, gripping the sides of the tub, attempted to rise, but Song Qingqian blocked her path, effortlessly pushing her back down. Soaked like a drowned rat, her long hair clung messily to her fair cheeks, and her nightgown became transparent. She glared at him and exclaimed, "Song Qingqian, are you out of your mind?" With his arms crossed over his chest, Song Qingqian retorted, "You'd rather make yourself allergic just to keep me at bay." Shinian curled up in the tub, feeling exposed and vulnerable, meekly asking, "What do you mean by that?" He chuckled derisively, "You know I despise garlic, yet you deliberately smeared it all over yourself, only to end up with a full-body allergy." Shinian, her dark eyes wide, remained curled up in the tub, staring at him. Suddenly, Song Qingqian leaned closer, their faces inches apart, and she could even see the tiny hairs on his face. His teasing gaze slowly traced her features. "Shinian, is your intelligence truly this limited? I am now considering whether to allow you to bear my children." Feeling insulted, Shinian seethed internally, but dared not voice her anger, choosing instead to remain silent. That incident led to Shinian being relieved of the garlic odor, and afterward, the family doctor prescribed her loratadine, which ultimately cured her. Consequently, Song Qingqian became more attentive to Shinian, meticulously observing her daily life. Not only was she allergic to garlic, but she also reacted to all seafood. As he learned this, their dining table rarely featured seafood, and when it did, it was exclusively for Yuyu. Every time Shinian peeled shrimp for Yuyu, Song Qingqian would remind her to wash her hands. After a lengthy lecture, he noticed Shinian hanging her head, fiddling with her fingers, and realized his tone had been overly harsh. He turned to their daughter and said, "Yuyu, Daddy is going to buy some medicine. Stay with Mommy, and if she feels unwell, call me." Yuyu's small face reflected an urgency beyond her years as she nodded earnestly. "Daddy, you will take good care of Mommy." "Good girl." Song Qingqian drove to the pharmacy, purchasing antihistamines and allergy eye drops. Once he had gathered everything, he hurried back home, eyeing the short span of his absence. Shernyan's eyes appeared even redder. Little Yu jumped off the sofa, her short legs carrying her to fetch water for Shernyan. Song Qingqian opened the medicine box to retrieve the medication. Shernyan's gaze fell on his suit trousers, and he noticed her attention. Qingqian, did you fall? On his black trousers, there were faint traces of dust on the left knee, evidence of a fall, but the dust embedded in the fabric could not be completely brushed away. The light at the pharmacy was too dim. I didn't see the steps and tripped, he replied, his demeanor relaxed. Shinian looked up at him, asking, does your leg hurt again? He handed her the medicine. No, it was just an accident. When Yu arrives, don't let her find out, or she'll worry unnecessarily. Little Yu hurried to Shinian, offering her mother a glass of water. Mom, I understand that the medicine is quite bitter, but you must listen to Dad and take it properly. This will help you recover swiftly. Shinian suppressed her earlier expression, not wishing for her daughter to share her worries, planning to inquire privately with Song Jingqian later. Yes, she accepted the cup. Her heart softened at the thought of having such a considerate and perceptive daughter. Thank you. There's no need for thanks, Mommy. It's what you ought to do. Shinian took the antihistamine, and Song Jingqian proceeded to administer eye drops. Chapter 89. Eldest brother, I suspect Wan Yuan is a little star. Instinctively, Shinian closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering. With his slightly cool fingertips, Song Jingqian gently pulled down her lower eyelid. His handsome face magnified in her gaze. Unexpectedly invaded Shernyan's line of sight. You don't speak. Song Jingqian squeezed 2 drops of medicine into her eye.